Chapter 1. The Art Examination Transfer Student. In the mountainous city of Jiangbei, at the prestigious Shaohui Art Examination Training School, Jiang Sheng adjusted the strap of his backpack slung over his left shoulder as he greeted the 15 vibrant new classmates before him. Greetings, everyone. My name is Jiang Sheng, and I hope to forge a bond with all of you during our 2 months of training together. It was late 2015, a critical period for the current cohort of high school art students preparing for their examinations. Jiang Sheng was enrolled in a training course specializing in dramatic performance, and all present were strikingly handsome and beautiful. Unlike conventional schools, art examination classes did not impose stringent dress codes. The students in the performance class exhibited a diverse array of attire and hair colors, with the girls adorning themselves with makeup that accentuated their already exquisite features. A feast for the eyes. Attending school in such an atmosphere guaranteed an uplifting mood. Let us warmly welcome Jiang Sheng into the 2016 acting sprint class. Whether it was the encouragement of the instructor or Jiang Sheng's appealing appearance, he received an enthusiastic round of applause from his classmates. Please, make yourself comfortable and take a seat as we prepare for class. The teacher gestured, allowing him to choose where to sit. Jiang Sheng cast a brief glance around the classroom, sensing a subtle ambience within the room. If not for the teacher's deliberate seating arrangements, students would typically position themselves based on their social connections. Those who were friends would naturally sit together during class. The lecture hall could comfortably accommodate 50 individuals, making the social dynamics of the mere 15 students distinctly apparent. Each small cluster of students formed a miniature community. The lesson was film appreciation, and most students opted for seats towards the middle and back of the classroom for an enhanced viewing experience. The first cluster consisted of 5 boys huddled together on the left side of the classroom, their youthful exuberance evident as they applauded the new student while playfully teasing one another. The second cluster featured 7 beautiful girls, mingling in small groups on the right side, each one meticulously adjusting their appearance, seemingly eager to leave a favorable impression on Jiang Sheng. In the back corner sat a pair of students, engrossed in quiet conversation, seemingly oblivious to the rest of the class. Yet, it was the final girl who captured Jiang Sheng's attention. With her long, jet-black braids cascading gracefully and her uniquely radiant eyes sparkling with life, he recognized her Tian Shimei. She gently clapped her hands, and when their eyes met, she nodded her head slightly in polite greeting. Is she choosing to study quietly alone, or has she been inadvertently isolated from the group? Jiang Sheng pondered as he adjusted his backpack strap and made his way towards the right side of the lecture hall. Hello. Tian Shimei was taken aback to find the new student seated beside her. A flicker of surprise crossed her delicate features as she politely replied, Hello, hastily silencing her tablet and flipping it face down on the desk. It seemed she had been watching a talent show. Jiang Sheng smiled softly. Refraining from further conversation, he secured his backpack and unzipped his slender black down jacket, preparing for class. The teacher projected course materials onto the screen and announced, Now, let us appreciate a segment from North Village Direction, featuring Jin Zhangzong's performance. As the film unfolded, Jiang Sheng twisted his sore neck. With a couple of audible cracks, Xiao Tian couldn't help but reach out to massage her fair neck. Jin Xiangzhong portrays a reclusive film critic who has lived alone for many years. Through his nuanced delivery, he deftly aligns the character's actions with his persona. The teacher elaborated, seamlessly blending film analysis with her lecture. Quenching her thirst with a few sips of water, she continued until her teacup was empty. Spitting out a tea leaf, she capped her cup and declared, Let's take a 10-minute break. As soon as the teacher exited, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Jiang Sheng noted the key points of the lesson and was about to strike up a conversation with Tian Shiwei when a group of enthusiastic classmates approached him. Hey handsome, our Jiao Jiao is here looking for you. Don't scare him off. Fan Jiao Jiao toned down the flirtation. It's winter, and this classroom is poorly ventilated. Li Mingqiang, shut your mouth. The classmates surrounded him, playfully teasing as they gauged whether Jiang Sheng was a novice or an experienced player. The only male student with a girlfriend introduced himself, exuding a protective big brother aura. Everyone knows this film, so just holler if you need anything. Don't hesitate, promised Zhang Lingji, though his gaze lingered on Jiang Sheng's deskmate. Xiao Tian silently donned her headphones and resumed watching a talent show on her tablet, ignoring her surroundings. Zhang Lingji raised an eyebrow and tightened his embrace around his partner. Fan Jiaojiao proactively sat beside Jiang Sheng, inquiring, "Classmate, which training institution did you transfer from?" Most students preparing for the arts exam would have begun intensive training in the summer before their junior year, continuing until shortly before the exam. Thus, it was assumed that Jiang Sheng was a transfer student from another training program. However, he clarified, "I haven't attended any training, I just transferred from high school after taking the provincial exam." Really? No way. So, you're just here for fun. It was early December, and the school exams for various institutions were set to commence in a mere 50 days. The difficulty of school exams vastly differed from that of provincial exams. With less than 2 months to secure qualifications from numerous institutions, it was understandable that his classmates were taken aback. Mastery of the 4 fundamental skills: vocal, performance, dance, and shape requires years of dedicated practice. Did this individual underestimate the rigors of the arts examination? More so, did he underestimate the relentless determination of those of us who tirelessly hone our craft? Buddy, passing the school exam isn't merely about appearances. Thank you for such a subtly flattering compliment on my looks. Huh? Was that what I meant? Isn't it? Ha ha. You have quite the sense of humor, my friend. Jiang Sheng deftly diffused the irritation of this anonymous classmate and soon engaged in lively conversation with the group. His amiable demeanor fostered a warm exchange, bridging the gap among the students with just a few words. Fan Jiao adjusted her posture, inching closer to Jiang Sheng, and sweetly remarked, "With your outstanding looks, you should have come to training earlier. You might just secure a spot in one of the prestigious 4 academies this year." Internally, Jiang Sheng felt disdain, casually crossing his legs and subtly leaning back as he replied, "I wish I could have come sooner, but my family matriarch wouldn't allow it. She insists I must aim for Harvard to study finance. Or, at the very least, Peking University's Guanghua School of Management. No other institutions are even worth considering." Haha, ridiculous. What high school student pursuing art isn't a slacker? Harvard and Peking University? I doubt you could even get into Yibin Buddhist Academy. The classmates silently labeled Jiang Sheng as a braggart. "So why did your mother allow you to come here?" With a supportive interjection, Jiang Sheng continued his tale. "Oh, don't even get me started. I had to persuade her for over a year before she finally agreed. At first, my mother insisted that pursuing the arts wouldn't bring in any money and wouldn't support our household. So I thought, why not make some money instead? Did you manage to? Of course. I earned $5 million in just 2 months, showcasing my frigid bank balance to my mother, proving that we had a material foundation that would allow me to pursue my dreams. And then, guess what happened? $5 million in 2 months? The classmates couldn't help but chuckle. While they may not understand the cost of living, they recognized that Jiang Sheng's claims were indeed far-fetched. The supportive classmate continued, "It's only been 2 months that must have all gone to waste." Exactly. My mother said it wasn't enough and confiscated the money. Can you believe it? It infuriates me. The 6 zeros I worked so hard to earn have dwindled to just 1. Jiang Sheng glanced at Li Mingxiang, who had been playing the supportive role, thinking that this person would fit perfectly in a performance arts class, but he waved his hand dismissively and continued. "But it wasn't too arduous if the money wasn't sufficient. I simply earned more. So, I spent another year turning that 1 zero into 8. Wow. 100 million, Li Mingxiang exclaimed dramatically, and the classmates erupted in laughter, their amusement echoing amidst the sounds of weights clanking. Jiang Sheng was truly a master of exaggeration. When the embellishments became too grand, they transformed into humor for the onlookers. This new classmate was quite intriguing. Jiang Sheng retrieved a carton of whole milk from his backpack, tore it open, and took a sip. Honestly, no one believed him. As the laughter began to subside, the teachers standing at the back of the crowd clapped their hands on the podium to regain everyone's attention, saying, "Enough of this banter. Please return to your seats for class. There will be ample time to welcome the new student once the lesson is over." After finishing, the teacher praised Jiang Sheng, saying, "Your articulation is commendable." Upon hearing this remark, the crowd realized that this seemingly fanciful new student possessed a remarkable clarity in his speech. Previously, the notion of him being a complete novice seemed utterly implausible. The classmates' impression of Jiang Sheng's penchant for tall tales deepened. As the crowd dispersed, they prepared to resume their lessons. Jiang Sheng, Tian Shiwei said, pulling a tissue from her bag and offering it to him, "You have some milk stains." "Throw it away." "Where? Where?" It was evident that the young Tian, in her naivety, still had much to learn about delivering lines effectively. Chapter 2. Bringing Xiao Tian home. Xiao Tian lightly tapped her lips with her fingertips. Are you referring to the milk stain? Thank you. Jiang Sheng, disappointed, wiped the milk stain from his lips, thus concluding their first conversation. During another recess, students left the classroom in small groups. Li Mingxiang approached with his phone, inviting Jiang Sheng to play a game. Tim, King of Glory? Jiang Sheng declined, citing his lack of skill, and they exchanged QQ and WeChat contacts. Yet Li Mingxiang seemed reluctant to leave. Sensing he had more to say, Jiang Sheng took the initiative, suggesting, come with me to the restroom. They walked side by side to the restroom. Your desk mate is quite pretty, isn't she? Indeed. Have you taken a liking to her? I wouldn't dare. Li Mingxiang shivered, zipping up his pants, and warned, stay away from her. I've heard she's not clean. Jiang Sheng, not blind, retorted, she looks rather decent. Hey, who's judging by appearances? Li Mingxiang's voice softened. You just started school. You must know how much tuition costs. It's no small sum. I've heard her family isn't well off. Do you think her tuition comes easily? Who is spreading such rumors? Jiang Sheng thought to himself, exasperated. Did you see it for yourself? Not exactly, but Li Mingxiang shook his head and continued. Every weekend, everyone invites her to gatherings, yet she never attends. No one can find her in the dorm. What do you think she is doing? Those misguided girls, in pursuit of money, often provide emotional services to others. Money comes too easily, and they will inevitably seek to fill the void within themselves through material desires. From her clothing, accessories, and the domestic tablet she used to watch videos, it could be inferred whether Xiao Tian fit Li Mingxiang's description of being unclean. Returning to his seat, Jiang Sheng observed his deskmate, engrossed in a talent show. Her attire was not luxurious. Her bag was a common item from a street vendor, and her tablet was a local brand. Clearly, someone was spreading false rumors about a beautiful girl. During 2 recesses, no one invited Tian Shiwei to the restroom, and her distant seating from the class's social circle suggested she was likely isolated by her peers. Noticing the new student glancing in her direction, Tian Shiwei assumed he was also interested in the video. She shifted the tablet to her right and removed one earphone. Here, take this. It's Burn Youth. A talent show. Yes. Yes. Tian Shiwei adjusted the earphone and pointed to a handsome guy in the corner of the screen, saying, this is the contestant I picked. Upon seeing the familiar face, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that the brother who is just starting out? Xiaozhan. I saw him once offline. He is indeed quite handsome. Tian Shiwei was taken aback, surprised that Jiang Sheng could name her idol so quickly, momentarily feeling that everything he said was sincere. At this moment, the camera focused closely on Xiaozhan, the name tag on his chest prominently displaying his name. Xiao Tian mused to herself that her deskmate had an impressive intuition, chuckling. I almost fell for your trick. Classmate Jiang truly loves to boast. I speak only the truth, Tian Shiwei, he replied. MHM, Xiao Tian echoed. But half a minute later, her large, grape-like eyes widened in surprise. Did I mention my name? She thought, immediately pausing the video, revealing her astonishment. How do you know my name? It's quite disheartening, dear school belle, that even schoolmates cannot recognize me. Jiang Sheng feigned sadness and introduced himself anew. Same Liang High School. Grade 3, Class 7, Jiang Sheng. Ah, so you're also from Tongliang? Ecstatic to encounter a fellow alumnus from another school, Tian Shiwei turned around, seemingly searching for someone in the back row. However, the emptiness of the rear seats extinguished the spark of surprise. A fleeting glimpse of solitude crossing her eyes as she realized there was no one to share her joy. Regaining her sweet smile, she playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, our 2 classes are too far apart. I've never seen you. Class 7? Isn't that the elite liberal arts class? No wonder she had never encountered the name Jiang Sheng. During the monthly exam results, she always searched for her name from the back to the front, and the elite class consistently dominated the top 200 positions. It was indeed reasonable that she had not come across Jiang Sheng. Wait, the elite class? Her alma mater, Tongliang High School, was a key school in the city, accommodating 2,000 students in each grade. with at least 800 securing admission to the prestigious 985 and 211 universities annually. The students selected for the elite class were undoubtedly the cream of the crop, the future stars. Realizing this, Tian Shiwei's mouth fell open as she candidly exclaimed, "You weren't boasting after all." Jiang Sheng, amused by the rapid shifts in the aspiring star's expression, found it incredibly entertaining and wished to tease her further. "Is it possible that I lied about my class?" "What?" Noticing that Xiao Tian was nearly fuming, Jiang Sheng waved his hand with a laugh. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Everything I said is true." "Nonsense." The mental image nearly turned into a joke. In her indignation, Tian Shiwei clenched her fist, the size of a dumpling, and delivered a solid punch to Jiang Sheng. Such power! The seemingly slender figure could shatter the air with a single blow. Jiang Sheng rubbed his aching shoulder, wincing in pain. Class has resumed. The teacher returned to the podium, while Xiao Tian's expressive eyes conveyed an apology, silently promising to hold back next time. No, there won't be a next time," Jiang Sheng thought to himself. The film appreciation class that spanned the entire Friday afternoon finally came to a close. The arts examination class welcomed the weekend. Before departing, the teacher paused beside Jiang Sheng, remarking, "I didn't expect you both to attend the same high school. Shiwei, do look out for your old classmate." "Huh? Me?" she replied, a hint of apprehension creeping into her heart. Not for any other reason, but out of concern that her delicate standing within the class might inadvertently implicate Jiang Sheng. As the teacher departed, her classmates approached with enthusiasm. "Jiang Sheng, are you going to sing?" "Let us postpone," he suggested. "I've just moved in and need to return to organize my luggage. Otherwise, I shall have to sleep on the bare floor tonight." Jiang Sheng proposed. "How about you all come help me move? Once we're done, I'll treat my classmates to a sumptuous feast." Typically, students pursuing art are not lacking in funds for a single meal, and those indulged young ladies and gentlemen are particularly averse to physical labor. Unfortunately, our entire class has a social engagement with another training school today. We cannot afford to cancel," came the response. "We want to finish it all in a day. We can help on Saturday as well." What did you say?" The group retreated towards the classroom door, claiming they could not hear until they vanished from sight. "Handsome. Let us reschedule for next week." Fan Jiao winked, leading her friend away. The spacious tiered classroom was left with only two individuals. Tian Shiwei, neatly dressed, blinked her large eyes in anticipation of Jiang Sheng relinquishing his seat so she could return to the dormitory. To her surprise, Jiang Sheng remained firmly glued to his chair. "Little Tian, didn't you promise the teacher to take care of your classmates? You cannot go back on your word," Jiang Sheng complained, clutching his left shoulder and leaning on the desk in a show of defiance. "It seems my shoulder might be fractured. I can't lift heavy objects." Tian Shiwei truly wished to deliver another punch to him. Jiang Sheng, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, remarked, "It's indeed inconvenient for a lone man and woman at night. Perhaps you could come help on Saturday instead. People tend to favor compromise. I have plans this weekend. Tonight will have to suffice." "Then it is settled." Jiang Sheng promptly stood, donned his coat, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Observing the strap of the bag hanging from his left shoulder, Tian Shiwei scoffed. "Didn't you say your shoulder hurt?" "Oh dear." On this dark and windy winter night, little Tian found herself half-pushed by Jiang Sheng, leading her back to his home. Chapter 3. Taking a contraceptive pill, the apartment, temporarily rented by Jiang Sheng, is located a mere 400 meters from the school. En route, Tian Shiwei enthusiastically recommended several delightful eateries in the vicinity of the campus, as well as a barbershop where one could communicate effectively. After a 10-minute stroll, Jiang Sheng arrived home, utilizing a fingerprint unlock system, and after a few moments of searching along the wall, finally located the switch for the chandelier. "Please come in." "Wow, you live quite well," Tian Shiwei exclaimed, surveying her surroundings with envy. Her own dormitory was a mere shoebox, shared with another person, making every endeavor inconvenient. In stark contrast, Jiang Sheng's living conditions boasted a private bathroom that did not require sharing, a spacious double bed, and a luxuriously soft mattress. Tian Shiwei plopped down onto the bed, bouncing a few times, feeling suddenly deceived. "You big liar. I thought you were sleeping on a board. In this day and age, what kind of landlord would fail to provide even a mattress?" Such exaggerated embellishments could hardly be deemed deceitful. Jiang Sheng pointed to the large and small bags of luggage strewn across the floor. Look, my belongings are still in their boxes. There wasn't even a single clothes hanger on the wall. The warmth of the air conditioning was so intense that they could only discard their jackets onto the bed. Jiang Sheng retrieved 2 cartons of whole milk from Mengniu box, handing one to Tian Shiwei. The conditions are rather rudimentary. I haven't prepared a water dispenser. So for now, let us make do with milk. During class, Tian Shiwei had observed Jiang Sheng continuously sipping milk, and upon returning home, the only beverage available was also milk. Unable to suppress her teasing, she remarked, "Is your family running a dairy farm? Why do you drink so much milk? To supplement calcium and grow taller." This was, after all, a rather sorrowful tale. Once, Jiang Sheng had been a mere 0.7 centimeters away from joining the ranks of the 180 centimeters handsome men. That 0.7 centimeters was a lifelong grievance. Money could buy everything, except for that elusive height. If given another chance for growth, he certainly did not wish to remain at 179 centimeters, although he was presently only 178 centimeters. He had grown 2 centimeters taller than his previous self. As the saying goes, at 23, one still has room to grow. He was merely 18 and aimed to reach 180 centimeters within 2 years. Jiang Sheng, filled with determination, thought this as he tore open the milk carton and gulped down half of its contents. Meanwhile, Tian Shiwei, already exceeding 165 centimeters in height, had no concerns regarding her stature and merely took a couple of sips of milk out of thirst. Surveying the scattered suitcases and boxes, Tian Shiwei rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender arms, ready to divide the tasks. Jiang Sheng assembled his computer while Tian Shiwei sat cross-legged on the floor, perusing the instructions for assembling a shoe cabinet, preparing to unleash her skills. As Jiang Sheng laid out the bed linens and fitted the duvet cover, Tian Shiwei diligently worked on the shoe cabinet. He placed his clothes into the wardrobe, while she remained focused on her assembly task. After purchasing wall-mounted clothes hangers from a supermarket downstairs, Jiang Sheng hung their clothes neatly. But Tian Shiwei was still engrossed in her shoe cabinet assembly. "Why don't I take over? You should take a break. Mind your own business," Tian Shiwei snapped, scratching her head in annoyance as she stretched her arms to protect her assembly area, refusing any interference. With nothing else to do, Jiang Sheng resorted to cleaning the room. But while sweeping, his heel accidentally knocked over the milk carton that Tian Shiwei had placed on the floor. Milk splattered everywhere, gushing from the open carton. "Oh no, paper, Babe, I forgot to buy napkins." With great enthusiasm, I brought my bag. As Tian Shiwei opened her small bag, her force was excessive, causing the opening to widen too much. The mirror, comb, card holder, and keys all tumbled out, scattering the meticulously organized shoe cabinet components she had arranged. The two of them were thrown into a flurry. Xiaodian hurried to wipe the floor, while Jiang Sheng bent down to gather the scattered items, returning them to their rightful places. "Oh!" Jiang Sheng picked up a piece of aluminum foil and noticed the words Mafulong printed on the back. "Birth control pills?" The foil was missing several pills, clearly indicating prior use. How could Xiaodian be taking birth control pills? Suddenly, Jiang Sheng recalled what Li Mingqiang had said in the restroom that afternoon. "She's unclean, unclean, unclean. Her family is in a poor state. In a poor state, in a poor state." Could it be? Surely not. No way. The mention of Mafulong struck Jiang Sheng with an indescribable shock. A girl who has yet to step into the entertainment industry is already so reckless? "Hey, why are you dazed with my pills in hand?" Tian Shiwei waved her small hand in front of Jiang Sheng, snatching the foil from him. Without a moment's hesitation, she squeezed out a pill and tossed it into her mouth, swallowing it down with the remaining milk. "What is this behavior? Are you all right? Why did you suddenly take a birth control pill? Does it mean I too shall become unclean?" Jiang Sheng's mind wandered to unspeakable notions. Glancing at the somewhat innocent Tian Shiwei, his gaze subtly shifting. The beads of sweat lingering on her swan-like neck appeared unexpectedly alluring. Did her rosy tongue, gliding over her lips, still carry traces of milk? Jiang Sheng shivered, feeling his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. "Is the next step too?" Jiang Sheng's index finger twitched. his peripheral vision darting toward the spacious double bed. I could have assembled this in no time. Tian Shiwei organized her bag and tossed it aside, angrily reclassifying the shoe cabinet components. What's next? Why am I still assembling this damn shoe cabinet? Jiang Sheng, feeling discontent, asked, "Why are you taking birth control pills?" For the art examination, Tian Shiwei replied while piecing together the cabinet parts. Girls have it much more complicated than boys. We need to start taking medication 3 months in advance to regulate our cycles and manage acne to maintain our skin condition. Sigh. This dreadful medication has made it nearly impossible for me to eat lately. What an odd addition to my knowledge. Jiang Sheng felt both disappointed and relieved. Thank goodness. Xiao Tian is a good girl. Once the shoe cabinet was assembled, Jiang Sheng, wishing to show appreciation for Xiao Tian's hard work, invited her to dine at the sukiyaki restaurant favored by Shiwei. Can we really order anything? Xiao Tian confirmed, holding the menu. Go ahead and order freely. Then I want tea hold back. Waitress, I'd like 2 portions of beef rolls, 1 serving of shoulder beef, and let us add a bowl of udon and a salad. Yes, that should do for now. After placing her order, Tian Shiwei smiled sweetly and asked, what will you have? Jiang Sheng? The ordering machine was nearly smoking with the speed of her selections. Yet, I haven't even ordered yet? Jiang Sheng's eyelids twitched. This is what you call not being able to eat? When your appetite returns, I can't even imagine how much you will consume. As he sat across from a captivating beauty with impeccable table manners, Jiang Sheng, who had a tendency to gain weight, found himself unable to resist ordering an additional serving of meat. With his hunger satiated, he continued to admire the graceful way the young woman dined. Tian Shiwei, feeling the weight of his gaze upon her, grew somewhat bashful and, noticing Jiang Sheng's solitary demeanor, took the initiative to engage in conversation. Which school are you aiming for? She inquired. Beijing Film Academy. And you? I haven't made up my mind yet. May I ask why you chose Beijing Film Academy? Tian Shiwei, possessing natural advantages that had garnered her assurances from instructors that she could effortlessly gain admission to any of the 4 prestigious academies, was grappling with her choice of school, thus seeking Jiang Sheng's perspective. The 4 academies are equally esteemed, but I aspire to develop my career in the capital. China National Theater and Communication University have stricter regulations, and since I wish to act during my freshman year, Beijing Film Academy is my only option. Not having gleaned much useful information, Tian Shiwei raised her cola and declared, Then I wish you success in your admission to Beijing Film Academy. I also wish you entry into your desired school. After a toast, she snapped a photo of the remaining vegetable salad on the table. Jiang Sheng chuckled and asked, taking a farewell photo of the salad? What are you talking about? Tian Shiwei replied, turning her phone screen towards him. We have a meal management system, and we must report our daily meals in the group. Cool, mate. I'll add you to the group. Jiang Sheng scanned the QR code to join the group, and, upon seeing the latest message on the screen, couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Tian, you're in trouble. Huh? Tian Shiwei, do you think I can't see the meat slices beside you? Xiao Tian's smile vanished instantly, and she hurriedly typed, No. Teacher, that was eaten by Jiang Sheng. It has nothing to do with me. After sending her message, Xiao Tian clasped her hands in apology, pleading, Jiang Sheng, please take the blame for me. I'm begging you. I've already violated the rules 3 times this month. If I slip up again, I'll have to run 10 kilometers. Woe is me. Jiang Sheng replied, Teacher, the meat was indeed eaten by me. Zhang Lingji, feeling exasperated, tossed his phone onto the sofa and downed a cocktail from the bar in one gulp. In the KTV private room, Li Mingxiang was passionately singing a duet with a girl from another training institution, while the remaining classmates idly scrolled through their phones, also catching sight of the latest messages in the group. Wow, in less than half a day, Tian Shiwei has already hit it off with the newcomer? Quite impressive, isn't it? Surely she doesn't believe he has a fortune of 100 million. Haha, Jiao Jiao remarked, observing the newcomer's professionalism and efficiency, noting that her own skills paled in comparison. Fool! Fan Jiao Jiao retorted with a middle finger. They went to the same high school. They already knew each other. What's wrong with having a meal together? So, they're alumni? Zhang Lingji sighed in relief and called out, Chu Mo, you're also an alum. Do you know this Jiang Sheng? Chu Mo, among a throng of beautiful faces, considered her own appearance merely average. Upon hearing the inquiry from a key figure in their class, she shyly retracted her legs and nodded. I've seen him a few times at school, but we're in different classes, so we aren't familiar. Her voice, though soft, was clear, a testament to her year of training in elocution. With this confirmation, Zhang Lingji's irritation diminished by half. He pulled a buddy from their class closer and whispered, Old Gua, let's gauge this new student's capabilities on Monday. Chapter 4. It is time to showcase true talent. The conclusion of Monday's morning exercise heralded the weekly skit assessment of the training class. The instructor led the troop directly to the theater for assembly. The class was expected to have 16 members, yet only 15 were present, as Guiyang was absent due to illness. The newly arrived Jiang Sheng, having not participated in any skit rehearsals, could have merely observed. However, due to Guiyang's absence, he was requisitioned by Group B at the last minute. Group A leader Fan Jiao Jiao, Group B leader Zhang Lingji, and Group C leader Tian Shiwei, along with their respective members, took to the stage in order. Observing the difficulties faced by his peers, Xiao Tian thoughtfully conferred with the instructors to adjust the performance schedule, allowing Group B to take the stage last, thus granting Jiang Sheng a moment to prepare. You can do it, Jiang Sheng, Xiao Tian called out, raising a fist in encouragement before dashing back to the girls' backstage area to apply makeup. Zhang Lingji handed Jiang Sheng the freshly printed script, patting him on the shoulder. Don't feel pressured, old Jiang. It's tough to carry such a heavy burden right after joining. Even if your performance falters, the teacher won't hold it against you. Just don't worry about affecting our grades. Feel free to express yourself. A faint scent of insincerity lingered in the air. I will do my best, Jiang Sheng replied. Zhang Lingji then mentioned needing to assist the instructor with video recording, as well as the necessity for male members to help move props due to an excess of girls in other groups, before leading his group away. Relying on others for line memorization was no longer an option. Jiang Sheng opened the still warm pages of the script, quickly scanning through to grasp the narrative. Set in the Republican era, the story revolved around two unscrupulous debt collectors who pressured a debtor into selling his wife and daughter. He had been assigned the role of debt collector A, the primary antagonist. The script itself, however, was utterly nonsensical. The dialogue was woefully out of touch with the historical context. Lines such as "My daughter is an exemplary student, destined to dedicate her life to Marx, and could you grant me a few more days, sir? I can repay this 50 taels over 24 installments," felt as if penned by an uninspired teacher. Nevertheless, he resolved to adhere to the script, maintain the sense of conviction. Xiangzi, do you have any color markers? Would chalk suffice? That will do. Jiang Sheng accepted a handful of vibrant chalk and, with colorful lines, divided each A4 page into thirds, focusing intently as he began to imprint the entire script within his mind. This was a gift he possessed, akin to a certain host with the surname Sa. Employing a photographic memory technique, each blink of his eyes was tantamount to pressing a shutter, capturing the corresponding images within his brain. Whenever necessary, he could immediately retrieve a specific line and locate it on the script, identifying its page and line number. Each group's performance was allotted merely 20 minutes, and swiftly memorizing the lines would facilitate a deeper immersion into his character and the nuances of his emotions. Group B was preparing to take the stage. Jiang Sheng fastened the final button of his sleeveless gown, exiting the boys' backstage area and brushing past Xiangzi, who audaciously swiped at him. The girls observed from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. They had not anticipated Jiang Sheng's considerable talent. Wow, he truly embodies the phrase slim in clothes, ample in skin before my very eyes. Behold, the tantalizing outline of abs barely concealed beneath the traditional robe, leaving one to wonder whether they are sculpted into 6 or 8 distinct muscles. Regardless of the count, they undoubtedly surpass the wiry frames of our classmates. Amidst the throng, a maid, adorned in her attire, delicately parted her crimson lips, silently mouthing encouragement to Jiang Sheng. The stage is set. With the arrangements complete, Zhang Lingji, portraying the debt-ridden father, commenced a poignant monologue detailing the hardships of his family's plight and and the dire consequences of overdue loans. Once the background was established, it was time for Jiang Sheng and the second debt collector to make their entrance. In theatrical performances, there are 3 cardinal rules. One must not break character. Avoid scanning the audience and refrain from forgetting lines. The first is self-explanatory. Scanning refers to the actor's inability to make eye contact with the judges or audience. Forgetting lines means ensuring the audience can perceive one's facial expressions, thus comprehending the unfolding story. As Jiang Sheng entered, he noticed his partner obstructing half of his frame, silently cursing their amateurism. With a subtle adjustment of his footing, he deftly resolved the issue of visibility, presenting himself to the audience with confidence. The deliberately antagonistic second debt collector and Zhang Lingji, who had been eagerly awaiting Jiang Sheng's blunder, were taken aback, acknowledging that Jiang Sheng possessed some understanding of stagecraft. The performance continued. Without any tangible prop to signify a knock, the encounter between the family and the debt collector unfolded, igniting dramatic tension. Lao Lu, if you cannot repay the money today, we shall take your wife and daughter as collateral. The second debt collector's voice shrieked, his expression contorted into a menacing grimace, each muscle in his face straining to convey his villainous nature. In theater, exaggeration is permissible. Such a technique allows the audience to swiftly discern the character's essence. Yet, Jiang Sheng held himself to a high standard. A villain does not perceive himself as wicked. Rather, they adhere to their own principles. Though they engage in usury, violence, and coercion, they believe their actions ultimately benefit society, viewing themselves as the true heroes. Are you listening, Lao Lu? If you cannot repay the money today, I will take your wife and daughter as payment. With nearly identical lines, Jiang Sheng infused the character with a distinct aura. His piercing gaze, the rhythm of his speech, and the pronounced veins in his arms all conveyed an undeniable intensity. This young man possesses a certain intrigue. The previously lethargic judges in the front row perked up, scrutinizing the student profiles with newfound diligence. The performance escalated to a fever pitch. Do not touch me. I would rather die than fall into your hands. Save me, my lord. No, my lady. Your words resist me, yet your body leans toward me. What does that signify? Jiang Sheng felt a sudden grip on his abdominal muscles, internally exclaiming, I report this. Someone is behaving inappropriately. As the lady collapsed into Jiang Sheng's arms, she pondered how he maintained his composure, thinking, then I may indulge myself. Despite not fulfilling Zhang Lingji's expectations, she felt no loss. My lady, Zhang Lingji's eyes blazed with fury, uncertain whether it stemmed from the lady's humiliation or the failure of his scheme to provoke Jiang Sheng's embarrassment. Fear not, for he still had one last trick up his sleeve. Zhang Lingji, risking his life to reclaim his wife, exclaimed vehemently, What utter shamelessness! Do you consider me non-existent? After having publicly humiliated an honorable woman, I, Lu, shall certainly bring you all to justice. Originally, his performance was meant to be a heart-wrenching plea, begging, please, kind sir, grant me a few more days. I shall repay the remaining 50 taels in installments. A mere alteration in dialogue led the drama to unfold in 2 divergent paths. Jiang Sheng felt a jolt. He was certain his memory was infallible and that this line was absent from the script. The unexpected situation tested the actor's ability to respond in the moment. Had it been another less experienced student, they would likely have faltered on the spot. Drawing upon the historical context, the present scenario, and the character's psychological transformation, Jiang Sheng swiftly made a judgment, delivering a line that, while not in the script, was entirely plausible within the performance. He seized the wife, delivering a sharp kick to Zhang Lingji's knee joint, rebuking, to hell with you, Lu Laer. What pretense are you putting on before me? You wish to report me? Over my head looms the national government, the blue sky, and white sun. Go ahead, report me. I dare you. Zhang Lingji's expression shifted in shock, momentarily breaking character. He had not anticipated that Jiang Sheng would uncover the answer without any prompt. A brief silence enveloped the performance. Focus! Focus! The fellow classmates signaled with their eyes. Zhang Lingji regained his composure, kneeling in despair, pleading, I was wrong, my lord. I shall not report you anymore. Please, grant me a few more days. I promise I can repay the remaining 50 taels in installments. Tears streamed down, and the pain in his knee was indeed enough to bring him to tears. Chapter 5. The female voice in the men's restroom following this. Zhang Lingji refrained from causing further trouble, delivering his lines fluidly until the skit concluded. The 5 of them stood in a line, awaiting the instructor's feedback. The 3 judges seated in the audience had all once held teaching positions at prestigious institutions before their retirement, subsequently being recruited by training organizations and generously compensated to serve as esteemed evaluators. After some mutual deflection, the most senior among them spoke first. Xiao Jiang. Is it Jiang Sheng? Jiang Sheng stepped forward to greet him. The instructor smiled warmly and inquired, "Would you be interested in attending the Central Academy of Drama?" The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. How could the elder be so direct in recruiting? In nearly half a year of enrollment, they had never witnessed such an occurrence. Was Jiang Sheng's performance truly that exceptional? He had previously claimed to have no foundation in acting, which now seemed to be an exaggeration. Upon reflection, it made sense. Every institution has requirements regarding admission rates, and they would not tolerate a transfer student from a general high school. "Hey, Lao-sun, is this how you conduct your affairs?" The 2 nearby, displeased, quickly interjected, "Mind the impact, Lao-sun Day. If you continue like this, can I not also bring my child to our academy?" "Humph. We mustn't let such talent fall into your hands." As it appeared that the retired professors from the 2 institutions were on the verge of a dispute, the sole female judge intervened to quell the academic rivalry and posed a provocative question. "Jiang Sheng, do you have a management contract?" Gasp! The students collectively inhaled sharply. Was it truly the case that before even stepping out of the campus, one would be signing with the company? As they struggled to recover from the shock, Jiang Sheng's next statement startled them further. "Yes, I do. He has arrived. The king of bragging is here." "You must be jesting, Jiang Sheng." "Surely you are." The female judge glanced at the documents in her hand, a look of regret crossing her face as she murmured, "It does not mention this," flipping to another page, where she found a note stating, "Ginger Media signed artist with listed works, War God Zhao Zilong, and The Night Watchman." "Ah, you've even been on set, have you? Was it a substantial role? Just a special appearance?" "I worked during winter and summer breaks." The students were utterly bewildered, unable to discern the veracity of Jiang Sheng's claims. Observing the disheartened expressions of his students, the leading teacher cautiously reminded the 3 judges to return to the main topic. "With diligent practice, the school examination should pose no problem. Your vocal delivery is quite commendable. Even though some talents are innate, one must not be arrogant. Foundational skills require solid reinforcement, and more effort should be exerted on physicality." "Very well, you may return." Next, Zhang Lingji. Jiang Sheng rejoined his peers, while Zhang Lingji limped forward, dragging his left leg and feeling the searing pain in his knee, inwardly cursing his misfortune. "Damn it, I've encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing. He has experience in acting, and here I am, measuring up to him. What am I even measuring? Greetings, esteemed instructors." Sun Laosher wasted no time in reprimanding him. Good, what a load of nonsense. You have yet to rectify your previous mistakes, and now you've added another flaw. What do you mean by exchanging glances with your fellow actors on stage? Do you think we're blind? Such trivial actions are unnecessary." The remaining 4 took their turns to face the criticism, providing some comfort to the observing students. Now this feels normal. Once the evaluations concluded, everyone returned backstage to remove their makeup. Zhang Lingji approached with a sheepish smile, apologizing, "Old Jiang, I truly regret the oversight. I prepared in haste and inadvertently handed you the draft." Jiang Sheng dismissed the concern, remarking, "It is entirely logical for Lu Laoan to erupt in anger upon witnessing his wife's humiliation. Your revisions are commendable." Li Mingqiang hurried back to the backstage, seizing Jiang Sheng's shoulder, exclaiming, "You're incredible, old Jiang. I just sneaked a peek at your materials at the judges' table and was astonished to learn you've acted in 2 plays already. I'm going to feast on you later." "All right, I'll indulge you," Jiang Sheng replied. "What roles did you play? Were the actresses in your troupe beautiful? Did you manage to charm any of them?" "Just minor roles. There are hardly any unattractive actresses nowadays. However, I did meet an intriguing woman on the set of Zilong. By the way, is it true that you earned $1 billion last time you mentioned it?" Not true. It was 5 billion. I knew it. Wait, how much? Ha ha. You look like 5 billion. The two of them bantered merrily as they left the backstage, where a few female classmates awaited. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng, they flocked to him, chattering excitedly. With a modicum of talent, one is surrounded by amiable people. Tian Shiwei watched Jiang Sheng being enveloped by the crowd, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes as she silently chose the opposite exit to leave the theater. At noon, the conclusion of classes inevitably led to a meal invitation. Before dining, the classmates collectively took amusing photographs of their healthy meals for documentation. During the meal, Jiang Sheng listened to gossip about classmates' escapades. Most of the tales revolved around absent peers. Aside from minor squabbles, it was mentioned that when the training first commenced, Zhang Lingji pursued Xiao Tian for 2 months, presenting flowers, igniting fireworks, and organizing birthday parties, yet it all led to naught. Ultimately, Zhang Lingji ended up with Feng Xian from their class. Truly, love often flourishes in familiar grounds. Jiang Sheng swirled the orange juice in his glass, contemplating his distinctiveness. I'm a wolf from the outside. He drained his drink and gestured towards the door, indicating his intention to visit the restroom. Inside the restroom, while preoccupied with his phone, a female voice suddenly called from outside. Jiang Sheng, are you in there? Startled, he nearly dropped his phone. Did I enter the wrong restroom? No. I distinctly saw the urinals upon entry. Comment? Jiang classmate. May I have your contact information? Excuse me, are you a fangirl? Is it really necessary to chase someone into the restroom for their contact details? Jiang Sheng found this fellow alumnus's behavior rather peculiar. Not daring to provoke her, he politely provided his QQ number. Thank you. Once her footsteps faded, Jiang Sheng typed a courteous message in response to her friend request. Is there something you need? Silence ensued, a prolonged silence. What kind of person adds a friend without speaking? How absurd. The urgency he felt earlier had dissipated. Exiting the restroom, he proceeded to settle the bill, only to discover that it had already been paid. Who took care of it? He inquired. A handsome young man who just arrived with his girlfriend. He even requested 2 additional sets of cutlery for the private room. The cashier replied. Jiang Sheng immediately recognized who it was. Returning to the private room, he indeed found Zhang Lingji seated with his date. Now, only Xiao Tian remains alone, and one wonders if she had enough to eat at noon. Jiang Sheng murmured to himself as he approached Zhang Lingji's side, saying, You've really gone above and beyond. Is your knee all right? You're too polite, Lao Jiang. Consider it a gesture of camaraderie, Zhang Lingji replied, shaking his left leg to indicate that his knee was just fine. Then I'll treat you next time. Agreed. Shall we gather this weekend? Absolutely. After a fulfilling Monday, Jiang Sheng lay on the bed in his rented apartment, engaging in a voice chat with his mother regarding some work arrangements. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone from Chuimo Jiang. Could you lend a hand to Shiwei? The opening line piqued Jiang Sheng's interest. Mom, I'll talk to you later. A classmate is messaging me, and it's quite urgent. Is it that little vixen? It's not her. Could you please refrain from using that term for her? Oh, look at you defending her. That little vixen has bewitched my son's spirit from Harvard and Peking University to the Film Academy, and I can't even comment on it? Oh no. Here we go again. Jiang Sheng dared not hang up the phone, forced to listen to his mother's ramblings while chatting with Chu Mo. Jiang Sheng. Do you know who spread those rumors? Comment? Feng Xiong. Chapter 6. Who is the protagonist in the early morning, the park? Aside from the elderly walking their birds and practicing martial arts, was also home to a group of aspiring artists engaging in their morning exercises. 800 soldiers charge towards the northern slope. Artillery marches in unison to the north. Feng Xian spotted a classmate who had just arrived and greeted her. Good morning. Jiao Jiao, have you changed your hair color? It looks stunning. Good morning. Fan Jiao Jiao removed the hair tie from her wrist, gathering her burgundy hair as she inquired. Where's your partner? Huh, when has he ever been on time? True enough. As more classmates gathered in the park, Feng Xian noticed Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei practicing together not far away and teased. Jiao Jiao, didn't you say you wanted to win over Jiang Sheng this weekend? Why haven't you made a move yet? Fan Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm foolish? I said everything that needed to be said at dinner yesterday. He was practically sticking to her. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself further. How can you be sure there won't be another opportunity? Isn't it obvious? According to Chu Mo, Tian Shiwei was the object of many crushes in high school. I mean, out of all the thousands of art exam institutions in the city, how did Jiang Sheng end up at the same training center? Is it really just for the fresh air of Jiangbei? Feng Xian remarked with a hint of jealousy. Why do men always fancy these seemingly innocent flowers while they are, in reality, so promiscuous? Fan Jiao narrowed her eyes knowingly and replied, Feng Xian. One must be cautious with their words. Feng Xian chuckled awkwardly, choosing to remain silent, and continued to warm up her voice. Not far away, Tian Shiwei sensed the gazes from all directions and felt a twinge of anxiety, saying, Jiang Sheng, perhaps you should stand somewhere else. What if the others refuse to associate with you later? What is there to fear? We can isolate them together. Little Tian chuckled softly. The biting northwest wind of winter first struck Jiang Sheng, then crept through the gaps in his arms, rekindling the nearly extinguished spark in little Tian's heart. Thank you, Jiang Sheng. Is that all? You owe me breakfast later. All right. On Tuesday afternoon, after the performance class, the teacher presented the script for the upcoming skit assessment and asked, once again, we have 3 scripts. We will divide into groups of 5, 5, and 6. Who would like to be the group leader? Only little Tian raised her hand. Clever as she was, realizing that no one selected her as a member, she chose to become the leader, ensuring that the remaining classmates would gravitate towards her. Surely, they wouldn't exclude her from rehearsals, lest they face the wrath of the judges. The teacher praised little Tian's enthusiasm and called out, Jiao. All right. With 1 script remaining, the teacher scanned the crowd and pointed out, Jiang Sheng, you performed well last time. Would you like to lead a group? Teacher, I wish to be with Tian Shiwei. Oh, the boys erupted into playful jeers, causing little Tian to blush profusely, lowering her gaze to her shoes, humbly adjusting her bangs. Feng Xian nudged the Dai Zhonglingji with her elbow. He returned to reality. Whining about a sore knee, Feng Xian sighed and volunteered herself. Once the group leaders were selected and the scripts distributed, the next step was to find group members. Jiang Sheng approached little Tian directly, asking, what script do we have? A medieval court drama. Tian Shiwei gently punched Jiang Sheng's arm, her voice laced with playful reproach. Why did you say that just now? I merely spoke the truth, wishing to test your acting. Jiang Sheng replied. Then why utter words that could lead to misunderstandings? Tian Shiwei hesitated, her large eyes darting about as she grappled with a fleeting moment of confusion, rendered momentarily speechless. Observing her embarrassment, Jiang Sheng ceased his teasing and pulled out the script, saying, let us first review the characters and prepare to find our cast. The 5-person script included roles for a princess, her guardian, an earl, a viscount, and a viscountess. 3 men and 2 women, 5 characters in total. The narrative revolved around the princess, with the earl and viscount vying for her affection, employing various flattery and schemes, only for the princess to elope with her devoted guardian in the end. Undoubtedly, the princess was the protagonist, while the viscountess was merely a sideline character, discarded by her original partner. What a quintessential medieval Mary Sue storyline. It's enough to make one's toes curl, and one could practically furnish a bridal suite for the princess. Li Mingqiang's voice broke the spell of immersion that enveloped Jiang and Tian. Shall we? Let's have some fun. The 2 male classmates reached a consensus to team up. Tian Shiwei glanced around the classroom, observing other students who had yet to form groups. Her surprise evident. This was the transformation Jiang Sheng had brought about. Someone had already taken the initiative to join her group. Gratefully, she cast a glance at Jiang Sheng. What are you looking at? Admiring me? He teased. Admiring my shovel. Tian Shiwei retorted, playfully biting her lip and waving her small fist, declaring, as the group leader, I command you to find actors. Having elicited a local dialect from Tian Shiwei, Jiang Sheng responded in kind. Got it. We still need 1 male and 1 female. He continued, pointing out his selections. Gumo, let us have some fun together as old classmates. Guiyang, last time, I carried a heavy load for you. It's your turn to help this time. Chu Mo, waiting for her role assignment, was momentarily taken aback. She glanced towards the group of girls, noticing they paid her no mind, and silently approached. Meanwhile, Guiyang, who had initially joined Feng Xian's group, exchanged a glance with Zhang Lingji when called. Go on. I'll find someone else, Guiyang acquiesced. The five gathered in a circle, with Jiang Sheng taking the lead. Let us discuss which roles we all wish to play. I'm indifferent. You all can choose first, said Xiangzi. Me too, added Guiyang. Jiang Sheng mused internally, knowing that once they were in the troupe, the real competition would unfold. His gaze shifted to the two girls, seeking their opinions. Chu Imo, hugging her knees, spoke timidly. I'd like to challenge myself with the role of the princess if that's all right. Of course. Then I shall take the role of the Viscountess, responded Tian with a radiant smile, thrilled to have two fellow alumni assisting her, as the Viscountess had few lines and posed no challenge. Jiang Sheng flipped through the script and remarked, I'd like to act alongside Tian, so I can only choose the Viscount. What? Huh? Guiyang and Xiangzi were momentarily perplexed. The Viscount was also a side character, with the main drama resting on the remaining three roles. They both assumed Jiang Sheng would seize the male lead position, hence they felt no urgency. To everyone's astonishment, Chu Imo has become a princess, while Jiang Sheng relinquished his leading role to rush to Xiao Tian. The abundance of dialogue is inconsequential, yet the intimate scenes between the princess and her guard are quite troubling. This puts my friends in a predicament. Guiyang and Xiangzi exchanged glances at the visibly low-spirited Chu Imo, simultaneously exclaiming, I want to play the count. This trivial thought only deepened Chu Imo's gloom, as she buried her head between her knees. Upon witnessing her distress, Tian Shiwei immediately erupted in anger. Have you no manners? The fiery temperament of a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing was evident. Xiangzi awkwardly chuckled, misunderstanding the situation. It's because of my looks. I feared Chu Imo might not connect with the role. An idea struck Guiyang. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner will play the guard. Without giving Xiangzi a moment to react, he shouted, rock, paper, scissors, and swiftly thrust out his fist. Rock, scissors. Xiangzi withdrew his fingers, silently cheering yes in his heart, while feigning disappointment. Alas, Imo, we can only portray a couple next time. Observing this heartfelt display, one could deem their acting skills satisfactory. Chapter 7. The desire to be together time swiftly passes, and Friday arrives quietly. After the lunch break, Jiang Sheng, on his way to the film analysis class, takes out his phone, which is vibrating frantically in his pocket. Noticing the contact labeled Old Buddha, he gestures to his companion, Li Mingqiang, to proceed to the classroom while he answers the call. Hello, Mom, he says, without much pleasantry. Su Wenfang informs her son of the reason for her call. The project can proceed. But General Wang and General Xian from Sanchuan would like to meet with him first before deciding if Ginger can invest. Without hesitation, Jiang Sheng agrees to the meeting and inquires, I have class this afternoon. Can you both fly to Shansheng by 6 p.m. tonight? I'll check. Su Wenfang replies after a brief pause. They have an important dinner to attend this evening that cannot be postponed, but they are available tomorrow or the day after. On the weekend? Jiang Sheng scratches his head in distress. All right, Mom, since the project is moving forward, I'll try to arrange for them to meet both the male and female leads. I'll send you the meeting time shortly. Huh, the female lead, you little fox. Mom, all right, I understand. Now go to class. In the lecture hall, Jiang Sheng exchanges glances with Xiangzi and gestures towards the far right seat, indicating his intention to sit with Xiaotian. He receives a middle finger in return, to which he playfully responds with a double-handed salute before taking a seat beside her. Tian Shimei removes her headphones and cheerfully greets him. Good afternoon, Jiang Sheng. After their exchange, she shifts her tablet towards him, proudly showcasing the screen displaying Burning Youth, exclaiming, Look, Xiaozhan ranked 5th this episode. When a girl willingly shares her joy, it signifies that she has established a certain level of trust in him. Jiang Sheng is confident that he can now take the next step. Your brother is truly remarkable. Rising from 6th to 5th place, even a slight improvement is commendable. Jiang Sheng encourages, suppressing any negativity and wholeheartedly affirming Xiaoyan's interests. Sharing mutual passions is essential for fostering closeness. After all, as a result, Jiang Sheng finds himself receiving the headphones Xiaotian offers. Their shoulders brush against each other, allowing them to catch a whiff of each other's subtle fragrance. Seizing the moment during a lull in the show, Jiang Sheng says, I've been helping Qiangzi and Guiyang with their acting these past few days, and we haven't had time to rehearse our lines. We have evaluations on Monday, so how about we find time to practice over the weekend? Over the weekend? Xiao Tian puffs her cheeks and furrows her brow, resembling a perplexed pufferfish. If there's no time, it's fine. Not at all. Xiao Tian, eager not to disappoint Jiang Sheng, swiftly makes a decision and asks, how about 3 p.m. tomorrow? Of course. Jiang Sheng pulls out his phone and sends a text to old Buddha. See you tomorrow at 4 p.m. sharp. He then glances at the time and reminds her. It's time for class. Xiao Tian obediently turns off her tablet screen and removes her headphones. Xiao Tian. After a 2-second pause without a subsequent response, Xiao Tian turns her head, her big eyes blinking curiously as she inquires why Jiang Sheng has called her again. Jiang Sheng exchanged glances with her and suggested, shall we sit at the back? Watching the movie from the front row really strains the neck. Perhaps it was the security offered by the seat on the far right of the tiered classroom that had comforted Xiao Tian for quite some time. You go ahead. Xiao Tian declined Jiang Sheng's offer. But I wish to sit with you. The phrase echoed in Xiao Tian's ears, reducing itself to want to be together, which sent a wave of panic through her, causing her to hastily avert her gaze from Jiang Sheng, her earlobes hidden beneath her hair, burning with warmth. Lowering her head to focus on her shoelaces, she bravely stood up. All right then. In the last row of the classroom, Zhang Lingji noticed Tian Shiwei following Jiang Sheng to sit in the third row. His expression was a complex tapestry of disbelief, relief, reluctance, and self-mockery that culminated in a sense of desolation. Such rapid shifts in expression could easily be mistaken for a performance worthy of textbook. Feng Xian, aware that Zhang Lingji's acting skills did not reach such heights, watched Xiao Tian's retreating figure, her eyes harboring a trace of resentment. The following afternoon, at 2:57 p.m., Tian Shiwei, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, appeared at the street corner, her 2 long, braided pigtails swaying with each step. Spotting Jiang Sheng standing at the supermarket entrance of the apartment building, she immediately waved her hand and called out energetically, Jiang Sheng. I'm not late, am I? Jiang Sheng smiled and shook his head, removing his knitted hat and stepping towards her, placing the hat atop Xiao Tian's head upon their meeting. The hat, stretched by Jiang Sheng, sat loosely on Xiao Tian, who was now flushed from a run. Look at you, all sweaty from running. Don't catch a cold. Oh. Xiao Tian didn't remove the hat, but rolled its edge a couple of times to fit her head better, panting and her heart racing. I really did run too fast. She adjusted her breath and noticed the shopping bag Jiang Sheng was holding. What did you buy? Props, Jiang Sheng replied, opening the bag to reveal a collection of red wine, goblets, cutlery, tablecloths, and instant steak. Is it really necessary to be this serious? We could perform without actual items. Xiao Tian glanced at the steak, but refrained from voicing any objections. The school lacks cooking facilities, so let's South rehearse at my place. The food-loving Xiao Tian once again found herself convinced by Jiang Sheng to go to his home. Upon returning to the rental apartment, Xiao Tian, at the entrance, lovingly patted the shoe cabinet she had assembled herself. You've worked hard. It's tough to bear such a burden at such a young age. She changed into slippers upon entering. As for why there were women's slippers at Jiang Sheng's home, she gave it little thought. The layout of the room had not changed significantly since her last visit, the most notable alteration being the addition of a simple height measurement chart affixed to the doorframe of the bathroom, featuring an adorable cartoon giraffe. As Xiao Tian leaned in for a closer look, she noticed distinct black marker lines at the 178 centimeters and 178. 5 centimeter marks. Ive grown nulla. 5 centimeter. Looks like the milk hasn't been in vain. Xiao Tian, come lend a hand. Oh. Together, they spread the tablecloth and arranged the goblets, cutlery, and other dining essentials. Jiang Sheng glanced at the time on his phone and thought to himself that there were still 47 minutes remaining. He casually remarked, I shall go prepare the steak. Allow me to assist in the kitchen, came the reply. No, please refrain. The small kitchen cannot accommodate 2 individuals without chaos. Why not indulge in some computer games instead? For the moment, Xiao Tian had no other pressing tasks at hand, and thus complied with Jiang Sheng's suggestion, taking a seat at the computer. With a slight movement of the mouse, the screen illuminated, revealing a chaotic array of fluctuating graphs. The Shanghai Composite Index? The Nasdaq? Xiao Tian was oblivious to the intricacies of the stock market, finding the incessantly changing numbers rather overwhelming. Jiang Sheng, can we close the stock interface? Certainly. He switched back to the desktop, where a particular folder caught Tian Shiwei's attention. Script, beginning first draft. It was an irresistible lure. Jiang Sheng had intentionally tidied the desktop, enlarging the icons to entice Xiao Tian. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she sought Jiang Sheng's permission and opened the script. Wow, an infinite flow narrative. As an enthusiast of online literature, it was an immediate draw. By the time Jiang Sheng returned with the instant steak, Xiao Tian had already progressed to the third episode. The enticing aroma of the steak could not distract her. She was thoroughly engrossed in the story. Jiang Sheng glanced at his phone again. There were still 30 minutes until their scheduled time. Chapter 80. My God, so captivating? Jiang Sheng's sudden voice exploded in Tian Shiwei's ear, pulling her away from the plot of beginning. Startled, Tian turned her head, inadvertently brushing her nose against Jiang Sheng's cheek, her rosy lips nearly brushing against his. How could Jiang Sheng be so close? Her earlobes flushed with warmth as she stepped back half a pace, exclaiming, Jiang Sheng, you are truly impressive, capable of crafting such a brilliant script. Upon discovering that the playwright was indeed Jiang Sheng, she was genuinely astonished. The subsequent twists in the narrative were exhilarating, each turn prompting her to exclaim in awe, and she found herself harboring a tinge of admiration for him. Receiving the compliment, Jiang Sheng merely smiled, convinced of his lack of screenwriting talent, attributing the success of the script to his keen foresight in acquiring it. However, suitable and outstanding scripts for his age were exceedingly rare. The only one that could be considered a hit in his memory was Beginning, which would not commence serialization until 2019, making it currently unavailable for purchase. In desperation, he resorted to rummaging through his memories. The mental album flipped rapidly in his mind, transforming into a comic strip, piecing together a complete storyline, which he then meticulously transcribed into text for the document. It was a taxing endeavor. Jiang Sheng lifted a bottle of red wine from the dining table, uncorked it without bothering to let it breathe, and poured the liquid into a goblet, saying, You didn't get the lead role this time, but when the opportunity arises again, how about you take on the lead? What do you think? Absolutely. Tian Shiwei, mistaking him for referring to a skit, readily agreed, and, while Jiang Sheng prepared the props, she yearned to watch another episode. However, the phone beside the keyboard had a different opinion. Buzzing upon seeing the caller ID, her expression turned anxious, and she shushed Jiang Sheng with a gesture, signaling him to be silent. Only when Jiang Sheng set down his goblet did she dare to answer the call. Cough, cough, hello, teacherly. Her weak tone and body language perfectly conveyed the essence of ailing. Indeed, life proved to be the finest teacher of acting. Without the speakerphone, the contents of Teacher Li's conversation were inaudible, yet Tian's anxious demeanor was undeniably endearing. Teacher Li, after the math class this afternoon, I felt a bit unwell, cough. Cough, so I returned to the dormitory to rest. She had no idea what Teacher Li said next, but her already wide eyes grew even larger in fright. I'm fine. Teacher Li, it's just a minor cold. Please don't call my mother. With Liang Li so far away in Jiangbei, I would want them to worry unnecessarily. Yes, I will study the missed English lesson by myself. Don't worry, teacher. After hanging up, Tian patted her chest, feeling she had successfully deflected the situation. Jiang Sheng, realizing, remarked, So you spent your weekend catching up on cultural classes? With a sigh, Tian replied, The plight of a struggling student is something you, as an academic achiever, cannot comprehend. If I do not put in the effort, even if I score full marks in the arts examination, I still cannot meet the standards of my cultural subjects. Indeed, this statement holds true. Each year, a significant number of candidates find themselves unsuccessful in the Gaokao examinations. For instance, the prestigious Shanghai Theater Academy's performance program admits only 30 to 35 students. Yet the minimum professional ranking accepted annually lies beyond the 100th position, excluding a small fraction who proceed to study at the Sand Court in Beijing. Most others are those who stumble in their academic subjects. Jiang Sheng nodded in understanding, pondering why Xiao Tian, despite attending supplementary lessons, have been misrepresented in such a scandalous light. Wishing to spare the young lady any distress, he refrained from directly inquiring about the matter. With 22 minutes remaining until their appointed time, he tapped the medieval-style tablecloth, gently reminding, "It is time we attend to our business." All right. The rehearsal for the skit commenced in earnest. The noble Viscount Adolphe found himself hopelessly enamored with the princess, leading him to propose a divorce to the dignified Lady Selina during their evening meal, only to be met with her refusal. Jiang Sheng straightened his back, lifting his chin slightly as he held his silver knife and fork with unwavering poise, exuding an air of British aristocracy. In a theatrical tone, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is utterly dreadful, worse than the old tires of Mr. Benjamin next door." A burst of laughter escaped Tian Shimei, her giggles ringing like silver bells, disrupting the scene. Jiang Sheng's lips quivered, yet he maintained his noble demeanor, retorting, "Oh, my dear Lady Selina, kindly cease your foolish groundhog antics. It is quite impolite." The laughter transformed into a hearty guffaw, ultimately drawing Jiang Sheng out of character as well. "Classmate Xiao Tian, despite the weighty lines, you must respect the script," he admonished. "Why, yes, I apologize, ahem. Let us continue." Tian Shimei picked up her knife and fork once more, straightening her posture to reclaim the essence of an English noblewoman. When the two earnest actors locked eyes, they erupted into laughter simultaneously. Ha ha, ha ha. Regaining composure proved to be quite the challenge. At that moment, the sound of an electronic lock unlocking echoed from the entryway. "Ha ha ha, who has arrived?" Jiang Sheng inquired. "My mother." "Huh?" Tian Shimei ceased her laughter. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital city, at Sanchuan Media, Wang Yue and Xian Jun exited the company's main entrance, promptly entering a black minivan parked at the roadside. "Sister Fong, thank you for your patience." Shortly thereafter, as they sipped water, Ms. Su Wenfong, who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Sheng, instructed the driver to proceed. Glancing at her wristwatch, 10:02. "Can we reach the airport before 11? If traffic is clear, we can arrive in 30 minutes, Wang Yue responded, sipping his coffee while scrutinizing the elegantly dressed woman who had seemingly materialized from nowhere just a week prior. Dressed in designer labels, she struck him as either a nouveau riche or a con artist. This was Wang Yue's initial impression of Su Wenfong. Was acquiring his company to produce a television drama a novel form of deception? It wasn't until Su Wenfong presented several film adaptation contracts for classic novels that Wang Yue began to lower his guard. Indeed, she was no doubt a member of the nouveau riche. Collaboration is open for discussion, but acquisition is out of the question. 2 years ago, I joined forces with two close friends to establish Sanchuan Media, focusing primarily on advertising. Leveraging his connections within the capital circle, the company gradually found its footing and forged collaborations with major players such as Penguin and Chi-Chi. This year, the company has finally begun to flourish. Mid-year, the trio launched a subsidiary, Sanchuan Films, currently engaged in the production of a family-oriented culinary program titled Dad's Kitchen, which has already secured angel investment and is gaining momentum. Selling the company at a high price is simply unacceptable to him, though he does have an interest in the film adaptation rights of several novels. To be precise, it has piqued the interest of his good friend, Xian Can, who has developed a passion for filmmaking. Previously, from the company's profits, he financed 2 short films for Xian, Beijing Cowboy and Youth is an Egg. Truly, it was a calamity, money poured out like water. Yet not a single ripple was made. Filmmaking is an exorbitant endeavor that nearly led the company to bankruptcy. It's far wiser to stick to producing advertisements. Devoid of projects, Xian Can has lost his creative drive. Suddenly, Sister Su Wenfong appeared, presenting several promising scripts, reigniting his friend's fervor for filmmaking. Among these was a novel he particularly cherished. What was it called? Ah, yes, The Bad Kid. His friend is enamored with it, and, as a brother, he is committed to helping realize that dream. Let us make it happen. Although the negotiations were relatively smooth, Wang Yue was skeptical about the precious son mentioned by Sister Fong. It was utterly absurd. He had encountered financiers eager to propel their offspring into stardom, with numerous examples within the industry. Yet, to have a son directing his mother into the entertainment industry is truly a rarity. Even more astonishing is the rumor that her wealth was amassed by her son. How old is this child? It seems I never asked. Wang Yue scratched his head, setting down his coffee cup, and inquired Sister Fang. Your esteemed son must have turned 18 this year, correct? Just turned 18. Wang Yue gazed out at the familiar streets of the capital and asked, is he planning to attend the Central Academy of Drama or Beijing Film Academy? Not yet determined. He is currently training in Jiang Sheng and will only sit for the entrance exams next year. Wang Yue felt a throbbing headache. At 18, a 9-digit balance in his account? Who would believe such a tale? At that age, he was still peering out the window, secretly watching his sister-in-law bathe. It wasn't until middle age that he managed to accumulate a 7-digit sum in his bank account. If Sister Sue's words hold any truth, the impact is overwhelming, leaving him a loss for words. Chapter 9, A Mother's Confession. The carriage was enveloped in an unusual silence when Xin Chan broke the stillness by asking, Sister Fang, what made your son choose this path? Indeed, how did it come to this? Su Wenfang murmured softly, her gaze reflecting in the car window as she slipped into memories. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival of 2014. That day, the moon hung exceptionally round in the sky, and Jiang Sheng took a small stool to attend the school's Mid-Autumn Cultural Evening. From that night onward, everything changed. Upon returning home, her son conveyed an indescribable sentiment. It seemed that his temperament had become more reserved, his eyes particularly serene, and he spoke with unexpected candor. Mom, I'm sorry, but I will disappoint your expectations. I don't want to study finance. I wish to apply to film school to become an actor, a star. Upon hearing these words, Su Wenfang's first reaction was laughter, and it was joyous laughter at that. A 180-pound boy with a messy nest of hair, thick glasses, crooked teeth, and shabby clothing stood before her, declaring his ambition to become a star. No one would take him seriously, not even if he were her own son, regardless of how striking his features might be. Yet he was overweight. While one might affectionately call a chubby child adorable, it certainly did not equate to being handsome. After Jiang Sheng entered middle school, she had implored him to lose weight at least 100 times, yet none of those pleas had ever been heeded. Su Wenfang, still chuckling, jested, why not shed some pounds first? All right, he replied with unwavering conviction, causing Su Wenfang to retract her smile. Previously, whenever she mentioned weight loss, he would brush it off without a definitive response. A mother knows her child best. Her son was not joking. A mother's aspiration for her child to succeed forced her to take this seriously. We cannot afford to send you to art school. Moreover, have you seen how many people graduate from film school? At least 80 out of 100 don't make it as stars, she admonished. Jiang Sheng replied, I understand. Mom, can you help me open a finance account? I want to learn how to manage money. As a seasoned bank employee, Su Wenfang believed she had persuaded him and thought it wise for her son to understand the value of money, so she acquiesced to his request. That evening, Jiang Sheng smashed his piggy bank, which he had treasured for 16 years, revealing a total of 13,800 yuan. As parents, they could not refrain from contributing, adding an additional 20,000 yuan to allow him to explore. If he incurred losses, it would merely serve as a lesson. As days turned into weeks, Su Wenfang noticed her son no longer washed his face with soap. He had begun to use facial cleanser. He was even applying face masks and moisturizing. Another week passed, and Su Wenfang discovered that her son's previously uneven teeth now sported a set of braces. Upon checking her phone, she found that the financial account linked to her bank card had withdrawn a staggering sum of 12,000 yuan, prompting an amused smile. Her son must have experienced a few setbacks in the stock market, she thought, and she did not reproach Jiang Sheng for secretly getting braces. A few more weeks went by, and Su Wenfang was astonished to see her son had slimmed down considerably. His school uniform trousers, which had never required a belt, now needed to be tied. That evening, Jiang Sheng returned home from school, mysteriously inviting both Su Wenfang and her husband into his room. The couple leaned closer to the computer screen, staring in disbelief at the long string of figures in their financial account. 5,015, 304. 27. Wasn't it supposed to be just 20,000 for a lesson learned? Master Jiang, a driver of the small yellow bicycle in the mountain city, had never encountered such an extensive balance in his lifetime. Su Wenfang, a seasoned bank employee, had only seen such lengthy digits in the accounts of VIP clients. How had this wealth materialized? Their son adjusted his thick glasses and remarked, "The market is flourishing. Mom and Dad, we are wealthy now. Can I apply to film school?" Su Wenfang lost track of how she exited her son's room, her mind clouded by the nightmares that plagued her throughout the night. It felt as though her son had broken free from her constraints. A profound sense of fear and helplessness erupted within her, leading to a hysterical confrontation with Master Jiang, who was about to start his shift. Her husband had done nothing wrong, nor had their son, yet she could not rein in her emotions. When Jiang Sheng returned home after class, Su Wenfang wore a serious expression as she sat on the living room sofa, selfishly demanding that her son hand over 5 million. "You cannot manage this money. Allow your mother to oversee it. The remaining balance can be yours for spending." Su Wenfang braced herself for resistance from her son, but none came. Jiang Sheng appeared remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this outcome, and requested that she use the funds to acquire the copyrights for several novels, claiming they could be profitable in the future. As for the surplus, he said, his mother was free to handle it as she saw fit. Having never imagined earning 5 million in her life, Su Wenfang secretly admired her son's financial acumen and acquiesced to his request. Master Jiang discreetly offered reassurance. But Jiang Sheng responded, "It's all right, Dad. The market is doing well today. The account has increased by another 400,000. If this isn't enough, I still have time." She heard him, but could not summon the courage to ask for the remaining funds. Su Wenfang kept her word, purchasing the film adaptation rights for Long Night Unclear, Bad Kid, and Daily Life in Qing Dynasty, and upon signing the contracts, she lamented the exorbitant cost of these copyrights, enough to buy a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. By the end of 2014, her son had grown increasingly slender. Su Wenfang, unable to suppress her curiosity, surreptitiously checked her financial account. 10 million. Silence enveloped her. A prolonged stillness. She had never dared to dream of becoming a millionaire, yet her son had made a reality. That very day, she requested half of the funds from him, depositing 5 million in a fixed account at her workplace to secure a safety net for the family, and resolutely resigned from her stable banking position. A 40-year-old mother, a middle-aged woman accustomed to a monotonous routine, set off alone to Hongyan with nothing but a suitcase, solely to pave the way for her son. While the extras were finding their footing, the most significant authority they encountered was the deputy director, and she endured her fair share of disdain and ridicule. Ultimately, Su Wenfang resolved to establish her own company. Ginger Media was born, and she conveniently found her son a part-time job during the winter break, a minor role in the legend of Zhao Zilong. "Let us see if my son has any talent in this realm." "No talent? Go back and take the entrance exam for Peking University. His financial prowess is off the charts." What a waste it would be. As the winter break arrived, Jiang Sheng temporarily removed his braces to work on a film set, and Su Wenfang could discern her son's elation. Despite grappling with severe myopia, he adeptly navigated his role, impressively completing the filming and earning commendations from the director. In that moment, Su Wenfang felt a pang of despair. Her once promising Peking University students seemed to have vanished. During the summer vacation, she arranged for her son to take on a minor role for experience. By then, Jiang Sheng had entirely shed his braces, his teeth aligned, and he had transformed from endearing chubby boy into a radiant young gentleman. As the senior year commenced, he occasionally mentioned receiving several love letters. In late October 2015, he unveiled a staggering financial account, declaring his intention to study at the Shaohui Art Examination Institute. Su Wenfang did not oppose this decision. When she initiated the transfer process, the teachers were taken aback, unable to comprehend why a consistently high-achieving student, scoring above 680 in exams, would suddenly wish to pursue acting. The class teacher earnestly implored him to reconsider, but Su Wenfang merely shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Upon returning home, she posed a question to Jiang Sheng, who had just undergone corrective eye surgery. "With so many esteemed training institutions available, why did you specifically choose Shaohui?" "Mom, I'm going to find my leading lady," he replied, and it dawned on Su Wenfang that her son had succumbed to a certain enchantment. A group traveled from the capital to the mountain city. The chauffeur-driven vehicle arrived punctually at the entrance of a single apartment complex in the Zhongbei district. Ding! The elevator reached the designated floor, and the metallic door slowly opened. Revealing Shu Wenfang down visage. You little vixen, I shall see what you are truly made of. Shupte Adisa? Me? Su Wenfang pushed the door open, entering the foyer with a palpable air of menace. Her gaze fell upon a dining table adorned with a medieval-style tablecloth, where her son sat, and a slender figure with long hair before him was likely. Mom, you all came so early. Hello, Andy. As the enchanting young woman turned around, Su Wenfang's previously fierce demeanor softened. That sweet smile was like a gentle breeze wafting from a winter sauna to the bustling street, melting away the snowflakes that had settled in her heart. What ancestral grave could have exuded such vibrant energy to yield such a delightful girl? Her son certainly had an eye for beauty. Su Wenfang nodded in satisfaction, beginning to scrutinize Tian Shiwei from head to toe. Her lips were glossy, as if she had just shared a kiss. Her cheeks were flushed, undoubtedly a sign of mischief. She wore women's slippers. Could they possibly be cohabiting? The coldness in Su Wenfang's expression returned as she remarked sarcastically, "Those shoes seem to fit quite well." Tian Shiwei, oblivious to the underlying meaning, curiously glanced at the two men behind her aunt, wondering which one was Uncle Jiang. Jiang Sheng, however, caught the insinuation and awkwardly explained, "These were prepared for you." "Oh, spare me," Su Wenfang retorted. She inspected the shoe cabinet, finding no spare slippers, yet relieved not to find any women's shoes, concluding that her son still had some restraint. Nonetheless, her tongue remained sharp. "Since we don't have the luxury of slippers, let us just wear our shoes inside. If you get the place dirty, I'll let the young couple tidy up later." Upon hearing this, Tian Shiwei, even in her naivety, grasped her aunt's implication, her cheeks flushing crimson. She wanted to defend herself, but found the words stuck in her throat. Jiang Sheng, with audacity, interjected, "Mom, what are you talking about? I merely invited a classmate over to rehearse." "Ha ha ha." Wang Yue laughed heartily, adding, "Sister Fang, your son has already grasped the essence of this circle before even stepping into it. He is indeed a promising lad." Clearing his throat, Jiang Sheng introduced the guests to Tian Shiwei, saying, "This is Mr. Wang Yue from Sanchua Media, and the other is Director Xian." And Tian Shiwei greeted them graciously, her feet shifting back and forth, hesitating on whether to leave. Meanwhile, Wang and Xian, having been accurately named, exchanged surprised glances, thinking that this young lady had conducted quite a thorough investigation. "Since our esteemed guests are busy, let us focus on the matter at hand," Su Wenfang said, stepping further inside to affectionately link her arm with Tian Shiwei's. "Little sister, let those three smelly men converse while you keep me company and share some whispers." With that, she pulled Tian Shiwei to sit on the bed and began to inquire about her household. The familiar dialect instantly bridged the gap, and Tian Shiwei, somewhat reluctantly, shared her address and details about her family. Jiang Sheng added a chair at the table, inviting the two men to sit down, and then remarked, "Let me collect the props." Wang Yue glanced at the half-eaten steak and 2 glasses of inexpensive red wine on the table, waving his hand dismissively. "No need to clear it away. Let us just sit." Jiang Sheng insisted on clearing the dining plates, leaving only 2 glasses of red wine before the 2 individuals, remarking, "If you don't mind, you may quench your thirst with these untouched glasses." Wang Yue had been gazing intently into Jiang Sheng's eyes, failing to perceive the naivety and foolishness typical of youth, nor the cunning often acquired through worldly experience. He could not help but feel a tinge of appreciation for the son described by Su Wenfang, listening to the increasingly animated conversation between the mother and daughter beside him. It appeared that Su Wenfang intended to delegate this discussion entirely to her son. Xin Can's focus diverged. He flipped through a couple of pages of the comedy script, then disdainfully cast it aside, taking a sip of red wine and bluntly stating, "I wish to start with Bad Child first." The project titled Bad Child would later evolve into the Bad Kids. Zhang Dongsheng was relatively easy to find, but Zhu Chaoyang was elusive. After all, those 3 young actors were just children. Jiang Sheng did not decline, but instead suggested, "We can simultaneously initiate both the beginning and Bad Child, commencing with preliminary preparations." Especially for Bad Child, the young actors' roles bear significant weight. Their acting skills must be up to par. Just as Xin was about to respond, Wang Yue gestured for him to pause, saying, "With so many large production companies in the market, why must we choose yours? Because it is suitable." Jiang Sheng, a newcomer eager for rapid ascent, required a team endowed with industry connections and production resources to support him. Sanchuan was an obscure company within the industry. Its equity structure transparent and internal organization simple, devoid of excessive bureaucratic entanglements, and it boasted a remarkably talented director. This perfectly aligned with all of Jiang Sheng's needs. Jiang Sheng candidly disclosed, "I have the funds and the script, while President Wang will provide operational support, and Director Xian and Yang Peng will each handle directing and cinematography, allowing full participation in production. My stake in Sanchuan is merely to pursue equitable discourse. I cannot afford the equity of larger companies, and even if I could, they would likely look down upon me as a newcomer with little experience." As he spoke, Jiang Sheng rose from his seat, retrieving a laptop from his backpack to present a meticulously prepared PowerPoint. "Let us speak through data. Please take a look. In recent years, the user base of major video portals has consistently risen. In 2015, the production of television dramas reached 395, while internet dramas totaled 379. However, just the previous year, television dramas had been produced at double the rate of internet dramas. This year, the number of paying users on domestic video websites has surpassed 40 million, growing at 3 times the rate of the American market, with effective paying members reaching 28 million. Undoubtedly, internet dramas have entered their own era. If Boss Jia could leverage a PowerPoint to conjure up Luiko, surely I, Jiang Sheng, can entice Sinchuan." The young man and the two older individuals engaged in a lively exchange, each presenting differing viewpoints. Gradually, Wang Yue was swayed by Jiang Sheng's arguments and captivated by the detailed data within the PowerPoint. He could indeed perceive firsthand that young people were abandoning traditional media. Those recent graduates within the company might forego a television in their rental apartments, yet they would certainly possess a computer. A single LCD screen could enrich their entertainment lives. The commercial value behind this phenomenon was immeasurable. Even if it were not to realize a dream for a friend, there was certainly merit in pursuing internet dramas. This young man possesses a discerning vision. Wang Yue was convinced by Su Wanfang's portrayal of his son and resolutely declared, "The project can be entrusted to Sanchuan Film and Television. With Ginger as our partner, I am confident we shall achieve great success." Jiang Sheng's eyes sparkled as he produced a carton of whole milk, clinking it against a goblet. To a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration. After savoring the milk, Jiang Sheng remarked, "Director Xian, let's take our time with Bad Boy. For now, let us present the beginning." With that, he tore a page from the script and swiftly inscribed several names on the reverse side. "I have actors in mind for the roles of the driver, Anqua, and the chief of police. They must be invited. As for the other supporting characters, we can rely on the casting agency's recommendations, and ultimately, it will be up to Director Xian to make the final decision." Wang Yue glanced at the names Lu Dan, Huang Ju, Lu Yijun on the list, and noted their lack of celebrity status, concluding that inviting them would not pose much difficulty. Xian can, swirling the red wine, ponder who the real director was, feeling it was rather unfair for this young man to monopolize the casting authority. "Oh well," he thought, "let me just focus on Bad Boy. With the supporting role secured, the male lead is right in front of us. We are merely missing one more piece. Where's the female lead?" At that moment, all 4 pairs of eyes turned towards Tian Shiwei. Startled, pointed to herself and exclaimed, "Me?" Her wide eyes darted around in confusion. Chapter 11. Retribution. As she watched the nanny van depart from the community, Tian Shiwei found herself in a daze. The happiness had arrived so suddenly. She had barely set foot into the entertainment industry when she had already been informally designated as the lead in a web drama. Who would believe such a tale? Although it was merely a web series, it was a role fiercely contested by actors within the industry. Why had she been chosen? Was she being deceived? Yet, what could they possibly gain from her? There was no payment made, no contract signed, and a verbal agreement seemed to entail no loss. Could it be some kind of prank? Jiang Sheng noticed Xiao Tian's apprehension and waved his hand before her eyes, saying, "Stop being dazed. My mother will speak directly to your parents. We just need to wait and let my mother handle things." "What?" she exclaimed, realizing that she had just divulged the family's secrets, barely stopping short of revealing where the gold bars were hidden. My family doesn't have gold bars, Xiao Tian muttered under her breath. But then, with sudden clarity, she exclaimed, Jiang Sheng, you actually seem quite wealthy. Of course, several hundred million, he replied nonchalantly. Believe it if you wish. A few days later, after Ms. Su Wenfang tirelessly convinced Tian's parents that she was not a fraud, Shengjiang Media successfully signed its second artist. But that was a story for another time. The following day, a Sunday, Xiao Tian resumed her cultural studies while Jiang Sheng made plans to go skiing with his classmates. Among the beginners in the class, the male students were enjoying themselves while tumbling about, and the girls, after only a few steps, shrieked in fright, as if fearing an avalanche. Beginners had their own style of skiing. Inching along step by step, they too found joy in the experience. The experts displayed their own prowess. Whoosh! Fully equipped, Jiang Sheng glided past the recently fallen Guiyang. Nice one, Lao Jiang. Zhang Lingji cheered, teaching his girlfriend Feng Xian, while giving a thumbs up. Throughout these days, Jiang Sheng discovered that Zhang Lingji was not inherently bad-natured. In fact, he possessed a certain endearing foolishness. He was like a territorial dog, barking fiercely at anyone who approached, but if you were to playfully tease him, he would accept you as a comrade. As Jiang Sheng raced down the slope, he suddenly spotted Xiangzi struggling to assist the fallen Chu Mo, who had been unable to rise several times and nearly toppled himself. Jiang Sheng came to a halt, pivoted on his snowboard, and, removing his gear, hurried uphill to lend a hand. Together, they managed to pull Chu Mo back to her feet. Are you hurt? Jiang Sheng asked as Chu Mo took a few steps, inhaling sharply. I think I might have twisted my ankle. Great. One down. Let us head back to the palace. My princess, Xiangzi teased, taking the ski equipment from the two of them. With Jiang Sheng supporting Chu Mo, they carefully made their way to the nearest mountaintop, preparing to take the cable car down. Do you need me to help you request a leave for the skid assessment tomorrow? Jiang Sheng inquired. No need. Chu Mo replied excitedly, perhaps realizing her reaction was a tad excessive, and then softened her tone. This is my first time playing the lead, and I will do it well. After taking a few steps, Jiang Sheng inquired, why didn't you mention Xiao Tian attending the tutoring class during our last conversation? Chu Mo momentarily faltered, only to quickly regain her composure, exclaiming, I assumed you were aware, considering your close friendship with Shi Wei. Listening to their exchange, Li Mingqiang realized that Xiao Tian's weekend disappearances were not for frivolous pursuits, but rather for academic enrichment. Reflecting on his own extravagant lifestyle funded by his parents, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame in contrast to the diligent Xiao Tian. Believing the rumors was truly foolish of me. In an attempt to atone, Xiangzi purposefully spread the news about Xiao Tian's weekly tutoring sessions with resolute conviction, leading to the dissolution of the rumors. Since Monday, the atmosphere surrounding Xiao Tian had markedly improved, with classmates even approaching her to apologize. Naturally, Xiao Tian welcomed this shift in her peers' attitudes, her sweet smile radiating even more brightly. No longer isolated during group training, she found herself assisted by female classmates in daily physical training, and she graciously accepted their help, gradually integrating with the group. Feng Xian, the source of the rumors Chu Mo had mentioned, observed the changes within the class with a noticeable shift in her expression. The onlooker Jiang Sheng detected the resentment hidden within her gaze. As training life progressed day by day, Xiao Tian dedicated an hour after school each day to report to Jiang Sheng's residence for acting guidance in preparation for the beginning. Before the night's glow descended, she would return to her dormitory for rest. Every weekend, she continued her studies at the tutoring class, while Jiang Sheng enjoyed gatherings with classmates, savoring the vibrancy of their 18 years. In weekly skit groups, Jiang Sheng emerged as a staunch supporter of Xiao Tian, and their relationship gradually blossomed. Jiang Sheng tactfully pointed out that Xiao Tian looked lovely even without bangs. One day, Xiao Tian arrived at class with her long-standing hairstyle altered, revealing her forehead. Much to everyone's delight, Jiang Sheng skillfully navigated the conversation to offer polite feedback, noting a slight flaw in Xiao Tian's smile. At 18, her smile sometimes revealed a minor issue with her upper lip appearing overly taut, lending an air of artificiality to her expression. Under Jiang Sheng's guidance, Xiao Tian gradually overcame this tendency, transforming her smile into one that radiated the sweetness of a future star. As mid-January approached, the training class finally reached its conclusion, with aspiring artists sharpening their skills in preparation for the upcoming examinations. Wishing everyone success in their academic pursuits and a brilliant future ahead, the lead instructor presented each student with a cardholder emblazoned with the training institution's logo, designed to protect their examination permits from water, tears, and creases. She chose to spend the final moments with her 16 students before silently departing the lecture hall. The artistic examination permit measured the size of a 6-paper. Depending on the institutions to which the students applied, the number of permits varied. For instance, Jiang Sheng had applied to 3 schools, resulting in 3 permits from the Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy, and Communication University of China. As Tian Shiwei gathered more evidence in her hands, she not only had the 4 major academies, but also South Arts, Zhejiang Media, and Shandong Arts, totaling 7 admission tickets. In the upcoming 2 months, she would be traversing various cities across the nation to participate in entrance examinations. Xiao Tian meticulously placed each admission ticket into protective sleeves and noticed the thin stack of 3 papers in Jiang Sheng's hand. Unable to restrain herself, she teased, "What will you do if you fail the exam?" "Then I'll apply to Peking University," Jiang Sheng retorted playfully. "How arrogant! You haven't studied for 2 months. It will be a miracle if you pass. Can we not speak such ominous words?" As their conversation continued, a hand adorned with bright red nail polish suddenly reached out to Xiao Tian's desk, snatching away an admission ticket that had yet to be protected. With a tearing sound, the North Film admission ticket bearing Tian Shiwei's photo was shredded into pieces, scattering across the floor. The owner of the red nails was intent on causing further havoc. Jiang Sheng swiftly seized her wrist, restraining her while demanding, "Feng Xian, what are you doing?" "Jiang Sheng, let me go." Feng Xian, tears welling in her eyes, glared at Xiao Tian and shouted, "Tian Shiwei, I've tolerated you for 6 months. I've been waiting for this day. I want your entire year's effort to go to waste." Tian Shiwei stood frozen, staring at the mangled North Film emblem, her face pale, pondering how one could act in such a manner and why. Feng Xian, unable to break free from Jiang Sheng's grip, resorted to using her left hand to continue her mischief. Smack! Her left wrist was swiftly caught by Zhang Lingji, who had hurried over. "Feng Xian, are you out of your mind?" Upon seeing him, Feng Xian could no longer contain the tears that had accumulated in her eyes and lamented, "Zhang Lingji, you are still protecting her. You have not forgotten her. You treat me like a mere substitute." I haven't." Classmates gathered around, urging Feng Xian to calm down and avoid acting impulsively. Li Mingxiang raised his hand and interjected, "If I may interrupt, actually, admission tickets can be reprinted. Tearing them up is not a big deal." "Huh?" Feng Xian was taken aback, surprised by this regulation. Li Mingxiang chuckled awkwardly and continued, "As long as you print a new one before the exam starts. It won't delay the examination at all." "Feng Xian, why not just let it go? Tearing up a few more would be quite troublesome. Xiao Tian might only have to spend a few yuan on photocopying." Feng Xian, completely unaware of the detailed regulations, naively believed that destroying the admission ticket would prevent Tian Shiwei from participating in the art examination this year. After hearing Qiangzi's explanation, she felt like a fool, exposed before her classmates. All she wanted now was to disappear into a crack in the ground. "Let go of me." Feng Xian broke free from their grasp, sobbing as she fled the classroom. Zhang Lingji wore an apologetic expression as he glanced at Xiao Tian, who was picking up the paper fragments, and exchanged a wry smile with Jiang Sheng before hurriedly pursuing her. Throughout the ordeal, Tian Shiwei remained silent, stuffing the remaining 6 admission tickets into her backpack before also dashing out of the classroom. Li Mingxiang patted Jiang Sheng on the back. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and chase after her." Chapter 12. Is there a clause against romantic relationships in your contract? Jiang Sheng dashed out of the teaching building, only to spot Zhang Lingji leaning against the platform, silently smoking. A glaring red handprint marred the left side of his face, evidently a recent addition. "Old Jiang, you come out too? Have you seen Xiao Tian?" Zhang Lingji paused and flicking the ash from his cigarette, replying, "Huh? She came out too?" The instinctive reaction betrayed him. It seemed Xiao Tian had not exited the building. Jiang Sheng made a swift judgment and turned back inside. Suddenly recalling something, he pivoted once more, fixing Zhang Lingji with a pair of indifferent eyes. Warning, keep a close watch on her girlfriend. I haven't been mingling with you for no reason over these past weeks. As he spoke, Jiang Sheng retrieved his phone, sifting through several videos. He displayed them to Zhang Lingji, simultaneously threatening, I possess footage of you and your girlfriend smoking and fooling around. You are aware of the repercussions should such videos be leaked, right? Which student aspiring for an artistic career does not harbor dreams of stardom? They are confident and flamboyant, each believing in their boundless future. The compromising material Jiang Sheng held could plunge both him and Zhang Xian into an abyss, severing their paths to fame. Zhang Lingji squinted at the video depicting himself and Feng Xian locked in a passionate kiss, remarking, the angle is quite clear. Old Jiang, you might as well switch careers and become a paparazzo. I'm not jesting. Before the entrance examinations conclude, keep Feng Xian in check. Don't let her cause any more trouble. Jiang Sheng tucked away his phone, assuring, once the exams are over, I shall delete all the videos. Suit yourself. Zhang Lingji replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Jiang Sheng waved away the drifting secondhand smoke, casting Zhang Lingji a meaningful glance. He sprinted back to the teaching building, searching high and low until he finally spotted a pitiful girl squatting at the entrance of the photocopy room, hugging her knees and shaking her shoulders. Jiang Sheng twisted the doorknob of the photocopy room, declaring, I shall report you for skipping work on a weekday without justification. He then crouched down, gently nudging the curled-up Xiao Tian with his shoulder, saying, Come on, let us go photocopy outside. Let us not let the school profit from us. Receiving no response, he added, Someone else about to let their snot drip onto the floor. Xiao Tian sniffled sharply, realizing she had been deceived. Unable to restrain herself, she extended a small fist and playfully punched Jiang Sheng's shoulder in protest. Stupid Jiang Sheng, you are the worst. Her large, teary eyes were endearing. Oh, don't look. Hideous. Xiao Tian turned away, discreetly wiping her tears. Let's go find a photocopy shop. My legs are numb. Shall I carry you? To his surprise, Xiao Tian replied with a reluctant okay. Perhaps she wished to quickly photocopy her entrance examination ticket while avoiding Jiang Sheng's gaze at her disheveled appearance. Xiao Tian's upper body felt almost weightless. The girls preparing for the artistic examinations, in pursuit of an on-camera effect, were all painfully thin. However, Xiao Tian's thighs still retained some flesh. Even through 2 layers of pants, Jiang Sheng could feel the sponge-like softness of her skin beneath his palm. Jiang Sheng, I seldom cry. Indeed, Xiao Tian is the most resilient. Jiang Sheng's tone was somewhat dismissive, prompting Xiao Tian to furrow her brow in dissatisfaction and playfully jab her rounded chin against the back of Jiang Sheng's neck. I truly mean it. In the past, when delinquents from other schools confronted me at the school gate, I never flinched. I even dared to stand my ground against them. As she spoke, her voice began to quiver with emotion. Previously, if anyone dared to ostracize me, I would undoubtedly retaliate. Yet this time, some classmates come from affluent and influential families, and I fear that should I strike back, they might seek vengeance on my parents. My father and mother work tirelessly to support my artistic pursuits and tutoring, and they have my younger sister to care for. Their burdens are already considerable. Jiang Sheng, do you think I am merely a coward who bullies the weak? A young woman, newly on the cusp of adulthood, found herself grappling with the realization that she was not perfect, leading her to question her own character. Jiang Sheng felt that Xiao Tian was overthinking the matter, and he offered words of comfort. Not wanting to trouble your parents is a sign of filial piety. How could that be construed as cowardice? I believe your restraint stems from concern for Chu Mo's feelings. You wouldn't want to make her situation awkward. This is not your fault. The blame lies with those who spread malicious rumors, those who heed them without question, and those who silently perpetuate the bullying. Xiao Tian wrapped her arms tighter around herself, relishing the solid, warm embrace of Jiang Sheng, and a desire to possess this sense of security blossomed within her. Jiang Sheng, Aunt Fong mentioned that my artist contract does not contain a clause prohibiting romantic relationships. Jiang Sheng paused, sensing that the young woman's breaths had quickened. It was unclear whether it was her or himself, or perhaps both of their hearts that were racing. Is my statement not sufficiently direct? Xiao Tian took a deep breath, summoning her courage once more to ask, does your contract include a clause against dating? In the capital city, at Ginger Media, Su Wenfang sat on the office sofa, perusing her son's latest social media post. The photograph depicted her son and Xiao Tian standing at the entrance of a copy shop, proudly holding a North Film Academy examination certificate, showcasing their excitement. Their smiles radiated with youthful exuberance. The accompanying caption read, "We are destined to become superstars." What a calamity! Why was the clause prohibiting romantic relationships removed? Su Wenfang rubbed her temples, a maternal smile gracing her face. Her phone rang. "Hello, President Xin." On the other end, Xin Can's voice came through. "Sister Fong, I would like to report on the progress of our work. Lu Dan has signed the contract. He just returned from studying in Japan and was concerned about not having any roles. He agreed without even reading the script. Lu Yijuan also accepted the offer and is quite pleased. He mentioned he had played villains for half his life and is finally able to portray a good character. As for Huang Ju, he recently welcomed a daughter and wishes to focus on his family, so he declined. However, the sound of papers shuffling could be heard as Xin continued. Old Wang recommended someone named Zhang Sunwen. Based on his credentials, I think he could be a good fit. Should we reach out to him, Sister Fong? Su Wenfang replied, since President Wang has made the suggestion, let us proceed without further consideration. Should we inform Xiao Jiang? That mischievous lad is quite busy. There's no need to concern ourselves with him. As a mother, I'm still capable of making decisions. After all, he is merely a supporting character who drives throughout the entirety. Su Wenfang hardly took it to heart. After discussing the casting, she continued, just now, Yang Bei from Kiwi contacted me, complaining that I've acquired too many IP copyrights and even expressed a desire to reclaim a few from Ginger. I did not acquiesce, but they extended an olive branch for potential collaboration, and it seems advantageous for beginning to engage with them. Very well. Old Wang has connections at Kiwi. I'll have him negotiate. Indeed, it's quite a task. After ending the call, Su Wenfang reflected on our aspirations of becoming major stars. After a brief contemplation, she sifted through her contacts and dialed a number. Hello, Writer Gua. I heard your work this summer solstice is set for adaptation. Oh, that is splendid. Congratulations. I have 2 actors on hand. Might you consider recommending them? Chapter 13. The Art Examination by the end of February. The Beijing Film Academy's Performance Department announced the shortlist for the 3rd round of auditions. Among the 2,041 candidates who participated in the retests, only 457 emerged successfully, vying for their dreams of stardom. On March 1st, the campus was abuzz with activity as various factions converged. Talent scouts were on site, eager to discover promising individuals. And upon encountering suitable candidates, they would immediately propose terms for advertising collaborations post-examination. The fervent enthusiasm startled the fledgling aspirants, who stumbled over their words and their refusals. Prior to the exams, teachers and parents had issued stern warnings to their children about the perils of scams. The students' ability to resist temptation was bolstered by previous instances of unscrupulous scouts deceiving students into participating in inappropriate photo shoots. Then came Chun Kuan. His striking presence drew the attention of the official media, who flocked to him, bombarding the first-time examiner with questions. Smaller media outlets, lacking the privilege to approach him directly, resorted to interviewing isolated students. Among them was a member of a popular girl group who was also participating in the exams. Hey, that one is quite handsome. Let us interview him. Reporters cornered Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei, eager to thrust microphones into their faces. You 2 are here for the 3rd round, right? Do you feel confident about today's exam? The uncertainty of the exam questions loomed large, prompting little Tian to reply modestly, I'll do my best. When it was Jiang Sheng's turn, his tone shifted. Of course, my goal is to secure 1st place. Wow, that is quite ambitious. The reporter's curiosity was piqued. How does a newcomer like you dare to claim such a position when even seasoned actors don't? Jiang Sheng's confidence sparked further interest. Absolutely. Since I'm here, I'll strive for excellence. Just as the reporter was about to continue, he noticed the cameraman subtly gesturing towards the interviewees. Following his gaze, he observed that the young man had his hands in his pockets, while the young woman's hand was nestled within the pocket of his down jacket. They're holding hands. The reporter had never encountered a couple attending the art examination together, igniting his journalistic instincts. What is your relationship? Jiang Sheng and Tian Shui exchanged smiles and introduced each other. This is my girlfriend. This is my boyfriend. The third round featured group assessments, with 10 individuals in each group entering sequentially. Little Tian found herself positioned directly behind Jiang Sheng. The young couple could only encourage one another before facing the exam alone. Upon entering the examination room, Jiang Sheng was greeted by the sight of judges He Chang, Chen Kuan, and Chen Kuan's mentor, Cui Xinqin. The panel's eyes scanned each candidate like a meticulous scanner, whispering among themselves. Desks were arranged horizontally in the classroom, with Jiang Sheng seated at the end. A quick glance revealed that Li Mingqiang was also present. Unlike Jiang Sheng's relaxed demeanor, Chang was visibly tense, his posture rigid, hands resting on his knees, eyes fixed ahead, entirely oblivious to those around him. The gateway to success lay before him. If he could just cross this threshold, a lifetime of opportunity awaited. It seems that everyone is quite tense. Today marks not only your first time sitting here, but also mine. Let us alleviate each other's anxiety and strive for commendable results. Chen Kuan attempted to ease the student's feelings of trepidation, yet he did not manage to relax Qiangzi. This is not akin to the initial examination where one merely presents a meticulously prepared self-introduction, nor is it comparable to the second round, which only assessed recitation and dance. The third round serves as a comprehensive evaluation of the student's vocal, physical, and performative abilities, testing their overall competence. The topics are entirely random and in a completely unfamiliar context. The judges observe the student's comprehension, imagination, and expressiveness, discerning the potential for stardom within each individual. Come on, everyone, let us warm up a bit. Bend your waists and stretch your splits. Do not be misled by the casual tone of the examiners. This warm-up is indeed a test of fundamental physical skills. The students, feeling the weight of the moment, sprang to their feet, causing the metallic legs of their chairs to screech against the floor, producing an excruciating sound. Professor Cui Xinqin, a veteran at Beijing Film Academy, noticed the unmoving chair behind Jiang Sheng and nodded in satisfaction. This child possesses a commendable temperament. 10 out of the group could bend and split. As Jiang Sheng bent, he caught a glimpse of Qiangzi, who was engrossed in doing push-ups with a fellow named Wang Ziki. This is what happens when you disregard practicing your physical form. Now look at the predicament. With a hint of wit, Cui Xinqin and Chen Kuan shared light-hearted banter, their expressions warm and approving of the boys' push-up performances. Boys, after all, may be forgiven for minor imperfections in physicality. The assessment of vocal, physical, and performative skills does not require perfection in every aspect. She vaguely recalled a few years prior at the entrance examinations when a girl sang so off-key that her notes seemed to drift to the southern hemisphere. Yet she was still accepted. The Film Academy primarily seeks students with acceptable physical attributes, followed by consideration of their professional skills. Possessing a weakness in one area is not detrimental. Look, the final boy's attributes are quite commendable. Cui Xinqin rummaged through Jiang Sheng's materials and felt quite pleased. Once the warm-up concluded, the candidates randomly drew lots for recitation and performance topics. Jiang Sheng received the tasks to recite an excerpt from Family by Ba Jin and perform Where Have You Gone? The prompt consisted solely of these 4 words, with you representing anyone, and the concluding punctuation could be a question mark, exclamation point, ellipsis, etc. The candidates were granted merely 10 minutes to prepare. Is anyone willing to go first? No one responded. The girl seated at the front felt as though her heart might leap from her throat, silently pleading that they do not go in order. Just then, Jiang Sheng raised his hand and said, "Teachers, I will go first." The girl, Zhou Yi, cast a grateful glance at Jiang Sheng, her savior. A few days later, the atmosphere in the Gao mansion grew lively once more. The recitation excerpt was drawn from Ba Jin's family. The examiners crossed their arms, growing increasingly pleased as they listened. thinking to themselves how impressive this child's vocal quality was, with a voice sufficiently resonant. They wondered which other schools he might have auditioned for, hoping he would not be lured away to study broadcasting. Once Jiang Sheng concluded his recitation, He Chong elucidated the performance requirements. During the presentation, focus on the camera. Begin upon hearing the bell and conclude with a chime. Do you understand? Understood, esteemed judges. The title of my upcoming performance is Where Have You Gone? Jiang Sheng fixed his gaze on the camera, and as the bell rang, he commenced his performance. Where have you gone? Where have you gone? You. Where have you gone? With these simple 4 words, Jiang Sheng masterfully conveyed the character's emotions through varying pauses, emphasis, expressions, and body language, illustrating the diverse sentiments one might experience in different situations. His emotions shifted rapidly. One moment he was laughing heartily, and the next he was engulfed in rage. He portrayed a parental authority's sternness upon discovering a child returning home late, the madness of a patient suffering from paranoia, and the devastation of a husband realizing his wife's infidelity. Ding! The bell rang, and Jiang Sheng inhaled deeply. His previously fierce expression swiftly transformed into a serene demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. This performance left the onlooking students in stunned silence, prompting them to question their own abilities. Goodness, if you were this remarkable, how can we possibly compete? Chapter 14. Return to high school as the 3rd round of auditions at Beijing Film Academy concluded. Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei had not yet had the chance to unwind and revel in their newfound freedom before they were urgently summoned back to the company by Su Wenfang. Look at the trouble you've caused, Su Wenfang exclaimed, slamming her phone down onto the table. The young couple leaned forward to see what was amiss, discovering that the device was playing an interview video of them at the entrance of the academy. Well, we do look quite good on camera, Jiang Sheng remarked nonchalantly, while Tian Shiwei, sensing Su Wenfang's irritation, merely stuck out her tongue in silence. Still smiling? The views are nearing 10,000. Su Wenfang, Fumet, isn't this a good thing? You mentioned creating some buzz, right? This certainly fits the bill. In her efforts to pave the way for her son's burgeoning celebrity career, Su Wenfang had specifically instructed Jiang Sheng before the exams to seize an opportunity for an interview, showcasing his confidence in anticipation of the results. If he were placed first, they could issue a press release. An ordinary candidate triumphs over numerous industry veterans to claim the top spot at Beijing Film Academy. Should he rank among the top, another headline could read, "An unknown candidate astonishingly rivals seasoned actors with over a decade of experience." The sensationalism was nearly enough to directly overshadow Guanzhage. While the potential backlash remained to be seen, at the very least his personal notoriety would escalate. Su Wenfang sought to enhance their visibility, yet she was blindsided by the revelation of the couple's relationship. The facade of his single status crumbled, leaving both his male and female admirers in disarray. Should he take on roles in historical or contemporary dramas in the future? This revelation could severely undermine the on-screen chemistry he shared with his co-stars. Imagine the fervent fans ardently shipping their on-screen couples, only to be reminded that in reality, his girlfriend is someone else entirely. This cold splash of reality would undoubtedly dampen viewership and deter future script submissions. Without appealing scripts, aspirations of ascending in the industry would remain but a distant dream. And with a diminished status, fewer scripts would be presented, creating a vicious cycle. Unless, of course, a benevolent production company decided to cast them together in a drama, playing a real-life couple. Oh, but wait, I am a production company. Su Wenfang recalled the dozens of IP copyrights the company had amassed, straightening her posture as her anger dissipated significantly. She resolved to become a resourceful player in the industry. Waving her hand dismissively as she instructed, "You too, head back to school and focus on your classes." By mid-March, having completed the art examinations, Jiang Sheng returned to Liang High School to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examinations. In Class 7 of the 3rd year at Longshan campus, the teacher dozed at the podium, his thinning hair bobbing back and forth like a pendulum. Seated in the 3rd row and 7th column, Jiang Sheng's near-perfect looks stood out conspicuously among the 70-odd students, as if he existed on an entirely different plane from the others. The classroom was filled solely with the sound of pens scratching against paper, while Jiang Sheng, having already completed his math test, idly twirled his pen. Suddenly, the familiar sound of youthful exuberance caught his attention. Turning to follow his classmates' gazes, he noticed a crumpled piece of paper at his feet. "Let us check the school form after class," someone whispered. Every morning during the self-study period, the homeroom teacher collected students' phones in a plastic box, and it was widely assumed that Jiang Sheng would only have internet access after school. As Jiang Sheng discerned the contents of the note, he cast a fleeting glance at his slumbering teacher and then retrieved an iPhone 6S from his desk, flaunting it before his classmates in the back row. A standard Dragon King smirk adorning his lips. His peers displayed expressions of astonishment, their lips forming the words, "You crafty rascal. You actually brought 2 phones." Jiang Sheng shrugged nonchalantly, using the mountain of books piled atop his desk as a shield, as he perused the Liangzhong High School forum. Upon the page's loading, he encountered a rather disheartening title, "The Untold Stories of Tian from the 818 art class." The second post read, "Front row, save a seat." The third, "An alumnus has come to spectate. Tian Shimei? She is quite the renowned campus beauty." The fourth, "Campus beauty? More like a joke." The fourth post was not authored by the original poster. The commentator had evidently harbored grievances against the young lady long before the revelations began. Scrolling down to the 10th post, Jiang Sheng finally found the much-anticipated expose. 1. During her training at another school, Tian Shimei was seen to be flirting with a wealthy heir while also engaging in ambiguous relations with another male classmate, one of whom is, according to reliable sources, Jiang Sheng from our school's senior class 7. The 11th post exclaimed, "What audacity! But she certainly possesses the means. The original poster must provide evidence." The 12th post added, "I came across a street interview on Pair Video, and the campus beauty is indeed with that Jiang Sheng. My heart shatters." 2. Tian Shimei frequently disrupts the studies of other students, creating chaos in the learning environment, resulting in failures among the training class students. 3. Tian Shimei is often absent from her dormitory, suspected of cohabiting with someone outside of school, and carries contraceptives, indicating a dissolute private life. Jiang Sheng. A commanding and imposing voice erupted in his ear, and upon lifting his gaze, he beheld the somewhat sardonic expression of his homeroom teacher. His phone was snatched from his grasp. "Come with me." This scene delighted the classmate who had passed a note. "Serves you right. Bringing 2 phones." The classmate's gaze drifted to the vacant seat not far off, faintly discerning the corner of a metallic frame glimmering in the darkness of the desk's cubby. Was that a phone case? Damn it, the wealthy are the most bothersome. The smile vanished from the classmate's face. In the office, homeroom teacher Mr. Zhou unleashed a tirade of reprimands upon Jiang Sheng, his saliva flying as he scolded him for having drifted during his months away, urging him to refocus, emphasizing that the college entrance examination was the true path. Mr. Zhou initially intended to counsel Jiang Sheng towards redemption, yet upon witnessing his countenance, he found himself at a loss for words, inwardly cursing the lad. How could he have slimmed down so much? Without his glasses, he appeared remarkably handsome. Taking a sip of tea, Mr. Zhou struck up a conversation with the neighboring teacher, Ms. Zhang. "Have you finished grading the papers? How did Jiang Sheng fare in geography?" 100? That rascal. How is it that his grades Haven T declined? I can't find a single point to criticize. As the class bell rang, Mr. Zhou locked the Apple phone away in his cabinet and waved dismissively, saying, "Scram, scram, scram. Retrieve this phone for me only upon graduation. Could you please ask the teacher responsible for school publicity to delete the post?" "Understood." Mr. Zhou had viewed the post alongside Jiang Sheng in the classroom and was aware of its contents. Thus he readily acquiesced. "Might I trouble you with a request? Having just completed my art examination, can I transfer to the art class?" "Alas, such thoughts are futile. I shall take my leave." Jiang Sheng returned to the doorway of the classroom and noticed a petite figure peering into the room from the threshold of Class 7, Year 3, her head bobbing as she scanned the interior. Who else could it be but little Tian? Is she searching for me? Her delicate ears twitched slightly as her 2 ebony braids swayed, and Tian Shimei turned around, her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, what are you doing here?" Perhaps realizing her voice had risen too high, Little Tian quickly lowered her tone, rising on her toes to whisper, "This is my first time visiting the experimental class floor. The atmosphere for studying here is quite intimidating. No one speaks during breaks. I felt too shy to call out for you." The presence of a notable figure in school drew the attention of numerous onlookers to the pair. Jiang Sheng took little Tian's frail hand and led her outside the teaching building, inquiring, "Why did you return this afternoon after your morning exam? How did the South Arts examination go?" "It's merely because I wanted to see you." Tian Shimei refrained from uttering overly sentimental words, promptly addressing the latter question. "The South Arts is not beyond my grasp." With a hint of pride, she declared, "The South Arts instructor remarked that I possess great potential for broadcasting. Alas, if I passed the film academy, I would still prefer to study acting." "Oh, what a loss for the broadcasting world. Then, does that mean the performing arts world gains a rising star?" Jiang Sheng teased, amused by her words. With a playful grin, Tian Shimei retrieved a piece of fruit candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it into Jiang Sheng's mouth. "Is this a reward?" Jiang Sheng observed little Tian's radiant smile, concluding she had likely not seen the disparaging posts online, and he felt a sense of relief. Being beautiful is truly challenging. One attracts scrutiny wherever one goes. As for the identity of the original poster, Jiang Sheng had a good inkling of the answer. Certain matters could only be revealed through her lips. Chapter 15. I enjoy transferring classes. Liang High School is divided into two campuses, Fengshan and Longshan. The first and second year students attend classes at Fengshan, while the third year students are confined to Longshan for their studies. With the ringing of the school bell at Longshan, the senior students burst forth from their classrooms like famished beasts, rushing towards the cafeteria. The cacophony created by over 2,000 students reverberates through the ground. Known derisively as Longshan Prison, the school forbids students from leaving the premises to seek sustenance, even for those who are day students. Consequently, parents gather daily at the school gates to deliver meals, jostling for space and calling out their children's names. Jiang Sheng. "Thanks, Dad." Jiang Sheng squeezes into the throng, accepting an enormous takeout box. The delivery man, Master Jiang, finishes his task and swiftly departs on his little yellow bike, vanishing at the street's end. The school cafeteria spans 3 floors, having previously experienced a mass food poisoning incident that closed the first-floor dining area. Students are now confined to the second and third floors, with lines for food stretching from serving windows to the balconies. 2,000 students versus a handful of serving windows. It's a daunting equation. The cafeteria staff seem to suffer from selective Parkinson's disease, transforming scrambled eggs into a watery mess with each serving. Fortunately, even though the first-floor windows are shut, the dining tables remain, allowing students to descend and eat. Jiang Sheng. "I'm over here." "Hello, hello." In a corner on the first floor, a classmate named Xiao Tian jumps up to signal her location. Is she the same Tian Shiwei mentioned in the forum? Indeed, and thus, this young man must be Jiang Sheng. As Jiang Sheng passes by the gossiping students, he casts a cold glance their way, prompting them to bury their heads in their meals. Time to eat. Hooray. Please thank Uncle Jiang for me. Xiao Tian's parents are not as flexible with their work hours as Master Jiang, leaving her to obediently queue for food before knowing Jiang Sheng. Now that she has Jiang Sheng, she can finally enjoy a proper meal. A few home-cooked dishes paired with white rice leave Xiao Tian spinning in delight, praising Uncle Jiang's culinary skills. With 30 minutes until evening self-study, Jiang Sheng inquires about Xiao Tian's recent exam scores across all subjects. Upon hearing her answers, Jiang Sheng wipes his forehead in dismay. Her scores hover perilously close to the admission line. Jiang Sheng offers to tutor her during their post-meal time, and in return, he receives a fruit candy. Just this? Jiang Sheng eyes Xiao Tian mischievously. Her large, grape-like eyes dart around, and soon he acquires a second candy. One is orange-flavored, the other lychee, combining into a sweet and tangy delight. Well, at least it was hand-fed. As time swiftly passes, April arrives. Each afternoon and evening, the sight of Tian and Jiang studying together in the cafeteria corner becomes a cherished tale among teachers and classmates. The malicious posts in the forum have vanished without a trace, and Jiang Sheng has no reason to confront her. Until the third instance in the senior art class. Li Mingbo, this is the third time. On an ordinary day, The usually cheerful Xiaotian wore an expression of anger and confusion. She could not comprehend why, while seated quietly in her place, a boy would repeatedly tread upon her foot with his cleats as he passed by. The first instance could be dismissed as an accident. The second might be deemed a coincidence. But what of the third? It was always just before evening study hall, after Li Mingbo had finished playing football in his spiked shoes. With an air of indifference, Li Mingbo remarked, "I stepped on you. What are you going to do about it?" Xiaotian, no longer the timid girl from her training class, felt her inner strength as a spirited girl from Sichuan confront the bullying with resolute defiance. She lifted her foot and stamped down hard on his white football shoe. The retaliation may have seemed childish, yet felt just right to her. "I stepped on you too. What will you do about it?" The classmates, witnessing this unexpected spectacle, began to stir, some egging on Li Mingbo. "What are you going to do?" The veins at the corners of Li Mingbo's eyes twitched, his blood pressure rising, as if Xiaotian's foot had not merely pressed down on his shoe, but had trampled upon his very face. "You better clean that up," he shouted. "Apologize first." "I'll say it again. Clean it up." Xiaotian glared defiantly, prepared to stand her ground. "Ha ha ha. Li Mingbo, what will you do?" The uproar from the classmates served as a catalyst for Li Mingbo's fury. He flung off the shoe Xiaotian had sullied, picked it up again, and hurled it menacingly towards her face. The cleat was poised to strike the future star's visage. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A dark figure darted through the classroom door, altering the trajectory of the shoe, causing it to crash against the classroom window. Simultaneously, a cascade of milky droplets fell from above, showering the art class. One droplet splattered on a boy's lip, prompting an instinctive lick. Milk? Upon seeing the shattered carton of whole milk on the ground, he confirmed his suspicion. Xiaotian turned to see Jiang Sheng materializing in her line of sight. He was the reassuring figure to whom one could confide their grievances. Xiaotian felt a lump in her throat, fighting back tears. Jiang Sheng rushed over, gently wiping the milk splatters from her brow and hair. "Are you all right?" Xiaotian nodded, biting her lip, afraid to voice her hurt, fearing she might lose control. Jiang Sheng shielded her behind him, casting a cold stare at Li Mingbo, and, for the first time, unleashed a curse. "Are you looking for trouble? Who the hell are you? Why do you meddle?" Li Mingbo retorted defiantly, but Jiang Sheng was unyielding. "You think you're justified in throwing shoes at people? Do you even realize whose face you just targeted?" Suddenly, the classroom door slammed open, and the homeroom teacher, with a stern expression, rapped 3 times on the door, reprimanding. "Are you all insane? Get back to your seats." Li Mingbo fell silent, and, as he passed by Jiang Sheng, he purposefully bumped shoulders, whispering, "If you're brave, don't leave after school." "Scared of you?" When Li Mingbo picked up the shoes, the homeroom teacher called out, "Li Mingbo, go fetch a mop to clean up the milk." The teacher then ascended the podium and gestured towards Jiang Sheng, introducing him. "This student is Jiang Sheng from Class 7, who is also participating in this year's art examination. Today, the results are finally in. Jiang has achieved an outstanding score of 90.41 in the Northern Academy of Drama entrance exam, tying for first place in his major. He will be specially transferred to our arts class, so please give him a warm welcome." The homeroom teacher's disapproval of the transfer was of no consequence, as Jiang Sheng directly applied to the principal for an exemption. Upon seeing this, the principal exclaimed, "Oh, first in his major at the Northern Academy? If we promote this prestigious accolade, our arts class will surely attract more students next year." The principal chuckled with delight and immediately called Old Zhou. "Transfer student Jiang Sheng, I look forward to your guidance," he declared. Jiang Sheng smiled and approached the desk of his classmate, Chu Imo, who sat beside Xiaotian. He gently tapped on the desk and said, "Could you please move back a bit? I need to help my girlfriend with her studies." The classmates erupted in excitement, while Chu Mo's smile faltered. She glanced at Tian Shiwei, who was shyly resting her head on the desk, and then at the homeroom teacher, who remained silent in opposition. With a resigned sigh, she gathered her belongings and moved to the back row. Such is the privilege afforded to a top student. Chapter 16, The Sole Malice, the city of Tongliang. Once a humble county town, lacks the vibrant artistic atmosphere found in more developed regions. The art examination preparations are mediocre, leading to difficulties for Tongliang High School in attracting art students. The Longshan Senior High School campus comprises over 30 classes with around 2,000 students, barely managing to form a single art class. The students within this class pursue diverse artistic disciplines, including fine arts, directing, music, and performance. Each art student undergoes varying lengths of training, and the scheduling of entrance examinations at different art institutions is inconsistent. As a result, students return to school at different times, complicating the organization of teaching efforts. New art students joining the class struggle to keep pace with the learning progress, prompting many to seek external tutoring for one-on-one instruction. The school, prioritizing its graduation rates, tacitly allows this practice. Consequently, the originally equipped class of 60 desks and chairs has dwindled to just over 20 students. Chu Mo found an unoccupied spot in the back row, away from the crowd. As Li Mingbo passed by, dragging his feet, he lazily struck up a conversation with her. This interaction did not escape Jiang Sheng's notice. Poked in the side by Xiao Tian, Jiang Sheng turned around to find a piece of fruit candy being offered to him, this one mango-flavored. Ahem! At the podium, the homeroom teacher supervising the evening study session cleared his throat, signaling the pair to moderate their familiar behavior. Tian Shiwei playfully stuck out her tongue and buried herself in her math exercises. Whenever she encountered a challenging problem, she would push the paper aside, prompting Jiang Sheng to jot down the relevant solution formulas in the margins, providing her with insights. Soon, a new piece of candy of a different flavor would appear on the desk, as if Xiao Tian's pocket had transformed into a candy shop. The evening study session stretched until 10 o'clock. As the bell rang, the art class, comprising all commuting students, swiftly gathered their pre-packed bags and made their exit. Jiang, I'll be waiting for you in the alley next to the supermarket. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Li Mingbo threatened, striding away with nonchalance. Jiang Sheng scoffed dismissively, gently caressing the worried face of Xiao Tian, reassuring her, "You live far away. You'd best head home. Don't worry, I won't resort to violence." Rather than dissuading Jiang Sheng from going, Tian Shiwei firmly grasped his wrist, insisting on accompanying him. Jiang Sheng nodded and called out to Chu Mo, who was about to leave the classroom. "Chu Mo, aren't you Xiao Wei's close friend? When a friend is in trouble, you wouldn't abandon them, would you?" At 10 o'clock that night, under a starlit sky, a small supermarket outside the school buzzed with students, famished after class. The adjacent alley lay cloaked in darkness, with old streetlights casting a feeble glow, their already failing bulbs further besieged by swarms of flying insects, buzzing in protest. These pesky bugs are unbearable. Beneath the dim light, Li Mingbo leaned against his bicycle seat, smoking alone, with no one else in sight. While he and T gathered a crowd, he certainly exuded an air of confidence. As Li Mingbo beheld the three figures emerging from the shadows, he recognized the silhouette of Chu Mo and promptly discarded his half-smoked cigarette, extinguishing the glowing ember. Mo, you have arrived as well? Perfect timing. Allow me to assist you in teaching this pair of scoundrels a lesson and avenging your grievances, he declared. Chu Mo's expression turned icy as she reproached, "Li Mingbo, do not speak carelessly." "Yet he speaks the truth, Chu Mo," Jiang Sheng interjected, clenching his small fists. Perhaps Li Mingbo's description is still insufficiently apt, for the contempt I share with Shiwei towards you cannot simply be encapsulated by the term scoundrels. Chu Mo's complexion paled, and she trembled as she asked, "Jiang Sheng, what do you mean?" "I am here to mediate." Noticing her distress, Li Mingbo hurriedly positioned himself in front of Chu Mo. Furious as he admonished, "You wretched cur, mind your words." This action unequivocally confirmed Jiang Sheng's suspicions. Chu Mo had indeed trained a most obedient dog. "Do not fear, Mo. Tian Shiwei has thwarted your aspirations of attending the film academy. I shall ensure that this vendetta is exacted," he vowed. Tian Shiwei's pupils widened, her once radiant eyes dimming as she coldly regarded Chu Mo, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "It appears the posts on the forum were indeed authored by you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng grasped that Xiao Tian had long been aware of the malicious posts, maintaining a facade of indifference while radiating warmth in his presence. Xiao Tian was not foolish. The forum contained numerous distorted claims interspersed with fragments of truth. For instance, the contraceptive pills were utilized to regulate her menstrual cycle prior to the art examination, not as evidence of a dissolute lifestyle. The intricacies hidden within the revelations were known solely to those within the training class. Initially, Tian Shiwei suspected Feng Xian of orchestrating the mischief, but upon reflection, she discerned inconsistencies. The classmates were aware that the three of them were alumni of the same school, yet they were oblivious to the specific institution. The informant had only published a singular post recently. Feng Xian had not accurately pinpointed the conditions of Liang Zhong's school. Had she been the perpetrator, the post would have proliferated across all school forums in the mountain city. Thus, it could only be deduced that either Jiang Sheng or Chu Mo held the potential for culpability. But how could it possibly be Jiang Sheng? He had consistently shielded her, and she had witnessed this devotion, which could only stem from affection, devoid of animosity. As for Chu Mo, Tian Shiwei hesitated to contemplate this, unwilling to believe that her companion of 3 years in high school would betray her, until Li Mingbo's declaration regarding Tian Shiwei's hindrance to her admission into the film academy. It at least substantiated that Chu Mo had previously complained about her to Li Mingbo. This betrayal from a close friend left Xiao Tian disheartened, while sorrow lingered. The predominant feeling was one of disappointment towards Chu Mo Shiwei. Allow me to explain. Chu Mo reached out to grasp Xiao Tian's wrist, only to have the latter ruthlessly shake her off. There is nothing to explain, Jiang Sheng scoffed coldly. Given our brief acquaintance, permit me to speculate on your emotional journey. In the training camp, you and Xiao Tian shared a room. You were well aware that Shimi would attend tutoring on weekends, yet you chose to observe Huang Yao with indifference, even deriving pleasure from witnessing Shimi being isolated and bullied by classmates. I surmise that your heart was filled with a profound sense of satisfaction at that moment. After I transferred in, you sought to leverage your status as an alumnus to rescue Xiao Tian through me, perhaps to satiate your own vanity, presenting yourself as a savior, or to convince yourself of your own goodness. No, deep down, you knew that if Shimi were to escape the bullying, your actions would inevitably be exposed, and you would then become the target of that very bullying yourself. You were filled with fear, and thus you endeavored to pull me and Xiao Tian down with you. You exploited Zhang Lingji's lingering affections for Xiao Tian to further incite Feng Xian's jealousy. Yet, you did not foresee Feng Xian's remarkable restraint, enduring until the conclusion of the training before unleashing her fury. You also underestimated Feng Xian's foolishness, as she inflicted no harm upon Shimi. Fortunately, the training has concluded, and you need not bear any repercussions for this. Every word from Jiang Sheng pierced like a blade into Chu Mo's heart. Li Mingbo could no longer contain himself, shouting, Jiang Sheng, what nonsense are you spouting? Silence yourself. Jiang Sheng's rage sent a shiver down Li Mingbo's spine, momentarily rendering him speechless. Before he continued to interrogate, Chu Mo, you failed to retest for all 4 major schools. Upon hearing of Shimi's success in the school examination, jealousy must have surged within you, correct? I did not. Chu Mo vehemently shook her head in denial. Jiang Sheng pressed further. Did you not? Then where did the posts on the forum come from? Why has Li Mingbo repeatedly made things difficult for Shimi? Is it not you who has been scheming behind the scenes? Chu Mo's face turned pale as she retreated step by step, yearning to escape the dark alley. Jiang Sheng pursued her relentlessly. The original post, with the my dribbling skills rival Messi, surely belongs to you, Li Mingbo. How'd he know? Li Mingbo felt as though an earthquake had struck within him, his insides trembling, sensing a pair of eyes piercing into his soul as if he were laid bare. With nowhere to hide, Jiang Sheng gleaned the answer from the expression on Li Mingbo's face, then turned his disdainful gaze upon Chu Mo, stating bluntly, Feng Xian was momentarily blinded by her emotions. At worst, she is merely misguided. Li Mingbo, ignorant of the truth, can only be deemed foolish. But you, Chu Mo, with your twisted jealousy, have schemed against a friend in the shadows, using your classmates' affections to garner sympathy. You are the sole villain. Chapter 17. The first kiss in college entrance examination. You are the sole evil. Jiang Sheng's words pierced through Chu Mo's heart like a sharp blade. The meticulously crafted facade of hypocrisy that Chu Mo wore was ruthlessly torn away, causing her emotions to spiral out of control. I am not. Her expression contorted, the color draining from her face, her eyes bloodshot as she fixed a piercing gaze on Tian Shiwei, accusingly exclaiming, "Why is it always you who takes the center position in the school's dance team performances? Why do all the outstanding boys in school gaze upon you? Why do the teachers constantly praise you? That training. My role as the princess was my only opportunity to be the lead. I devoted myself tirelessly to rehearsals. And yet the judges praised you in the end. Why? Why? Why?" Chu Mo, in a fit of rage, continued to press. "Tian Shiwei, in what aspect am I inferior to you?" Jiang Sheng stood dumbfounded, realizing that this individual was merely a psychologically twisted average girl. Li Mingbo was taken aback, pondering where all the outstanding boys had gone. Mo, haven't I always been watching you?" Tian Shiwei's expression remained impassive, her heart cold as ashes. It dawned on her that this so-called close friend had feigned intimacy for 3 years. Truly disgusting. Chu Mo had never explicitly demanded the center position. Tian Shiwei inquired, "If you desire it, why not say so directly?" Chu Mo retorted, "All right, then you can give Jiang Sheng to me." Jiang Sheng was left in disbelief, astonished at how the situation had taken such an unbelievable turn. Li Mingbo was equally bewildered, recalling their promise of being a couple, never to be apart. Finally, Tian Shiwei's expression shifted, her small hand gripping Jiang Sheng's even tighter. Chu Mo laughed, her voice laced with mockery directed half at herself and half at Tian. "Tian Shiwei, you are unwilling to yield. Deep down, you are incredibly proud, believing that the finest things in the world are rightfully yours. And what you offer me is merely charity." With that, a tear fell from Chu Mo's eye as she lowered her head and hurriedly fled the nightmare of an alley. "Hey, Mo, wait for me." Li Mingbo pushed his bicycle and chased after her, completely forgetting that he had come to confront her. Jiang Sheng felt the sweat in Tian's palm, clearly aware that Chu Mo's words had struck a significant chord with her. "Jiang Sheng, do you truly think Chu Mo is right? Is that really how I feel? Right?" "What?" Tian Shiwei pouted, her expression one of grievance, her large, grape-like eyes fixated on Jiang Sheng, seemingly seeking an explanation. Jiang Sheng confidently replied, "I'm undoubtedly the best in the world." Tian Shiwei chuckled, pulling her sweaty little hand away, forming it into a fist, playfully leaning against Jiang Sheng, and candidly expressing her annoyance. "Seeing you smile brings me peace. In truth, I already had the answer in my heart. I just didn't want to admit it. Shall I consider this as helping you see a person's true nature? This is quite the achievement. Is there no reward for me?" Upon hearing this, Tian Shiwei rummaged through her pockets and said, "The fruit candies are finished. How about I give you double tomorrow?" She even turned her pockets inside out to prove that her candy stash was indeed depleted. "Nonsense, there are clearly some left." "Were they?" Jiang Sheng gently lowered his head, and with a kiss, he discovered that Xiaotian 2's lip balm was, in fact, flavored with strawberries. The fervent breath brushed against her face, causing Xiaotian's body to stiffen momentarily. Under the dim light of the alley, a pair of earlobes, resembling jade, glimmered with a striking crimson hue, almost blinding. As Xiaotian gradually acclimated to Jiang Sheng's rhythm, she began to respond shyly. She hoped their first encounter would last a little longer, etching a deeper memory. Until the warm hand resting on her waist began to wander restlessly, she fled like a startled rabbit from the hunter's pursuit. Breathless, Xiaotian's flushed face buried itself in Jiang Sheng's chest, listening to the erratic beating of his heart as she gasped for air. "Alas!" Xiaotian exclaimed, breaking free from Jiang Sheng's embrace to check the time on her phone, lamenting, "Oh no, I missed the last bus home." Living far from school, she relied on the school bus for her daily commute, and with the commotion caused by Chu Mo, she had indeed missed the final bus of the night. If she were to walk, it seemed improbable that she would return home that night. Jiang Sheng, with a sense of propriety, refrained from suggesting she stay the night, instead pulling out his phone to make a call. Shortly thereafter, a small yellow taxi, characteristic of the mountain city, sped towards them. coming to a precise halt at the supermarket entrance. The window rolled down slowly, and Master Jiang nodded slightly, signaling for them to enter the vehicle. "Hello, Uncle," Xiao Tian greeted warmly, and once inside, she lavished praise on the delicious meals Uncle prepared, remarking that Jiang Sheng resembled him and complimenting his superb driving skills. Much to Master Jiang's delight, the journey felt fleeting, and before long, they arrived at their destination, leaving Master Jiang with a tinge of emptiness in his heart. "Goodbye, Uncle. See you tomorrow, Jiang Sheng. Take care and be cautious." Master Jiang watched Xiao Tian disappear into the building before restarting the taxi. The once lively interior of the car fell into silence. Jiang Sheng gazed out at the neon lights and asked, "Father, have you ever considered driving in a different city? I've been on this road for over 20 years. I'm accustomed to it. Staying in a mountain city for so long, how could I drive in a flat place?" Master Jiang understood his son's intentions. A year prior, his wife had left her bank job to start a company in the capital, immersing herself in her career and rarely returning home. Now, with their son about to enter university, he would be left alone in the house. Did he fear loneliness? Master Jiang did not share that sentiment. His son was thriving and earning considerable money, lifting the heavy burden of providing for the family. With his wife often absent, he felt liberated. Each day, he drove and picked up passengers, spent leisure time playing chess and cooking, enjoying the freedom without anyone to oversee him. Let the mother and son struggle in a new city. He, Master Jiang, was ready to relish life. The next day, Chu Mo and Li Mingbo were absent from art class, and the homeroom teacher informed the class that both had applied to attend a supplementary course together. As time flows, the vacancies in the art class have increasingly multiplied. However, the seats of Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian remain unchanged. Each day, they punctually enter the classroom, fully engrossed in their studies, tirelessly tackling an endless array of examination papers. The sheets filled with answers gradually accumulate into towering piles, while the sweethearts meticulously fold candy wrappers into pentagrams, stringing them together to dangle beside the countdown calendar for the college entrance examination, swaying gently in the breeze, serving as silent wind chimes. The homeroom teacher and the academic director consistently caution Xiao Tian to maintain a low profile at school. Having obtained the qualification certificate for the school examination, pride must not take root, as they still need to persevere through the formidable challenges of the college entrance examination. Until the results of the third mock examination were released, silence enveloped the room. The young couple, shoulder to shoulder, exuded an intimate camaraderie, their figures becoming a captivating sight within the Longshan campus. As June ushered in summer, the mountain city transformed into a sweltering furnace, enveloping its inhabitants in heat. Parents, clad in light attire and armed with an array of sun protection gear, bustlingly gathered outside the school as perimeter, eagerly awaiting their children. "I am free," with the exuberant shout of the first student to burst through the school gates. The graduating class of 2016 celebrated the conclusion of their college entrance examinations. Among the throng of departing students, Tian Shimei stood out with her striking figure and appearance. Her long hair, fashioned into a bun, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, clad in azure overalls paired with a white short-sleeved shirt, and sporting pristine white shoes as she exited the campus. She rose on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd until her gaze locked onto two familiar faces, and she waved enthusiastically, "Dad, Mom." Instantly, she dashed towards her parents. Noticing the suitcase her father was pulling along, and joyfully exclaimed, "Have you already decided where we're going for vacation? Shall we set off right away? Can you wait just a moment?" Xiao Tian turned back to glance at the campus filled with graduating students, hoping to bid farewell to Jiang Sheng before embarking on a journey with her family and sister. However, Tian's mother offered a wry smile. "This year, it seems we won't be able to play, my dear." "What?" Xiao Tian, taken aback, was unaware of the unforeseen circumstances that had transpired. Chapter 18. I want to attend Beijing Film Academy, with a short hair, clad in a black and white striped t-shirt and jeans. The sun-kissed and handsome Jiang Sheng awaited the teacher to finish collecting the English exam papers. He retrieved his mobile phone from the invigilator storage box and, donning his sneakers, departed the examination hall. As soon as he powered on his phone, he received a call from old Buddha. "Hello, Mom?" "Oh, all right, I understand." Jiang Sheng left the campus and followed the location provided by Su Wenfeng, locating a black van parked across the street. As he approached, the door swung open, releasing a refreshing gust of cool air, revealing the beaming face of his mother. "Fengyi," Jiang Sheng. Turning around, he spotted Xiao Tian skipping into view with her parents, Tian dad and Tian mom, hurrying behind her, dragging a suitcase. Jiang Sheng politely greeted the elders, while Tian mom inquired affectionately about his exam performance, and Tian dad, with an air of authority, merely nodded without uttering much. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Su Wenfeng and Tian's parents, she glanced at the time and said, "It's time for us to catch the flight. Be careful on the road. Children, you've worked hard." Once Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei settled into the vehicle, he noticed an unfamiliar woman seated in the back row. She had an unremarkable appearance, yet her attire was neat, and her hair was meticulously styled into a ponytail, presenting a tidy image. Su Wenfeng pinched Xiao Tian's chubby cheek and introduced, "Little one, this is the assistant I arranged for you, Yizi. From now on, if you need anything, just ask your sister Yizi." "Mom, what about mine?" "You're a boy. What do you need an assistant for?" Jiang Sheng felt a pang of favoritism from his mother. Xiao Tian greeted the assistant and then asked, "Feng Yi, where are we headed?" "Yizi will explain to you. I need to catch some sleep." "I've been quite busy these past few days," Su Wenfeng replied, wrapping herself in a blanket, donning earplugs, reclining her seat, and promptly dozing off. Yizi retrieved 2 announcement sheets from her folder and handed them to the two of them, explaining, "Teacher Tian, Teacher Jiang. This contains the details of tomorrow's announcements." Jiang Sheng glanced at the A4 paper, astonished to find the shooting schedule for the film beginning. "Is beginning already in production?" "Yes. The crew has actually been in operation for 10 days. Su Zong was concerned about affecting your college entrance exams, so she kept it secret. The absence of the male and female leads during the opening ceremony was unprecedented in the industry. Long before beginning was submitted for review, Jiang Sheng had meticulously detailed the filming locations. San Chuan conducted location scouting and was thoroughly satisfied, significantly saving time in the project preparation. Once the script passed the review, San Chuan promptly filed with the local cultural bureau. After coordination among various departments, they finally secured filming qualifications for June and July, although the allowed filming days vary by location and could not be exceeded. Old Wang and Su Wenfeng agreed not to wait for the leads any longer. "Let us commence shooting. We'll start with the supporting roles." Thus, the production of Beginning was in full swing. This was a crew with no prior experience in long-form filming, helmed by an obscure director, featuring 2 young leads lacking acting experience, alongside 3 unheralded yet capable supporting actors. Who would dare to believe that a project with an investment of nearly 30 million would feature none other than Liu Yijuan, the high-ranking officer from the Disguiser and the Duke of Ningwa from Nirvana in Fire? This seasoned villain has astonishingly transformed into a police captain. Then there is Liu Dan, an actress of considerable stature, who once won the Best Actress award at the Buenos Aires Film Festival, but faded from the cinematic scene after spending years studying no theater in Japan, leaving her audience to forget her. And let us not overlook Zhang Sunwen, who fortuitously landed the role of the driver after Huang Zhu politely declined the role. The audience may undoubtedly wonder, who is this person with such an unremarkable appearance? Can he truly act? The reality is that he can, and he performs exceptionally well. In Old Apartment on Luda Island, Aunt Guolu Dan and driver Zhang Sunwen are delivering a captivating performance. The haunting sound of a cannon ignites the deep-seated guilt of a middle-aged couple following the unexpected death of their daughter. Aunt Gua erupts in silence, questioning her husband, her performance subtly reflecting a profound interrogation of her own identity as a mother. The emotional layers build gradually. Aunt Gua's arm is raised in a moment of fury, poised to strike her husband, yet she cannot bring herself to do so, lashing not only at him, but also at the shared anguish of their parental souls. The ensuing wails and cries flow seamlessly. The exquisite skill of the performance deeply captivates every member of the crew present. The intense sense of immersion convinces everyone that this is indeed an event unfolding before their very eyes. Click. It's a wrap. The applause erupts, thunderous and effusive. Each person in attendance claps wholeheartedly for the two actors who delivered such a splendid performance. Jiang Sheng wipes the sweat from his brow, feeling as though he has been overshadowed by his formidable counterpart. Yet he recognizes that this is Lu Dan's moment to shine. Offstage, Jiang Sheng, Tian Shimei, and Li Mingqiang stand side by side, applauding in admiration. Xiangzi, recommended by Jiang Sheng for the audition, possesses deep-set eyes and a commendable image, with Jiang Sheng's backing. He effortlessly secured the role of the police captain's apprentice. The talent at Beijing Film Academy is indeed formidable. I want to go to Beijing Film Academy. So do I. Observing the admiration in Xiao Tian's gaze and his determined nod, Jiang Sheng secretly rejoices, realizing his plan has succeeded. He has long harbored a desire to persuade Xiao Tian to join him at the academy, yet he has never overtly suggested that they pursue their studies together. He believes that the performances of Lu Dan, Jiang Sheng, and Lu Yijuan, the three esteemed alumni of the academy, are far more persuasive than any words of encouragement. The audience falls silent. Xin can calls out, adjusting the camera angles, allowing teacher Lu Dan to continue her performance. The greatest challenge in acting lies in repetition. Each change of angle necessitates a flawless replication of emotion to be deemed a master of the craft. This is particularly arduous for scenes that demand an immense emotional investment. Jiang Sheng watches intently as teacher Lu Dan conjures emotions effortlessly, his eyes wide with intensity, veins bulging, skin seemingly ablaze with the authenticity of her performance. This is what it truly means to be a real actor. The three esteemed alumni of Beijing Film Academy have all signed 2 contracts, one for their roles and another as acting consultants, sharing their insights with the special guests present. 3 little ones are diligently receiving extra lessons. Each has claimed one, while Xiangzi endures daily scoldings from Lu Yijuan, leading him to lose confidence and experience an explosive outburst of his attributes. Meanwhile, the meticulously prepared Xiaotian follows Lu, producing character sketches that rival short stories, carefully dissecting the logic of each character and finalizing performance details. As for Jiang Sheng, Jiang Sheng finds himself somewhat helpless after many years of teaching at Beijing Film Academy. He has never encountered such a promising talent. The student grasps concepts effortlessly and articulates them with clarity, an undeniable prodigy. He feels increasingly discontented with his 2 salaries, as if possessing strength without a place to channel it, compounded by his own years of unfulfilled aspirations. During the preparation period of the production, the master and disciple sit together, savoring tea while observing Lu Yijuan train Xiangzi. Xiao Jiang, your script is truly remarkable. It's difficult to find any flaws. When you next put pen to paper, if there is a role suited for me, do remember to seek me out. Old Jiang is both capable and cost-effective. Haha. Well, you may have to wait a while for that. Chapter 19. The overly concerned Mother Jiang at the end of June. The beginning film crew relocated to a newly constructed hospital on Elle Island, which had yet to open its doors. The equipment storage on the first floor was temporarily transformed into a makeup room, where 2 makeup artists supplied oil paints and other materials to Jiang Sheng, creating the appearance of burned skin after an explosion. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of paint, and the urgency in the air was palpable. "Douye, is your outfit ready yet?" The assistant director shouted, his voice echoing through the space. Coming. Dao Gu replied, rushing into the makeup room under the piercing gaze of the costume designer, clutching a shirt that still bore the remnants of smoke. He dusted off the burnt ash from the fabric and said, "Jiang, this shirt is freshly burned. It might be a bit hot. Give it a try." With 8 outfits already charred, Dao Gu knew he had to impress the director quickly to avoid the wrath of the costume designer. As Dao Gu entered, the acrid smell of burning fibers permeated the room, prompting the 2 makeup artists to wave their hands in distaste and step back. Jiang Sheng's sense of smell had dulled, and he quickly identified the sleeve of the charred shirt, slipping it on before heading to the set to give Xin a quick glance. All set. Onto the stretcher. Rolling. The scene commenced. As Jiang Sheng was repeatedly inserted with tubes and rescued, the close-up shots meticulously crafted. Once the camera passed, Xin can reposition for mid and long shots. prompting Jiang Sheng to perform the scene again. Cut. That S.A. wrap. Departments prepare to transition. Revive from his simulated surgery on the operating table. Jiang Sheng swiftly removed the props, eager to wash off the layers of paint. Jiang Sheng, let's take a picture. Tian Shiwei, wearing a medical cap, emerged from the crowd, brandishing her phone and snapping away. The two patients pressed their faces together, striking various silly poses for the camera, eliciting both envy and jealousy from the veteran crew members. Ah, the joys of a paid romance. With a weary expression, XIN can raise the megaphone and called out, "You two are quite spirited. We'll have a scene tonight." What scene? A kissing scene. The crew erupted in laughter, while the heavy makeup on Xiao Tian couldn't conceal the blush that spread across her cheeks. Initially unburdened by filming duties, 3 seniors from Beijing Film Academy rushed to the set upon hearing about the added kissing scene. The hospital room was set up for the shot, and with no lighting substitutes for the male and female leads, they had to position themselves physically for the rehearsal. Lu Yijun observed Xiao Tian's shy demeanor and chuckled. The girl usually performs well, but when it comes to intimate scenes, she seems hesitant. It appears she still needs to break free from her shyness. Lu Dan chimed in. Ah, young ones, a few more experiences will do them good. Jiang Sheng laughed heartily. Old Lu, didn't we all go through the same process? Remember when you directed your first play? Your legs were shaking. Hey, no need to air my dirty laundry. Since Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian's first kiss, they had shared numerous private moments, but those were clandestine and hidden from view. Now, under the watchful eyes of others, Xiao Tian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Jiang Sheng, however, was unbothered. After all, it was just a kiss. What difference did the location make? Feeling bashful? Allow me to take the lead. Once the preparatory work was complete, Jiang Sheng suggested a rehearsal to help Xiao Tian find her footing. Hello, my name is Xiao Heyun. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? I would. The following moment was crucial. The entire room held its breath, watching intently as the lips of the leads barely touched. In an instant, Xiao Tian, like a startled rabbit, fled, burying her face into Jiang Sheng's shoulder, unwilling to lift her gaze again. The audition had faltered. Lu Yijun observed the two, who had just shared a kiss and embraced tightly, stroking his chin. Normally, after a kiss, actors part politely, yet these two remain intertwined. What does this signify? The surfing enthusiast Jiang Sheng remarked. Old Lu, they are already a couple. Huh? Lu Yijun glanced at producer Su Wenfeng, who was beaming with delight. To his surprise, the first couple was being endorsed by the mother-in-law. Shouldn't someone remind them to let go? Wait, the two are whispering sweet nothings. Prompted by Lu Dan, Lu Yijun finally noticed Jiang Sheng murmuring something into Xiao Tian's ear. Zhao, do you remember when we went to photocopy the exam admission ticket? The scene was quite similar. However, it was you who confessed your feelings first. The face nestled against Jiang Sheng's neck was flushed with warmth. You're truly cunning. Asking if your contract contains a clause against dating startled me. The moment you saw my hesitation, you leaped off my back, declaring, Jiang Sheng, I want to be your girlfriend. You were so direct that I didn't even have a chance to feign ignorance. Zaiwai, you are braver than I ever imagined. In truth, I wanted to confess to you long before, far earlier than you did. I was merely afraid of the outcome, fearful that you might reject me. Thus, I hesitated until you preempted me with your confession. Today's scene is Xiao Heyun's declaration to Li Shiqing. But I also wish to use Xiao Heyun's words to confess to you once more, to make up for my previous regret. Would that be all right? With a flushed face, she nodded slightly. Shall we allow those witnessing this moment to bear witness to our happiness? MHM. Xiao Tian had a significant psychological barrier regarding public displays of affection. In light of this, Jiang Sheng decided to subtly shift the narrative, gently easing Xiao Tian's mental burden with sweet words, indicating that this kiss was not merely an act, but a natural progression following his confession, with the audience as witnesses to their joyous moment. Faced with this emotional strategy, it clearly proved effective. The two, tightly embraced, finally parted as the makeup artist approached to touch up their faces. Jiang Sheng gestured an OK towards the director's monitor, signaling that XIN could officially commence. Scene marker set. Hello, my name is Xiao Heyun. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? I would. Strangely enough, The atmosphere felt entirely transformed from before. Everyone present could clearly sense that Xiao Tian had completely immersed herself in her character. The moment was charged with emotion. Their kisses were fervent, as if oblivious to the world around them. As if we do not exist, right? Su Wenfang observed her son's adeptness in exchanging tender kisses and instinctively recognized that he had likely been a source of mischief for the young ladies in private. A wave of self-reproach washed over her, questioning her own diligence as a parent, while an unsettling thought crept in. Had they perhaps already indulged in forbidden fruits? As the mother of the boy, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Yet for the Tian family, this was far from a favorable situation. The more she pondered, the graver the matter appeared, and her heart swelled with unease and worry. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xian raised the megaphone and exclaimed, "Cut! That's enough!" Quickly, separate. The gathering of single individuals was becoming increasingly restless. Wrap it up! Wrap it up! A lack of enthusiasm at work indicates a problem with 1S mindset. The crowd dispersed in a flurry, stowing equipment, returning props, and removing makeup before heading back to their hotel for rest. As Jiang Sheng boarded the vehicle, Su Wenfang called him over. Approaching her, he received a few affectionate taps on the forehead from his mother. With a hint of annoyance, Su Wenfang remarked, "It seems you have been quite the troublemaker with the young ladies. I've promised their parents to look after their precious daughter. Don't let me down." Jiang Sheng hurriedly replied, "How can you say such things? You know my character well. How could I possibly bully anyone?" A cough escaped him. "Well, there are many forms of bullying, after all." Su Wenfang opened her handbag and retrieved an unopened small box, pressing it into Jiang Sheng's hand, advising, "You're still young. Do take care of your safety." Jiang Sheng opened his palm to reveal the contents, rolling his eyes in exasperation. It was a box of ultra-thin 001 condoms. "You truly worry too much." Chapter 20. Ginger Sheng, are you coming? At the end of June, the film crew encountered a minor crisis. A scheduling error led to the unavailability of the trailer used for transporting the bus, and in the absence of a substitute company, they reluctantly announced a day off. The three high school seniors, who had been under immense pressure for an entire year, finally had a moment to breathe. Su Wenfang, in a moment of generosity, granted the students a day's travel allowance. They strolled along the streets of Galanjiu Island, wandering past Haiyue Garden for a photo with Zheng Chenggong, delving into the whimsical world of shell collecting, savoring Ruan Ji satay noodles at the Nikyueo Pier, and visiting Nanpuchuo Temple to light incense and make wishes. May the Buddha bless me. I must achieve a score above the admission line for Beijing Film Academy. After making her wish, Tian Shiwei rose slowly from the cushion, adjusting the hem of her pink floral dress, shaking her flat sandals to dislodge any pebbles that had lodged within, and naturally linking her arm with the boy beside her. She inquired, "Jiang Sheng, what did you wish for?" "I hope my height reaches 1.8 meters soon," Jiang Sheng replied. "But wishes lose their power once spoken." Li Mingqiang interjected mischievously, only to receive a sharp glare from the young couple. He chuckled awkwardly and continued, "It's all nonsense anyway. An old monk at the temple just stopped me to read my fortune and suggested I change my name because it was too grand." Tian curiously asked, "What did he suggest?" "Yuan Yong," he replied. "Sounds like you'll be farming." Tian stifled a laugh, while Jiang Sheng remained silent, not engaging in the banter. In the afternoon, as the trio wandered through a pedestrian street, they were unexpectedly approached by a photographer. "Hey, beautiful people, may I take a few photos of you? It's free." The photographer introduced himself as a prominent figure on social media with hundreds of thousands of followers, eagerly showcasing his work. "Should we ask Aunt Fong?" Tian pondered, captivated by the photographer's style, but she was bound by her contract, which prohibited unauthorized use of her likeness. "Don't worry about it," Jiang Sheng said with a wave of his hand. "If you want to shoot, go ahead. I can handle this small matter." "Yay!" Tian exclaimed, racing towards the location suggested by the photographer, striking poses of youthful exuberance, capable of charming the lens with her sweet smile or intimidating the photographer with her aloof gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, the camera clicked incessantly, and the photographer praised her, exclaiming, "Your camera presence is phenomenal. You must all be internet celebrities. Shall we follow each other? I'll send you the photos later." Upon learning that they were all acting students, the photographer nodded in approval, saying, No wonder you all look so good. Hey, can you take a set for me too? I'll use it for auditions, Li Mingqiang requested, and the photographer gladly agreed, turning to Jiang Sheng to ask if he wanted to join. Jiang Sheng nodded, entrusting his waist bag to Tian for safekeeping before seeking out an appropriate backdrop for his photos. Tian sat alone on a bench by the street, the rhythmic tapping of her sandal heels against the cobblestones resonating in the air, her exposed toes glistening, playfully flexing in a graceful dance. Naive, yet perfectly suited for an 18-year-old girl. Buzz, buzz. The waist bag vibrated beside her. Xiaotian unzipped it, retrieving Jiang Sheng's phone. Glancing at the incoming call, she answered, "Hello, Aunt Fong?" Jiang Sheng went to take photos. "Yes, I understand." After placing the phone back, Xiaotian discovered an unopened paper box nestled among her belongings. The colorful packaging was particularly eye-catching, prompting her to wonder if it might be a small gift from Jiang Sheng. Unable to quell her curiosity, she stealthily took a peek inside. 001 Ultra Thin. The moment Xiaotian read the label, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning and swiftly shoved the box back into its place. Her ears flushed a delicate cherry red, and her breath quickened. That Jiang Sheng, how could he possess such a thing? What on earth does he intend to do? Xiaotian lowered her head, staring at the tips of her sandals, her 10 dainty toes curling shyly. Xiaotian, a familiar call, startled her. Jiang Sheng noticed the wide-open waist bag on the bench and asked, "Why is the zipper open?" Xiaotian quickly zipped it up, pressed down her straw hat's brim to shield most of her bashful face, and explained, "Just now." And called, saying the crew will resume work tomorrow afternoon. "That's great news," Xiangzi exclaimed, proposing, "How about we stay overnight and watch the sunrise by the sea tomorrow morning?" Surely, as 3 Mountain City folks, I can't be the only one who hasn't seen the sunrise. Jiang Sheng replied, "I'm fine with it. But can you all wake up in time? Stay overnight?" With Jiang Sheng, the ultra-thin pack of 10. Xiaotian's thoughts became chaotic, and in a daze, she stammered, "Don't ask me. I have no idea." Xiangzi was eager to witness the sunrise, confidently pounding his chest. "I can wake up. I'll call you both." It was settled, and he declared he would inform Sister Yi. Half an hour later, Yezi drove the 3 of them to the seaside hotel, checked them in, and handed the room cards to Xiangzi, mentioning that she still had work assigned by Mr. Su to finish before driving away. Li Mingqiang rubbed the 2 room cards in his hands, complaining, "Aunt Fong is so stingy. Why only 2 rooms? I mean, once the drama airs, we'll be considered stars, right? We deserve better treatment. 2 rooms are just right. You can sleep in the hotel lobby, while Xiaotian and I each take a room. Come on, as brothers, we should share a bed." Xiangzi shoved one of the room cards into Xiaotian's hand, draping an arm around Jiang Sheng's shoulders as they headed toward the elevator. "Li Mingqian." Xiaotian clutched the room card tightly, her fierce gaze seemingly attempting to pierce a hole in Xiangzi's back. Xiaotian entered the room alone, and upon seeing the large bed spacious enough for 2 to tumble about, her mind began to wander. "Stop daydreaming." She slapped her face vigorously. That night, Xiaotian indulged in a lengthy shower and bath, spending 2 hours pampering herself, even tending to her nails. As the lights dimmed, she slipped into bed, pulling the covers up to reveal only her sparkling, expressive eyes. Would that insufferable Jiang Sheng come to knock on her door? Should one answer the knock at the door? The hotel's soundproofing is quite inadequate, and the overly sensitive Xiaotian can even hear the footsteps in the corridor outside. At the slightest disturbance, she buries her entire face beneath the covers, waiting for the sound to completely fade away before slowly pulling down the duvet to reveal her large eyes, filled with a mixture of disappointment and confusion. Where on earth is Jiang Sheng? Are you coming or not? That evening, in a twin-bedded room, Jiang Li and his companion were so caught up in their activities that they hadn't even taken the time to wash up. Strongzy urged Jiang Sheng to engage in a game of Honor of Kings. 1 match concluded, yet their thirst for competition remained unquenched. They continued to play in pairs until the clock struck 3 in the morning, with dawn not too far off. Are we not going to sleep? What kind of sleep is that? Let's keep going. As the sun began to rise, 3 individuals in the seaside hotel were sleeping soundly, as if in a deep slumber. Chapter 21. Never think about it again in this lifetime. I refused to break up as the day broke outside. The three were roused from slumber by Yezi's insistent phone calls. They had undoubtedly missed the sunrise. As the elevator doors opened, Xiaotian burst forth like a cannonball, charging into the hotel lobby. Spotting Jiang Sheng, she delivered a solid punch. You, Jiang Sheng, never think about it again in your life. With that, she stormed out of the hotel, climbing into the awaiting car and sulking in the back seat. Did missing the sunrise truly warrant such fury? Jiang Sheng rubbed his shoulder, still stinging from the blow, and turned to Qiangzi. How could you fall asleep? Why did you sleep as well? Qiangzi glanced at the sun, now high in the sky, scratching his head in regret. The previous night, the two had vowed to stay awake, but within half an hour, he had seen Jiang Sheng nodding off. After a scolding of little spicy chicken, he had found his own phone meet his face, succumbing to sleep. The alarm was set, but it never rang. His phone had been playing games until it automatically shut down. Once in the car, the two sensed the palpable tension in the back seat and exchanged glances. Quick, take the blame, Jiang Sheng urged. Why should I cover your girlfriend when she's upset? Qiangzi retorted. Jiang Sheng shot him a middle finger before sliding to the back, poking Xiaotian on the shoulder. She shrugged him off, crossing her arms, her large, unhappy eyes fixed on the scenery outside, unwilling to engage. Having been together for half a year, Jiang Sheng was witnessing Xiaotian's anger for the first time. Next time, we'll find an opportunity to watch the sunrise again. But we won't bring Qiangzi. There won't be a next time, Xiaotian exclaimed. Qiangzi, look at how mad you made Xiaotian. She doesn't even want to see the sunrise anymore. You promised to wake us up. What is wrong with you? Jiang Sheng attempted to redirect the conflict. But was it truly about the sunrise that angered Xiaotian? You prepared the ultra-thin ones, and didn't even use them. What does that mean? You made her overthink last night, draining her energy until the early hours. Embarrassed, Xiaotian refrained from voicing her true feelings and instead began tossing a pillow at Jiang Sheng. It's not Xiangzi's fault. It's yours. 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 From Jiang Sheng's perspective, this was a classic case of unreasonable behavior. In relationships, when faced with a girlfriend's irrational outburst, boys typically adopt one of two approaches. Either indulge her with immediate apologies or handle it coldly, leaving her to stew in her own frustration. Jiang Sheng opted for a third approach, direct inquiry. He seized Xiaotian's arm, pulling her into an embrace, gazing into her watery eyes. What am I to blame for? Tell me, and I will understand. Fortunately, Xiaotian was not the type to leave him guessing. She unzipped Jiang Sheng's waist bag, rummaging through it, and produced the unopened box of ultra-thin items, holding it before him. Tell me, what did you buy this for? Surely, it's not to use with someone else? In that instant, Jiang Sheng comprehended everything, and regret flooded his heart. Xiaotian must have mentally prepared herself for an encounter, only to be met with disappointment. How could she not be upset? Jiang Sheng cast a scathing glare at Qiangzi, exclaiming, You wretched scoundrel! Last night presented such a splendid opportunity, and you dragged me into playing games. You've made me miss a pivotal moment in my life. Qiangzi chuckled awkwardly, turning away to feign his absence. Jiang Sheng brushed aside Xiaotian's long hair and whispered softly in her ear, How about we give it a try tonight? You insufferable Jiang Sheng. You can forget about it for this lifetime. Tian Shiwei yanked Jiang Sheng's arm and bit down with her petite canines. Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Sheng grimaced, observing the neat circle of bite marks, blood seeping through. Serves you right. At precisely 9:15, the alarm on Jiang Sheng's phone rang. Xiaotian remarked, You take care of your business first. I will settle the score with you later. All right. Jiang Sheng retrieved his phone, opened a group chat with merely 5 members, lifted the mute, and typed a message. 1. SZ 300340 B 36 75 S 47 Obzit Shichinch Lok Ziche. Responses came promptly, received from member 4, 3, 5, and 2. Jiang Sheng muted the chat once more. The content of the message indicated SZ as the stock code, B as the buying guidance price, S as the selling guidance price, and LOC representing the position ratio. Jiang Sheng relied on his memory to trade stocks, always entering the market with full positions. Whenever more promising stocks appeared, he would withdraw part of his capital. Over the past year, the funds involved in his exits range from tens of millions to several billions. To prevent substantial capital flight from inciting panic among retail investors, he deliberately sought out four reliable speculative forces. His trading philosophy was straightforward: only engage in long positions, never short. He collaborated with the speculative traders, exiting gradually while they followed closely. This back and forth ensured a stable stock price without causing a panic sell-off. According to market trends, the speculators profited, and Jiang Sheng reinvested his liquidated funds into higher quality stocks. Each day, this process repeated itself. Though his friends were mere tools, they still made profits, leading to a win-win situation. Jiang Sheng could not allow them to gain benefits without a fair exchange. After all, their support would be invaluable in the future. Having established the group over a year ago, only member 2 remained somewhat enigmatic, consistently following the stock picks, yet never engaging Jiang Sheng in private conversations. To this day, Jiang Sheng remained unaware of member 2's primary occupation. The other 3 frequently reached out to Jiang Sheng, either intentionally or unintentionally probing into the true identity of this stock god, discussing domestic commercial development trends, seeking entrepreneurial advice, and occasionally indulging in flirtatious banter. Member 3 had recently launched a live streaming platform, signing a plethora of internet celebrities, and his career was currently thriving. Member 4 was a prominent doctor, dedicating considerable effort to the medical resources of the Jiang family. Earlier this year, Jiang Sheng's grandmother suffered from a chronic ailment deemed incurable, with historical trends suggesting her life would conclude in 2016. Jiang Sheng, through the green channel introduced by Member 4, managed to save his grandmother's life. Now, the elderly lady could ascend 5 flights of stairs with ease and relished her meals heartily. Number 5 is a tailor, responsible for crafting the exquisite gowns worn by the hosts of the Spring Festival Gala, a rarity in the fashion realm. Yet, she is inexplicably drawn to design a new outfit for the stock market god. Number 5. What do you think of the picture, little stock god? Once again, this sister has come to intrude. Jiang Sheng inwardly grumbled as he opened the image, revealing number 5 herself clad in a flowing green qipao, reminiscent of a celestial being stepping forth from a classical painting, graceful and enchanting. Jiang Sheng, what are you staring at? Xiao Tian's voice was laced with irritation. Number 5, just send me a photo, Jiang Sheng hastily explained. Since their relationship blossomed, Jiang Sheng no longer concealed his stock market dealings or chat group conversations from Xiao Tian. However, she held no interest in the stock market and refrained from following trends. Oh, was it beautiful? Xiao Tian's tone was tinged with an eerie chill that crept into Jiang Sheng's ears. Don't overthink it. This sister is older than our mothers, Jiang Sheng futilely clarified. Xiao Tian seized Jiang Sheng's other unscathed arm, revealing her tiny tiger teeth, and bit down fiercely. Ouch, ouch, that is not pretty. It's hideous. The 3 young ones returned to the set of the beginning, where the crew, with the aid of the traffic management department, closed off sections of Haizong Bridge. Actors on the bus. Xian can notice the 2 neat, blood-tinged bite marks on Jiang Sheng's forearm and teased. Did you provoke the little lady? Let us not discuss it. It's all tears, Jiang Sheng lamented, his heart heavy at the thought of his temporary loss of happiness. Let us focus on work. A skilled makeup artist deftly used a small brush to apply powder and concealer, erasing the traces of the bite marks. Today's pivotal scene centered on the male and female leads, with Li Shiqing discovering that her seatmate was also trapped in the cycle. Striving to persuade Xiao Hanyan to brainstorm solutions together. With thorough preparation and the guidance of esteemed mentors, the shooting process unfolded smoothly. Save for one mishap when Jiang Sheng accidentally brushed his elbow against Xiao Tian's chest while removing a USB drive. What should have been a startled reaction turned into a noticeable pause of surprise from Jiang Sheng. The seemingly ordinary Xiao Tian, in truth, harbored profound depths. Jiang Sheng lingered on the sensation of his elbow, feeling even more disheartened. On the 3rd day of filming, 2 industry insiders visited the set. One was Han Yang, a contracted director from Zindiga Film and Television, and the other was the well-known producer Wang Yexuan. Introduced by Guo Xiaoxi and invited by Su Wenfang, they arrived at the beginning set to scout actors for the upcoming project Summer Solstice, not yet. As Wang Yexuan observed the scene, Noting the 3 spare buses and a weathered explosion vehicle, he exclaimed, "In just under 2 years, Su has managed to establish such an impressive operation. It is truly admirable." Su Wenfang humbly acknowledged this and quickly addressed the matter, asking, "I wonder if these 2 young actors might catch your eye?" Absolutely. The entire narrative of Summer Solstice not yet spans from high school to university graduation, necessitating young actors. The 2 children, particularly the girl named Tian Shiwei, whose portrayal of fear and struggle when attacked by the antagonist was utterly breathtaking, captivated Han Yang. It is a pity that these 2 young actors lack fame and popularity. Otherwise, they could effortlessly take on the roles of the male and female leads. During the lunch break of the crew, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian were unexpectedly summoned back to the hotel for auditions. Xiao Tian entered first, choosing a segment from the 3rd female character, Cheng Chi-Chi, to perform. Jiang Sheng auditioned for the male lead, Fu Xiaoxi. Deep down, he harbored a reluctance towards idol dramas and was disinclined to partake in such youthful romantic narratives. However, this opportunity arose through his mother's connections, and out of respect for her, he purposely auditioned for the male lead, hoping to convey his ambitions and dissuade the production team from pursuing him further. How absurd! Upon finishing his audition, Jiang Sheng exited the room with his brows furrowed in frustration. In the corridor, Xiao Tian, while munching on half a meat bun, inquired, "Did the director give you any feedback?" Jiang Sheng replied, "Director Han asked if we have any plans to break up." Xiao Tian nearly choked on her bun upon hearing this. Jiang Sheng quickly fetched a bottle of mineral water and gently patted her back to help her regain her breath. As Xiao Tian composed herself, her face flushed with determination, she stamped her foot and declared resolutely, "No, we cannot break up. If breaking up is the only way to secure a role, then I would rather not act at all." Chapter 22. The conclusion. In a new beginning, the stench of alcohol permeated the entire restroom. Su Wenfang knelt at the edge of the toilet, retching until there was nothing left to expel, still spitting out bile. Jiang Sheng assisted by wiping her mouth and offering water, attending to her with utmost care. Observing his mother in such a drunken state, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. Was it truly necessary? We are not in dire need of 1 or 2 roles. Su Wenfang spat out mouthwash, exclaiming, "How can we not need them? The earlier you establish your footing in this industry, the more, secure I feel. Rest assured, I am no fool. At least I am still conscious. Did you not see? Those 2 brats were carried out tonight, ha ha ha." Jiang Sheng supported his unsteady mother back to bed. "Did you manage to secure the deal?" "Of course, I took the initiative myself. How could a project slip through my fingers? Back in the day, Su Wenfang boasted of her past achievements in securing deposits for her unit, propping herself up against the headboard. She seized the strap of her bag and retrieved 2 scripts rolled into cylindrical shapes, one thick, one thin. The male lead had been preordained, so do not even entertain the thought. However, I heard that you and Shiwei are dating, which led to the recommendation for these 2 roles. The thick script is for Lu Jiang, the 2nd male lead, with the 3rd supporting role. The thin one is for Yan Mo, the 4th and 6th female roles. Jiang Sheng was genuinely surprised to have landed the 2nd male lead. As an unknown newcomer, he had little influence on the project. Why would they choose him? Director Han is a great benefactor. Nonsense. 2 individuals who do not catch rabbits or release eagles would not yield without some advantage. I transferred the film adaptation rights of a novel to the syndicate for free, and that is how they agreed to relinquish the roles. Noticing her son's growing impatience, Su Wenfang waved her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. These are not the few scripts you specifically requested. Through the buying and selling of IP rights, Su Wenfang recognized the commercial value of film adaptation rights and began to scour various publishing houses and original literature websites for IP. During this time, she met Gu Xiaoxi, which led to the opportunity for Summer Solstice Not Yet. The filming of Beginning wrapped up at the end of July, while Summer Solstice Not Yet commenced in August, marking a seamless transition. During the filming of Beginning, the results of the college entrance examination were released. Jiang Sheng scored an impressive 90.41 in his major and a total of 699 points, surpassing Guan Gij's cultural subject score by 147 points, securing the top position at Beijing Film Academy. That evening, Su Wenfang hosted a banquet for the entire crew. The three young talents each took time to return to school and fill out their application forms. On July 21st, precisely at 11 a.m., the application portal for the college entrance examination in the mountainous city opened. Jiang Sheng's admission to Beijing Film Academy was all but guaranteed. However, for Tian Shiwei and Li Mingqiang, who barely passed the cultural subjects and whose professional scores were not remarkable, the prospect of entering Beijing Film Academy remained uncertain. Little Tian entered her examination number, clicking to check the results, her small hand covering the phone screen before the results loaded. No, I can't bear to look. Jiang Sheng. I'm too scared. What's there to fear? Life hangs in the balance in an instant. Without hesitation, Chang glanced at the content displayed on his phone, nonchalantly brushing his bangs aside. Old Jiang, let any sign me up, or else Jiang Sheng will miss out on a brilliant new star. Jiang Sheng, uninterested in his words, grasped Tian Shi's delicate, almost boneless hand and reassured her, it's all settled. If Chang Zi can make it, what do we have to fear? His large hand gently guided hers, tracing downwards. Batch name, Art Undergraduate Batch, Institution Code, 10050. Upon seeing the code, Xiao Tian leaped from her seat in excitement, embracing Jiang Sheng as she spun in circles. Chang Zi slowly withdrew his outstretched arms, scratching his head in embarrassment. Hey, am I not included in this joy? All gatherings eventually come to an end. In late July, the crew of Beginning concluded filming amidst Tian Shi's reluctant tears. At their farewell, three esteemed seniors from Beijing Film Academy presented the young Prod GS with generous admission red envelopes, advising, should you encounter any issues at the academy, just mention our names, it will surely be beneficial. Xiao Tian nestled into Lu Dan's embrace, discreetly wiping away her tears. Over the 2 months of camaraderie, she had absorbed countless insights from Lu Dan, experiencing a remarkable leap in her acting skills. Even when faced with harsh criticism, gratitude filled her heart. Jiang Sheng cheerfully bid farewell to Lao Zhang and Lao Lu, only to find Lu Dan still waiting for a ride. So he took it upon himself to comfort Xiao Tian. All right, Sister Dan has a flight to catch. We shall meet again. Jiang Sheng took Xiao Tian under his wing, wiping away her tear-streaked cheeks, and turned to Lu Dan. I have a suspense script centered on women's themes. However, the original material is unsuitable for direct adaptation, and I have yet to begin revising it, so I wanted to check Sister Dan's availability in advance. Liu Den Chuklet Rue Fuli. What do you mean by checking availability? I currently have no projects lined up. Once Beginning airs, you will undoubtedly become a busy individual. Indeed, Jiang Sheng and Tian Shi harmonized, eliciting a chuckle from Lu Dan. What is the title of the original work? I'll take a look beforehand. Sky Tower. Parting also brings connections. The world is but a series of circles. Young couples emerging from Beginning must quickly adapt to a new sphere. On August 1st, Summer Solstice not yet held its character unveiling event. The entire cast was present, and Jiang Sheng encountered the stunning Shuang Jie, who was at the peak of her beauty. Who could have guessed that beneath such a refined exterior lay a wild spirit? Wow, you are stunning. Yes, Shuang Jie, you are beautiful as well. Xiao Tian never feigned modesty in the face of compliments. Instead, she graciously accepted them and reciprocated when appropriate. Thank you. Suddenly, the once vibrant Shuang Jie grew cold, leaving Xiao Tian to wonder if her words or demeanor had struck a sensitive chord. On stage, the host followed the script, introducing the main cast and arranging for them to take turns answering questions. When Jiang Sheng stepped up, he immediately spotted a sign with his name being held high in the audience and couldn't help but think, my mother has truly outdone herself with her preparations. Host, I hear your girlfriend is also here today. Why not invite her to the stage to introduce herself? The script had been meticulously reviewed in advance, and Jiang Sheng naturally followed the established procedures. Allow me to introduce my esteemed girlfriend, who also portrays the character Yinemo in the production, Tian Shiwei. As she graces the stage, the fans in the audience were utterly astonished, a genuine on-screen couple within the cast. The production team certainly knows how to generate buzz. Upon seeing Xiao Tian take the stage, the fans marveled at such a visually appealing pairing. How come we've never heard of this actress before? Who is this little-known gem? Host, may I ask, dear couple, What roles do you play in the drama? Jiang Sheng. I portray Lu Jiang, a character who, through the careful crafting of a screenwriter, successfully breaks free from tragedy. A brand new Lu Jiang is poised to collide with Yin Mo, sparking extraordinary chemistry that is truly unparalleled. Allow me to provide a little spoiler. Lu Jiang ultimately enjoys a happy ending. What? Did we hear that correctly? The fans in the audience waved their flags and erupted with excitement. During the original serialization, Lu Jiang, beloved by readers, was sentenced to life imprisonment, prompting fans to send countless blades to Guoxiaoxi. The screenwriter has redeemed the regrets of the fans from years past. From Jiang Sheng's words, it seems that this charming couple is also the official pairing in the drama. Can there be a more delightful pairing than a real-life couple portraying a couple on screen? Chapter 23. Senior Meng Zi. On August 5th, the production of the summer solstice commenced at Luda Island Guankou Middle School. The crew took advantage of the summer break to swiftly film the high school scenes. Jiang Sheng was laboring diligently at a summer job, while classmate Xiao Tian, who had no high school scenes, joyfully traveled with her parents and younger sister, sharing daily updates of her meals and adventures, along with delightful photographs. During a brief interlude, Jiang Sheng took out his phone to respond to Xiao Tian's messages, which felt rather sweet. Sister Shuang leaned over, unabashedly indulging in her curiosity. She even extended her finger to scroll through the chat history before patting Jiang Sheng's shoulder and earnestly advising, "Ah, the bliss of being in love. Little Junior, let me offer you a word of wisdom. Don't meddle too much. Grant each other a bit of freedom for the benefit of both parties." This elder sister, having recently endured a tumultuous breakup, now regarded love with disdain, immersing herself wholly in her career. Speaking of work, Sister Shuang was remarkably dedicated to her own craft, leaving others speechless. During the production, she arrived and departed punctually, adhering to her contract without lingering on set for even a moment longer than necessary. Even if her scenes remained unfinished, once the time was up, no one could expect to find her on set. The director often lamented her strictness, yet was powerless to change it. "Enough chatter, let's get to work," Chun Shuidong called out, eager to seize the opportunity to film the scenes between the male and female leads while Sister Shuang was present, lest his schedule be delayed. Speaking of his brother, his robotic acting was truly remarkable, coupled with an inflated sense of self-satisfaction. After each shot, he would eagerly watch the playback, admiring his performance with a satisfied expression, as if the words, "I am truly handsome," could be etched upon his forehead. When Director Han called out, he nearly ground his teeth in frustration, indicative of his determination to succeed. Privately, the director advised Jiang Sheng to temper his acting skills, lest he overshadow the male lead. What could Jiang Sheng do but comply? To abandon restraint and embrace freedom. In stark contrast to the serious atmosphere of the initial production, the summer solstice felt exhilarating, with the youthful cast engaging in light-hearted banter, making time fly by. Before long, September arrived, ushering in the back-to-school season. High school students returned, and the crew departed from Guankou Middle School. Jiang Sheng returned home to retrieve his admission notice and pack for his enrollment at Beijing Film Academy, while also seeking a brief leave from school to accommodate filming. As Jiang Sheng wheeled his suitcase into the campus of Beijing Film Academy, amidst the bustling crowd, he spotted a strikingly beautiful young woman with fair skin energetically waving at him. "Hey, little chubby, over here," she called. "Little mute. Long time no see." Upon their reunion, Meng Zi circled Jiang Sheng 3 times, exclaiming, "Wow, little chubby, you've changed so much. You haven't had cosmetic surgery, have you? Mutely beautiful sister. How many plastic surgery enthusiasts could pass the Academy's preliminary test? I've merely lost some weight." Meng Zi playfully patted Jiang Sheng on the back, exclaiming, "Is it too much to ask for a modicum of respect for a stunning beauty? Your previous remarks were utterly unflattering. Shall we refer to you as Great Sage? Oh dear, your words are quite charming." Meng Zi was thoroughly pleased with her newfound title. She had met Jiang Sheng during her winter break job at Hongdian in 2015 while working on the set of Zilong. Later, a group of aspiring actors had gathered for karaoke, where Meng Zi's singing prowess astonished everyone present. Jiang Sheng remarked that it would be better for Meng Zi to maintain her silence, prompting him to humorously change her contact name to Silent Sister. Meng Zi took it in stride, appreciating the playful banter. Her motivation for pursuing an acting career was rather unconventional. She aimed to provoke her ex-boyfriend's jealousy. She envisioned becoming a celebrated star, ensuring that he would see her on television and regret their breakup. However, upon her acceptance into Beijing Film Academy, the two reconciled. Recalling this, Jiang Sheng inquired, "Why haven't you posted any pictures of your boyfriend recently?" Meng Zi replied dismissively, "Don't mention him. We've definitively parted ways, never to cross paths again." She then glanced into the crowd behind Jiang Sheng and asked, "Where are your parents? Didn't they come to see you off to school?" "They intended to," Jiang Sheng responded, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. But as soon as my mother emerged from the airport, she spotted the university bus for parents. Without hesitation, she dragged my father into the registration line, leaving me behind, lamenting that Peking University had missed out on our family's once-in-a-century genius. "What a pity." Meng Zi stifled a laugh, saying, "Your mother must be offering prayers for you. Truth be told, if my son scored 700 points only to pursue acting, I would be quite upset. Let's be precise, 699. 700 sounds far more appealing. Come on, let's go." With your mother absent, the campus beauty will personally escort you to registration, so you can boast your classmates later. As Meng Zi tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she instinctively reached out to link arms with Jiang Sheng. It was a gesture as ordinary as any. However, to her surprise, Jiang Sheng swiftly stepped back, evading her touch with the agility of prey escaping a predator. "Are you serious about retreating?" Meng Zi's beautiful face was filled with astonishment, her almond-shaped eyes wide. She pointed at Jiang Sheng in mock reproach, raising her voice, "You little chubby, are you actually dodging me? Please be mindful. Dear lady, this flower is already claimed." Jiang Sheng thought, acutely aware that among the throng of people, a pair of grape-like eyes were watching them with a tinge of jealousy. "This silly girl thinks I haven't noticed her," Jiang Sheng mused, stifling a chuckle as he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, successfully capturing the elusive Xiao Tian. He half-dragged her to Meng Zi's side, introducing her with a grin. "Xiao Wei, this is the senior I mentioned, the one whose singing is dreadful and whose speech is even worse." "Oh, you little chubby one who forgets friends in the presence of beauty. Could you kindly introduce me properly?" The nickname puzzled Xiao Tian, her large eyes seemingly inquiring about its origin. Meng Jie, ever so familiar, linked her arm with Xiao Tian's and remarked, "Sister, let me tell you, your boyfriend used to be a complete chub with a waist as thick as a barrel." Jiang Sheng, standing nearby, insisted that he now sported six-pack abs. Yet Meng Jie relentlessly teased him, divulging tales of his past embarrassments as retribution for his earlier rejection of her embrace. However, these words, upon reaching Tian Shiwei's ears, took on a different hue. How could anyone know Jiang Sheng better than I do? Xiao Tian's smile vanished, her lips pressed tightly together, the dimples at the corners of her mouth serving as a vessel for her jealousy. He was certainly cut from the cast of Zilong due to. "All right, Meng Jie, I admit my wrongdoing." Jiang Sheng understood that if he allowed her to continue, he would soon find himself in hot water. And he certainly did not wish to be nipped by Xiao Tian. "Fine, since we're already on sisterly terms, I shall let you off this time." Meng Jie, putting aside past grievances, led Jiang Sheng to check in, collect his student materials, and familiarize himself with the layout of the campus facilities. The first apartment was designated for male students, while the second was co-ed. Do not misunderstand, for it is not a matter of sharing a room. The boys reside on the lower 3 floors, with male and female students entering the apartment through separate corridors. The entrances are independent, and the dormitory management is stringent, constantly monitoring the interior to prevent any misconduct or inappropriate behavior. Jiang Sheng was assigned to room 707 in Building 1. As the elevator smoothly arrived at the 7th floor, he grasped his suitcase in one hand while clutching a bedding roll with the other. He observed 2 lovely ladies ahead of him, engaged in cheerful conversation, their steps light, showing no intention of offering assistance. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Are you not even going to lend a hand?" Meng Jie meandered through the hallway, her eyes scanning like radar, taking in the comings and goings of the other boys. Her true intention was not to assist Jiang Sheng. Rather, she sought to use the guise of check-in to sneak a peek at the private lives of male students. How shameless! Chapter 24. The sound of bamboo sticks. The dormitory is a 5-person room, furnished with 3 sets of bunk beds. Among them, the third bed is unoccupied, reserved solely for luggage. Currently, only Wang Ziki is cleaning the room alone. Upon hearing the door open, he promptly sets down his broom, eager to welcome the new roommates. Raising his brow, he is taken aback to find not one, but 2 beautiful ladies, one of whom is even a campus belle from Beijing. Hello, senior. Greetings, junior. Jiang Sheng arrives a bit late, dragging her luggage. She tosses her bedding onto the 4th bed, wipes the sweat from her forehead, and turns to Wang Ziki, saying, "It's you. We were in the same examination hall for the 3rd test, remember?" Of course, Wang Ziki remembers the male champion Jiang Sheng, who had overshadowed Guan Gij and made headlines. However, he wonders how she manages to excel in exams while also enjoying such splendid company. Feeling a twinge of envy, Wang Ziki enthusiastically replies, "We owe our success in the 3rd test to you taking the lead, setting a great example for our group. Out of 10 participants, 4 accepted." As he glances at Jiang Sheng's luggage, he suggests, "You haven't picked up your military training uniform yet, right? I can accompany you later." Jiang Sheng, however, waves her hand dismissively. "No need. I have a play to shoot during the military training, so I'll need to take leave." Wang Ziki is momentarily at a loss for words, pondering the vast differences between people. Just then, he notices fellow classmate Tian Shiwei, who has taken off her shoes and nimbly climbed onto the 4th bed to help Jiang Sheng arrange her bedding. "Goodness, once you leave, I will definitely climb onto your bed to munch on sunflower seeds." Wang Ziki silently sees as he resumes sweeping the floor. As the young couple busies themselves with the bedding, their bond seems to mend effortlessly. When they exit the dormitory, Tian, Shi, and Jiang Sheng are playfully bantering, their camaraderie evident as they lean in to share whispered secrets. "Jiang Sheng, why didn't you tell me about the past? I just want to present my best side to you," Jiang Sheng replies. Meng Zi watches them, rolling her eyes dramatically. She feels a mix of envy and annoyance at their affectionate dynamic, a type of relationship she has never experienced. "Senior Meng, are you familiar with Yichang? We need to seek his permission for leave. Could you introduce us?" "What? I want to go. Best of luck to you both." Upon hearing the infamous reputation of Yichang, Meng Zi's face pales, and she hastily departs, unable to even finish her lunch. After gathering information from various sources, Jiang Sheng finds herself standing before the Academic Affairs Office. Xiao Tian stands beside her, visibly tense, her hands tightly clasped together, betraying a lingering, instinctive fear of teachers' offices that one might have retained since high school. Jiang Sheng, however, appears unfazed as he raises his hand and knocks on the door. "Come in." A voice calls from within. As he pushes the door open, Jiang Sheng is met not only by Yichang, but also a familiar face, Guan Xiaodong. Upon seeing them, her expression immediately darkens, undoubtedly recalling how Jiang Sheng had overshadowed her on Weibo following the results of their arts examination. Hu Chang recognized this year's top scholar and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Teacher, we would like to request a leave of absence." Upon noticing the leave request on Jiang Sheng's desk, Hu Chang's expression darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. "Excellent. You truly are the fine talent selected by Beijing Film Academy, fresh in the ranks and already yearning to be deserters. How outrageous!" Jiang Sheng stole a glance at Guan Xiaotong's leave note. Well, it was even more audacious than his. After military training, she intended to shoot Aurora of Love, requesting a 4-month leave. Guan Xiaodong replied, "Uncle Hu, I've already signed the contract." Hu Chang picked up a bamboo board from his desk and slammed it down forcefully, exclaiming, "In school, we call it teacher, a male scholar, a female scholar, and you." "Teacher, I am Tian Shiwei." Little Tian shrank back, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, bracing for reprimand. "Oh, now I remember. You are indeed Tian Shiwei. I heard old Lu mention you, and he asked me to take special care of you. I'll take care of your grandmother." Requesting leave right after enrollment. Do you even regard school rules? Hu Chang unleashed a torrent of reprimands, brandishing the bamboo board as though it might descend upon them. Once he had exhausted his fury, he lifted his teacup, took a sip, and inquired, "Have both of you signed contract as well?" The young couple nodded like chicks pecking at rice. With a resounding thud, Hu Chang slammed a pen onto the desk and commanded, "Leave your manager's contact information." Guan Xiaodong and Jiang Sheng took turns jotting down the phone numbers. Hu Chang's icy gaze fell upon little Tian, causing her to tremble, and she timidly stated, "Teacher, Jiang Sheng and I are from the same company." Old Jiang mentioned that you both performed admirably over the summer. A sly smile crept onto Hu Chang's face as he selected 3 books from the shelf and handed them to the trio, requesting leave. Guan Xiaodong, seeking a 4-month leave, received Border Town. Jiang Sheng, requesting 3 months, was given the marriage of Ju Ying. Tian Shiwei, asking for a 1-month leave, received the exit. With a resounding clap, the bamboo board struck the desk again as Hu Chang commanded, "Read aloud. Finish and then leave. Where are your emotions? Did the lines go to the dogs? How on earth did you manage to enter Beijing Film Academy? Who was it that admitted you? Was it not you?" Jiang Sheng recited loudly, finally understanding why Sister Meng's expression changed upon hearing Hu Chang's name. Returning to the summer is not yet over film set. Sister Shuang listened to the grievances of the two and laughed gleefully. Hu Dada was merciful not to use the bamboo board on you. Recollecting their school days, Sister Shuang recounted the personalities of the teachers at Beijing Film Academy and their several taboos. Once filming commenced, Sister Shuang's performance noticeably improved, breezing through takes as if the couple's misfortune had bestowed upon her a splendid mood for the day. However, the following day, Sister Shuang vanished without a trace. Han Yang's furious outbursts on set proved futile. It was said that Sister Shuang had sent a last-minute text requesting leave, and the crew was unable to reach her. She adamantly insisted she would not return, leaving no one aware of her whereabouts. Such is Sister Shuang. Her approach to matters has always been so carefree. In a state of desperation, the production team had no choice but to hastily revise the script, focusing initially on filming the scenes featuring Lu Jiang and Yan Mo. The moment Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei entered the scene, Han Yang rediscovered the long-lost sensation of directing, a wave of comfort washing over him. Xiao Tian brilliantly embodied the mischievous and sprightly essence of Yan Mo, while Jiang Sheng's mastery of the dialogue was impressively precise. Their chemistry was palpable, resulting in a seamless and fluid performance. Cut. The scene concluded, yet the camaraderie among the actors persisted. The atmosphere on set was relaxed and natural, devoid of any awkwardness. They engaged in playful banter and whispered to one another, their laughter resonating throughout. Even when their hair became disheveled, there was no need for the makeup artist's intervention. Their focus was solely on each other, and any minor imperfections were promptly addressed by the other. The behind-the-scenes footage was overflowing with sweetness, causing Han Yang to revel in delight. Had Xiao Tian devoured all the props of sweet and sour ribs, they would need to fetch more. Why was Xiao Tian seen wearing the same outfit repeatedly on camera? What was the wardrobe department doing? They had taken too few fixed shots. They needed to add several more costumes for her. What? You say Shuang Jie has returned? The smile on Han Yang's face instantly froze. There was no choice. After all, she was the leading lady, and they had to continue filming her scenes. With the contrast between Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei, the interaction between the male and female leads appeared increasingly awkward in the director's eyes. This was a bitter pill to swallow for Han Yang, who struggled to suppress the feeling of despair, convincing himself that tomorrow would bring scenes with the second male lead and the fourth female lead. Yet, after a month of Xiao Tian's filming schedule came to an end, Han Yang was left in utter dismay, internally lamenting, why on earth is Xiao Tian only the fourth female lead? Chapter 25. The Wedding in the Play by the end of October. News arrived from XINCAN that the beginning had passed the review and received certification, and a collaboration agreement was reached with Kiwi, prompting immediate arrangements for the broadcast. Meanwhile, the production team of Summer's End faced a daunting predicament. Sister Shuang had vanished once more. This time, the situation was more dire than ever. Even the actors' exclusive trailers parked outside the set had seemingly disappeared, as if she had evaporated into thin air. Producer Wang Yeshuan and director Han Yang sat together, their faces etched with worry, chains smoking in frustration. How did they end up with such a predicament? As they pondered potential solutions, Wang Yeshuan's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, "Hello." "What?" What?" Upon hearing the news, Wang Yeshuan was instantly consumed by rage, hurling the phone to the ground with a shattering crash, cursing vehemently. "Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. They claim the actor has already fulfilled her contracted hours, and any further performance would exceed the limit. Thus, she is not obligated to continue the contract. Who the hell drafted this contract?" Wang Yeshuan unleashed a torrent of expletives. Han Yang slumped onto the sofa, massaging his temples, fatigue written all over his face, and asked, "What do we do now? Shall we pay her again?" Just the thought of Sister Shuang's exorbitant fees made Wang Yeshuan's head throb painfully. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "We have no money left. Increasing the budget will surely lead to a loss. Can the existing footage even support the episodes?" Han Yang crushed a cigarette, but underfoot, exclaiming, "What a joke. Even if I splice in all her behind-the-scenes footage, I still can't reach 48 episodes." Summer's End was a project co-produced by Syndicate and Mango TV, with one responsible for filming and the other for broadcasting. The contract clearly stipulated that if the episodes were insufficient, the production team would incur penalties for breach of contract. The room was once again shrouded in smoke, enveloped in silence. After a few moments, Han Yang broke the stillness, suggesting, "Let us hire someone to fill in. Adding characters at this stage is certainly impractical, but we can still incorporate additional scenes." The more he spoke, the more he convinced himself of the viability of this solution. His spirits lifted as he settled on a candidate in his mind. Tian Shiwei. Han Yang clapped his hands, determining the direction for the additional scenes. "We shall add the rival scenes between Lu Jiang and Yan Mo. It will surely become a hit upon airing." The producer was responsible for managing finances, while the director ensured the quality of the final product. Since Han Yang had proposed it, Wang Yeshuan had no grounds for dissent. After all, the fee for the new actress was not high, and they could consider it a last-ditch effort. He promptly called over Jiang Sheng, who was on set, and conveyed the team's thoughts. "Let me check." After a phone call with his mother, Jiang Sheng responded, "My mom promised the school would not allow us to take on any new roles during our freshman and sophomore years unless the school consents. Otherwise, she has no way to facilitate it. Furthermore, Shiwei trembles at the sight of Hideo. She would never voluntarily request leave." Wang Yeshuan extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and lamented, "Goodness, the rules at Beijing Film Academy are becoming increasingly numerous. In the past, I could simply enter the classroom to audition without issue. Yet, when the students trained by your institution create turmoil, why can't the academy take responsibility?" Jiang Sheng, alarmed upon hearing this, thought, how could one equate everyone with Sister Shuang? The entrance exams do not assess psychological stability. "Mr. Wang, such statements cannot be made. The actions of an individual actor should not reflect upon the entire group." All right. At your tender age, one cannot take jokes lightly. I shall have our boss personally call He Kwang." The following day, Xiao Tian returned to the set and was presented with a stack of new scripts. As Han Yang contemplated the character of Yan Mo, inspiration flowed forth abundantly. He spent an entire night crafting a script, which surpassed even the revisions of the screenwriter. A sense of quiet joy filled his heart. Once again, we can indulge in some on-set romance. The crew resumed work. Yet it was poor Chen Shuidong who bore the brunt of the situation. The lead actress had inexplicably vanished, and consequently, his scenes were drastically reduced. Who could he appeal to for this injustice? By the end of November, the crew temporarily rented a church to celebrate the wrap of Tian Shiwei's wedding scenes. Xiao Tian, adorned with a crystal crown and clad in a simple white off-shoulder wedding gown, sat gracefully before the makeup station, allowing the makeup artist to carefully fasten exquisite diamond drop earrings. Reflected in the mirror, her delicate face radiated a vibrant glow, captivating and enchanting, and even the heavy makeup could not conceal the blush of shyness gracing her cheeks. Staff members nearby jested. Teacher Xiao Tian is about to have a public wedding. "Oh dear, I am not yet of legal age." "Ah, does that mean once you reach the legal age, you intend to marry?" Seeing Xiao Tian's embarrassed expression, the onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless by her adorable demeanor, prompting a chorus of laughter. The groom has arrived. The groom has arrived. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Jiang Sheng entered the makeup room, igniting another round of cheerful commotion. At that moment, Jiang Sheng's gaze was solely fixed on Xiao Tian, entirely indifferent to the chatter around him. He never anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. Xiao Tian clenched her tiny fist, lightly punching him, and playfully scolded. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is just acting. It doesn't count. Mr. Jiang, did you hear that? Acting doesn't count. It must be genuine. Proposal, proposal, proposal." Amidst the enthusiastic shouts of the crew, Jiang Sheng knelt on one knee. This unexpected gesture startled Xiao Tian, causing her heart to race. She thought, he can't be serious. Can he? Jiang Sheng then picked up a pair of sequined crystal high heels from beside him. "Allow me to help you change your shoes." Xiao Tian sighed in relief. "Phew, thank goodness, I almost broke the law. Why is it so warm in Shanghai this November?" She wondered, fanning herself with her small hands, as she tucked her feet back beneath her gown to evade Jiang Sheng's playful grasp. Gently declining, the wedding dress drags on the ground. "It won't even capture a close-up of my feet, so there's really no need to change. Let us keep the act complete, then." "Very well." When the clothing instructor brought over the shoes, Xiao Tian had previously declined with the same set of excuses twice. However, this time, with Jiang Sheng's persuasion, she felt a flicker of joy within, even as her lips continued to protest. Jiang Sheng gently grasped her delicate ankle hidden beneath her skirt, removing her sneakers, and slowly peeled away the cotton high-waisted socks adorned with a bunny motif, revealing her adorable, rounded feet. Her toes seemed to shyly huddle together. Jiang Sheng then assisted Xiao Tian in donning the wedding shoes, tenderly lifting her up and encouraging her to try them on for size. As the girl experienced her first encounter with high heels, she took a couple of steps, lost her balance, and tumbled directly into Jiang Sheng's embrace, prompting a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers. "Did you twist your ankle?" "No, not at all." Wrapping her arm around Jiang Sheng, Xiao Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that her gaze while wearing the heels aligned perfectly with his jawline. Elated, she exclaimed, "Jiang Sheng, have you grown taller?" Jiang Sheng, just half a centimeter shy of reaching the height of 1.8 meters, displayed a sorrowful expression as he replied, "I'm wearing height-increasing insoles." Xiao Tian, now standing at 167 centimeters, comforted him, saying, "Oh, no rush, you will definitely grow taller." Understanding Jiang Sheng's sensitivity regarding height, she chose not to dwell on the matter, thinking to herself, what does it matter if he falls short of 1.8 meters? She could simply choose not to wear high heels in the future. The actors had entered. With the assistant director's prompt, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian stepped into the hall, one after the other. Immersed in the scene, Jiang Sheng gazed at the charming young woman before him, resolute in his heart that this moment must be realized in reality. "Mr. Lu Jiang, do you take Miss Yan and Mo to be your wife?" "I do." "Miss Yan and Mo, do you take Mr. Lu Jiang to be your husband?" "I do." Xiao Tian fixated on the prop ring that was slowly sliding on her left ring finger, her heart racing with excitement, as visions of their shared future danced in her mind, her already flushed earlobes becoming even more vibrant. Chapter 26. The Joys of University Life. Originally a mere supporting character, Tian Shiwei found herself unexpectedly elevated to the role of the second female lead due to the production's decision to expand her scenes. Consequently, her official counterpart, Jiang Sheng, also experienced a significant increase in his screen time, nearing that of the male lead, ultimately becoming the last actor to finish filming for the project's summer solstice, not yet arrived. On the last Thursday of November, after tirelessly working for half a year, Jiang Sheng finally departed from the set. In a fit of rebellion, he skipped class and, having informed Xiao Tian, promptly switched off his phone to indulge in a few days of carefree enjoyment, not returning to school until the following Monday. The semester had progressed for 3 months, and the 22 students of the acting undergraduate class had grown quite familiar with one another after military training and a prolonged period of academic life. Jiang Sheng's sudden return felt akin to an interloper joining a new collective. Indeed, Upon his early morning arrival back at the dormitory, the previously relaxed and jovial atmosphere among his roommates instantly shifted to one of surprise. Wang Ziki was hopping on one foot, attempting to pull on his thermal pants, while Jiang Sheng, with his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, stared blankly from the upper bunk. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng, he jolted awake. Chen Xingyu stood at the foot of the bed, rhythmically fanning Lu Feng's face in a bid to rouse him. The moment he spotted Jiang Sheng, his actions froze. "Wow, you're back." Wang Ziki was the first to speak, while the other three either offered polite smiles or waved in greeting. It seemed as though an invisible barrier had formed between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Jiang Sheng internally mused and inquired, "Have you all not done your morning exercises?" Wang Ziki chuckled awkwardly. "We had a bit too much to drink last night." Jiang Sheng glanced at the stack of textbooks piled on the beds and asked, "What classes do we have this morning, dear mentors?" At the mention of mentors, the barrier diminished significantly. "English," Wang Ziki replied, as he finished donning his thermal pants and grabbed a basin to wash up. Jiang Sheng, who resided next door, reached over to the fourth bed and pulled out a copy of College English cheerfully remarking, "Surprise. The first class at Beijing Film Academy is English." Chen Xingyu offered to send Jiang Sheng a class schedule later, resuming his attempts to wake Lu Feng, saying, "Fengzi, stop sleeping. I won't help you with roll call." In the lecture hall, the roll call commenced. Lu Feng, present. Jiang Sheng, you think I wouldn't recognize you on your first day in my class? Stand for the first session. Laughter erupted among the students, marking the official commencement of Jiang Sheng's university life. In private, Jiang Sheng ventured to the English teaching office to engage in a spirited debate with the professor. Upon exiting the office, he had earned the privilege of not needing to attend lectures. He planned to utilize the time during English class for other pursuits. Each Monday, he would take his notebook to the last row of the classroom, immersing himself in the adaptation of two scripts, Skyscraper and A Long Night Unclear. Throughout the morning, he flipped through the mental album of memories while typing on his computer. The adaptation of Skyscraper posed little challenge, yet the other script was an entirely different matter. In the works of Jiang Sheng, The Long Night is depicted with an overwhelming sense of darkness. It remains uncertain whether the script, having been completed several years prior, will pass the review process. Nevertheless, action must be taken. Jiang Sheng dedicated himself to his tasks, while Xiao Tian, upon learning that her boyfriend was preoccupied with serious matters, refrained from disturbing him any further. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian integrated herself into the social circle of her female peers and forged a close friendship with a girl named Zhou Yi. During performance and dialogue classes, she did not cling to her boyfriend nor insisted on being in the same group as Jiang Sheng each time. Occasionally, she would even challenge Jiang Sheng's group by selecting the same performance segment to compete against him in a dramatic showdown. At Beijing Film Academy, a leisurely university life is an illusion. Freshmen rise promptly at 6:30 from Monday to Saturday to practice an hour of morning exercises, with classes commencing at 8 and extending until 9 in the evening. The only brief respite for Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian on Friday afternoons was also commandeered by Su Wenfeng, who ordered them to undergo shaping training and beauty treatments off campus. It could be said that they had no leisure time whatsoever. The school forbids freshmen from staying out overnight, leaving Sunday as the sole day for young couples to enjoy their time together. On Sunday, under the watchful and hostile gaze of the dormitory matron, Jiang Sheng paced back and forth at the entrance of the second apartment's female dormitory. Before long, Tian Shui arrived with her friend. "Zhou Yi, what brings you here?" Jiang Sheng inquired. "What's the issue with Xiao Tian going on a date with you while I am out with her?" Zhou Yi retorted, "Goodness, this light bulb is exceptionally bright." Xiao Tian embraced both friends, resembling a harem. The trio dined, shopped, watched movies, played board games, and indulged in arcade games. Xiao Tian, with her long legs straddling the motorcycle arcade game, removed the hair tie from her wrist, swiftly gathering her wavy hair into a ponytail, and began racing online. Zhou Yi acted as the cheerleader beside her, exclaiming enthusiastically as if she were genuinely seated on the back of a speeding motorcycle. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng stood nearby at the basketball machine, casually shooting hoops with one hand while holding his phone in the other, listening to a call from his mother. I have some leads on that matter you asked me to investigate. The director of the Wandering Earth has been behaving like a pyramid scheme salesman, desperately seeking funding. And most people in the industry are aware of this. However, very few believe in the prospects of this science fiction project. While others tremble in fear, I am greedy. Jiang Sheng, with the basketball in one hand, made a clean shot into the hoop and continued, Mom. Released the news about simultaneously launching Skyscraper in the Long Night to let him know we have ample funds available and wait for the fish to bite. I cannot approve of you investing heavily in a gamble on a science fiction film. Oh, come now. We haven't even begun discussions. Let's pursue it further first. After hanging up, Jiang Sheng's face flushed with excitement, barely concealing his inner exhilaration. If he were to choose a project he yearned to participate in, The Wandering Earth would undoubtedly be the definitive answer. This is a film that is destined to leave a profound mark on the annals of Chinese cinema, a film that empowers the nation to stand tall. Faced with such a momentous opportunity to etch one's name in history, who could possibly suppress the fervent desire within? What brings such joy? Has one struck the lottery? The valiant Jiang? The two, having just dismounted their motorcycles, noticed Jiang Sheng's inner elation. He promptly took Xiaoyan's hands, exclaiming with exuberance, I am about to shine. How splendid! Jiang Sheng's joy radiated to Xiaoyan, even though she remained oblivious to the specifics of his exclamation. Zhou Yi observed the pair spinning in circles, her head filled with questions. After dinner, the trio strolled side by side through the winter streets of the capital. Jiang Sheng recalled the unopened ultra-thin 001 tucked away in his pocket, and glanced at Zhou Yi, who was firmly clutching Xiaoyan's arm, unwilling to let go. He mused in his heart, Are you doing this on purpose? Yazzie, it's quite late. Would you like me to hail a cab for you? You should head home, Jiang Sheng suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan shot him an indignant glare. Zhou Yi made a playful face, declaring, I shall not, then leaned towards Xiaoyan to whisper loudly, He surely intends to deceive you. You must maintain your boundaries. Once a man gets what he wants, he no longer cherishes it. The whispered exchange reached Jiang Sheng's ears with crystal clarity, making him feel as though Zhou Yi was deliberately addressing him. How infuriating! Yazzie, have you truly been abandoned? Such tales are reserved for television dramas. What kind of unscrupulous shows do you indulge in? I am not that sort of person. With his close friend on high alert, Jiang Sheng found himself at a complete standstill. Reflecting on the missed opportunity from that fateful night at the seaside hotel, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Chang. Chapter 27, Trust, the Ascending Ladder of Relationships. Zhou Yi and Tian Shiwei walked side by side into the dormitory. Tian raised her hand and pressed the light switch, illuminating the room with a blinding brightness that instantly filled the space. Inside, there were only 6 neatly arranged yet unoccupied beds. It seems we are alone tonight, Zhou Yi remarked with a hint of expected melancholy. Indeed, our sisters couldn't hold out, Tian Shiwei replied with a playful smile, her lips curving into a charming arc. Zhou Yi appeared utterly drained, collapsing on her bed, burying her face in the pillow while emitting muffled sounds, and in a playful tone, she said, Xiao Tian, I've truly offended the valiant Jiang, and if he makes things difficult for me in the future, you must support me. Rest assured, he wouldn't dwell on such trifles. Tian Shiwei comforted her with unwavering confidence, her gaze reflecting trust in Jiang Sheng. Recalling yesterday, when Jiang Sheng casually mentioned plans for a Sunday outing, she had keenly sensed his desire to spend the night outside. At that moment, she felt torn, unwilling to decline that intimacy, yet unprepared for it. Reluctantly, she had to ask Zhou Yi to act as a shield. The dormitory was warm, and as soon as Xiao Tian entered, she shed her black down jacket. The pink-fitted sweater underneath clung to her like a second skin, radiating a soft luminosity that accentuated her graceful curves, each contour revealing the beauty of youth. She casually discarded her women's cotton shoes and slowly peeled off her fleece joggers, revealing a pair of long legs snugly wrapped in thermal leggings, slender yet curvaceous, perfectly proportioned. If Jiang Sheng were fortunate enough to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly praise Xiao Tian for her dedication to her fitness regimen, and his punches would carry even more force. Zhou Yi, noticing, couldn't help but reach out and gently caress Tian Shiwei's leg, murmuring, What a lucky fellow Jiang is. You're not so bad yourself, beauty. The two girls playfully teased each other. After a bout of laughter, Zhou Ye's face flushed with heat as she stripped off her clothes, saying, I can manage being a shield a time or two. But who knows when Jiang's primal instincts might kick in, and he might just sweep you away. Then I'll be at a loss. He'd better not dare to act out of line. I debite him. Tian Shiwei replied mischievously, winking as she carefully removed her makeup and returned to her bed. She cautiously retrieved a partially knitted black scarf from beneath her pillow, deftly threaded her knitting needles, and resumed her work. Their first anniversary was approaching, and certain moments were best reserved for significant dates. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng arrived at the dormitory entrance, preparing to ascend the stairs, and showed Xiangzi his signature move. Just as he ascended the first 2 steps, his phone lit up, revealing a message from Meng Zi. Little fatty, come out and drink with me. Recently, this sister had been particularly downcast, having vented her frustrations to him several times. The origin of the matter lies in her participation in a variety show on Mango TV titled First Grade. Following the broadcast, her candid demeanor on the reality show sparked considerable controversy, with accusations of disrespecting seniors, altering her makeup without permission, and displaying the temperament of a spoiled heiress. Negative critiques flooded the internet, plunging her into a state of profound melancholy. Location: Meng Jie promptly sent a message with her neighborhood's coordinates. Since the last report, Jiang Sheng had not found an opportunity to invite her for a meal, but with this chance, he thought he could serve as a confidant to help alleviate her inner turmoil. Jiang Sheng replied, I'm on my way. After responding to Meng Jie, he opened a chat with Xiao Tian and typed, Meng Jie is inviting for drinks. Would you like to join? He hit send. Unlike her usual prompt replies, Xiao Tian took an unusually long time to respond. Perhaps she was in the shower? Jiang Sheng pondered, not wanting to endure the cold any longer, and quickly exited the campus, hailing a taxi to proceed to the appointment. In a prestigious residential area of the capital, a small assistant who had been waiting at the entrance eagerly approached Jiang Sheng upon his arrival, guiding him to Meng Jie's residence. As Jiang Sheng stepped inside, the frigid air collided with a warm, alcohol-laden atmosphere, overwhelming him with the scent of spirits. Upon entering the living room, he observed an array of beverage and liquor bottles strewn across the floor, accompanied by a plethora of snacks cluttering the coffee table. Within the room were 4 young women. 3 of them lay unconscious on the sofa, while the only one alert was Meng Jie, clad in loose loungewear, her hair cascading untidily, her complexion devoid of makeup. The flush of alcohol on her cheeks added an alluring charm. Despite the sofa being nearby, she sat barefoot on the floor, cradling her phone with her fingers, painted with vibrant red nail polish, tapping swiftly on the screen. Meng Jie, teacher Xiao Jiang has arrived, the assistant softly reminded her. Please, make yourself comfortable. Meng Jie replied without looking up. Jiang Sheng accepted the bottled cocktail handed to him by the assistant, peering closer and chuckling. It appeared that Meng Jie was personally clarifying on Weibo that she was not as dreadful as the online rumors suggested. In the face of harsh criticism, her words were surprisingly gentle. Jiang Sheng couldn't help but think, how fortunate her detractors must feel. You little chubby one, not only do you fail to defend me, but you also have the audacity to laugh. Meng Jie exclaimed playfully, grabbing a bottle and taking 2 large swigs. What if I were to post? Meng Zi is a wonderful person. Jiang Sheng feigned reaching for his phone. Meng Jie waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. Your account barely has 10,000 followers. You're a minor influencer relying on a couple's persona to gain attention. You wouldn't generate much noise, and it would only damage your own image. We could drink freely, but words must be chosen wisely. I have no couple-s persona. This is all genuine, Jiang Sheng retorted, admiring the interior decor, living in a spacious flat. It shows that the company values Meng Jie quite a bit. Do you really need to personally address these rumors? Public relations is one thing, but swallowing my pride is another, she sighed. With a sudden shift in tone, Meng Jie inquired, what about your ever-present young girlfriend? Why isn't she here with you? She didn't respond to my messages, so I came on my own, Jiang Sheng replied candidly. Have you two had a quarrel? Do share the details. I can help you analyze the situation, Meng Jie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Jiang Sheng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, thinking, "We're not that close. Why the sudden concern for my affairs? I thought I was here to comfort you." He shook his head, denying any conflict. Meng Jie scoffed, then pulled up her inebriated companions, calling for them to come and see the handsome guy. The group indulged in drinks and conversation. After several rounds, the assistant, clutching her stomach and appearing distressed, declared that she could no longer drink and needed to rest. "I have some hangover medicine in my bag," Jiang Sheng offered. "How thoughtful." Meng Jie exclaimed as she reached behind her to grab Jiang Sheng's waist bag, unzipping it to search. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she pulled out a brightly colored box of ultra-thin condoms, exclaiming, "Jiang Sheng, you don't intend to engage in something with me after drinking, do you?" Meanwhile, in apartment number 2 of the Beijing Film Academy, Tian Shiwei set aside the half-knitted scarf, massaging her aching wrist. She retrieved her phone from her down jacket pocket, intending to wish Jiang Sheng good night, only to find that it had powered off due to the cold. "Darn apple," she muttered, realizing it explained the lack of notifications. Fortunately, the phone had warmed enough to restart. Upon powering it on, a flood of messages poured in from parents, classmates, and teachers, with one prominent chat at the top reading, "Meng Jie is going out for drinks. Want to join?" Tian's pupils dilated in alarm. 2 hours had passed since the message was sent. Jiang Sheng must have already gone to meet her. Should she pursue them? Back at Meng Jie's place, Jiang Sheng sighed. "What a mess. This wasn't meant for you." Just as he spoke, his phone chimed incessantly. "Darn apple froze again. Don't drink too much. Accompany me to buy a phone tomorrow morning. I'm heading to bed now. Good night." Observing Jiang Sheng's earnest responses, Meng Jie teased, "Is your girlfriend checking up on you? Is she perhaps jealous?" Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned in to sneak a peek at his phone. After reading the messages, she exclaimed, "So sweet. If I were in your shoes and knew my boyfriend was out drinking with another woman at this hour, I would have stormed over." "Then why did you invite me?" Jiang Sheng replied helplessly. "How was I to know you two weren't glued to each other?" "I don't have Xiao Tian's contact information," Meng Jie retorted confidently. Jiang Sheng downed the last of his drink and said, "As you've seen, I have an early morning ahead, so I won't be staying long." Meng Jie pushed the unopened box of ultra-thin condoms towards him and smiled. "Then I wish you a swift unboxing, little chubby." Chapter 28, Winter Date. A new opportunity in career in the early morning. Sunlight pierced through the biting winter fog of the capital, cascading upon the campus of Beijing Film Academy. Tian Shimei stood gracefully before the entrance of apartment 1, resembling a flower blooming amidst the chill of winter. Captivating the attention of male students coming and going from the dormitory, their gazes irresistibly drawn to her. The winter in the capital bore a penetrating cold. With lips adorned in lip balm, each breath she exhaled manifested as puffs of white vapor. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, akin to ripe apples. Yet, more than the cold, anxiety gripped her heart. What if Jiang Sheng did not emerge from the dormitory shortly? What if he had stayed over at someone else's place last night? What if he had climbed into another woman's bed? The mere thought of these scenarios tightened her heart. She had wrestled with her thoughts for a long time last night before resolutely choosing to trust her boyfriend. Why was he so late? Hadn't they agreed that she would go to find him? A familiar voice echoed. Tian Shimei beheld her boyfriend exiting the building, and her previously frostbitten face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, her deep dimples reminiscent of a plum blossom flourishing in the snow, brilliant and dazzling. In that fleeting moment, her apprehension dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of reassurance. "Are you freezing?" Jiang Sheng approached, his warm hands gently cupping her cheeks. The warmth radiating from his palms akin to the gentle sun in winter, dispelling the sharp chill. "Not at all. I just arrived," Tian Shimei replied with a playful grin, extending her small hand from the bulging pocket of her down jacket. "Here, a freshly made bowl of millet porridge, good for your stomach." Jiang Sheng attempted to replace his hands on her cheeks with a steaming bowl of porridge, but was met with her refusal. "Quick, drink it while it's hot." "I'm not cold." After playful banter, they ultimately inserted a straw, sharing the warmth in alternating sips. As they walked away from the campus, Tian Shimei's small hand was entwined in Jiang Sheng's, snugly tucked into his pocket. "Jiang Sheng, may I ask you a question?" "Of course. How many days have we been together today?" 347 days and 14 hours. Wow. You even remember the hours? Jiang Sheng. Don't be too infatuated. Just love. Just love. Tian Shimei felt a warm glow within, silently grateful that she had refrained from impulsively chasing after him last night. That decision had proven to be remarkably wise. As the semester drew to a close, the English class on Monday morning had long since concluded. Strolling toward the pedestrian street, Jiang Sheng paused momentarily in front of an Apple store, assuming Tian Shimei would wish to exchange her Apple SE for the latest Apple 7, considering her steadfast allegiance to the brand. However, to his surprise, she showed no inclination to stop, striding directly toward a Huawei store, ultimately selecting a rose gold Huawei Nova. Why the sudden switch to an Android phone? Jiang Sheng inquired, bemused. This way, I won't miss any of your messages. With a smile, Xiaotian explained that she had no intention of abandoning her Apple phone. Henceforth, the two brands would serve distinct purposes, one for romance and the other for work. After concluding their impromptu shopping expedition and exiting the mobile phone store, the couple found themselves lacking any further plans for their date and felt somewhat at a loss. Thus, they meandered aimlessly along the street. Occasionally, upon spotting attractive garments in the shop windows, he would accompany her inside to try them on. And when she noticed a new model of Gundam in the hobby store, she would similarly join him in admiring it. Excuse me, are you both actors from the beginning? A group of students, appearing to be in their teenage years, suddenly surrounded them, blocking their path. Jiang Sheng and Xiaotian exchanged a glance, both expressing a flicker of surprise in their eyes. The beginning had secured its premiere on the Kiwi platform, set to air in the first quarter of the new year. With promotional efforts already in full swing across all platforms, and the total online viewership had exceeded 2 million, they had not anticipated encountering one of the 2 million viewers on the streets today, especially one who recognized them. Feeling a bit shy about enjoying their first taste of celebrity status, the pair nodded in acknowledgement. The students, seeing this, erupted in excitement, jumping and squealing as they requested to take photos with them. Due to the sheer number of fans, they took turns posing for pictures, which caused the couple to linger in the pedestrian street for quite some time. Onlookers, including curious uncles and aunts, gathered around, drawn by the commotion. They must be big stars or internet sensations. Even without knowing them, these onlookers wanted to snap a photo before moving on. One aunt stood between the two, cheerfully flashing a peace sign, inquiring which platform they hailed from, eager to share her encounter with her friends later. Annie, we are actors. We have a new show coming out next month. Jiang Sheng seized the rare opportunity to enthusiastically promote their new series, explaining that the beginning was a revenue-sharing drama, and each additional view could translate into greater earnings for the production company. 40 minutes later, the crowd gradually dispersed. As the couple savored the feeling of newfound attention, an idea suddenly sparked in Jiang Sheng's mind, a brilliant promotional concept. They could arrange a roadshow for the beginning. The renowned director, Zhang Yimou, had pioneered the roadshow format for large-screen productions with Red Sorghum. Until 2017, only films had participated in roadshows. Yet, as streaming became the norm in subsequent years, television dramas and online series would likely adopt this format to generate buzz. Given that the actors of the beginning were not yet well known, they could take a more approachable route. Jiang Sheng pulled Xiaotian into a nearby CF, settling by the window as he dialed his mother's number to share his idea. Xiaotian went to place their order and soon returned with 2 beautifully crafted lattes and 2 plates of delectable pastries. She relished half a slice of strawberry cake, her face glowing with satisfaction, and then slyly swapped the matcha cake placed before Jiang Sheng for the half-eaten strawberry cake. You truly have a brilliant mind. After listening to her son's thoughts, Su Wenfeng hung up the phone and promptly began to reach out to a third party to discuss the possibility of a roadshow. Little glutton, Jiang Sheng, observing Xiaotian's small antics, affectionately pushed the now strawberry-less cake back towards her, encouraging her to finish it. Watching Xiaotian empty her coffee cup, Jiang Sheng gently wiped the milk foam from her lips and suggested, "Shall we continue our date? Where to? Anywhere is fine. We must cherish our remaining time as ordinary people." Jiang Sheng was acutely aware that in a month they might have to don masks when venturing outside. In the capital, Aquafan's personal studio, discovered a promising young talent at Starbucks. Photo. Guofan glanced at the picture sent by producer Jiang Sheng, depicting a charmingly rogue young man with a buzz cut. He merely skimmed over it, not giving it much thought, for he had more pressing issues to address. Funding. Where would the financing for the production of The Wandering Earth come from? Recently, he had traversed the entire city, armed with nearly 10,000 design drafts, desperately seeking funds. However, upon mentioning his intention to create a domestic sci-fi blockbuster, the response was a warm, yet dismissive escort out of the company. Sci-fi. Sentiment? Best of luck. Funds? None. Farewell. Through the connections of Chairman Song from Beijing Culture, Guofan reached out to the formidable China Film Group. With his silver tongue, he managed to move the chairman to tears, securing a meager $100 million in funding. $100 million for a sci-fi movie? Was that sufficient? Was he to produce a lackluster film that would merely deceive the audience? This was a project he had painstakingly prepared for 3 years. The flame of Chinese sci-fi could not be extinguished in his hands. If all else failed, he would be forced to liquidate his assets. Fanzi, the lead actor you selected, has backed out, and he even voluntarily paid a breach of contract fee of $150,000. The money has already been transferred. Gong Gear's voice came through, and instead of feeling anger, Guofan was rather pleased. An additional $150,000 for the project. Guofan took a drag from his cigarette and inquired, "Old Gong, how much more can you squeeze out?" Gong Gear wore a troubled expression and replied with a wry smile, "Buddy, I can't squeeze out a drop now. I can only travel on foot to work and take the bus." "How about, I recommend a promising investor." "Who is it? Have I heard of them?" "It's that new company that has emerged, quite impressive, wielding IP rights that have made several major studios obedient. They're about to launch 2 significant projects, all police and crime thrillers, and they have already spent 8 figures on the Golden Shield fee." Guofan had indeed heard of them. This company primarily focused on web series. Would it be feasible to suddenly solicit their investment in a film? Chapter 29. Director Guo. What roles do you think I could portray? The fish has taken a bait. Guofan proactively visited Ginger Media. At this moment, he stood at the forefront of the company's grand conference room, passionately delivering his speech. He began by invoking national sentiment, discussing the significance of pioneering the untapped domestic science fiction film market. He showcased meticulously crafted illustrations, eloquently narrating the backstory of The Wandering Earth and the production prospects he envisioned, as if he were inviting the audience into a brand new realm of science fiction. Su Wenfang sat in the audience, quietly listening, observing the animated Guofan on stage. The more she watched, the more she felt an eerie sense of familiarity with his demeanor. Suddenly, the image of her aunt, Jiang Sheng's third sister, flashed in her mind. A few years ago, she had unwittingly fallen into a pyramid scheme, brainwashing her relatives to meet performance targets, and she looked just like this. However, Guofan's methods were evidently far more sophisticated. The abundant materials he had prepared transformed the original text of The Wandering Earth, a work of over 20,000 words by Lu Cixin, into a comprehensive book, enriching its framework and constructing a complete and convincing world. If she continued to listen, Su Wenfang felt she might even start believing in the absurd notion that water could turn into oil. Director Guo, you have worked hard. Guofan had merely taken a brief sip of water when Su Wenfang seized the opportunity to interrupt his presentation. It's going to be a failure again. Guofan, having experienced such scenarios numerous times, was already seasoned in these matters. He thought to himself that the next step would likely involve being shown the door. He watched as General Manager Su of Ginger Media closed the meeting minutes and glanced at her watch. Yes, this was the very routine. She would surely state that there were other matters to attend to and would have to excuse herself. Guofan sighed inwardly, feeling he had wasted yet another afternoon. My son is arriving shortly. You may discuss in detail then. What's going on? Guofan paused in gathering his documents, and before he could regain his composure, he heard General Manager Su continue. While I am not particularly optimistic about the prospects of domestic science fiction films, I cannot deter my son from his interests. He is truly enthusiastic about your project. Su Wenfang's tone was filled with resignation, yet her smile radiated a sense of ease, as if her son were merely eyeing a toy in a store, and she, as a mother, would casually purchase it. Su General Manager's son is. Look, here he comes. Following Su Wenfang's gaze, Guofan saw the conference room door slowly open, revealing a handsome young man accompanied by a sweet and lovely girl. The girl greeted Su Wenfang affectionately and playfully, after which Su Wenfang remarked, "You two chat," and the mother-daughter duo exited together, laughing and chatting. The other department heads remained seated, indicating that the reins of this meeting had indeed been handed over to Su General Manager's son. The handsome young man approached Guofan with enthusiasm, saying, "Senior, I have long admired your name. If it weren't for the final exams at school today, I would have undoubtedly skipped class to be here." "Senior?" Guofan's mind raced as he swiftly searched for matching information within his thoughts. Suddenly, it dawned on him, Jiang Sheng, the top student from Beijing Film Academy this year, who happens to be the son of President Su and also the lead in the debut production of Ginger Media. The beginning. Guofan couldn't help but wonder what President Su meant by this. Was he trying to insert someone into the wandering earth? That could certainly be possible, but it would require additional funding. I watched your trailer. Your acting is commendable, truly deserving of being the top choice from Beijing Film Academy. Guofan discreetly evaluated the worth of each young male character in his mind, planning to extract a substantial profit from Ginger Media. If 8 million was unattainable, surely 3 million was feasible, right? Guofan grasped Jiang Sheng's hand and subtly remarked, "Junior, seeing you in person is indeed more enlightening than hearing about you 100 times. Upon first sight, I felt you perfectly embody the character Zhao Jigang. Let me tell you about this role." Jiang Sheng listened with keen interest to Guofan's persuasive words, casually flipping through the design drafts he had brought along. The sketches of the Firestone transport vehicle, giant excavator, and planetary engine were still in their preliminary stages. Jiang Sheng silently lamented the lack of his drawing skills. Otherwise, he could have showcased the true value of a reborn individual right then and there. Noticing Jiang Sheng's indifference towards the character Zhao Jigang, Guofan continued, "There's also a key role, namely E, which perfectly suits your age. It's about investing in. Senior, no need to elaborate. Ginger Media is already invested in this project. How much? You can proceed without worry. Ginger Media will cover you." "Huh? Cover me? Do you have any idea how deep that coverage is?" "It's an abyss." Jiang Sheng's boast left Guofan momentarily bewildered. However, when Guofan observed that none of the department heads present voiced any objections, he realized that the other party was not jesting. Family, the science fiction blueprint he had poured 3 years of effort into, was on the brink of potential realization. Guofan tightly clasped Jiang Sheng's hand, shaking it up and down, his voice trembling with excitement. "Junior, you're not joking with me, are you?" "I'm quite serious." Jiang Sheng, aware of Guofan's propensity to spend, feared he might squander his entire fortune, and thus added a condition. "I see that your preparations are quite thorough. Let us get the project underway first. As for funding, come to me when you find yourself truly in need." While speaking, Jiang Sheng beckoned to the legal team to bring forth a contract. The investment share agreement clearly stated that Ginger Media would initially invest 30 million, with additional funding contingent upon project needs. And the final share would be calculated based on the total investment amount. Guofan rubbed his eyes, counting the figures, confirming he hadn't misread. It was not 3 million, but 30 million. Even if Ginger Media later reneged on the agreement, he would at least secure 30 million in investments. With a background in law, Guofan quickly skimmed through the contract, found no hidden pitfalls, and hastily signed his name on the last page, fearing Ginger Media might have second thoughts. "Junior, to be frank, this has been the most gratifying investment I have made this year. Director Gua, which role do you believe I could portray?" Jiang Sheng remarked, his sun-kissed, handsome features shifting instantaneously, embodying the demeanor of a roguish young scamp. Guofan was taken aback and candidly declared, "Lu Qi, he must be the leading male role. As for the actor previously recommended by producer Lu Ning, let him be. This individual possesses genuine talent and is a valuable asset." After signing the contract, Guofan, accompanied by Su Wenfang and her son, explored the burgeoning force within the industry. As they passed each office area, Su Wenfang meticulously elaborated, "This is the copyright management department. Shengjiang currently holds adaptation rights for 57 literary, gaming, and film works. Once Director Gua concludes his work on the Wandering Earth, we can seek opportunities to collaborate again. Setting aside the sci-fi genre, your direction in a youth romance film is guaranteed to be a box office hit. Guafan wiped his brow, feeling that his investment of $30 million seemed rather modest, and promptly assured that he would seek collaborative opportunities once he finished his current projects. Here is the marketing department. He observed employees either engrossed in mountains of documents or engaged in telephonic negotiations, with none taking the initiative to greet their leader. Su Wenfang offered a somewhat apologetic smile, explaining, "Recently, the team has been under considerable pressure, juggling advertising partnerships and securing suitable venues for the beginning roadshow. Director Gua, please be understanding. Can web series also have roadshows?" Though Guafan felt a flicker of doubt, he refrained from voicing it, verbally wishing for beginning to achieve a triumphant debut. They proceeded to the Artist Management Department, the Public Relations Department, and the New Media Department. Guafan was thoroughly impressed by Shengjiang Media's organized operational model. As he prepared to leave, he discreetly took 2 packets of tea from Su Wenfang. "How about joining me for dinner, CEO Su and my junior? It will be a fine opportunity for me to express my gratitude to Shengjiang Media." Su Wenfang fibbed about having an online meeting to attend, genuinely fearing Guafan. What if he were to be coaxed into a trap at the dinner table? Jiang Sheng also shook his head, explaining, "Let us reschedule. Today marks the first anniversary of my relationship with my girlfriend, and we have dinner plans." Chapter 30. The anniversary of the young couple in the company lobby. Tian Shiwei sat gracefully on a leather office sofa. Upon seeing Zhang's mother and son returning from sending off guests, she immediately stood up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and approached them, saying, "Aunt Fong, have you finished your work?" "Yes, indeed. I hope I haven't delayed your date. Off you go and have fun." Su Wenfang replied with a smile. No, not all," Tian Shiwei said, her cheeks flushing as she waved her hands in denial. Su Wenfang chuckled and advised, "Let Yezi drive you to dinner." With that, she left the space for the young couple and ascended the stairs alone. "Are you feeling anxious?" "Not all," came the reply. Today, Tian Shiwei sported a red beret that concealed her softly curled long hair. She wore a white long wool coat, the hem of her garment gracefully draping over comfortable banana pants, which were so loose that they covered most of her mid-calf snow boots. A nondescript bag hung casually from her shoulder, its slender leather strap elegantly accentuating her lithe figure. Due to an upcoming moral education exam, the girl donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses to accommodate her mild nearsightedness. She appeared like a refined young lady emerging from a scholarly family. Gently adjusting her glasses, Tian Shiwei inquired, "What shall we eat? How about Japanese cuisine?" "Japanese cuisine? Sounds perfect." Japanese food was indeed an ideal choice for a couple's date, offering not only exquisite ingredients but also a tranquil ambience. Most importantly, the flavors were light. Jiang Sheng had meticulously selected a Japanese restaurant located next to a 5-star hotel. As they exited the company, a gust of cold wind rushed at them, prompting Tian Shiwei to ask Jiang Sheng, "Are you cold?" "Not at all," Jiang Sheng replied truthfully. Tian Shiwei puffed up her cheeks slightly, feigning annoyance, and insisted, No, you must say you're cold." All right, I'm very cold," Jiang Sheng complied. With a gleeful laugh, Tian Shiwei retrieved a carefully hand-knitted black scarf, albeit with a few holes, from her bag. She stood on her tiptoes, wrapping the scarf around Jiang Sheng's neck, while saying, "I noticed you don't have a habit of wearing scarves in winter, so I knitted you one. Please don't praise me too much." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation for compliments. Jiang Sheng, stroking the scarf with its imperfections, feigned admiration. "Wow, you knitted this? With such craftsmanship, I thought it was a limited edition from some renowned brand." His exaggerated tone prompted Tian Shiwei to playfully kick his calf, a gesture that masked her inner joy. After all, the scarf she knitted fit him quite well. After teasing Jiang Sheng, Tian Shiwei gazed intently into his eyes, as if to say, "Where's my gift?" Her grape-like eyes brimmed with expectation, and as her long eyelashes fluttered, she narrowed her gaze slightly, conveying a hint of irritation. As if questioning, "You haven't forgotten to prepare something, have you? It's our anniversary." Jiang Sheng mused to himself, "This girl is so impatient." He had originally intended to present the gift during dinner to create a romantic atmosphere, setting the stage for the next step. Observing the impatient demeanor of Xiao Tian, he could only helplessly ruffle her hair and retrieve a small jewelry box from his waist pouch. Upon opening the box, he revealed a crystal pendant styled as the Arabic numeral 1. Handcrafted with care, though modest in cost, the pendant was imbued with the creator's heartfelt intentions. Jiang Sheng displayed the necklace and remarked, "Happy anniversary. May this number change each year, enduring until we grow old." "Oh, Jiang Sheng, you have such fanciful notions," Xiao Tian retorted with feigned disdain, yet her body betrayed her. Upon seeing the pendant, she immediately began to arrange her hair, exposing her fair neck, and urged, "Hurry. Help me put on." Beep, beep. Not far away, in the car, the single Yi could no longer contain herself, repeatedly honking the horn. "Just a moment. Sister Yi." After confirming their romantic relationship, there were indeed several occasions worthy of celebration, yet they rarely found time alone together. On their 100th day of dating, they were trapped in Longshan prison preparing for college entrance exams, finishing evening study sessions well past 10. The young couple could only retreat to a dim alley, sharing a taste of each other's lip balm before Xiao Tian had to rush to catch the last bus home, thus missing proper festivities. Over the past year, both their birthdays were celebrated amidst the crew. On July 8th, under the leadership of Xin Can, the crew of Beginning organized a birthday celebration for Jiang Sheng, during which Xiao Tian gifted him a pair of basketball shoes. When October arrived, marking Xiao Tian's birthday, Director Han of Summer Solstice prepared a sweet and sour pork cake for her, delighting the little foodie, while the bracelet from Jiang Sheng was overshadowed. Until this special moment in time, they finally had an opportunity for a private celebration. "Enjoy your meal, please." The waiter repeatedly opened the door to their private room, presenting exquisite Japanese dishes. Teriyaki eel, beef rolls with sea urchin, fresh shrimp sashimi, asparagus with scallops. The table overflowed with Japanese cuisine, yet Xiao Tian, unusually, hardly touched her chopsticks. With each new dish served, she merely sampled a bite or two. This was not like her at all. Just that afternoon, she had devoured 7 plates of beef alone. How had her appetite transformed so drastically by evening? "Is it not to your liking?" Jiang Sheng inquired, puzzled. "Not at all. It's delicious," Xiao Tian replied with a smile, shaking her head. In truth, she felt quite troubled, confronted with such a feast yet unable to indulge, fearing the consequences of overeating. I must endure. Jiang Sheng, equally vexed, noted that the crystal pendant now hung around Xiao Tian's neck. The meticulously planned romantic moment had evaporated. How could he naturally and reasonably propose an overnight stay? Would the ultra-thin version be of no use again? Would it simply languish in his waist pouch, slowly losing its significance? In despair, he turned his frustration into appetite. I will eat. After the meal, with a face full of regret, Jiang Sheng retrieved his phone, hesitating whether to call Yi for a ride, when he suddenly heard Xiao Tian nervously say, "Jiang Sheng, shall we not return to the dormitory tonight? Oh heavens! Oh earth! I'm about to graduate." Jiang Sheng's heart soared with joy, yet he maintained a facade of calm, replying nonchalantly, "Very well. I will go settle the bill first." Jiang Sheng calmly exited the private room, yet as he closed the door behind him, an air of urgency washed over his face. Along the way, he inquired of everyone he encountered, "Did anyone bring breath freshener?" "Chewing gum will do. I've had far too much wasabi." Inside the room, once the sound of footsteps faded, Xiao Tian quickly retrieved a small makeup mirror from her bag to inspect her appearance, reapplying her lipstick. Based on her extensive kissing experience, she knew that Jiang Sheng favored strawberry-flavored lip balm. The subtle taste of Japanese cuisine proved advantageous at this moment. A single piece of candy was sufficient to eliminate any unwelcome odors from her mouth. Dining on Japanese food rendered the post-meal intimacy entirely unembarrassing. Meanwhile, in the adjacent 5-star hotel, as soon as the suite door closed, both the gentleman's waist pouch and the lady's handbag were carelessly discarded on the floor. A sudden spark ignited a fervent passion, and the two engaged in a fervent kiss at the entrance, breathless and weak in the knees. Their foreheads pressed together as they gasped for air. Ah, Jiang Sheng. The curtains. Those damned floor-to-ceiling windows. This irritating winter requires one to don several layers. Jiang Sheng flung off his trench coat, hastily shedding his clothes while assisting the bashful Xiao Tian in removing her woolen coat, followed by her sweater, thermal shirt, banana pants, and camel hair thermal leggings. You infuriating Jiang Sheng. What are you staring at? Turn off the lights already. Today's contribution is complete. I aim to reach 100,000 words by the end of the month. Chapter 31. Final exams and returning home in the early morning. A gentle ray of sunlight silently penetrated through the gap in the curtains, spilling into the hotel room. The floor was strewn with disheveled clothing, resembling scattered petals, each piece leading like a guiding sign from the suite's entrance to the master bedroom. On the bedside table, the box labeled 001 had been stripped of its plastic wrapping, leaving only 8 out of the originally 10 products within. The bed, adorned with a pure white duck-down comforter, sculpted the contours of a couple nestled together, their lips slightly upturned, graced with a faint smile, perhaps lost in delightful dreams. Beep, beep, beep. 3 mobile phones, resting beside the pillows, simultaneously rang with 3 distinct alarms, shattering the morning tranquility. MMM. Xiao Tian turned over in the cozy embrace of her blankets, her sleepy murmurs tinged with languor, as she poked Jiang Sheng's waist insistently from beneath the covers, reproaching him. You've messed up my hair, you rascal. With a swift motion, Jiang Sheng rolled over, allowing Xiao Tian to finally shift her position, extending her delicate, fair arm from the cocoon of blankets to silence the jarring alarms one by one. Just as she rubbed her eyes, a sudden kiss landed on her cheek, the stubble on Jiang Sheng's chin prickling her skin with a mix of annoyance and itchiness. Stop it. You smell terrible. Yet you did not voice such grievances last night. With an exasperated huff, Xiao Tian donned the bathrobe that lay beside the bed and limped about, collecting the scattered garments from the floor. Hurry up. We'll be late for the exam. Jiang Sheng observed her with a slight furrow in his brow, noticing how each step seemed laborious for her, and a playful smirk danced upon his lips as he teased. It appears last night's activities were rather strenuous. Xiao Tian shot him an irritated glance, retorting, This is all your fault. If I fail my exam, you will be in for it. Impossible. Your group must secure first place. With that, Jiang Sheng abandoned the notion of morning exercise and obediently dressed. On the eve of the winter break, Guan Xiaotong, who had been away for filming, returned to campus to register, eager to participate in the final rehearsals to earn credits and avoid the risk of repeating a year. In addition to written exams in subjects such as English and ideological and political education, students in the performance major were also required to undergo assessments in vocal, stage presence, and physical expression organized into groups. The undergraduate class, consisting of 22 students, was divided into 2 groups. Guan Xiaodong seemed to still harbor grievances regarding the competitive nature of their advancement, deliberately avoiding Jiang Sheng, and was resolutely intent on establishing a clear hierarchy. In the B-125 rehearsal room at Beijing Film Academy, students affixed their examination numbers prominently on their attire. The leader of Group B, holding a 17 sticker, scanned the room searching for its rightful owner, yet found no one. Zhouya, where is Xiao Tian? I'll take it for her. I'll hand it to her shortly. Zhouya sighed, having anticipated the answer given her best friend's absence throughout the night. The final stronghold had been lost. In a state of urgency, Zhouya messaged Xiao Tian. The examiners have arrived. Where are you? Before long, the phone screen lit up, revealing Xiao Tian's reply. Cheerful yet tinged with urgency. At the traffic lights, I'll be there shortly. Moments later, Xiao Tian and Jiang Sheng appeared in the classroom, returning to their respective groups as they awaited the commencement of the assessments. As the group noticed the scarf around Jiang Sheng's neck, they couldn't help but tease him. You little glutton, radiating joy, gifting both presents and people. Jiang the hero must be overjoyed. Oh, how cruel. I'm so heartbroken. I won't give you my exam number. Prepare to be my junior next year. The 2 girls exchanged playful banter, while Group A was already preparing to commence their assessment. This session marked the final vocal examination of the semester, requiring students to interpret the song's theme through singing, dancing, and performance. The assigned piece was I Am a Little Bird. The 11 students of Group A took the stage as the examiner began the music. Sometimes I feel like a little bird. Xiangzi, as the opener, faltered due to nervousness, hitting a high note right from the start. Fortunately, his numerous rehearsals provided a safety net, allowing his gestures and expressions to remain intact. However, the slight frowns and expressions of dissatisfaction from the examiners suggested that the opening was unstable and the score might not be particularly high. In a 4.5-minute pop song, divided among 11 performers, each could only sing 2 or 3 lines. While one sang, the remaining candidates had to remain engaged in the performance context, striving to embody the theme they wished to convey. What kind of little bird was Group A portraying? After deliberation, the students settled on the theme, isolated, a wild goose flying south, having strayed from its flock. I seek and seek, yearning for a warm embrace. Is such a desire too high? Jiang Sheng began to sing. In this frigid winter, he transformed into a helpless, directionless wild goose, standing alone atop a street lamp, crying out loudly. Despite Xiangzi's rocky start, as long as the subsequent performances adhere to the theme of isolation, passing the exam should still be within reach. Jiang Sheng's performance was flawless, likely salvaging considerable points. As Group A concluded their assessment and bowed before exiting, Xiangzi found himself cornered, receiving a barrage of playful jabs from his peers. Group B's theme was nesting. Sometimes I feel like a little bird. As Guan Xiaotong began to sing, the contrast was immediately apparent. The students from Group A lamented, realizing that Jiang Sheng should have opened the performance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng pondered, UXX. Surely she did this for comedic effect on purpose. The students from Group B, carried away by Guan Xiaotong's performance, couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder she has been a star for over a decade. Her clear voice conveyed a myriad of emotions. At the onset, her tone was filled with joy, reminiscent of a little bird clutching a carefully selected twig, eagerly anticipating the construction of a new nest. Yet, as she sang the next line, perhaps one day I will perch on a branch, only to become the hunter's target, her expression shifted abruptly to one of sorrow, as if witnessing the heart-wrenching destruction of her half-finished nest by callous humans. In just 2 lines, she established a firm tone for the examination, and the students in Group B knew they had secured their success. Following this, each student took turns performing. Xiao Tian made her entrance, her advantage lying in her expressive big eyes and profound empathy. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears, suspended at the edge of her eyelids, poised to fall yet holding back. She portrays an indomitable bird, one that, though its nest has been ravaged by humanity, continues to weave a new abode. Yet, fate proves cruel, as she once again witnesses her new sanctuary being obliterated by the relentless spray of a water gun. The world feels so constricted, leaving us seemingly with no refuge. Xiao Tian sings this line, and the tears of grievance and resentment finally spill forth, as the physical dance vividly encapsulates her fragility and helplessness. Simultaneously, her classmates, embodying the nesting birds, gather around her, as if each one carries a twig in their beaks, unitedly striving to construct a new nest for the displaced Xiao Tian. Upon witnessing the solidarity of her kin, the mist in her eyes dissipates, and her emotions gradually transition from astonishment and gratitude to joy. Her dance rejuvenated with vigor as she continues to sing. When I have tasted the warmth and chill of human affection, when you decide to ignite your passion for your dreams. In this moment, the nesting ensemble exhibits unparalleled unity. The students harmonize, I am but a small little bird. As the assessment concludes, the judges erupt in applause, evidently more satisfied with Group B's performance. After bowing, Guanga raised her chin, casting a somewhat triumphant glance at Jiang Sheng, as if to declare, this time, my dear, we have triumphed. This young woman holds quite the grudge, Jiang Sheng thought to herself, shaking her head with a bemused smile. Winter break has arrived. Xiangzi, carefree, drapes his arm over Jiang Sheng's shoulder and inquires, shall we head back together? Of course. I'm ready to savor the last leisurely holiday. Jiang Sheng called out, hey, where do you plan to celebrate the new year? Zhou Yi, born in a mountain city and raised in Huizhou, replied. I will first return to my parents' home, then go to my grandfather's for the new year. Very well. See you in the new year. See you then. The three compatriots from the mountain city quickly tidied up their dormitory, each dragging their suitcase as they boarded Yezi's car, heading straight for the airport. In the front passenger seat, Xiangzi, glancing at the rearview mirror where a couple clung to one another, unable to part, teasingly remarked, Hey, can we tone it down a bit? Huh? Shui, who just called out? Single dog. Xiangzi rolled his eyes dramatically. Chapter 32. A new bed for my son. As the three disembarked from the plane and stepped into the arrival hall, they were greeted by two familiar faces. The once inseparable young couple instinctively recoiled from each other, as if jolted by an electric shock. Xiao Tian, with an unaffected smile, waved and exclaimed, Dad, Mom, what brings you both here? Xiangzi, noticing Jiang Sheng's despondent demeanor, felt a surge of delight, wearing a mischievous grin that seemed to taunt, Keep on being affectionate. Why do you shy away in front of Xiaoyan's parents? Hello, uncle and aunt. Jiang Sheng greeted respectfully, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Xiaoyan's father wore a stern expression, his round face devoid of mirth, merely responding with a curt exuding the authority of a family patriarch. In contrast, Xiaoyan's mother beamed with warmth, eagerly inquiring, Xiao Jiang, I heard from Wenfang that you spent 3 months filming right after the semester began. How are your studies keeping up? Jiang Sheng politely replied, I'm managing well. Filming counts as practical experience. Mom, don't underestimate our top-notch performance. Xiao Tian interjected with pride, her eyes brimming with admiration for Jiang Sheng, much to the chagrin of her father, whose face darkened further. As they exited the airport, Xiangzi waved goodbye to the four from Liang and swiftly hopped into a taxi. Racing home, Jiang Sheng cleared his throat and announced, Uncle and Aunt, I wouldn't want to intrude on your family reunion. He contemplated an escape, but it was futile. Xiao Yan's mother pulled him into their small silver Mazda, assigning him the front passenger seat. With merely a sidelong glance, Jiang Sheng could discern the gravity of Xiao Yan's father's round face, an unsettling reminder of his own father's unreliability. After half a year away, he had hoped for a warm welcome, yet his father had preferred to indulge in mahjong instead. Jiang Sheng, come eat some fruit, it's quite sweet. Xiao Tian squeezed into the gap between the driver and passenger seats, feeding him a piece of apple. Xiao Yan's father coughed lightly, as though to remind his daughter to maintain decorum. All right, I'll have some too, he chimed in. Old Tian, why are you competing with the children for food? Xiao Jiang, don't hesitate. I'll peel you another whole one. Jiang Sheng chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further conversation. Despite his extensive social experience, facing his girlfriend's father instilled an undeniable and instinctual trepidation within him. He was acutely aware that saying too much could lead to blunders, so he opted for silence. Throughout the journey, they indulged in an array of snacks and fruits. As the car slowly approached Tongliang, Xiao Yan's father finally broke the silence. Where do you live? In Jingdun Community. Ah. The silver Mazda halted at the entrance of Jingdun Community, and Xiao Tian, brimming with anticipation, wished to accompany Jiang Sheng home. However, her father's sharp command halted her, leaving her to watch helplessly as Jiang Sheng was ejected from the vehicle. Jiang Sheng watched the car disappear into the dust. Returning to the familiar community, he gazed at the fitness equipment in the exercise area, rubbing his hands together, eager to give it a try. Years ago, Xiao Tian had been compelled by her parents to visit distant relatives, while Jiang Sheng had adamantly rebuffed such tedious and meaningless social obligations. Allowing Master Jiang to handle the relatives alone, he spent his days ensconced at home, either fixated on stock market trends or engrossed in revising scripts. During his leisure time, he indulged in fitness and gaming, living a carefree life until the 29th day of the 12th lunar month arrived. Zhouyi had come to the mountain city to celebrate the new year. Together with Xiangzi, the four young souls from the mountain city frolicked like unbridled wild horses, reveling in a day of unrestrained joy until sunset, as the rivers of Nanchuan and the banks of the southern shore welcomed the evening. After alighting from a taxi, a young couple strolled side by side along the asphalt road imbued with the spirit of the new year, admiring the bright red lanterns and vibrant neon lights. Passing by children setting off fireworks, Xiao Tian exchanged half a bag of fruit candies for 2 sparklers. With delight, she raised the glowing, cold light fireworks high above her head, spinning around Jiang Sheng with uncontainable exuberance, her smile outshining the very fireworks themselves. Observing Xiao Tian's joyous demeanor, Jiang Sheng suggested, "Shall we purchase a pack?" "No need," Xiao Tian replied, her excitement already fulfilled by the fireworks. Discarding the remnants of the sparklers into a nearby trash bin, she instinctively linked her arm with Jiang Sheng's and said, "I'm happiest when I'm with you all. Just a few days ago, my aunt and uncle were bombarding me with questions. It was utterly tiresome. Did they inquire whether you have a boyfriend?" "They did. I even showed them your picture." Xiao Tian mischievously winked. The image of Tian's father witnessing his daughter boast about her boyfriend to relatives flashed through Jiang Sheng's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He thought to himself, Tian's father must be fuming. Is your father perhaps dissatisfied with me? Jiang Sheng's eyes revealed a hint of unease, as if awaiting a response that could alter his fate. Not at all. My father simply struggles to express himself. Xiao Tian grasped Jiang Sheng's large hand firmly, providing reassurance and attempting to dispel his underlying concerns, explaining he hasn't opposed it. In truth, he has tacitly approved. Jiang Sheng let out a subtle sigh of relief as he led Xiao Tian into the Jindun residential complex. Xiao Tian had long wished to see the environment in which Jiang Sheng had grown up, and today, with time to spare, her wish was fulfilled. The Jindun complex was an old building constructed in 2003. After making a fortune in the stock market, Su Wenfang had refrained from purchasing a new home to avoid unnecessary complications. Wealth should not be ostentatious. Every day counted. To this day, both families' relatives believed that Su Wenfang had been laid off by the bank and was working elsewhere. The Jiang family resided on the 5th floor with no elevator. The pair ascended the stairs with ease, and upon reaching the leftmost unit, Jiang Sheng retrieved his keys and gestured invitingly. As Xiao Tian stepped into the entryway, her eyes were immediately drawn to 2 shoe cabinets, one of which she had assembled herself. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Jiang Sheng would bring the shoe cabinet home, likely at a cost exceeding that of the cabinet itself. This feeling of being valued was as sweet as honey to Xiao Tian, filling her heart with warmth. The house was silent, devoid of the warm welcome she had envisioned. Xiao Tian's carefully prepared greetings fell flat. Is uncle not home? He has gone to play mahjong. Oh. Xiao Tian changed into slippers and entered the living room, where she noticed leftovers from Uncle Zhang's lunch still adorning the dining table, covered with a tablecloth. The living room, though modest in size, is adorned with a cozy and inviting ambience. On the wall hang the slightly yellowed wedding photographs of Uncle Jiang and Aunt Fang. The television cabinet gleams with cleanliness, a testament to the diligent care bestowed upon it by the room's occupant. On the doorframe of the bathroom is affixed an old, curled height chart, where the marks of Jiang Sheng's growth are vividly etched, beginning at 125 centimeters and culminating at 179.5 centimeters. Xiao Tian steps over to measure herself, noting her own height at 167 centimeters, pondering that she hasn't grown recently. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's gaze is drawn to a picture frame beside the TV cabinet. She rushes over, lifts the frame, and exclaims with laughter, Jiang Sheng, you were really quite chubby back then. The photograph captures Jiang Sheng when he had just entered high school, taken at the school gate. At that time, he stood at 7 meters tall, weighed 170 pounds, and sported a pair of thick glasses, starkly contrasting with his current appearance, a fact that thankfully allowed Xiao Tian to recognize him. An embarrassing past. Stop looking. It tarnishes my image in your eyes. He protests. Not at all. You look adorable, she replies, grinning as she holds the frame up to Jiang Sheng's face, their laughter growing more infectious in comparison. Noticing a shift in Jiang Sheng's expression, Xiao Tian finally relents, placing the frame back and asking, all right, enough of that. Which room is yours? The one on the right, he replies, leading her into his bedroom, quietly locking the door behind them. Unaware of any irregularity, Xiao Tian, stepping into the distinctly masculine space for the first time, curiously surveys her surroundings. A single bed, 8 meters long, is dressed in a refreshing sky blue striped sheet. On the desk, 2 curved LCD screens are set up, One displays a dizzying array of stock market graphs, while the other showcases the completed script for Long Night Unclear, noted also as the Silent Truth. The desk is littered with numerous extracurricular readings, none of which are magazines or novels that would pique her interest. In the corner, a basketball and a soccer ball lie idle. A gentle poke from her finger deflates the soccer ball, indicating it has long been neglected. After her thorough inspection, Xiaotian nods with satisfaction, declaring, "I've finished my tour. Now, take me home, Jiang Sheng." Little bunny, walking right into the trap, and you wish to go home? Jiang Sheng smirks, suddenly lifting her by the waist. Xiaotian gasps, caught off guard, and before she can react, she finds herself gently placed on the single bed. The 90 centimeters wide bed feels rather cramped for two adults, making it difficult for them to lie side by side. Jiang Sheng positions his hands on either side of Xiaotian, their eyes locking, breaths intertwining, warm exhales brushing against each other's cheeks. As Xiaotian gazes into Jiang Sheng's assertive eyes, she swiftly comprehends his intentions, her cheeks flushing a deep red. She playfully punches him with her small fist, hastily insisting, "Stop it. My parents expect me home by 9. I never said you couldn't go home," he responds. Jiang Sheng smirked, remarking, "Uncle and aunt's thoughts remain overly conservative. Who dictates that certain actions may only be undertaken when night has fully descended?" Little Tian, feeling increasingly flustered, instinctively clutched the bed sheets, her blushing face accentuated by the blue pillowcase. He often spent entire nights playing mahjong. Jiang Sheng bent his arm, his form gradually descending, capturing the nearby crimson lips. Draw the curtains." This was little Tian's final display of stubbornness. Master Jiang, you're home quite early today," greeted a neighbor who was playing chess in the hallway. "Did you win? It's wise to quit while you're ahead." Master Jiang strode back to the 5th floor, buoyed by a sense of triumph. As he entered his home, he noticed neatly arranged women's cotton shoes at the entrance. Have we had visitors? Before he could change his shoes, he faintly heard creaking sounds emanating from his son's bedroom, accompanied by, "My goodness, have I returned at the most inopportune moment?" Master Jiang's heart raced as he quietly retreated from the house. The chess-playing neighbor, seeing Master Jiang return, looked on with confusion. "Hey, why are you back out?" "I'm just going to win a bit more and return to buy my son a new bed," Master Jiang replied. Chapter 33. The beginning of the broadcast on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, early in the morning, Su Wenfang, under the mildly reproachful gaze of the Tian family, took their daughter away. At 8 o'clock this evening, the beginning will air promptly. As an original web series, it lacks the endorsement of top-tier actors and is not produced by a renowned team, nor does it delve into a particularly popular genre. Thus, it has only secured an A rating on the Kiwifruit platform. The platform currently boasts several S and A-rated projects in hot circulation. And given that the beginning is a revenue-sharing drama, the promotional resources allocated to it are exceedingly limited. This endeavor serves as a trial for both Shengjiang and Sanchuan, and the extent of its impact within the industry relies solely on the efforts of Su Wenfang and Wang Yue. Throughout the Spring Festival, Su Wenfang did not return home, dedicating herself entirely to the promotional preparations for the beginning. She brainstormed trending keywords, purchased trending topics, arranged roadshow venues, and negotiated advertising partnerships. During this period, there were moments of satisfaction and instances of disappointment. Ultimately, it was settled that 35 roadshows would be held across 7 cities, to be completed within 7 days, averaging 4 to 6 shows per day. The director, producers, and the entire cast were present. The first stop was the Mountain City. In the heart of the Wanda Plaza, a meticulously constructed LED stage stood ready. The mall was filled to the brim with onlookers, consisting of fans who had come after watching the roadshow preview, but predominantly comprised of curious passers-by who were unaware of the details. What is this all about? The onlookers, purely out of curiosity and the leisure of the holiday, gathered to watch. As the LED screen showcased the preview of the beginning, the host took the stage to announce that shortly, the stars of the series would appear and distribute red envelopes to the audience. Upon hearing this news, the throngs of people within the mall became even more reluctant to leave. The roadshow commenced, with the creative team donning the beginning cultural shirts, taking turns to engage with the audience through singing, games, and the distribution of red envelopes, promoting the new series. After a flurry of activity, the three esteemed seniors from Beijing Film Academy were drenched in sweat, while the three younger ones were also out of breath. Observing the elderly spectators who merely gathered for the spectacle, the team members couldn't help but wonder internally, will the beginning succeed? An hour later, the term The Beginning Roadshow quietly ascended the trending topics, and most related videos featured the cast activities in the mall. The comment section was rife with ridicule and insults from netizens. Times have truly changed. Web series are now hosting roadshows, which is a disgrace to the film industry. Where do these actors come from? Does anyone recognize them? May I ask, what are the representative works of this director, Xin Can? As Wang Yue sat in the car heading to the next roadshow, he scrolled through the hundreds of negative comments, his expression darkening considerably. Just then, a hand reached over and turned off his phone screen. Su Wenfang patted his shoulder and said, "Let us do our best. Besides, the work hasn't even aired yet, has it?" Later that evening at 8 o'clock, The Beginning officially premiered. Kiwi Fruit offered 2 episodes for free, allowing members to view 2 episodes in advance, effectively streaming 4 episodes in succession. 2 hours later, the public sentiment on Weibo began to shift gradually. May I inquire about the works previously directed by Xin Can? I wish to watch them. Where did these actors emerge from? Their performances are simply outstanding. Li Shiqing is phenomenal, and Xiao Heiyun is so incredibly handsome. Please, does anyone know where the premiere of Beginning will take place tomorrow? On the trending search list, topics related to Beginning swiftly escalated from a single entry to 5. The show's Baidu search index soared to 2nd place, with the names of the cast appearing on the leaderboard. And discussions surrounding the plot continued to heat up. Have the viewers ever encountered anything like this? Currently, the television screen is inundated with traditional suspenseful crime dramas, mainstream narratives, and an endless array of romantic comedies featuring domineering CEOs and school love stories, where the male and female leads engage in an array of romantic antics. Yet, what is Beginning? It is a series cloaked in the guise of suspense, delving into infinite time loops. The novelty of the storyline is truly refreshing. Viewers feel as though they have suddenly savored a culinary delight amidst a table of mundane home-cooked dishes, their hearts racing with excitement, each eager to share this unexpected joy. How did you know my surname is Zhang? Oh my, who understands this? Goosebumps everywhere. I can never look at Canon the same way again. That bald uncle must have a bomb in his sack. Why hasn't it updated yet? Even the production team's donkey wouldn't rest this long. During the spring festival holidays, on the night of Beginning's premiere, the viewership exceeded 10 million, and the Weibo followers of Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei surged exponentially. Kiwi, perceptively sensing the burgeoning popularity of the show, swiftly adjusted the promotional strategy, elevating the originally planned A-grade rating to S-tier. The creative team arrived at Luder Road for a roadshow the following day, and everything had changed. Fans gathered at the airport to welcome them, vocally calling out the names of the lead actors and requesting autographs and photographs. As Jiang Sheng hurriedly signed, he asked his mother, Su Wenfang, beside him, "Mom, is this your doing? I certainly do not have the leisure for this. Please hurry and sign, or we will miss the event." Su Wenfang, with a beaming smile, declined a fan's request for an autograph, saying, "I'm sorry, young lady, but I cannot sign on blank paper." Reluctant to disappoint the fan, Jiang Sheng signed on the girl's clothing, drawing a fierce glare from Xiao Tian. Upon their arrival at the roadshow venue, the small theater was filled to capacity. The creative team first watched the latest 2 episodes with the audience, then took to the stage for interviews. When someone inquired of the director whether the damaged bus in the show was a product of special effects or weather treatment, Xin Can's joy was palpable. Finally, someone was interested in the behind-the-scenes, unlike the elderly patrons at the mall yesterday, who were solely concerned with when the red envelopes would be distributed. No one had genuinely cared about the plot. Xin Can replied, "Our producer Sue believes that special effects are both expensive and ineffective, so that bus was actually detonated by our crew." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter. Freshly squeezed juice, freshly fried chicken, freshly blown-up bus? One absurd joke. A seasoned film enthusiast inquired of Zhang Sheng whether his role in the drama merely entailed driving silently, hoping to glean some spoilers. Jiang Sheng responded with a mysterious smile, deftly deflecting the question. Initially, I was to operate a bus equipped with LED technology to aid in filming. This would have allowed us to complete the shoot within the confines of a studio without the need for the bus to traverse the streets. However, the current LED technology has yet to flawlessly depict panoramic road conditions, necessitating the use of on-location shooting instead. Here, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to the relevant departments in Luda for their substantial support. Without their assistance, our ability to present such a captivating work would have been greatly hindered. The seasoned veteran's words resonated well, bringing smiles to the faces of the attending leaders, while a diligent young colleague busily captured the moment with his camera. A gossip journalist then directed a question towards the couple, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian. Who was pursuing whom? Who confessed first? Both replied simultaneously, pointing to themselves, only to exchange astonished glances filled with large question marks. Were they referring to the storyline or to reality? In a flash, they redirected their fingers towards each other, hastily correcting themselves. She, he, haha. Their seemingly awkward responses elicited hearty laughter from the audience. The astute gossip journalist sensed a potential newsworthy moment, promptly producing his phone to type furiously. Artists under Xinjiang's banner strategically promote their new drama. The roadshow suggests a potential collapse of the couple persona, revealing that the true on-screen chemistry is merely a publicity stunt. With the explosive popularity of the drama and the involvement of the lead actor's romantic entanglements, the article swiftly captured public attention. Chapter 34. Advanced streaming. The roadshow concluded, and the team returned to the hotel to rest. Su Wenfang summoned the two artists from Ginger to her room. With a sharp slap, she forcefully placed the article titled Couple Hype on the table, her voice laced with palpable anger, admonishing, "Look at the mess you two have created." Ever since Jiang Sheng unilaterally announced their relationship, Su Wenfang had directed their promotional strategy toward portraying them as a loving couple bravely navigating the entertainment industry. Their public displays of affection and the materials produced were steeped in a rosy hue. Gradually, their Weibo followers amassed, predominantly comprised of fans who adored real-life couple pairings. However, this afternoon, the article on couple hype unexpectedly surged to the trending topics, severely disrupting their fan base. Deceptive marketing, misleading fans. With such heavy accusations, what was once white was now painted black. Surprisingly, amidst the chaos instigated by gossip reporters, the number of their followers not only remained stable, but actually increased. The most nefarious force in the fandom. Boyfriend fans and girlfriend fans come forth. Wow, I woke up and my brother-in-law became my husband. I told you the persona was false, but you refused to believe it. The radar for couple vibes is ringing. My dear Tian Mei is fiercely amazing. Tian Shiwei glanced at the comments, her cheeks puffed up in displeasure, silently thinking, "What do you mean your husband?" "He clearly my boyfriend." Jiang Sheng sighed in resignation, explaining, "The entertainment reporter's question was vague. I thought he was inquiring about the plot development, while Shiwei assumed it was about reality, leading to this misunderstanding." Su Wenfang rubbed her temples and said, "I'm giving you two choices. Either take this opportunity to keep your relationship under wraps and attract a group of physical fans, or actively refute the rumors to maintain your current fan base. Once the relationship goes underground, it can never see the light of day. Is there truly a place in this world that remains opaque? Especially for celebrities who have countless lenses and eyes scrutinizing their every move. Sooner or later, the truth will emerge. Although boyfriend and girlfriend fans may be sated for now, once the deceit is uncovered, the backlash from the most nefarious force in the fandom will be even more ferocious." Jiang Sheng firmly opposed the idea of going underground. "You cannot make this decision unilaterally." Seeing her son's resolute stance, Su Wenfang turned her gaze to the other side. "What's your opinion, Shiwei?" Little Tian, without hesitation, firmly stated, "Aunt Fong, I also disagree." "Oh, you too?" Su Wenfang sighed in resignation, lamenting the squandered opportunity to revert to a single persona. She shook her head with a wry smile, saying, "You little dears, I shall refute the rumors now. Please provide some materials as well." That evening, a plethora of intimate romantic materials featuring the protagonists of couple hype circulated widely. along with the principal parties personally addressing the rumors, effectively dismantling the baseless gossip. Simultaneously, the skyrocketing number of their fans quietly halted and began to plummet. Industry observers chuckled, marveling at Ginger's unique marketing strategy. Even the traffic served on a silver platter could be pushed away. Truly, this was splendid. The industry is inherently wary of this emerging force, fearing its potential rise to prominence. Let not flourish, or else the vast entertainment pie may be partially claimed by this newcomer. The brief episode of Couple Hype has not negatively impacted the beginning, as its narrative is not centered on romance. The series updates daily from Monday to Friday, and by the third day of its airing, its total views surpassed 100 million. With the support of director Xin Can, who possesses a profound musical foundation, the soundtrack surpasses that of the original work. The exhilarating plot, coupled with tense and thrilling audiovisual effects, elevates the audience's emotions to a crescendo each day. Daily interrogations, endless drug tests. It turns out the beginning tells a story about driving and pot cooking. Reminder for the front row. Li Shiqing has been stabbed. You can breathe. When the weekend arrives and the show halts its broadcast, viewers can barely contain themselves. Why is there no update? I'm already experiencing withdrawal symptoms. For the first time in history, I'm eagerly awaiting Monday. Zhao Debo, am officially urging for updates. The fervor of discussion erupted like a pressure cooker triggered by Antgua, a roaring fire that cannot be extinguished. The previously obscure lead actors have now entered the limelight. The once unknown Jiang Sheng has become a household name, while the seasoned villain Liu Yijuan has broadened his acting repertoire. Meanwhile, Liu Dan, who portrays Antgua, has rocketed to fame, receiving countless scripts and incessant invitations for appearances even before the promotional tour concludes. Jiang Sheng, amidst congratulatory remarks, does not forget to remind Sister Dan, let's not forget our agreement. Of course, the skyscraper, I remember. After her meteoric rise, Liu Dan remains largely unchanged, simply expressing her good fortune. In contrast, Su Wenfeng finally revels in her well-deserved recognition. Those once treated with deference by her, the advertisers, now flood in with offers following the show's success. The dynamics have shifted dramatically, with Su taking on a more assertive tone. Mr. Zhang, your brand doesn't quite align with the essence of our show. Online loans? You may seek negotiations elsewhere. Calls continue to pour in. The opening advertisements have increased from 2 to 5, and the interlude skits are now fiercely sought after by advertisers. Su Wenfeng successfully negotiates a dairy product advertisement, with the client showing great enthusiasm, even flying the filming crew overnight to the city where the promotional tour is taking place. If you're going to drink, choose Mingyo yogurt. Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian raise their milk cartons in a toast, tilting their heads back. Cheers. Click. This shot is fantastic. Thank you, Teacher Jiang and Teacher Tian. You may take a break now. After the shoot, staff hurriedly present a trash bin for Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian to dispose of the yogurt. It is not that they dislike the drink. After a night of varied milk-drinking shots, anyone would feel nauseated. The two return to their RV to remove their makeup, noticing Su Wenfeng engaged in a video conference. And they dare not speak loudly. They listened attentively for a moment, and it was then that Jiang Sheng learned that his mother was engaged in a discussion with Kiwi regarding the potential for additional content. Su Wenfeng held a dissenting opinion, arguing that the series itself had a relatively brief duration, and further shortening the airing period would be detrimental to the promotion of the artists involved. The vice president of Kiwi persistently urged, cloaked in the guise of societal pressure and noble rhetoric, but in reality sought to capitalize on this momentum to amass more subscribers. Ultimately, both parties were driven by the pursuit of profit. Jiang Sheng interjected into the video frame, proposing, Vice President, I have a modest idea. Might there be a possibility of bringing it to fruition? In response to the clamoring of the audience, and under Jiang Sheng's guidance, Kiwi introduced an innovative approach, advanced streaming. The last 3 episodes could be subscribed to for 5 yuan, or one could opt to purchase a single episode for 2 yuan. Overnight, Kiwi reaped a staggering profit of over 1.3 billion yuan solely from this advanced streaming initiative. The executives at Kiwi lauded Jiang Sheng as a marketing genius, and Su Wenfeng also enjoyed a share of the distribution income. As the profit cycle for the beginning came to a close, Su Wenfeng, overjoyed with her earnings, generously instructed the finance department to distribute 500,000 yuan red envelopes to each of the principal creators. Chapter 35. A Little Heart for Valentine's Day. The drama beginning catapulted Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei into the limelight, marking their entry into the realm of stardom. Though they have not yet achieved the level of household recognition, the staggering 1.5 billion views that Beginning garnered, coupled with its airing during the Spring Festival, has irrevocably transformed their lives. The fervor surrounding the show has yet to dissipate, and venturing into the streets while donning masks has become their standard attire. Otherwise, the public would express their enthusiastic fervor in a manner that is anything but subtle. Is that you? It is I. Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei met with utmost caution, akin to secret agents in a clandestine rendezvous. Is it truly so simple to celebrate Valentine's Day? The two hastily entered a chauffeur-driven car, its windows shrouded in anti-peeping film, before daring to remove their masks and sunglasses. They exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting a blend of resignation to their circumstances and amusement at the absurdity of their situation. Yi offered a comforting remark, "You'll get used to it." Their driver, Old Chun, escorted the young couple to a local Shandong cuisine restaurant. Before disembarking, Tian Shiwei warmly invited Yi and Old Chun to join them for lunch. Aware that today was Valentine's Day, Yi preferred not to play the role of a third wheel. After ensuring the couple had a private dining room, she allowed Old Chun to take her to another venue. The small dining room boasted excellent soundproofing. Once the door was closed, the clamor of the main dining area was completely muffled. A young waitress entered the private room to take their order, and upon seeing the couple's true faces, she gasped in astonishment. "Ah, it's Tian Shiwei and Xiao Haiyun." It appeared that Tian Shiwei had stolen the spotlight, as Jiang Sheng's name went unrecognized. Jiang Sheng silently lamented, "I need to work harder." He requested the waitress to keep their presence a secret, and she eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, "I'm a fan of yours. May I take a photo?" "Of course," Jiang Sheng replied, taking her phone to capture a group photo. After handing it back, the waitress surprisingly did not ask for a solo picture with him. Once they placed their order and the waitress departed, Jiang Sheng chuckled wryly, acknowledging, "It seems I still have room for improvement." Tian Shiwei, embodying the unique aura of a primary partner, effortlessly took Jiang Sheng's discarded coat and hung it on a rack before settling closely beside him. The table in the private room could comfortably seat four, yet she chose to sit shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Sheng, unwilling to leave even a table's distance between them. This intimacy became increasingly pronounced after they transcended the final barriers of their relationship. Jiang Sheng felt no sense of suffocation or aversion. Rather, he relished the dependence his girlfriend displayed towards him. Yi said Aunt Fong is in a foul mood again. Mom is merely venting her frustrations in the staff group. Tian Shiwei peeled back the plastic wrapping of the utensils, and Jiang Sheng took the opportunity to pour steaming tea, meticulously re-sanitizing the cutlery as they discussed the recent grievances that Fong Yi had been expressing. Firstly, regarding the script invitations, following the explosive success of the beginning, Jiang Sheng received numerous scripts. However, the grand productions featuring prominent IPs and renowned directors only offered him supporting roles, while smaller productions did present leading opportunities. Yet Su and Fong deemed them unsatisfactory. Secondly, in terms of business collaborations, it is customary for artists who experience a surge in popularity to receive at least 5 endorsement offers, including one from a major corporation. Yet, when it came to these two young souls, it was quite the opposite. Jiang Sheng managed to secure merely 1 endorsement for trendy sneakers, while Xiao Tian fared slightly better with 2 endorsements, one for a glasses brand and another for a bathing product line. Su and Fong pondered deeply and ultimately attributed the lack of opportunities to their romantic relationship, expressing her grievances in the employee group chat. After listening to Jiang Sheng's account, Xiao Tian let out a soft hum, nudging him with her elbow and inquiring, "Do you regret it?" "How could I?" He replied, "My mother is simply too idealistic. We shall progress step by step, taking our time." Jiang Sheng was indifferent to business activities. To be frank, apart from acting, he had no desire to engage in endorsements or participate in interviews or variety shows. He was not in need of money. Yet as a son, he felt compelled to assist his mother in achieving her aspirations for social value as a middle-aged woman in her 40s, allowing her to make the most of her later years. Since Jiang Sheng's debut work garnered fame, Su Wenfang had been thriving, either soaring in the skies or attending elite social gatherings daily, diligently expanding her network within the industry. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, your dishes are ready. The waiter, perhaps a bit too earnest, brought out all 5 plates herself to maintain confidentiality. Enjoy your meal. Xiao Tian smiled and waved goodbye to the sincere waiter, then picked up her chopsticks, energetically declaring, "Let us feast." For an artist needing to watch their weight, nothing is more delightful than indulging in a hearty meal. Xiao Tian, currently without work, could afford to eat freely. Conversely, Jiang Sheng needed to maintain his physique for his role as Lu Qi, so after consuming half a bowl of rice, he set down his chopsticks, resting his chin on his hand, tilting his head with a smile, and indulging in the sight of a beautiful food blogger. I must say, Xiao Tian's eating mannerisms were exquisite. Throughout the meal, hardly any food escaped her lips. Her expressions of satisfaction after each generous bite prompted those around her to pour her more cola, fearing she might choke and interrupt the delightful spectacle. Occasionally, Xiao Tian would playfully poke Jiang Sheng's hand with her chopsticks, resembling a charming kitten, scrunching her nose as if to chide him for gazing at her while she dined. "Isn't that too much?" she mumbled with her mouth full, and upon seeing Jiang Sheng shake his head, she took the remaining half bowl of rice from him, lamenting, "What a shame to waste." Burp after completing her meal, Xiao Tian reclined comfortably in her chair, gently caressing her slightly rounded belly with a look of satisfaction. "If others saw you, they might think you were pregnant." "How rude. There's no one else here." "Yes, there is." At that moment, Xiao Tian instantly straightened up, anxiously glancing towards the door of the private room, unaware that someone was peeking through the crack. "Not standing outside, come, look this way." Following Jiang Sheng's, Xiao Tian gazed out the window, initially unable to discern anything, due to her nearsightedness. She retrieved her black-rimmed glasses from her bag and continued her search for the outsider Jiang Sheng had mentioned. Beside the utility pole, "Did you see the cylinder?" Found it." Indeed, there it was. As expected, Xiao Tian spotted a camera equipped with a telephoto lens aimed directly at their dining room. The owner of the camera was not a paparazzo. Who else could it be? How strange. What could they possibly be capturing about us? Xiao Tian thought there was nothing about them that warranted exposure, considering they had publicly acknowledged their relationship. After all, what's the big deal about a date on Valentine's Day? Perhaps they were hoping to capture a candid moment of them smoking. But that would be a wasted effort. Neither of them smoked, nor did they frequently drink, leading a healthy lifestyle with no scandal to unveil. Xiao Tian empathized with the pitiful sight of the paparazzo freezing in the cold wind, tears streaming down their face. Unable to bear it, she extended her arm and formed a half-heart above her head. "Hurry, hurry, let them capture something to report." Jiang Sheng understood her sentiment and lifted his arm as well. Together they crafted a complete heart. Soon after, they began to explore various ways to form hearts with their gestures. Jiang Sheng pinched his thumb and index finger together, pointing outside, saying, "This is a finger heart." Following suit, Xiao Tian, curious as ever, eagerly inquired if there were more. "There's also a cheek heart." Jiang Sheng formed half a heart with his left hand and placed it next to his cheek. "Huh, how does that count as a heart?" Xiao Tian tilted her head, pouting slightly, furrowing her brow as she struggled to discern the heart's shape. "I don't know. I learned it from a South Korean idol." "All right then." Xiao Tian unleashed her creativity, placing both hands on her cheeks to form a double cheek heart, sending it out towards the window. Surely, that should suffice for them to report something. Chapter 36. The paparazzi and the tennis court outside a Shandong cuisine restaurant, beside a utility pole across the street. The veteran paparazzo, Lao Ku, leaned against the cold concrete post, his fingers repeatedly tapping the shutter button of his long-lens camera. He gazed at the series of heart-shaped gestures displayed on his screen, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How charming those young ladies were. What radiant young men. How could I have considered capturing their unflattering moments? I am truly despicable, having been in the industry for 8 years. Lauka regarded his work as a loathed profession. Over the years, he had shadowed countless celebrities, each one met with a frosty demeanor. Having his camera snatched or enduring physical altercations had become a regular occurrence. As a professional paparazzo, he had never encountered idol-like artists who publicly revealed their romantic relationships even before debuting. Have they no regard for their future? Are they not undermining their own careers? Driven by his professional instinct, he voluntarily requested to be reassigned from following a top-tier celebrity, intending to delve into the secrets behind this new couple. Yet after a week of surveillance, his lens captured only heartwarming scenes. Love hearts coordinated with the camera and smiles sweet enough to melt the coldest of hearts. Even amidst the chill of February winds, he felt a surge of warmth. When the couple departed, they waved goodbye, prompting an awkward smile from Lao Ko. He lit half a cigarette, one hand caressing his camera, which bore a dent from a certain female celebrity's bodyguard, while the other hand reached for his phone to call his editor. "Hello, boss. I've got something worthwhile." "Well, it's a favorable report. Let me continue following this couple." After hanging up, Lao Ko watched the van fade into the distance, extinguishing his cigarette with a decisive stamp. For the first time in his 8-year career, he felt a desire to protect something with his camera, unbeknownst to anyone but himself. The paparazzo's emotional transformation was profound. A group of them drove to an indoor tennis court. Jiang Sheng reserved 2 adjacent courts, inviting only Yi and Lao Chun to join him, eschewing any professional sparring partners. The 4 divided into gender-based teams, but after a round, both sides sensed an imbalance. Xiao Tian's athletic prowess overwhelmed Yi, leaving her scrambling for the balls, while Lao Chen's lack of skill left Jiang Sheng unsatisfied. The 2 groups exchanged glances, instinctively seeking to match their abilities. Couples were formed for the matches. Xiao Tian, with her slightly curled long hair tied in a braid, stepped forward, shoulders lowered, her gaze sharp, ready for battle. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Jiang Sheng, bouncing a resilient tennis ball with one hand, suggested, "Let's play for a roll. If you win, I'll give you one." "Huh? What roll?" Before the question could be completed, the tennis ball soared through the air. 15-0. "You scoundrel, Jiang Sheng. That's cheating. It's all fair in love and war. Come at me." Jiang Sheng retorted, playfully tapping his backside. His childish provocation elicited a laugh from Xiao Tian, who playfully called him immature before her expression hardened as she focused on the game. The final score was 2-3. With a narrow victory, Xiao Tian raised her chin, revealing a triumphant expression as she let her braid fall in front of her. She accepted the towel handed to her by Yi, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. "I played quite well, didn't I?" Indeed, Jiang Sheng replied with a fond smile, teasing his girlfriend. Aside from esports, he was willing to concede in all other matters. Xiao Tian was well aware that Jiang Sheng was deliberately going easy on her, especially since he had not mentioned the consequences of a potential loss. The 2 sat side by side, and Jiang Sheng meticulously removed the sweat-soaked fluff from Xiao Tian's face. He then beckoned to Yi, who promptly understood and handed over a waist bag. From within, Jiang Sheng extracted a rolled script, unfurled it, and presented it to Xiao Tian, saying, "Here, your wager for winning." The cover of the script boldly read, "Skyscraper, Zhong Mei Bao." "Oh, isn't this the script you arranged for Lu Dan?" Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of collaborating with Lu Dan once more. Unable to contain her joy, she pecked Jiang Sheng on the cheek and eagerly flipped open the script. The sounds of the game and laughter around them gradually faded, and Xiao Tian's profound empathy drew her deep into the narrative. As the story unfolded, tears welled in her eyes at Zhong Mei Bao's tragic childhood, and her heart ached for the character's determination to protect her brother in adulthood. The once spirited girl, wielding her racket on the court, now wore a visage of sensitivity, her eyes misty with emotion as sorrow cascaded like a river, with large teardrops splattering onto the pages, leaving darkened spots. Jiang Sheng produced a tissue to help Xiao Tian wipe away her tears and sniffles. Finally, when the crumpled tissues had formed a small mountain on the ground, Xiao Tian closed the script with a sigh. "What a villain! The stepfather is truly wicked," she lamented. Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement, only to receive a playful jab from her. "You are the real villain, Jiang Sheng. Why can't you give Mei Bao a happy ending?" How much better can the conclusion of a character who dies at the start be? Jiang Sheng chuckled helplessly, pulling her into his embrace to halt her playful punches, and replied, adaptations must adhere to the original narrative. If anything, it's teacher Chen Shui who ought to be deemed the villain. Lowering his gaze to inhale the faint citrus scent from Xiao Tian's hair, he inquired, what do you think of this character? Should you push the boundaries of your acting skills? The character of Zhong Meibao, shaped by distorted upbringing and oscillating between guilt and goodwill, posed a significant challenge for Xiao Tian, whose experiences were limited to the warmth of familial and romantic love. Though Xiao Tian desired to portray the role, she feared her interpretation might fall short. When will filming commence? She asked. At least another 6 months of preparation. If Hu Dao is truthful, we won't begin until summer. Xiao Tian clutched the script tightly, nodding earnestly, then queried, which role will you play? Lin Dason or Xie Baluo? This time, I want TB in it, Jiang Sheng replied, pinching Xiao Tian's slightly dejected cheek. But I'll make time to visit the set. You make time? What for? Xiao Tian tilted her head back, her large eyes scrutinizing Jiang Sheng, her silver teeth grinding together, her small canines eager to take a bite if he did not confess. Their gazes locked, and Jiang Sheng's eyes drifted down to her naturally vibrant red lips, which were untouched by any color. His Adam's apple bobbed as he leaned down and kissed her fervently. The once defiant Xiao Tian was instantly subdued by a kiss. Suddenly reminded of the onlookers, including Yezi, she felt the imminent invasion of her personal space. Like a soldier on the brink of collapse, she panicked and fled, playfully bumping her forehead against Jiang Sheng's shoulder in a mock reprimand for his audacity. Jiang Sheng smiled faintly, tenderly arranging Xiao Yan's disheveled hair, and explained, this year is going to be quite hectic for me. In March, I'll be joining the cast of The Wandering Earth, and right after that, I must report for The Silent Truth. Upon hearing that Jiang Sheng would be joining the production during the school term, Xiao Tian recalled the fierce visage of Hu Chang and couldn't help but shudder. Will the old Hu give you time off? Who knows, at worst. I'll just recite a lengthy novel for him. Chapter 37. Little Ball, I'm here with the winter vacation drawing to a close as soon as the new term commenced. Jiang Sheng promptly approached the Academic Affairs Office to request a leave of absence. He initially anticipated that Hu Chang would subject him to some petty harassment. However, to his astonishment, upon reading the reason for his leave, Hu Chang hesitated not even for half a second before affixing his seal. Not only did Jiang Sheng escape the dreaded bamboo board punishment, but he was also spared any demands to recite prose or similar tasks. With a tone imbued with earnestness, Hu Chang imparted wisdom, stating that the school did not entirely prohibit students from engaging in performances, but rather encouraged them to select meaningful and quality works to present. He admonished, the last production you participated in was nothing but a ridiculous, subpar youth idol drama. Henceforth, refrain from such endeavors. Jiang Sheng dared not dissent, promptly agreeing and extolling his leader's sagacity. Once he exited the Academic Affairs Office, Hu Chang's imposing demeanor dissipated. He retrieved his mobile phone, dialed a number, and with a smug expression, boasted, Hey, Lao Huang, are you aware of the recent project by China Film titled The Wandering Earth? My student is the lead. Ha ha ha. Don't you dare rain on my parade. What's wrong with science fiction? I tell you, this time, both China Film and Jingwen have invested tremendous effort due to Jiang Sheng's involvement. The project's official commencement arrived a full month ahead of the original timeline. By February, the crew settled into the Oriental Movie Metropolis Film Industry Park. Guofan leased 8 studios within the film park, rallying over 1,000 employees to embark on an intensive pre-production set design initiative. Day and night, they toiled ceaselessly on renovations. In March, a large contingent of actors, who had been coaxed and persuaded by Guofan, reported for duty, commencing physical training ahead of schedule. Among them was Li Guangjie, who was assured that his performance would immortalize him in history. There was also the 14-year-old Zhao Jinmai, who was preparing for the transition from junior high to high school. Dubbed I'll find you a tutor. On the first day of training, Guofan brought the young girl to Jiang Sheng's side, introducing her with, Your brother scored 700 in the college entrance examination. You should cling to him daily for tutoring. What the hell, Guofan? You could have discussed this with me beforehand. Jiang Sheng's eyelid twitched violently. Confronted with Zhao Jinmai's sparkling, adoring gaze, the refusal that lingered on his lips was swallowed back. In the days that followed, the cast endured grueling training in the biting cold of Qingdao. 5 kilometers of long-distance running, tire-lifting exercises, squats while bearing 20-kilogram sandbags, and balance training on a 45-degree platform. Each participant emerged drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Exhausted, Jiang Sheng returned to the hotel only to continue tutoring Zhao Jinmai and assisting with her homework. Already famished, the mental exertion only intensified his hunger. Jiang Sheng dug into his own pocket to treat his younger siblings to extra meals. They relished 2 days of delectable feasting. On the 3rd day, however, Guofan intercepted the delivery boy bringing meals to the crew, seizing the food under the pretext of maintaining physique and absconding with it. "Damn it, I placed an order for a month and have already paid. I want to eat," Guofan retorted with brazen justification. His actions infuriated the others. The crew secretly cursed Guofan for lacking decency. It was only later that Jiang Sheng learned Guofan had personally approached the restaurant owner to demand a refund that very day, not only retrieving the money, but also siphoning nearly 30,000 yuan from the meal expenses into the project budget. What a rascal! The 30,000 is uncertain whether it counts towards the total investment in ginger. Jiang Sheng pondered this as he endured the dual torment of body and spirit, finally welcoming the commencement of filming. In April, his grandfather, Wu Mengda, joined the crew, and Jiang Sheng decided to shave his head. On the first day of shooting, the actor's true nightmare officially began. Jiang Sheng's costume, a heavy ground suit, weighed 60 kilograms, while Li Guangjia's mechanical exoskeleton was even more formidable, exceeding 100 kilograms. They wore these burdens for 16 to 17 hours daily, unable to remove them or sit down. Resting was limited to lying down, and using the restroom necessitated adult diapers, which Li Guangjia initially resisted, but eventually succumbed to due to necessity. As the season warmed, the actors began to sweat profusely. Each day, as they donned their costumes, the seams would tighten, releasing a foul odor from the collar. The aged gear could not be washed, lest it disrupt the authenticity. The costume supervisor could only spray a bit of disinfectant inside the outfits. The mixture of sweat and disinfectant created an aroma akin to a garbage truck dumping its load directly onto one's head, an overwhelmingly pungent experience. The absence of unrest among the cast could be attributed to Uncle Da and little Zhao Jinmai. Uncle Da, with a frail heart, required oxygen after each take, joking with the crew that he wished he hadn't come. Yet as soon as he regained his breath, he would eagerly return to work. Zhao Jinmai, clad in an equally heavy costume as Jiang Sheng, neither cried nor complained, enduring the long hours of filming. Afterward, she would return to the hotel to complete her homework. The duo, one old and one young, set a commendable example for the entire crew. In early May, Jiang Sheng filmed a scene in a green screen studio depicting a rescue team transporting firestones to the underground city of Hangzhou. Filming commenced at 8 in the morning and continued until 2 in the afternoon. The firestones, dark foam balls, had become severely worn and needed repainting, allowing the actors a brief respite for lunch. Recently, Guofan, this rascal, finally took a stand and urged Dao Ge to find a way to alleviate the actors' burdensome armor. Consequently, Dao Ge crafted a wooden doorframe for the actors to stand in, using hooks to lift the shoulder blades, permitting them to relieve the weight of their gear during breaks. This solution proved effective. Once hooked, the noticeable reduction in weight brought considerable relief, making it easier to grasp chopsticks and eat. Perhaps this inspired the concept of the Ball 2 doorframe robot, Jiang Sheng mused, offering a piece of chicken leg from his lunchbox to the girl. Zhao Jinmai giggled, "Thank you, brother." After 2 months of close companionship, they naturally formed a sibling-like bond. Jiang Sheng felt a pang of concern for the young girl, burdened by the heavy armor, which he feared might stifle her growth. She could have reached 7 meters, but now, under such pressure, perhaps only 6. Alas, he wondered if he would ever reach 8 himself. Jiang Sheng suddenly realized the steep cost of filming this small, insignificant ball. "Little Jiang, here you eat." Wu Mingda took a couple of bites before returning his meal to his assistant, signaling to pass the chicken leg to Jiang Sheng. Uncle De maintained a regimen of eating little yet working hard, leading many to assume his diminished appetite stemmed from overexertion, a matter they overlooked. In truth, he is beset by an ailment, and by the time it is discovered, it may be too late for salvation. Jiang Sheng felt that during the past month, he had engaged in delightful conversations with Uncle De, and it was time to gently advise this elder. Grandfather, I have noticed that your skin has taken on a yellowish hue and your appetite has diminished. Last year, my grandmother exhibited identical symptoms, and upon visiting the hospital, you wouldn't believe what was revealed: issues with her liver. Fortunately, it was detected early, and timely treatment prevented a major disaster. Brother, how can you speak like that? 14-year-old Zhao Jinmai was concerned about her older brother's emotional intelligence and interjected to smooth things over. I'm merely expressing concern for our grandfather, Jiang Sheng remarked, noting that whether Uncle De chooses to undergo an examination depends on his regard for his own health. To be frank, the AI version of Uncle De in the game is regrettably subpar. Nothing compares to the authenticity of a real person. Thank you for the chicken leg, grandfather. I know a particularly exceptional doctor, and I shall recommend him to your assistant shortly. Jiang Sheng savored the chicken leg with great delight. Uncle De muttered something about the impudent lad, but chuckled it off. At the entrance of the green shed, a staff member wheeled in a cart brimming with cups of milk tea, calling out, Teacher Tian Shiwei is treating everyone to milk tea. Zhao Jinmai's eyes sparkled as she craned her neck to peer towards the door. Scanning the crowd of otherwise unremarkable faces, she spotted a strikingly radiant figure. The sister-in-law has arrived. Chapter 38. A visit to the set. Greetings, my dear sister-in-law. Hello, Mai. The two exchanged warm pleasantries, their camaraderie evident. Each day, after the crew wrapped up, Jiang Sheng would engage in a video call with Xiao Tian while simultaneously tutoring Zhao Jinmai, so it was no surprise they were well acquainted. Upon arrival, Tian Shiwei first handed a cup of milk tea to the youngest sister. Then, in accordance with the hierarchy of those present and their individual tastes, she distributed carefully curated milk tea gift sets. Jiang Sheng, suspended by the doorframe, could not assist and instead surveyed the green screen studio, observing several crew members busily distributing the gift sets, suggesting that everyone was included. The number of staff present today, combined with those setting up in other studios, likely exceeded 800. Xiao Tian had purchased snow tea priced at 40 yuan per cup, complete with small gifts, roughly calculating. Each set must have cost about 100 yuan. Typically one to compare prices meticulously, Xiao Tian unexpectedly splurged tens of thousands on tea for the entire crew. A significant expenditure indeed. She placed the last cup before Jiang Sheng, her long eyelashes fluttering as if to inquire, Did I embarrass you? Jiang Sheng understood well that Xiao Tian was not in a position of financial abundance. Her earnings, bonuses, and endorsement fees were entrusted to her parents for the purpose of acquiring a new home. This sum might very well represent all her savings. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jiang Sheng was about to offer to reimburse her when Xiao Tian suddenly tapped on her own outfit, then stepped back with a look of disdain, exclaiming, Jiang Sheng, what is that smell on you? It's unbearable. Zhao Jinmai, enjoying her milk tea nearby, chimed in to explain, Sister-in-law, this is our occupational hazard. Xiao Tian leaned closer to Mai, wrinkling her nose as she realized that everyone had succumbed to the same odor. Realizing this, she covered her mouth in alarm, her eyes betraying her panic as she glanced at Jiang Sheng, seemingly in self-reproach. Oh no, had she spoken too loudly? Had she offended everyone? Here, to visit the set. Xiao Tian? Guofan sauntered over, a cup of milk tea in hand, casually advising, keep your distance from them. You wouldn't want to be overwhelmed by the stench. With the director coming to her aid, Xiao Tian felt a wave of relief. Director Gua, since you're here, don't leave just yet. You'll be running a cameo in the next studio shortly, she said. Guofan was the type who couldn't resist seizing an opportunity. Before Xiao Tian could respond, Jiang Sheng interjected, I don't agree. Director, a cameo is out of the question. He was hoping that in the future, when the sequel to their film was made, Xiao Tian would have a more prominent role in the second and third installments. Guofan, puzzled by Jiang Sheng's firm refusal, only grasped the situation when he agreed not to show Xiao Tian's face fully, prompting Jiang Sheng to relent. After the lunch break, Xiao Tian's silhouette faded amidst the collapsed underground city, marking her experience of working on one of the nation's most cutting-edge industrial films. Exiting the studio, she engaged in hushed whispers with Yi, gesturing towards the distance with intrigue. Yezi nodded in understanding, took a cup of milk tea, and hurried to the spot pointed out by Xiao Tian. She intercepted a man in a cap, attempting to sneak away, saying, "Don't hide, Reporter Ko." The paparazzo, old Ko, chuckled awkwardly. "You managed to find me." Yezi retorted, "Who doesn't know whom? After all, we've been acquainted for several months. However, it's quite impressive that you could blend into the film set." Old Ko proudly flaunted his homemade press badge, declaring, "If I can't get into a small film park, then all my years of effort have gone to waste." Not only had he gained access, but he also managed to indulge in the meals provided. During mealtimes, he boldly queued for his lunchbox. With nearly 1,000 people on set and constant personnel changes, who could keep track of everyone? Yezi gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You really are audacious." She then offered her milk tea, saying, "Here, have a sip. It's been out for 2 hours, so the taste might be a bit off, but I hope you won't mind." Old Ku expressed his gratitude as he took the milk tea, promptly lowering his mask to take a sip. Sweet. The sensation of being respected filled him with warmth. "Yezi, are the 2 young teachers flying to Jiangsheng tomorrow for some announcement? I knew you couldn't keep it from me. With summer solstice having premiered, we need to assist the crew with promotions and record for the main show. Please take some good pictures." "Absolutely." Old Ku couldn't extract any juicy stories from the young couple he followed daily, almost becoming a mere observer. Without any sensational material, he was relegated to a base salary. His income dwindled, forcing him to meticulously edit the photos he captured and sell them to fans. What surprised him was the astonishing prices fans were willing to pay. Selling a single photo could earn him as much as a day's wage. Getting paid to pursue his passions while earning extra income was an opportunity too good to pass up. As twilight approached, the main cast finished their work early. Li Guamuya, with the help of the crew, began to remove the cumbersome mechanical exoskeleton armor weighing over 100 pounds. Although the costume appeared impressive, it was merely a collection of scrap metal fastened together with screws, with some parts even defying ergonomic principles. It was purely for show. As he felt the weight gradually lift, a sense of relief washed over him. "Thank you, Jiang. I hope the show record for a few more days so I can recuperate." "I would like that too, but if I take another day off, won't the director roast me?" Jiang Sheng helped his sister remove her helmet before slowly shedding his own costume. Once everything was organized, he returned the items to the props and wardrobe supervisor, logging each piece according to its number, thus completing his day's work. The wrapped-up actors returned to their respective vans, heading back to the hotel for some rest. Just before Zhao Jimai boarded her vehicle, she sought out Jiang Sheng and whispered, "Brother, you don't need to tutor me tonight. Go spend time with sister-in-law. A little separation makes the heart grow fonder." Jiang Sheng playfully tousled his sister's hair, saying, "You little rascal, learn something worthwhile." Upon returning to his hotel room, Jiang Sheng opened his arms to embrace the freshly bathed Xiao Tian, who was awaiting him. Just as his sister had said, a little separation indeed makes the heart grow fonder. "Don't come over." Xiao Tian nimbly retreated a few steps, evading the ferocious lunge of the famished beast. Wrinkling his nose in disdain, he proclaimed, "First, let us bathe. Otherwise, do not lay a finger on me." "As you command." Jiang Sheng hastily dashed into the bathroom. Upon completing his ablutions, he emerged from the bathroom like a whirlwind, launching himself towards his girlfriend, who was seated on the bed engrossed in her drama on a tablet. "Wait until I finish this episode. I can't wait any longer." The two engaged in an intimate exchange at close quarters, but just as Jiang Sheng was about to embark on another indescribable endeavor, a series of knocks reverberated from outside the door. "Teacher Jiang, the director requests your presence for a meeting." "Scram, tell him to wait for me." With tension taut like a drawn bowstring, no matter who arrived, they would have to wait until he had released his arrow. The door to Guofan's room stood wide open, thick clouds of smoke billowing into the hotel corridor. These reckless fools seemed unbothered by the risk of triggering a fire alarm. Jiang Sheng disdainfully waved away the smoke as he entered the room. In the suite's living area, 8 screenwriters, aside from Liu, had gathered. Upon noticing Jiang Sheng's entrance, one individual promptly extinguished the half-consumed cigarette and greeted him with a smile. Little teacher Jiang has arrived. His reminder prompted the others to snuff out their cigarettes, some veteran smokers even finishing their remaining puffs in one go. Guofan glanced at the time and jested, Not even half an hour. Can you handle it? Back in my day, can't you refrain from boasting? Jiang Sheng found a vacant seat and inquired, So, what dilemma has arisen this time? There's a minor issue. Ever since the commencement of filming for The Wandering Earth, Guofan had frequently encountered logical inconsistencies and implausibilities within the script during the on-site shooting. Whenever such a situation arose, he would summon the screenwriting team to brainstorm solutions. Their discussions often extended into the night, with dawn arriving before they could cease their labors. No one could endure such turmoil for long. Recently, Gongger mentioned that Jiang Sheng possessed screenwriting skills as well, suggesting that with more minds, they could amplify their efforts. Thus, when Jiang Sheng heard the problem, he swiftly proposed a solution, earning the respect and admiration of his colleagues. They were thoroughly impressed. The brothers had lost quite a bit of hair in the process. Aware of Jiang Sheng's aversion to the smell of smoke, everyone would extinguish their cigarettes in his presence. Attentively considering his insights, after pondering Guofan's conundrum for a moment, Jiang Sheng provided a definitive answer. The group contemplated it deeply, then slapped their thighs in exclamation. Calling it brilliant, Jiang Sheng rose and declared, If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Where to? Round 2. Once Jiang Sheng departed, the seasoned smokers collectively lit up once more. After a brief silence, Lao Gong broke the room's stillness. Youth truly is a blessing. Chapter 39. Shyness is but a small stone on the path of growth, easily kicked aside. I shall inquire with the director about any matters. Yes, do hurry. Xiao Tian's voice carried a hint of languor, her gaze still lingering with tenderness. As Jiang Sheng stepped out of the room, Xiao Tian lay alone, her rosy, sweaty face gradually regaining its composure, as logic began to reclaim its dominance, entering a mode of wisdom. Reflecting on the earlier moment when someone had knocked at the door, she realized she had been overwhelmed by hormones, not only failing to halt Jiang Sheng's advances, but even mindlessly participating in them. Xiao Tian pondered the potential consequences of this incident, her brows knitting into a furrow, plunging her into deep regret. The male lead, on a date with his girlfriend, had rejected the director's invitation. Good heavens! If this were to leak, how would nearly 1,000 people in the crew regard her tomorrow? Merely contemplating this made Xiao Tian wish to find a crack in the ground to hide within. In a whirlwind of shame and embarrassment, she rolled back and forth on the bed until the pure white quilt cocooned her entirely, resembling a silkworm. Burying her face deep into the pillow, she emitted a series of muffled sounds, venting her inner turmoil. Subsequently, she turned over, her large eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, silent and motionless, as if malfunctioning. Time drifted by, until the sound of an electronic card entry echoed at the entrance, followed by that familiar yet nerve-wracking voice. My dear, I have taken care of the director's trivial matter. We may proceed. Jiang Sheng entered the bedroom, a box of 001 refreshments swaying in his hand. Proceed with what? Xiao Tian playfully protested, straining to sit up, but the quilt was too tightly wrapped around her. As she attempted to rise, she was rebounded back onto the bed. After several unsuccessful attempts, she rolled toward Jiang Sheng, glaring at him in indignation, and said, Help me untangle this. What training is this? Jiang Sheng found it amusing, locating the knot formed by the quilt and giving it a forceful tug. Emerging from her cocoon, Xiao Tian threw 2 playful punches at Jiang Sheng, her lips pouting in reproach. It's all your fault. Tomorrow I shall be the subject of gossip. Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Sheng feigned pain, thinking that Xiao Tian, being young and sensitive, needed further refinement. In his presence, she seemed to shed her shyness. Jiang Sheng mused, rewrapping Xiao Tian in the quilt and reassuring her. Once you've tasted the sweetness of life, who would dare to speak ill? I would simply expel them from the crew. Ginger is indeed the third co-production entity following China Film and Beijing Culture. No one in the crew would dare to stir trouble regarding Jiang Sheng. Yet, Xiao Tian still felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After much contemplation, she resolved to evade the crew's gaze tomorrow. I shall change my flight. Book the earliest flight to Jiang Sheng. As dawn broke, a van slowly departed from the hotel. Having scarcely slept, Tian Shiwei could not stifle a yawn. Before she could finish, a large hand suddenly appeared before her, rhythmically waving near her mouth. Amidst the rhythmic yawns provoked by the interference of a large hand, Xiao Tian rolled her eyes dramatically and swatted away Jiang Sheng's hand, inwardly cursing him for his childishness. Yi Zi, seated nearby, glanced at Xiao Tian's unadorned, youthful complexion and gently reminded her, "The reporters from Kuda have already gone to the airport to spend the night. They'll surely be capturing photos there soon. Would you two like to apply some makeup?" Jiang Sheng found it bothersome, reasoning that even if they applied makeup now, they would still have to redo it according to the show's requirements upon arrival at Mango TV. It wasn't worth expending time and energy for mere airport photos. "I need to catch up on sleep," Jiang Sheng languidly declared, rubbing his sore lower back. "Agreed. Let us wear masks later," Xiao Tian said, retrieving a mask emblazoned with the ginger logo from her bag and handing it to Jiang Sheng. This was a product specially customized by Jiang Sheng. He had purchased a small factory outright just to produce masks with his company's logo, insisting that they meet medical standards. Xiao Tian couldn't fathom this decision, thinking, "This must be the caprice of the wealthy." Upon arriving at the backstage of the main venue, Jiang Sheng finally came face to face with Teacher He. As they exchanged pleasantries, an image of Teacher He's malevolent grin echoed in his mind. The osmanthus flowers had bloomed, albeit darkly. The tale of Chef Huang warns us never to provoke the astute, for one might find themselves unaware of how the pot became filled with water and fuel. As the frogs within boil, Jiang Sheng enthusiastically proclaimed himself a devoted fan of the main venue, presenting gifts prepared by his mother for the hosts of the happy family. "You needn't have brought gifts. Your presence is enough." They graciously accepted the offerings. As recording commenced, the cast of Summer Is Not Yet Here introduced themselves, engaging in games like Who is the Undercover and Guess What I Draw. Interspersed were interviews and previews to captivate the audience. During the games, Jiang Sheng could distinctly hear the host's exclamations and not Jia's frenzied humor. Certain clips were obviously destined for the cutting room floor, prompting Jiang Sheng to marvel at the editor's brilliance. Fortunately, the show followed a script, and with Teacher He's adept guidance, no matter how far the conversation strayed, he could always steer it back on course. The next game was the No Heartbeat Challenge. Let's first invite Jiang Sheng to become the first participant. The happy family was fortunate to have a genuine couple on the show, frequently setting up scenarios for Jiang Sheng, hoping to elicit entertaining moments. Particularly in this No Heartbeat Challenge, the male participant was to wear a heart rate monitor while the female participant attempted to entice him, observing the fluctuations in his heart rate to create moments of romantic tension. Upon seeing the heart rate oscillating between 70 and 73 on a large screen, Teacher He remarked, "Little Jiang is quite healthy," and then inquired, "Which lady will go first?" "Xiao Tian?" With a proud demeanor, Tian Shiwei replied, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to announce the answer directly?" Amidst the raucous cheers from the audience, Vega interjected, "Behold the aura of a rightful partner." Observing the hesitance of the female guests, Chun Shiwadong promptly raised the microphone, declaring, "Allow me to take the lead, Teacher He." It was clear he aimed to create an entertaining atmosphere. Yet, what on earth was the leading man contemplating? If Jiang Sheng remained unaffected, it would be fortunate, however. Should his heart rate surge, would the show still continue? Sister Na reacted swiftly, intervening, "This cannot be allowed. Let me handle it." With no objections raised, Wu Xin settled directly opposite Jiang Sheng, employing every tactic at her disposal, successfully elevating his heart rate beyond the threshold of 70. It dipped to 69. Wu Xin returned in defeat amidst the laughter of the happy family. With one brave soul setting the precedent, the other female guests shed their inhibitions, taking turns to engage with Jiang Sheng. Among them was Wang Yuan, who portrayed Li Yinran in the drama. This young lady, still new to the industry, appeared somewhat shy before the camera, her movements timid, presenting no challenge to Jiang Sheng. Next came Chai Biyun, who played Cheng Chi-Chi, this season's sister. striding in her high heels, remarked about a pebble in her shoe. In a mere moment of slipping off and putting back on her shoes, she succeeded in raising Jiang Sheng's heart rate to 79. Finally, there was Sister Shuang. One must admit, the program's entertainment hinged on her participation. She approached with an air of intimacy, grasping Jiang Sheng's chin, her exquisite visage drawing ever closer. The scene elicited exclamations of delight from the happy family, while Xiao Tian nervously gripped the microphone, his knuckles paling from the effort. The heart rate displayed on screen surged in tandem with Sister Shuang's movements, ultimately exceeding 85. Jiang Sheng's accelerated heartbeat was not solely due to the suggestive atmosphere. Rather, a sense of trepidation loomed within him, fearing Sister Shuang might lose her composure and overstep boundaries. This sister was capable of anything, even striking herself unexpectedly during a press interview. How frightening that could be. 85. Even my junior brother couldn't surpass that, she teased. Upon seeing the screen reveal the highest heart rate thus far, Sister Shuang whispered a satisfied remark in Jiang Sheng's ear before releasing her hold. Thank you, Xiao Shuang. Teacher, he exhaled in relief, adding, little Jiang, maintaining a heart rate below 90 amid such a gathering of beauties speaks volumes about your fortitude. Could you possibly impart your secrets for maintaining heart rate to future male guests? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Sheng replied, there are no secrets. My heart is but a single chamber, and it just so happens to be fully occupied. A collective gasp erupted from the audience, followed by a chorus of shrieks. As the camera zoomed in on the blushing Xiao Tian, capturing the desired pink effect for the show, teacher, he continued to escalate the excitement. Quickly, let Xiao Tian unveil Jiang Sheng's heart chamber and reveal its interior decor. Chapter 40. Embracing you, the heart rate has surged past 90. 95. Xiao Tian is still performing. A three-digit number. Can she achieve it today? 100. Thank you, Xiao Tian, we have witnessed it. You reside in a princess room, and your landlord cherishes you alone. Teacher, he's rapid-fire commentary incited a chorus of screams and cheers from the audience, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Xiao Tian appeared bewildered. Could merely clasping hands elevate Jiang Sheng's heart rate to such heights? What about their usual interactions? Best not to ponder, best not to ponder. Once the game concluded, Vega remarked, I wonder if you all noticed. Jiang had been nervously tucking her calves beneath the chair, consciously shaking her legs to regulate her emotions. Yet since Xiao Tian arrived, that leg shaking ceased immediately. The crowd exhibited curiosity upon hearing this. Vega continued to elucidate. When a person is anxious, their heartbeat is typically quicker when they are not shaking their legs. Upon realizing his little trick had been exposed, Jiang Sheng quickly retorted, Vega, if you say that, I'll have to kneel on my keyboard when I return home tonight. Tonight? Home. Wu Xin seized upon these keywords, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed exaggeratedly, Can we truly discuss this topic and its implications? The audience became instantly agitated, evidently intrigued by this unexpected revelation. A youthful romance is one thing, but cohabitation at such a tender age could potentially spiral into a public relations crisis. Seeing the commotion, teacher, he stepped in with a smile, alleviating the tension. When Jiang is penalized with kneeling, Xiao Tian, remember to have him turn on the video to prevent any tricks. The crisis was deftly resolved. As the guest performance segment commenced, Jiang Sheng was pushed to the forefront. Reluctantly, he executed 5 consecutive backflips. The movements were crisp and fluid, a testament to the months of training with the small production crew. The program proceeded according to script, transitioning into the next game, the Candle Insertion Challenge. On stage was a large birthday cake prop, crafted from fabric and filled with cotton. The challenge required the guests to insert candles into the cake. The pillow-like candles were placed at the center of the stage. The 6 guests were divided into blue and white teams, starting from one end of the stage, racing to claim the candle pillows, with the team that successfully inserted candles into the cake at the opposite end emerging victorious. Chun Xuedong, Sister Shuang, and Tian Shui formed the blue team, while Jiang Sheng, Wang Yuan, and Chai Biyun comprised the white team. Ready, go. At teacher He's command, the 6 individuals dashed from the starting line. Sister Shuang had a clear target, charging directly towards Jiang Sheng. With a swift leap, She attempted to secure him in a waist-hugging embrace, hoping to immobilize him while her teammates dealt with the opposing female guests. The intention was commendable, however. She overestimated her strength, as Jiang Sheng effortlessly broke free with a gentle tug. Undeterred by this initial failure, Sister Shuang quickly dashed a few steps forward, plunging into the fray at the center of the stage. Seizing the moment, she firmly grasped Wang Yuan's arm with one hand while tugging at Chai Biyun's clothing with the other. Jiang Sheng's female teammates bore the weight of their idol personas. Victory and defeat are of little consequence. It is the image that takes precedence. They are reluctant to engage in overly fierce actions, fearing the tarnishing of their reputations in the eyes of the camera. Just after being subdued by Sister Shuang, they merely feigned resistance, struggling momentarily before adopting a passive attitude towards the game. Jiang Sheng found himself isolated and helpless, his fists no match for the collective force of four. In the midst of the game, Xiao Tian ignited a fierce competitive spirit, refusing to concede even to her boyfriend. The coveted candle-shaped cushion was ultimately seized by Chen Shuodong. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng reacted swiftly, advancing to obstruct his path. Xiao Tian go. Chen Shuodong witnessed Jiang Sheng execute 5 impressive backflips, realizing he could not outmatch him, and decided to launch the cushion high into the air. Xiao Tian leapt to catch it and turned to flee. The cake was tantalizingly close, victory seemingly assured. Just then, she heard an urgent warning from behind. Xiao Tian, be careful. The astonishment of the host echoed, and Xiao Tian gasped in surprise. She felt a powerful force surge from behind, enveloping her body in an instant. Before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself cradled in Jiang Sheng's arms in a princess carry. The scent of masculine energy filled her nostrils, and his resolute face was now mere inches away. The audience's cheers reverberated in her ears, her heart racing uncontrollably. Xiao Tian was certain her heart rate exceeded 150 beats per minute. If she were to wear a heart rate monitor, it would surely elicit laughter from the hosts. A rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks as she instinctively leaned her ear against Jiang Sheng's chest, eager to hear his heartbeat. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Sheng gently placed her, along with the candle, atop the grand cake. You scoundrel, Jiang Sheng. How dare you make my heart race? Xiao Tian felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, vowing to take revenge on him after the show. Wow! Exclaimed Teacher He, his face alight with a smitten expression, excitedly declaring from now on, our program has added another iconic pink moment. Teacher He, how shall we score this round? Sister Shuang was solely concerned with victory. The outcome had become inconsequential. The audience was already thoroughly entertained, was it not? In mid-June, the highly anticipated series Summer's End premiered on Mango TV. Since her breakout role in A Smile is beautiful, Sister Shuang has garnered a loyal following, solidifying her status among the top-tier stars. Upon learning of Sister Shuang's new drama, her fans rallied online, forming a formidable promotional team to support Summer's End. They disseminated promotional posters across various social media platforms, engaging actively with netizens to draw attention to the show. Their fervor spread like wildfire across the internet. On the first day of the premiere, the audience flocked in droves, propelling the ratings to a peak of 2.4, ultimately concluding with an impressive average rating of 1.1. The premiere shattered the 1% barrier, claiming the top spot in the provincial primetime slot, and breaking the months-long ratings slump of the satellite channel. 1 week after its premiere, the summer solstice garnered a rating of 4. Dubon. Yet this did not hinder its soaring viewership. However, upon reaching the 22nd episode, there was a significant drop in ratings to 0.88, as fans of the character Shuangjia discovered her imminent disappearance from the plot. For several consecutive episodes, Shuangjia appeared for merely a few minutes, and in some cases, not at all throughout an entire episode. How could her fans endure such a fate? They swiftly congregated on Weibo, rallying with great fervor. Under Mango TV's official account, they voiced their grievances for their idol, vehemently criticizing the plot as contrived and accusing the director of giving more screen time to other actors. This wave of discontent quickly targeted the actress portraying Yin Mo Tian Shiwei, whose role had suddenly expanded. The ensuing online harassment was relentless, with fans unleashing a torrent of vitriolic comments that were too crude to bear. Fake smiles and feigned sweetness. Ugly people cause trouble. How many nights did the little vixen sleep with the director to earn those extra scenes? Look at how your character shamelessly clings to the male lead. It's nauseating. Various outrageous remarks flooded the Weibo comment section. Although Tian's fans endeavored to defend her, their voices were dwarfed by the millions of Shuangjia supporters. At this juncture, the public relations efforts for Tian seemed to vanish, allowing Shuangjia's fans to unleash their malice beneath her posts. Fortunately, the discerning eyes of the public remained keen. Thanks to the vigorous promotion by Shuangjia's fans, a surge of casual viewers had been drawn into the viewing frenzy. True audiences were indifferent to the distribution of screen time. They were solely concerned with the quality of the narrative. In the first 20 episodes, they were captivated by the warm persona of the male lead, Lu Jiang. Beyond the 20th episode, they found themselves enchanted by the whimsical Yin Mo. The sweet interactions between Lu Jiang and Yin Mo won countless hearts. Casual viewers fervently proclaimed, the attractive couple reigns supreme. Upon witnessing the relentless attacks on Tian Shiwei from Shuangjia's fans, they came to her defense. Who dares to call Tian ugly? If you're blind, get your eyes checked. Your idol's acting is unbearable. It's a blessing her screen time is limited, or I would have abandoned the show long ago. Who would continue watching without the attractive couple? While others are acting in a youthful idol drama, the attractive couple is performing in a love documentary. The number of casual viewers should not be underestimated. And with their involvement, the tide of public opinion was swiftly reversed. It was then that Shuangjia's fans realized that their actions were akin to shooting themselves in the foot. They diligently nurtured the fruit trees for the main character, only to witness the harvest being claimed by another artist. The lead actress, Shuangjia, did not gain popularity, while the supporting character, Tian Shiwei, flourished. Chapter 41. A mishap for Xiao Tian. Even dark traffic is still traffic. The tempest stirred up by Su Wenfang's ardent fans has bestowed upon Xiao Tian a tremendous amount of exposure, igniting a blazing fervor. In Su Wenfang's perspective, while the harsh criticisms may be fierce, they are unlikely to inflict any substantial damage upon Xiao Tian's career. Conversely, this situation allows the two artists from Ginger to significantly enhance their visibility amidst the vast online audience. Why should Su Wenfang concern herself with matters where the benefits outweigh the drawbacks? Let the clamor continue. The more fervently they argue, the better. Allow the netizens to express themselves freely, while Ginger reaps the benefits. Su Wenfang wore a smile, but it was the party involved who bore the brunt of the ordeal, who could remain unfazed when subjected to relentless online vitriol. Xiao Tan, an adept surfer of the internet, frequently interacts with her fans and reviews her Weibo comments daily. Encountering baseless insults, her heart, though resilient, is not made of iron. Inevitably, she experiences some negative emotions. Fortunately, Xiao Tian possesses a sufficiently strong spirit. She is not the type to succumb to self-destructive contemplation. Moreover, she finds solace and comfort in Jiang Sheng's tender words each night, which helps her endure this challenging period of online harassment. Jiang Sheng, I've gained 30,000 followers on Weibo today. Hee. In a mobile video, Tian, she beamed brilliantly, her dimples fully blossoming, devoid of any semblance of strain. Hey, Jiang the hero. Zhou Ye's half-face abruptly intruded upon the video frame, donning an expression of curiosity as he inquired, the gossip that the Weibo paparazzi are about to expose, it wouldn't be about you, would it? Zhou, he was referencing a piece of gossip. At noon today, a paparazzo specializing in revealing celebrity scandals released a teaser for a juicy story, providing several key details. Rising young star has a legitimate girlfriend involved with a budding actress. The list of artists fitting the first two criteria was scant, and the paparazzo's target was unmistakable, as if they were on the verge of revealing the principal's identity. Due to this, Jiang Sheng was subjected to an interrogation from his mother, and only after he repeatedly assured her of his non-involvement did she relent. Otherwise, Su Wenfang would have proactively contacted the paparazzo to acquire relevant information about the impending expos. After all, infidelity is no trivial matter. Ginger, in its marketing strategies, had deliberately crafted a deeply intertwined couple persona for Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian, especially as the attractive couple found themselves at the center of a media frenzy. Should the rumors of infidelity prove true, it could spell disaster for Jiang Sheng. How could it possibly be me? Jiang Sheng retorted to Zhou Yi, his patience wearing thin after a day filled with inquiries. His mother had questioned him, followed by Guo Fan, and then Xinu. Every collaborator with vested interests had called him today. Only Xiao Tian refrained from bringing up the subject, instead defending him. Yezi, what nonsense are you spouting? It's impossible for it to be Jiang Sheng. We video call every night. A certain master of time management had yet to be exposed, and Xiao Tian remained steadfastly trusting of her boyfriend, as Zhou Ye's half-face was pushed out of the screen by her. Outside, her mournful wail echoed. The only one that fits the exposure criteria is Jing Baran. Oh no, my idol. Did Jing Baran ever stray? Jiang Sheng pondered thoughtfully, suspecting that the paparazzi's revelation was likely a smokescreen, a falsehood. Regardless, he was well aware that this matter had nothing to do with him. The following day, the small studio resumed its usual operations. As lunchtime approached, Jiang Sheng sensed an unusual scrutiny from his colleagues, particularly from Guo Fan, whose face was marred by a frown, radiating a hesitance to speak. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng, he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, his demeanor almost screaming victim. Teacher Jiang, President Su's call, his assistant, Wang Ge, announced as he handed over the phone. As Jiang Sheng uttered a greeting, the furious voice of Su Wenfang erupted from the receiver. Look at the trouble you've caused. The volume was such that even Zhao Jinmai, resting nearby, was startled. Jiang Sheng nearly lost his hearing, hastily distancing the phone from his ear, and shouted, "Why all the rage? What have I done? How can you even ask that? Your tongue is truly obstinate." His mother's voice brimmed with urgency and anger. Wang Ge quietly urged, "Teacher Jiang, perhaps you should check Weibo." Upon scrolling through Weibo, Jiang Sheng felt a surge of panic as his blood pressure skyrocketed. Prominently displayed among the top 20 trending topics were 4 alarming phrases. Jiang Sheng's infidelity confirmed, Meng Zi the mistress, Tian Shiwei the victim, and the handsome couple B. These terms left Jiang Sheng utterly bewildered. I cheated? When did this happen? How was I unaware of it? He and Meng Jie had been engrossed in their careers, not having seen each other in over 6 months. Frustrated, he scratched his scalp, irritated by the itch of rising emotions, and clicked on the trending topic to uncover the details of how he had supposedly strayed. Jiang Sheng's infidelity evidence. Images, videos, the visuals seemed to confirm the rumors, albeit somewhat blurred. Jiang Sheng's amusement quickly turned to rage as he watched the footage of him visiting Meng Jie's home last winter, escorted by her assistant. Wow, Jiang Sheng muttered under his breath. These paparazzi certainly have patience, holding on to this footage for over half a year only to release it now that I'm in the spotlight. Indeed, Jiang Sheng's career had been on a meteoric rise. His debut project, Beginning, solidified his footing in the entertainment industry, while his subsequent role in The Summer Solstice propelled him to further acclaim. Portraying the iconic male second lead, Lu Jiang attracted a significant fanbase. With his Weibo followers surpassing 1 million, his popularity soared, leading to numerous invitations for idol dramas that he had to decline due to scheduling conflicts. The paparazzi, having keenly observed his burgeoning fame, seized the opportunity to profit from this old footage, clearly intending to capitalize on his current heat. Yet, to his astonishment, the agency had not reached out to him at all. Upon receiving the information, the anticipated revelations came to light at the stroke of midnight. Jiang Sheng, feeling the weight of the moment, managed a wry smile as he addressed the microphone, saying, "Mom, I understand your urgency, but please allow me to explain. Sister Meng and I merely shared a drink. I spent less than 2.5 hours at her residence, and even Shimei is aware of this matter. What do you think is the point? Once information circulates online, it can transform truth into falsehood with alarming ease." At that moment, Guo Fan approached, his demeanor somber. "The leading actor's scandal has severely impacted our unreleased project. Are we considering recasting For the Wandering Earth? This is no low-budget film. We've already invested over 100 million. Jiang Sheng placed a reassuring hand on Guo Fan's shoulder and shared a comforting glance. He instructed his mother, "Mom, Please have the PR department draft an immediate clarification, and then let the legal team send a cease and desist letter to the paparazzi for defamation. Also, reach out to Weibo to expedite the removal of the trending topic. Though the tactic of issuing a lawyer's letter had become cliché over the past 25 years, rendering it less effective in the eyes of the public, in 2017, it was still a relatively fresh maneuver capable of instilling a sense of caution. I had already set these plans in motion, and while the lawyer's letter might serve as a viable option, I would give it a try. Just make sure you stay focused on the set. As Su Wenfeng was speaking, an urgent voice crackled through the microphone. President Su, we have a situation. Teacher Xiao Tian. What has happened to her? She has engaged in a heated exchange with netizens. Chapter 42. The underlying struggles of various forces. A kiss breaking all laws. The speaker was the head of the Ginger public relations team, whose precise diction was a hallmark of her profession. The distinction between confrontation and abuse is merely a single character apart, yet signifies the gravity of the situation at hand. Oh dear, my two little guardians. Su Wenfeng realized the seriousness of the matter and promptly hung up the phone. Jiang Sheng immediately accessed Tian Shui's Weibo. Jiang Sheng did not cheat. He merely went to a friend's house for drinks. I am fully aware of that. He mentioned this to me. Please refrain from making malicious assumptions. What is wrong with drinking at night? What is wrong with going to someone else's house? Can't Jiang Sheng have a bit of personal space? Initially, she continued to post one Weibo after another, patiently clarifying the situation. However, the tide of online abuse turned overwhelmingly hostile, and Xiao Tian swiftly changed her tone. Why are you all so idle as to meddle in my family affairs? Each of you barking like dogs after consuming too much excrement. Listening to rumors without an ounce of independent thought. You pigs raised in captivity should cease your foul-mouthed chatter. It's utterly embarrassing. And who might you be a fan of? Go home and tend your own master. Xiao Tian engaged passionately in the online skirmish. She had previously endured the online harassment silently. Yet, once the comments about Jiang Sheng crossed a line, she transformed into a ferocious beast unleashed, ready to bite anyone in sight. Xiao Tian appeared so adorable, yet her temperament was so fierce. None of the girls from Sichuan and Chongqing are to be trifled with. Guofan and Li Guangjie stood on either side of Jiang Sheng, craning their necks to observe as he scrolled through Weibo. Jiang Sheng put away his phone and said, Director Guo, I would like to request a half-day leave. Guofan waved his hand grandly, saying, Go ahead. Given that you are embroiled in this mess, you surely have little desire to act. Take some time to adjust your emotions and regain your composure. My goodness, Guofan is being remarkably benevolent. The day's schedule had already been released, and without Jiang Sheng, many scenes could not proceed. The production team was essentially wasting half a day's budget. A wave of gratitude surged within Jiang Sheng, but Guofan added, You'll cover today's expenses. Jiang Sheng nearly stumbled, inwardly cursing, Damn it, I judged too soon. He is still trying to squeeze me for half a day's pay. On the way back to the capital, Jiang Sheng received a call from Sister Meng. She repeatedly apologized on the other end of the line, saying, Once the storm passes, I'll treat you and Xiao Tian to dinner. Oh dear, perhaps that's best avoided. Let's not give the reporters another chance to capture us three in harmonious interaction. They might think you're running a harem. In the capital, Ginger Media, the moment the trending topic Jiang Sheng cheats appeared, the entire company sprang into action. Seizing the golden 24-hour window for public relations, the PR team swiftly mobilized, devising a series of response strategies. First, an urgent clarification statement was released, aiming to convey the truth to the public at the earliest opportunity. Second, they reached out to all partners, proactively apologizing and soothing the emotions of business stakeholders to prevent any adverse impact on their collaborative relationships. Thirdly, contact media reporters to provide factual evidence and arrange exclusive interviews to comprehensively and accurately restore the true nature of events. Fourthly, make every effort to coordinate with Weibo to expedite the removal of trending topics, thereby mitigating the proliferation of negative public opinion. Inform the legal department to promptly issue a letter of attorney to the paparazzi. Quickly, have Lao Chun bring Xiao Tian back to the company. Damn it, Weibo has been playing tricks on us. Internally, commands within the company are incessantly rising and falling. Externally, various forces are surging in the shadows. Some individuals are seizing the opportunity to flood the comment section, attempting to disrupt the narrative. Others are maneuvering with Weibo to gain more leverage. It is evident that the adversaries wish for Jiang Sheng's demise. If you were to inquire about the identity of these adversaries, the answers would be plentiful, almost innumerable. They emerge from the entire industry, including all similar actors, as well as fans acting autonomously for the sake of their idols' futures. In this fiercely competitive entertainment realm, the allure of profit incites their restlessness. If you perish, a larger share of the entertainment pie becomes available. If you perish, the scripts that were intended for you will be distributed to others. If you perish, my brother will have work. The pursuit of profit reveals the sinister fangs of the undercurrents, opening their gaping maws to viciously bite at Jiang Sheng's jugular. Mr. Su, Weibo insists we follow protocol. Increase the funds. Mr. Su, the media claims there is no way to arrange a press release on short notice. Increase the funds. Mr. Su, more funds. No, Mr. Su, I meant to say that teacher Xiao Tian has arrived. Have her wait for me in the office. After assigning her tasks, Su Wenfeng returned to the office, seething with anger, eager to reprimand Xiao Tian. Aunt Feng, Tian Shiwei, upon seeing Su Wenfeng enter, greeted her obediently, but upon closer inspection, her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having just cried, her gaze filled with grievance. The moment Su Wenfeng laid eyes on Xiao Tian, her pent-up fury dissipated entirely. She pondered silently about her own qualifications to scold her. It was Xiao Tian who endured online harassment in silence, who had not stood up to help. It was Xiao Tian who, disregarding her own image and consequences, was the first to speak up for her son. Reflecting on these thoughts, Su Wenfeng cast aside her role as the leader of the Ginger faction. Now, she was merely a mother confronting her son's girlfriend. Good child, you are too impulsive, Su Wenfeng said, gently enveloping Xiao Tian in a warm embrace. Soft and fragrant, Xiao Tian's first impression was that she felt exceedingly thin, as frail as a skeleton. Have you been eating properly lately? Su Wenfeng inquired with concern. Tian Shiwei had prepared herself for a scolding, mentally bracing for the worst on her way there. No matter how Aunt Feng might chastise her, she vowed to remain silent. But unexpectedly, upon their meeting, she was greeted with Aunt Feng's words of genuine care. Xiao Tian's nose tinged with moisture, and her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. She could only nod emphatically. Then eat a bit more. Aunt Feng can afford to take care of you. Su Wenfeng, entwined with Xiao Tian, settled gracefully onto the reception sofa and picked up the internal phone to place an order for a meal. When inquiring about Xiao Tian's preferences, she was met with a gentle shake of the head. Aunt Feng, I will be joining the crew next month. I am intentionally eating less. What is your current weight? 83. A girl nearing 1.70 meters, weighing merely 83 pounds. What parent would not feel a pang of concern? Su Wenfeng insisted on ordering the meal. Let's aim for 90 pounds first. If Director Chen disagrees, let him come to me. At that moment, the treachery and deceit prevalent in the online world seemed to vanish, replaced by a warm atmosphere in the office. The two began to chat about their studies, share amusing anecdotes from school, and discuss everyday matters. After finishing their meal, Xiao Tian turned to discuss work plans, and they both shared a light-hearted jest about Jiang Sheng. P.S. Still wetting the bed at 7. Huh? Just as Su Wenfeng was speaking, she suddenly spotted Jiang Sheng barging into the office, and her irritation flared instantly. What are you doing back here? Aren't you filming? I took a leave. Having experienced the speediness of the mountain airline, Jiang Sheng glanced at the clock on the wall showing 4 o'clock, then swiftly approached Xiao Tian, taking her delicate hand in his. Come with me. Without questioning, Xiao Tian firmly grasped his hand and followed his lead. Hey, where are you two going? On a date. Wangfujing walking street buzzed with life, a vibrant throng of people. A black van and a silver Jetta pulled into the parking lot in succession. Inside the van, Jiang Sheng held Xiao Tian's frail hand with tenderness, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Have you made up your mind? Once we step out of this car, you will only have me for the rest of your life. That's all I need. Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she gazed at Jiang Sheng, her gaze brimming with unspoken affection. Then let us go, and don't be shy. MHM. As the van door swung open, Jiang Sheng took Xiao Tian's hand and confidently strode onto the bustling street. Meanwhile, journalist Lao Ke stepped out of the silver Jetta, wielding a long lens camera, aiming it at the young couple. Why does this person look so much like Jiang Sheng? Don't celebrities usually wear masks when out? How could this be? Isn't he supposed to be cheating? He wouldn't dare show his face in public. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian walked hand in hand, composedly merging into the crowd under the curious and puzzled gazes of passers-by. Their eyes locked, they slowly leaned in closer. Jiang Sheng lowered his head slightly, while Xiao Tian rose on her toes. They embraced and kissed. In that moment, the entire world stood still, as they responded to the external doubts and clamor with a passionate kiss. Chapter 43. Turbulence, a blessing in disguise in a joint announcement. Shengjiang Media and Yuekai Entertainment officially declared. Joint statement from Shengjiang and Yuekai. Our artist, Mr. Jiang Sheng, became acquainted with Ms. Meng Zi, an artist from a different agency, while filming in early 2015. Over the past 2.5 years, they have maintained a purely platonic friendship, devoid of any actions that surpass the bounds of friendship. The recent rumors of infidelity are entirely fabricated, and we hereby clarify this matter. We earnestly request that the online community cease the dissemination of false information. At present, Mr. Jiang Sheng and Ms. Tian Shiwei, both under Shengjiang's representation, continue to uphold their romantic relationship. We urge relevant internet users to immediately halt the publication of unverified false statements and to remove all misleading information. We have collected evidence regarding the remarks made by Gossip Hammer, and in response to malicious slander, our company will resolutely employ legal measures to protect the legitimate rights of our artists, showing no leniency towards the perpetrators. Simultaneously, we call upon everyone to discern between online rumors and to foster a clearer digital environment. Attached, lawyer's letter. The lawyer's letter from 2017 proved exceptionally effective. Upon seeing the statement and the letter, the involved paparazzo promptly deleted the related Weibo post and issued a public apology. Following the clarification, the online community witnessed the lawyer's letter, leading to a flurry of deletions among comments and posts. In an instant, the rumors regarding Jiang Sheng's alleged infidelity and negative comments diminished by over half. By 6 o'clock that evening, another entry regarding the male protagonist of the alleged infidelity surged to the trending topics. The paparazzo Lao Ke illicitly utilized the company's main account to publish a revelation. Jiang Sheng Tianshui kissing in public. A half-minute video showcased Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei sharing an intimate kiss, oblivious to their surroundings, deeply engrossed in each other. In the footage, the young man tenderly cradled the young woman's face, constantly altering their kissing positions, while she embraced him tightly around the waist, her arms drawing closer until they were enveloped by a throng of enthusiastic onlookers. This entry rapidly ascended from new to hot and ultimately to explosive, claiming the top rank. The number of comments surged from a mere handful to over 10,000 in just 10 minutes. Leopard Gut. I am to be born next year. Brothers, I was there when it happened. Here's the picture. If you don't look at the time in the upper right corner, you'd think this was a behind-the-scenes clip from Summer Solstice. Count me in. Let us cheer on the lovely couple. I vow to defend the beautiful couple. The official Weibo account of Summer Solstice, which had feigned silence due to the infidelity scandal, revived itself, seizing this wave of popularity to retweet the video, ensuring that tonight's viewership would undoubtedly soar. To make matters worse, Sister Meng also retweeted, commenting, I'm dying from sweetness. This added fuel to the fire. The gossip surrounding these three young stars experienced undeniable twists and turns within a single day, delighting the spectators to the point of nearly overwhelming Weibo's servers. Those dark forces wishing harm upon Jiang Sheng were submerged by the overwhelming tide of public sentiment. Realizing the tide had turned, they had no choice but to retract their claws. 15 minutes later, the official account of Starshine Entertainment, to which reporter Lao Ke belongs, released an interview video featuring both Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei. Upon the release of this video, will you be concerned about the netizens accusing you of sensationalism? Jiang Sheng, Whether it is sensationalism or clarification, it serves both purposes. Xiao Tian. If everyone can conclude from a single video that Jiang Sheng is unfaithful, then why can't they also believe that we love each other from just one video? Who proposed this idea? Jiang Sheng. It was my suggestion. Xiao Tian. I refined it. Jiang Sheng affectionately ruffled Xiao Tian's hair and added, initially, I intended to take Shiwei, without masks, to a crowded place to showcase our strong relationship. But then Shiwei thought of a classic scene from the palace and wanted to give it a try. Xiao Tian. It has somewhat fulfilled my childhood dream. Given such a high-profile romance, are you not concerned about its impact on your career? Jiang Sheng. We are both diligently studying and working. I am currently partaking in the filming of a science fiction project, and next month, Shiwei will join the crew as well, so we are not lacking in work. Xiao Tian playfully tapped Jiang Sheng's shoulder. We are quite affordable. We kindly request that all producers and directors take good care of us. What would you say to those who watch this video? Jiang Sheng. Rumors cease with the wise. Xiao Tian. Tonight at 1940, please tune into Mango TV. The summer solstice has not arrived awaits you. In stark contrast to the online fervor, the young couple found themselves in a rather precarious situation offline. The pedestrian street was overwhelmingly crowded. Just as their embrace was about to conclude, they were encircled by enthusiastic onlookers. Countless mobile phone cameras were directed at them, with requests for photographs, autographs, and inquisitive gossip. The scene was chaotically disordered, and they had no security personnel to safeguard them. Jiang Sheng could only keep Xiao Tian closely by his side, striving to accommodate reasonable requests while navigating through the exuberant crowd. Fortunately, Lao Ku promptly alerted the authorities. With the assistance of the officers, they were rescued, averting a potential stampede. Subsequently, the young couple received a verbal admonition from the officers before they were interviewed by Lao Ku. After trending online, the two settled back into the nanny van, both exhaling in relief. Jiang Sheng noticed Xiao Tian registering a Weibo account on her phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing. Did your main account get confiscated by the company? Aunt Fong said she would return the account to me next year. Xiao Tian pouted in discontent. The earlier outburst would remain an indelible mark on her career, yet she held no regrets. Her only concern was, Jiang Sheng, will my image in your heart be tarnished? Haha. Indeed, my manners still require refinement. Xiao Tian gaped in disbelief, pointing at Jiang Sheng, indignantly exclaiming, wasn't it to help you out? How dare you look down on me? Jiang Sheng. Since the video has been released, there is no escaping now. Jiang Sheng grasped Xiao Tian's tiny fist pointed at him and said, escape? I can't get enough of you. Tian Shiwei is to Jiang Sheng what Yin Mo is to Lu Jiang. And the summer solstice is not yet here. The proud and pampered Yin Mo is willing to lower herself for the one she loves, kneeling without hesitation for Lu Jiang. Is Xiao Tian not the same? In matters of the heart, she has always taken the initiative. Before Jiang Sheng, she willingly offers herself without guard, sacrificing her own image to protect her boyfriend, bestowing all her tenderness upon him. Someone has long been unable to part with her. Jiang Sheng feigns a look of regret and says, since we can't escape this, may I seek permission from your parents to propose? Xiao Tian's delicate earlobes flushed crimson, her large eyes darting anxiously within their sockets. She quickly withdrew her small hand from his grasp, cradling her warm cheeks, and playfully retorted, how presumptuous of you. Who said I would marry you? Perhaps we could consider. Before Jiang Sheng could finish his thought, Xiao Tian hastily covered his mouth with her hand, preventing him from continuing. At that moment, Jiang Sheng's phone in his pocket vibrated vigorously. He pulled it out, signaling to Xiao Tian that he needed to take a call. Only when she saw the caller ID for Su Wenfang did she relent. Hello, Mom? Son, the script you've been thinking about has made progress. Su Wenfang's voice brimmed with joy as she continued. Meng Zi's company happens to have connections with the production team. Due to today's events, Jia Shirkai hasn't had to exert much effort, and the problem has been resolved. To express their gratitude, they've referred you to the crew. Director Sun Hao wants you to audition tomorrow, so prepare well tonight. All right, I understand. Seeing Jiang Sheng hang up the phone and excitedly punch the air, Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel curious. What script is it that makes you so exhilarated? Qing Yunyan. Chapter 44. The Sovereign of Dramas. Qin Yunyan concludes filming truly deserving of the title king of web dramas. Qin Yunyan had once captivated Jiang Sheng, who aspired to acquire its film adaptation rights. Yet to no avail. From its inception in 2007, the copyright had already been claimed. Thus began the tumultuous journey of this drama king. Since 2007, all derivative rights of Qin Yunyan remained firmly in the hands of the serialization platform until the year following the conclusion of the original work, when the platform sold the adaptation rights to Cheongzhou Television. By the end of March 2014, the TV series Qin Yunyan made its debut on Weibo, inviting Jiang Studio to join forces and announcing that the artist Chen Xiao would portray the character of Xiao Fan. However, this venture inexplicably met its demise before it could take flight. After the expiration of Cheongzhou's authorization, the adaptation rights of Qin Yunyan eventually found their way to Tang Ren. He commenced the adaptation, casting Han Dongjun in the lead role and even navigating the registration process. Yet this project too concluded without fruition. Thus, Qin Yunyan continued its winding path, landing in 2016 with a third production company, Deep Blue Media, Huayu Times, and Yuekai Entertainment, who united in their ambition to present Qin Yunyan splendidly to the audience. Notably, Yuekai Entertainment was the company belonging to Meng Jie. Ultimately, however, the project failed to materialize once more. In 2017, Penguin Media made a formidable entrance, sweeping Cheongzhou, Deep Blue, and Huayu under its wing while unceremoniously casting Yuekai Entertainment aside, bringing in a new player, Xinli Media. Jia Shirkai was left bewildered, muttering to himself, "Goodness, I am but a small player here. I cannot provoke such power. I shall retreat." In summary, under Penguin's leadership, Qin Yunyan was reinitiated, enlisting the talented writer Wang De and appointing Sun Hao as the director. The entertainment industry is akin to a web of personal connections. Colleagues were acutely aware that this move would be a disservice to Yuekai Entertainment. Thus, when Boss Jia requested that Jiang Sheng audition, everyone readily acquiesced. After years of anticipation, the project was finally set in motion. Nevertheless, Qin Yunyan had become a tale akin to the boy who cried wolf, leaving many skeptical within the industry. Following the announcements of Chen Xiao and Han Dongjun's involvement, only a handful of well-known actors remained convinced that this project could indeed progress smoothly. Consequently, the pressure of auditions diminished significantly. In the capital, at Xinli Media, Zhang Riyun sat on a chair against the wall in the corridor, surveying the actors auditioning for the lead role, feeling assured of his prospects. The next actor arrived. As Zhang Riyun entered the audition room, he courteously greeted the project leaders and confidently performed a scene, concluding with a decisive flair. "Xiao Fan is destined to be portrayed by none other than me." Director Sun Hao chuckled knowingly, responding, "Indeed, it may not solely be you." "Indeed?" Zhang Riyun's expression faltered, questioning, "Has anyone else claimed this?" "Nothing of the sort. Thank you for your efforts. Please await further notification." As all actors completed their auditions, producer Yuan Qin's expression revealed a hint of dissatisfaction, remarking, "There are no notable talents here." "Director Sun, do you have any favorite actors?" Sun Hao stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the actors' profiles before him. He extracted two, remarking, "These two, Zhang Riyun and Jiang Sheng, possess a hint of Fan Xian's essence." "Yongjia, what is your perspective?" As a representative of Penguin Pictures, Ping Yongjia naturally expressed her views from the standpoint of corporate interests. On a side note, we are currently vying with Youku, Leshi, and Chi for the broadcasting rights of Skyscraper and the Silent Truth. If Director Sun could seriously consider Jiang Sheng, we would have greater leverage in negotiations with Ginger. The leaders present wore complex expressions. One was a young master of the Beijing Circle, while many here had watched Zhang Riyun grow up, serving as genuine, albeit non-blood relatives. The other was a rising star, bolstered by substantial IP resources, representing tangible profits. How to choose? Jiang Sheng successfully quelled the scandal surrounding his infidelity, auditioning for the role before promptly returning to the Wandering Earth set. Although the online buzz had faded, the echoes of the controversy lingered. The location where the young couple shared their kiss had recently transformed into a must-visit spot for couples, igniting a boom in foot traffic and boosting consumption along the street. In mid-July, Jiang Sheng received a congratulatory call from his mother. You've been cast in celebrating more than a year, but we have also relinquished the rights to the Silent Truth to Penguin, along with a few other film and television copyrights. Let us hope this is a fair trade. Resource exchange is a classic maneuver within the industry, and the relatives ultimately opted for tangible benefits. Jiang Sheng hung up the phone and immersed himself once more in his filming duties. After 3.5 months of intense shooting, today marked Jiang Sheng's final scene as Lu Qi, a poignant farewell between father and son. Having never met the Chinese captain, Jiang Sheng was now bidding farewell to his biological father, who was far away in space, about to collide with Jupiter. Guo Fan held a megaphone to assist Jiang Sheng, monotonously reading, "Son, I'm sorry. Father must embark on a mission, the most crucial of my life. Could you please read with some emotion?" Jiang Sheng urged, his face contorted in despair. "You said that when I can see Jupiter, you would return." "You're lying." Guo Fan turned the page and dryly continued, "When I left, you were 4 years old, but now you have grown into an adult. Ah, Kug. I've told you, when you look up at the sky, you can see me. Hey, did you just sneeze? How can you so shamelessly brush it off? This is greatly affecting the performance." Jiang Sheng strove to maintain his portrayal of profound sorrow. "This time, you will definitely see me. Come on, son, 3, 2, 1. Look up." Jiang Sheng gazed towards the ceiling of the green screen, silently chanting, "Sense of belief. Before me is Jupiter." At that moment, Jiang Sheng seemed to envision the valiant Lu Peiqiang, reflecting on his past rebelliousness and regretting that he had never expressed even a moment of warmth to his father. "Dad!" Tears of regret and reluctance streamed down Jiang Sheng's face as his body trembled, grappling with the impending collapse of his consciousness while bidding farewell to his father for the last time. With a click, it was over. Jiang Sheng closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, liberating himself from the depths of sorrow. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld his sister approaching with a bouquet in hand. "Congratulations, brother. Congratulations to you as well, sister." They had both completed their filming today. Jiang Sheng glanced at the wilted flower petals and quipped to Guo Fan, "Couldn't he even spare a little more to buy an extra bouquet? Are you that stingy?" Guo Fan dismissed his comment, saying, "You've been exhausted for over 3 months. Why not take a month off before joining the next crew?" As if the production over at XIN has already started. There's no way they would wait for me to rest. While extending his arms for the crew to help him unscrew his costume, Jiang Sheng grumbled, "This wretched costume is stifling my growth. At 20, I should be established. I must accept my fate." Nonsense. Just the other day, when I accompanied Grandpa for a checkup, my kneecaps haven't even fused yet, Jiang Sheng retorted, feeling a sense of joy at the news that Uncle Da had been diagnosed with liver disease, thus averting a future tragedy. Guo Fan gestured towards the exterior of the set. "Shall we chat?" Jiang Sheng nodded, returning the flowers to his sister and following Guo Fan outside to find a shaded spot. "Speak up. What troubles you now?" "Sheng, it was too crowded in there earlier. I didn't dare to speak up." "What? Are you still going to beg?" The familiar opening line startled Jiang Sheng. Guo Fan continued, "Damn it. We're running low on funds, and we haven't even filmed the scenes for the space station. I have no idea who to turn to. If there's no money, then there's no money. Why should you take advantage of me?" Jiang Sheng replied, "No, I mean Lu Peiqiang's actor hasn't been decided yet," Guo Fan clarified, scratching his temples and making exaggerated gestures. "Sheng, when do you think we can receive some funds for our subsequent payments? At least let me finish shooting the space station scenes." Jiang Sheng countered with a question, "Director, let us set aside the money issue for now. Do you really think that with just the 3 of us, yourself, me, and Uncle Da, plus this shabby domestic sci-fi label, we'll have any box office appeal when the film is finally released?" Before Guo Fan could respond, Jiang Sheng patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, let me offer you a suggestion. Go seek out Captain China." "Who?" "Wu Jing." Chapter 45. The Town Boy and the School Belle after departing from the Wandering Earth crew. Jiang Sheng attended the first-year final performance at school to avoid being held back. Once the examinations concluded, he hurried to Shansheng to report to Xian Chang. Tian Shiwei, accompanied by her close friend Zhou Yi, headed to Rongqing for the filming of Skyscraper. Everyone seemed to have a bright future ahead. Upon arriving at the set, Jiang Sheng was met with a scolding. Xian Chong, harboring grievances against Jiang Sheng, had valid reasons for his frustration. Over the past year, he had traversed the nation, scouring various primary and secondary schools to find a suitable child actor embodying the character of Zhu Chaoyang. With his shoulder-length hair and a nonchalant demeanor, he walked with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance that resembled a scoundrel, no matter how one looked at it. He did not appear to be a good person. During his time at the schools, vigilant parents had repeatedly reported him as a suspicious individual, leading to several visits to the police station without success in finding a satisfactory Zhu Chaoyang. Ironically, the child actors he had passed over were subsequently cast in The Silent Truth and Skyscraper, and he himself was reluctantly pulled in to fill a directorial vacancy. Understanding the crux of the matter, Jiang Sheng candidly remarked, "I recently watched a film with a child who is particularly suited to play Zhu Chaoyang." Upon hearing this, Xian Chong immediately fell silent, his anger dissipating, replaced by a smile of flattery. He was acutely aware of Jiang Sheng's discerning eye for talent. The roll call began with Liu Dan, who delivered a performance that could only be described as legendary. Next was Liu Yijuan, whose casting broadened his career prospects. At the initial stages of The Silent Truth, Jiang Sheng compiled an extensive list of actors, including acclaimed film stars and lesser-known talents. Among them was an actress named Tan Zhua, of whom Xian Chong had previously never heard. However, upon witnessing her audition, he recognized that the role was solidified. Remarkable. When he heard of a potential candidate for Zhu Chaoyang, he quickly ingratiated himself, saying, "My earlier attitude was inappropriate, Jiang. Which film are you referring to? Who is it?" With a chuckle, Jiang Sheng replied, "Look at you so eager. Once we finish our current tasks and finalize the editing, I shall present you the name list with both hands." With renewed enthusiasm, Xian Chong seized his phone, instructing the staff scattered across various schools to report back to the set immediately. He then raised a megaphone and shouted, "What are you waiting for, assistant director? Notify the actors to take their positions." The Silent Truth unfolds across three intertwined timelines: the death of Hou Guiping in 2000, the tragedy of Jiang Yang in 2003, and the subway body disposal case in 2010. Considering the challenges posed by the time span for filming, Xian Chong deliberated carefully and decided to shoot in strict chronological order. Before Jiang Sheng joined the crew, the scenes depicting Hou Guiping's wrongful demise had already been completed. It was now time for Jiang Yang to make his entrance and seek justice. Sporting a buzz cut, Jiang Sheng donned a wig with the assistance of the makeup artist and stepped onto the set. The assistant director bellowed, "Clear the set. All unrelated personnel, exit the frame." The silence bore witness to the truth. Scene 37, take 1. Snap. The clapperboard resonated crisply, and Jiang Sheng instantaneously transformed into a righteous prosecutor, Jiang Yang. Over the ensuing month, Jiang Sheng vividly embodied the youthful vigor and unwavering sense of justice of a young prosecutor, standing resolute against malevolence. However, after being wrongfully imprisoned, Jiang Sheng's performance took a poignant turn. He masterfully portrayed Jiang Yang's descent from a promising prosecutor to a disheartened mobile phone repairman. His remarkable execution left Ning Li and Liao Fan in awe, exclaiming, "This 20-year-old lad possesses extraordinary talent." One day, after wrapping up for the day, the cast and crew gathered to drink and converse. Tan Zhua inquired of Jiang Sheng why he pursued acting. Rather than answering directly, Jiang Sheng, emboldened by the alcohol, recounted a brief tale, a story of a small-town youth enamored with his unattainable muse. Once, in a high school, there was a girl universally acknowledged as the school beauty, with at least 1/5 of the boys harboring secret affections for her. Jiang Sheng began to speak softly, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Each year, the small-town youth eagerly anticipated the Mid-Autumn Festival, school anniversary, and New Year's Eve celebrations. For it was during these occasions that the school beauty would grace the stage with her dance. The dance instructor always positioned her at the center, her dazzling performance captivating the gaze of every boy, including the small-town youth. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tan Zhua asked, "If you liked her, why not confess? There are only a few events a year. How wonderful it would be to be by her side every day. Liao Fan interjected. Who would dare approach a girl of her caliber? Back in my day, why am I even bringing this up? Jiang, please continue. Jiang Sheng took a sip of his drink and continued. The school beauty was an art student. In her senior year, she left school to attend art exam training. That year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration, the absence of the school beauty left the small-town youth despondent, for he understood that he might never see her again. As he had anticipated, after the college entrance examination, he learned from classmates that the school beauty had been accepted to study acting in the metropolis. Meanwhile, the small-town youth scored 709 and, following his mother's wishes, enrolled in Peking University's Guanghua School of Management to study finance. Liao Fan's expression shifted with surprise. Oh? So this ISN to your story? Jiang Sheng smiled subtly, neither affirming nor denying, and continued. On the day of registration, the small-town youth saw a recruitment poster for the Peking University Drama Society. He seemed entranced, his gaze fixated on the poster, unable to look away. Was acting truly that intriguing? Deep within, the small-town youth yearned to sign up, yet he was acutely aware of his own corpulence and disheveled appearance, feeling utterly unfit for the demands of performance. Ningli interjected, I must disagree with that notion. Seng, Dun, Jing, Mo, and Cho, each character embodies an indispensable facet of theatrical performance. In recent years, film academies have ceased to recruit clowns, leaving the People's Art Theater in a quandary over casting the role of Lu Matzi in their production of Tea House. Jiang Sheng concurred with Ning Li's viewpoint and continued, recounting how a young lad from a small town wrestled with his thoughts for 2 nights before ultimately filling out the application form to join the Peking University Drama Society. In his spare time, he stood upon the stage, clad in heavy costumes, portraying mountains and trees, remaining still as he silently observed his seniors immersed in their performances, pondering whether the campus beauty was similarly enchanted. Tanjua couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking on the boy's infatuation. Even in university, he couldn't shake off his crush. After all, who among them wasn't exceptional? Liao Fan chimed in, It's easy for you to say. I still can't forget that girl in the white shirt with her hair tied in a ponytail. Why am I even bringing this up? Jiang interjected, Please continue. I'll keep Tanjua quiet. A muffled protest escaped Tanjua. Indeed, Jiang was serious about silencing her. He pressed on. By the second semester of his sophomore year, the small-town boy finally landed a role with lines. Following rehearsal, a visiting instructor from Beijing Film Academy remarked on his remarkable talent for acting. He perceived this as mere encouragement from the teacher, not giving it much thought. Day after day, he balanced his academic pursuits with his involvement in the drama society. The once timid boy grew leaner and found a girlfriend, gradually forgetting about the campus beauty. As the years slipped by, university life sped past. On the eve of his graduation in his 4th year, his girlfriend suggested they part ways. The boy anticipated a flood of tears, a retreat into alcohol, and a lament for lost love. Surprisingly, he remained unfazed by the end of his first romance. Observing his roommates, who were equally heartbroken, he was bewildered by his own tranquility. During the time he spent helping his friends navigate their emotional turmoil, he received an offer from a leading domestic financial exchange. With a generous salary, his mother was overwhelmed with pride and joy. The small-town boy graduated successfully and embarked on a career as a fund manager, dedicating himself to work while gradually setting aside his passion for performance. Then, on a sunlit afternoon, he caught a glimpse of a colleague idling at the adjacent workstation. In a fleeting moment, he recognized a familiar figure on the colleague's tablet screen. It was the campus beauty. Chapter 46. The School Belle in Distress. You haven't forgotten? Truly, what a clumsy oaf. No wonder breaking up with my first love left me utterly unscathed. Oh, don't cover your ears. Must I remain silent? Tanjua brushed off Liao Fan's arm, casting an apologetic glance at Jiang Sheng, as if to convey, Sister, I was wrong. During his time at Peking University, the young man from the small town indulged in a penchant for suspenseful narratives. With a girlfriend by his side, he paid little attention to the idle dramas featuring the school belle. Jiang Sheng recounted his tale with a calm demeanor, as if narrating a story detached from his own life. After entering the workforce, his leisure hours were consumed by playing basketball with clients or attending social gatherings. leaving him no time to indulge in television series. One day, while a colleague was watching a period drama, the school belle shone brilliantly on screen, captivating the young man's gaze just as she had during their high school days. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired about the title of the show. Upon returning home, he dedicated time to watch the series featuring the school belle. Yet, upon completing all the episodes, he found an inexplicable void within himself, the nature of which eluded even his own understanding. On another occasion, while accompanying a new client for a round of golf, he learned in casual conversation that this client was a producer currently developing a film project. The client praised the young man's looks, suggesting he possessed the potential to become a star. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, the young man asked, "Is it truly possible for me?" He received the client's affirmation, and that very day, he resigned from his position at the exchange. A fund manager earning a six-figure monthly salary traded it for a role as a fledgling actor, earning a mere 500 yuan a day, with job security hanging by a thread. His colleagues deemed him mad, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the young man had rediscovered a long-lost part of himself. However, he had indeed lost his sanity, neglecting even the most basic background checks and blindly believing the grand promises laid before him by the client. Upon arriving on set, he discovered the client was producing short dramas, worlds apart from the true entertainment industry. Short dramas? What on earth are short dramas? The actors exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. Just as Tanjua opened his mouth to inquire further, Liao Fan's large hand silenced him. Realizing he had misspoken, Jiang Sheng took a sip of his drink, masking his peculiar expression with a cough, and added, despite the project's significant disparity from expectations, "I do not wish to betray the trust placed in me. I shall grit my teeth and fulfill the role I promised the client." During filming, the director frequently summoned the young man aside, advising him to temper his performance so as not to overshadow the lead actor too drastically. It was only then that he comprehended that the praise from his university mentor at the Beijing Film Academy was not mere encouragement. He genuinely possessed a remarkable talent for acting. With newfound confidence, the young man felt as though he was a long-dormant pearl, destined to shine one day. He believed that with perseverance, he would eventually touch the true entertainment realm, eagerly anticipating the day he would reunite with the school belle. Thus, he forged a profound collaboration with his sole connection in the entertainment industry, a producer client. After signing the contract, the client had numerous projects with tight deadlines, subjecting the young man to immense daily pressure. Each time he returned to his dormitory, he disregarded his exhaustion from the day, striving to enhance his acting skills by voraciously consuming films and diligently mastering various performance techniques, often sacrificing sleep for only 2 or 3 hours each night. Day after day, the boy from a small town gradually gained a modest reputation in his field, and his agent brought news of an invitation to audition for a web drama. However, on the same day, a catastrophic fire erupted on set due to the prop master's negligence. With flammable materials in abundance, there was no time for rescue, and the flames spread rapidly, causing panic as people fled in all directions. Tragically, the young man was unable to escape the horrifying inferno. What? Someone died? The expressions of the actors at the table froze instantly upon hearing the conclusion, their faces contorted as if they had tasted something foul. Jiang Sheng observed their reactions, laughing joyfully yet with tears in his eyes, nodding in agreement. Tanjua suddenly slammed the table, causing the wine glasses to tremble, exclaiming, "What is this nonsense? You prattle on, and then it abruptly falls flat. I thought the protagonist would triumph, reunite with the school beauty, win the Best Actor award, and embrace the fair maiden." Xin Can chimed in, saying, "I say, Jiang, this lackluster tale hardly resembles your usual flair. Revise the ending, and perhaps we can get someone to adapt it into an idol drama." "What are you talking about? It's already being performed," Jiang Sheng replied with a cryptic smile, swiftly diverting the conversation to other topics. Buzzing. At that moment, Jiang Sheng's phone in his pocket vibrated. He pulled it out to find it was a call from Zhou Yi. "Oh, this is the first time Zhou Yi has taken the initiative to call me." After exchanging contact information, they typically communicated through WeChat messages. Her sudden call must indicate something urgent. Jiang Sheng's mind raced as he stood up from the table, signaling that he needed to take a call. Hello, Yezi, what's the matter? Jiang, if you have time, please come to Rongqing. Xiao Tian has been acting strangely lately. Zhou Yi's voice was filled with palpable urgency. The alcohol in Jiang Sheng's system evaporated instantly, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. After hearing Zhou Yi briefly outline Xiao Tian's condition, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, promptly ending the call and hastily returning to the private room. Instructing Xin can cancel my scenes for tomorrow. I need to leave for a few days. What? Where are you going? The school beauty is in trouble. Jiang Sheng donned his coat and prepared to depart. Just before leaving the room, Liao Fan's voice called out after him. Hey, Jiang, what does the child in your story truly admire about the school beauty? Her figure. How base. Jiang Sheng chuckled lightly, not looking back as he walked away. In the story, he indeed was swayed by mere appearances. Rongqing. By the time Jiang Sheng arrived at the hotel where the cast of Skyscraper was staying, it was already deep into the night. The lobby was brightly illuminated, and Yezi spotted Jiang Sheng as he entered, promptly waving him over. Over here, Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng strode towards her, his brow furrowed, his tone tinged with reproach. In light of such events, I have to learn about the situation from others, do I? Xiao Tian didn't want to worry you and specifically asked me to keep it from you, Yezi replied. Jiang Sheng fell silent, quietly following Yezi into the elevator. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and he squeezed out, striding purposefully down the hotel corridor, directly entering one of the rooms. The warm glow of the room's lights could not dispel the gloom that hung over Jiang Sheng's heart. By the bedside stood Lu Dan and Zhou Yi, who turned to look as they heard his swift footsteps. You're here? Xiao Jiang. Hero Jiang. Jiang Sheng nodded in greeting to Yi, his gaze falling upon the nightstand where a bottle of sleeping pills rested. His eyes shifted to Xiao Tian, who lay quietly in bed, her round face now gaunt. Devoid of makeup, her eyes puffy and red, clearly showing the signs of prolonged weeping. As Jiang Sheng observed the swollen contours of Xiao Tian's eyes, a wave of regret washed over him. They had not video-called each other for over 20 days, only communicating through phone calls. Before Zhou Yi's call, Jiang Sheng had believed Xiao Tian was staying at a rehabilitation center, a facility specifically for patients with mental health issues. The reason for Xiao Tian's stay at the rehabilitation center traced back to her commencement on set. On the fourth day of filming Skyscraper, Xiao Tian struggled to grasp the emotional state of the character Zhong Meibao. Particularly with her expressive, large eyes, any misalignment of emotion would cause her performance to falter. The director, unable to endure this, berated Xiao Tian harshly. Yet, Xiao Tian did not succumb to despair or half-heartedness. Instead, she proactively requested the director to postpone her scenes and arrange for contact with a mental health rehabilitation center. Her intention was to immerse herself in the experiences of young women who had faced circumstances akin to Zhong Meibao's. She planned to undergo this immersive experience for 3 weeks to deepen her understanding of the role. Due to the center's policy prohibiting mobile phones, the two had been unable to connect during this period. Gazing at Xiao Tian's weary visage, Jiang Sheng scratched his head in regret and said with a wry smile, Sister Dan, I truly appreciate your efforts at such a late hour. It must be exhausting. You should rest. I could take care of things here. Lu Dan shook her head with a soft chuckle, replying, It's no trouble at all. Xiao Tian has just fallen into a deep sleep. Shall we step outside to talk? Chapter 47. You are her remedy. The two moved to another room in the hotel. Sitting beside the coffee table, Lu Dan first brewed a steaming cup of tea for Jiang Sheng before slowly beginning to speak. Regarding Xiao Tian, I must bear some responsibility. It was my suggestion to have her engage with individuals who share similar experiences to Zhong Meibao, thinking it would facilitate her immersion into the role. Sister Dan acted with good intentions. Jiang Sheng gently reassured her, stating that what has occurred cannot burden the senior with guilt any further. Lu Dan then recounted Xiao Tian's recent filming circumstances. As Jiang Sheng listened, she was momentarily taken aback and interjected, Did she not just return from the rehabilitation center? Lu Dan explained that Xiao Tian had regained her composure 2 weeks prior, and subsequently reported back to the set. Continuing, Lu Dan described the atmosphere on set. After returning from the rehabilitation center, Xiao Tian's formerly bright eyes appeared shrouded in a veil of gloom, losing their positive energy, and her entire being began to resonate deeply with Zhong Meibao. In this state, her performance unfolded naturally, each frown and smile seemingly breathing life into Zhong Meibao, as if she were emerging vividly from the script. The director was overjoyed, seizing the opportunity to expedite Xiao Tian's shooting schedule while her momentum was strong. The situation unfolded precisely as the director had anticipated, with the filming of Zhong Meibao's scenes proceeding with remarkable speed. Until yesterday, Tian Shiwei encountered her first scene with teacher Jiao Gang. In this pivotal moment, Zhong Meibao was to face her stepfather, who had violated her during her childhood. Before the scene commenced, upon seeing Jiao Gang for the first time, Xiao Tian's emotions completely unraveled. She crouched on the ground, clutching her head with both hands, sobbing uncontrollably in terror. Her body trembled uncontrollably, ensnared in the meticulously crafted, hauntingly vivid false memories, as if she had genuinely endured all the torments that Zhong Meibao had suffered. The peculiar gazes of the crew members converged upon teacher Jiao Gang, who appeared bewildered and helpless, internally screaming, "I am a good person. I just happen to look sinister." The echoes of her cries lingered in the air of the set. Everyone present attempted in vain to soothe Xiao Tian's frayed emotions. In desperation, the director was compelled to adjust the schedule and arrange scenes for other actors. At this juncture, Jiang Sheng seized a moment while Lu Dan was sipping her tea to speculate. Xiao Tian employs an experiential approach to immerse herself entirely in the character by engaging with unique individuals, forcing herself to become Zhong Meibao. Yet, fundamentally, she remains herself. It is only upon confronting the nightmares she has conjured that Xiao Tian's essence clashes violently with Zhong Meibao's soul, resulting in her emotional collapse. Indeed, this is the peril that experiential actors must confront. Lu Dan set down her teacup and sighed softly, adding, "Previously, Xiao Tian utilized method acting techniques. Method actors train their minds to remember specific emotional fluctuations. For instance, in a crying scene, a method actor merely needs to recall past experiences of grievance or sorrow. When a moment arises, they can evoke the emotions stored in their minds and incorporate them into their performance. The experiential approach, as its name suggests, immerses actors in environments akin to those of their characters, allowing them to discover the essence of their roles and fully embody them. For instance, Wu Jing trained in the military for several months to prepare for his role in Wolf Warrior. However, Xiao Tian could not endure humiliation for the sake of a performance. So she heeded Lu Dan's advice and sought to engage with individuals who had experienced similar hardships. Lu Dan continued, stating that on Xiao Tian's first day at the rehabilitation center, her capacity for empathy began to manifest. She listened intently as fellow patients recounted their harrowing tales, gradually losing herself in their narratives, even resorting to self-hypnosis to transform into Zhong Meibao. The experiential method is fraught with danger, particularly for characters like Zhong Meibao, who have endured significant trauma. Before immersing herself in the role, an actor must establish a realistic anchor point within to reconnect with their true self. Knowing that this was Xiao Tian's first time employing the experiential method, I made a point to remind her before her admission to find a unique and irreplaceable object, one that would assist her in detaching for a character when she ventured too deeply. But the outcome did Xiao Tian forget? Jiang Sheng asked, gripping his hands tightly for confirmation. I had thought she had indeed forgotten, Lu Dan replied with a smile, her eyes drifting into recollection. I observed Xiao Tian's emotional state deteriorating day by day after her return to the set. I speculated whether she had failed to establish an anchor point. To be honest, it terrified me. If an actor cannot reclaim their identity, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Xiao Tian's career. However, Lu Dan's tone shifted, her gaze laden with meaning as she looked at Jiang Sheng. While contemplating strategies, I kept a close watch on Xiao Tian's every move. I discovered that she seemed to be deliberately avoiding you. Since her return to the set, I had never seen her call you, and whenever someone mentioned your name, she would feign an excuse to leave. It dawned on me, Jiang Sheng, you were her anchor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng sprang to his feet. eager to return to Xiao Tian's side, to become the balm to her wounds and help her rediscover herself, to escape her anguish. Wait, Jiang Sheng. Lu Dan called out sharply, advising him, "You wouldn't want Xiao Tian's efforts to be in vain, would you? I have faith in my student. She will overcome today's challenges." Had it not been for Zhou Ye's unauthorized call, I had planned to inform you only after Xiao Tian wrapped up shooting. There are only 3 scenes left. Your sudden appearance could jeopardize the role Xiao Tian has poured her heart and soul into. Jiang Sheng, with his back to Lu Dan, resolutely stated, "Sister Dan, I appreciate your concern, but I cannot stand idly by while Xiao Tian suffers. Even if it is her own choice, I cannot allow it." Lu Dan gazed at Jiang Sheng's determined figure as he left the room, a bittersweet smile unconsciously forming on her lips. A sleeping pill ensured that Xiao Tian slumbered soundly through the night. At dawn, fragrant aromas quietly wafted into her nostrils. The scent of pork dumplings, accompanied by the faint sound of chewing. The sound was so near that someone was sitting beside her, eating steamed buns. Was it Zhou or Yi? How outrageous! Regardless of who it was, she could never easily forgive them. Tian Shiwei was roused by the enticing aroma, struggling to open her stinging, swollen eyelids, revealing a pair of large eyes filled with a somber hue. However, when she discerned the identity of the person at her bedside, her pupils jolted. A sudden ache surged at the tip of her nose, and her eyes quickly veiled with a mist, washing away the gloom that had lingered within. The anchor point activated. In an instant, the shadow of Zhong Meibao vanished from her being. The instigator, Jiang Sheng, pulled out a tissue and gently dabbed at the tear stains beneath Xiaoyan's eyes, laughing heartily as she said, "Did the deliciousness make you cry?" "Surely not." Xiaoyan, choked with emotion, asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Sheng took a bite of the meat bun and mumbled, "Didn't I promise to visit you? Before coming, I ordered a supportive coffee truck, adorned with your cheer banner, for the entire cast to enjoy for 3 days. Not too shabby, right? You rascal." Xiaotian straightened up against the headboard, playfully punching Jiang Sheng's shoulder. 3 days, isn't enough? Then let it be 7. Look at you, so thin that your punches lack strength. Jiang Sheng handed another bag of buns to Xiaotian, saying, "First, let us eat, then I'll take the lead to inspect the support truck." All right. Apart from calling Jiang Sheng a rascal, Xiaotian did not reproach her unexpected visit. Jiang Sheng tucked away the sleeping pills and refrained from mentioning Xiaoyan's recent breakdown. The two quietly savored their meat buns, and Xiaotian, unable to resist, remarked on Jiang Sheng's conspicuous wig. "Why are you still wearing that wig? Isn't it hot in the summer?" Jiang Sheng set down the bun, preparing to respond to Xiaoyan's question through action. To ensure that filming would proceed without a hitch in the silent truth, the makeup artist had deliberately shaved off the bangs that Jiang Sheng had recently grown. However, only the bangs were removed. The sideburns remained intact. As Xiaotian watched Jiang Sheng remove the wig, revealing her natural hair, she noted that the hair, pressed down by the wig, appeared limp, while the sideburns were long, with the bangs completely absent. Jiang Sheng's unique hairstyle resembled a pilot's cap, snugly fitted to her scalp, rendering her appearance exceedingly comical. Unable to contain herself, Xiaotian spat out the meat bun from her mouth. "Mind the hygiene. The cleaning lady works hard. You know, I'm so sorry, cleaning lady." "Ha ha." "Jiang Sheng, let me take a picture. Get lost. I'm a big star. There's no way I'm letting you capture my embarrassing moments." "Ha ha." The room resonated with their joyful laughter. Chapter 48. Living Together? The commanding voice echoed beside the film set. A support coffee truck came to a steady halt, a mere 5 meters away from the location. A striking support banner unfurled atop the vehicle, adorned with a large photo of Xiao Tian. The staff also erected a standing poster featuring a still of Tian Shiwei as Zhong Meibao. In the image, Xiao Tian donned a flowing white dress, her graceful figure captivatingly prominent in a life-size portrayal. "Oh dear, how embarrassing," Xiao Tian grimaced, her discomfort evident as she shifted her toes against the ground. "You, Xiao Tian, truly do not appreciate your fortune. If it were me, I would be over the moon," Zhou Yi exclaimed, excitedly pulling out her phone to snap pictures of the coffee truck. This sister played the role of the female comic artist Wu Mingwei. Having completed her filming, She chose to remain with the crew to accompany Xiao Tian, observe, and assist, effectively taking on the role of a production assistant. Currently, she had yet to sign with the company, but Su Wenfang had taken note of Zhou Ye's appealing attributes. The agency had already dispatched someone to her hometown for background checks, and it appeared that she was on the verge of becoming the third signed artist of Jiang Media. Despite the support truck being stationed outside the film set, few staff members came to partake in the complimentary coffee. Zhou Yi sensed the hesitation among her colleagues. So she borrowed a cart from the production assistant and made her way to the truck, filling it with ice Americanos, which she diligently pushed into the set to distribute. Teacher Jiao, enjoy your coffee. Thank you, dear. Jiao Gang smiled warmly as he received the drink. Yet his smile bore an unsettling chill, giving him an unsettling air. Upon seeing Jiao Gang's face, Xiao Tian felt a flutter of anxiety, her gaze evasive as she dared not meet his eyes, instead retreating behind Jiang Sheng, clutching the hem of his t-shirt tightly. At that moment, Jiang Sheng was engaged in a casual conversation with director Chen Jingdao. When Chen spoke, his tone was rather blunt. Jiang Bian, let me tell you, your adaptation is indeed the most brilliant I have ever seen. You possess a remarkable talent, he praised, only to follow it with a complaint. However, you are rather hard to manage. Revealing yourself only once in 2 months is indeed a testament to the saying about rare encounters with the esteemed. As he spoke, he accepted the coffee Zhou Yi offered, thanking her and suggesting, take a break. These slackers are too lazy to get their own coffee. After sipping his drink and commenting on its delightful flavor, he turned to Xiao Tian Mei, with your partner supervising on set today, everything should be just fine, right? If need be, let Jiang Dashuai give you a warm embrace for encouragement. Seeing Xiao Tian shyly nod, Director Chen beamed, still bashful, I see. I must confess, I'm also a fan of the couple of good looks. Today is a rare opportunity. Shall we take a photo together? Jiang Sheng found himself unable to interject as Director Chen called for an assistant to capture a picture of the young couple. Once all the actors were in position, the director shifted into work mode, his demeanor transforming dramatically. Where are the actors? Do I need to carry you in on a throne? He bellowed in frustration. The young lady in a yellow attire, might I kindly request that you step back from the camera? Even if you refuse to budge, I assure you that I shall not compensate you with any extra fees for extras. Xiao Tian has 3 scenes remaining. The stepfather extorting Zhong Meibao. A fierce confrontation among 3 close friends against the stepfather, and Zhong Meibao imprisoning her stepfather only to face a tragic reversal. The director plans to complete all filming within the next 2 days. The actors rehearsed the scenes, and Director Chen, observing through the monitor, scratched his head, noting that Tian Mimi's performance seemed rather peculiar. Jiang Sheng, seated nearby, inquired, is her performance subpar? Not exactly, came the reply. Today's performance is above the passing mark. It just feels less remarkable than in previous days. As Lu Dan had anticipated, Jiang Sheng's presence indeed impacted Xiao Tian's portrayal of Zhong Meibao. During the midday break, the trio from Beijian gathered in the same trailer to rest. They languidly sprawled across the plush sofa, relishing the cool air. With just half a month until the new semester, Zhou Yi initiated the conversation. We can apply to rent an apartment off campus this term. Are you two still residing at school? Jiang Sheng reminisced about the brief period spent in the dormitory, the lingering odor of sweaty feet, and the nighttime symphony of teeth grinding and snoring. It was quite unbearable. He exclaimed, I will definitely move out. Zhou Yi sat up abruptly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Are you two embarking on a shameless cohabitation? Xiao Tian quickly interjected. I have no intention of living with him. Jiang Sheng always steals the covers. Zhou Yi's excitement escalated, her voice rising several octaves. Oh, what? Is this something I can hear? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Xiao Tian's fair neck flushed a delicate pink. She promptly rolled over, burying her face in the sofa to mask her embarrassment. Do not entertain any delusions. President Su has already arranged accommodations for you. 1 apartment each, Yizi interjected, shattering Jiang Sheng's daydreams of cohabitation. She further divulged that she personally sourced the properties, 2 two-bedroom apartments in the same complex but in different buildings, merely a 10-minute drive from Beidian. Jiang Sheng silently criticized his mother for being overly frugal. Presently, Meng Jia's status did not surpass theirs. Yet boss Jia generously secured a lavish apartment for her, complete with a host of young ladies for dining, companionship, and mahjong. In contrast, Su Wenfeng only provided two-bedroom apartments for the top two in the company. Furthermore, at this moment, Xiao Tian had only Yi Zi attending to her, with the makeup team being temporary and no business activities to warrant professional makeup services. Jiang Sheng's situation was even more dire. His assistant from the production team was dispatched from the company, and his typical styling depended solely on the limited wardrobe he could fit into a suitcase. His mother was undeniably stingy with her own son and daughter-in-law. Yet Xiao Tian was filled with anticipation for independent living. She eagerly asked Yi Zi if she would be residing with her. Upon receiving a negative shake of the head, she turned to Zhou Yi and proposed, "Let us live together, Yi Zi." Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, felt a thrill at the prospect of living with her close friend. However, the mere thought of Jiang Sheng's presence made her hesitate, and with a troubled expression, she remarked, "Are you trying to make me the third wheel again?" Xiao Tian affectionately linked her arm with Zhou Yi's and playfully said, "Would you truly allow me to remain alone in a pitch-dark room, where not even a hand could be seen?" It sounded as if their home lacked light. Surely, Mr. Su could not be so stingy. Zhou Yi primarily doubted Xiao Tian's ability to resist the temptation of sneaking out each night to find Jiang Sheng, especially since they both resided in the same neighborhood, making it quite convenient for any escapade. "I fear it will be I who ends up alone," she lamented. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Come on, come on. Isn't our valiant hero going to voice an opinion?" Zhou Yi turned her gaze toward Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng, engrossed in his phone, replied without looking up, "Don't rush. I'm currently searching for a spacious house that can accommodate all three of us, so no one will be left alone. Get lost." The two girls simultaneously kicked Jiang Sheng onto the sofa. Under Xiao Tian's relentless coaxing, Zhou Yi ultimately yielded and agreed to live together. The two girls huddled together with their phones, eagerly discussing delightful and practical additions for their new home. "I found it," Jiang Sheng suddenly exclaimed, raising his phone in excitement. "A 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom duplex, just a 15-minute drive from school. How about you two take the second floor, and I'll occupy the first?" Chapter 49. The house is filled with traces of battle deceased Jiang Sheng. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Sheng received a sound thrashing, and the cohabitation plan was declared a failure. For the next 2 days, he accompanied Xiao Tian to finish filming the remaining scenes before returning to the crew of The Silent Truth. Xiao Tian had initially wished to join him, but Yi Zi forbade it. After the conclusion of summer solstice, Xiao Tian's popularity surged, leading to an influx of work invitations. The company naturally arranged magazine interviews and appearances at new product launches for her. As summer vacation drew to a close, she still needed to find time to visit her parents and younger sister. In terms of fame, Jiang Sheng was by no means inferior. With 2 consecutive blockbuster dramas, even distant relatives were aware that the Jiang family had produced a great star. Relatives who hadn't been in touch for over a decade suddenly re-established contact. Some came to borrow money, others sought job placements, and some requested autographs. The threshold of the Jiang household was nearly worn down from the constant foot traffic. Master Jiang maintained a positive attitude, welcoming all with open arms. "Need an autograph? Of course. Take as many as you want. If that's not enough, we can print more. Looking for a job? My cousin just so happens to be looking for a security chief for his newly acquired mass factory. Why not come work for him?" And there were those who urgently needed financial assistance. "What? Your cousin's son has leukemia?" Master Jiang personally visited the hospital to verify the situation and, upon confirmation, promptly signed a note to lend money. The number of relatives afflicted by poverty was countless, and the circle of acquaintances was extensive. Friends and family arrived in droves, and Master Jiang, akin to a spirit sending forth offerings, distributed money liberally, much to the dismay of Jiang Sheng and his mother. Jiang Sheng was well aware of his father's character. After acquiring wealth, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in vices such as gambling or prostitution. Thus, he felt at ease transferring a considerable sum of pocket money to his father. However, He was taken aback when his father unexpectedly took on the role of a philanthropist. Master Jiang was exceedingly kind-hearted, visiting the hospital daily to check on patients, going to the countryside to visit relatives, meticulously verifying the circumstances of others' families before lending money. This behavior infuriated Su Wenfeng, who ordered old Jiang to pack his bags and retire to the capital. Surprisingly, Master Jiang adamantly refused, asserting with righteous indignation, "I am the one suffering. What business is it of yours?" His steadfastness stemmed from his daily reading of the opinions about his son online, which included a fair share of slander and rumors. The malevolent entities of the internet solidified Master Jiang's resolve. He must establish a golden image for his son. Jiang Sheng discussed these family matters with Xiao Tian, inquiring if she faced similar troubles at home. Xiao Tian replied that her family had experienced a comparable ordeal. Mother Tian's approach was straightforward and ruthless. She spent the money, rendering others unable to borrow. Tian Shiwei, in a show of filial piety, purchased a large house for her parents. Mother Tian proactively sought out relatives, lamenting their financial burdens due to the 20-year mortgage they had recently taken on, and suggested, "Wouldn't it be better if our older siblings lent us some money?" This tactic shifted the power dynamic. Aunts and uncles, realizing they could not borrow money, began to seek assistance from Mother Tian to arrange jobs for their own children, leveraging the connection between the Jiang and Tian families. Mother Tian cried again, lamenting the current necessity of seeking favors from others and foreseeing the disdain her daughter might face in her future marital home. Hearing this, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising his mother-in-law's wisdom. "Who is your mother-in-law? Don't be reckless in recognizing relatives." A playful voice message from Xiao Tian chimed in, filling Jiang Sheng's heart with immense satisfaction. On the set of Silent Truth, Xian Chong approached Jiang Sheng, dragging a large suitcase. "Stop grinning foolishly. Get in and see if it fits." The crew had moved to the light rail station at the southern bank of the mountain city to film a scene involving a subway corpse disposal case. Xian Chong insisted on achieving authenticity, aiming for a nuanced performance from Teacher Ning, and was adamant that the suitcase should convey a sense of weight. "Act real. I only took 2 days off." Jiang Sheng silently grumbled, yet complied and curled himself into the suitcase. "Is it all right?" "Xin Jiang Yin Gui." "All good," responded the cameraman, capturing the desired footage. "Come out now." Xian Chong directed Dao Gu to fetch the half-slice of pork that had been prepared earlier. "Are you messing with me?" Jiang Sheng retorted with irritation. "Don't blame me. It was your mother's instruction. We'll send the material to your fans when we promote the film." Suddenly, Xian Chong bent his arm, forming a fist with his hand and raising his pinky, feigning a high-pitched voice. "My brother is so handsome and dedicated." A week before the school year commenced, Xiao Tian learned of Jiang Sheng's wrap-up and eagerly packed her bags, bidding farewell to her parents and flying back to the capital to rendezvous with her boyfriend. They had no concerns about the apartment rented near the school. Easy had already made all the arrangements, ensuring the furniture was complete and stocking up on essentials according to the shopping list provided by the trio. The three could move in with just their bags. The young couple, taking advantage of Xiao Tian's absence, indulged in a carefree world of romance. They dined extravagantly, sampling various delicacies determined to transform Xiao Tian's delicate visage back into a round, glutinous rice dumpling shape. They explored the streets, visiting every trendy spot in the capital, while journalist Lau could trail behind them, fervently capturing moments. His personal Weibo had become a fan site for the couple, with a legion of followers eagerly awaiting updates and sending messages, rivaling the volume of correspondence received by Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian. "Hey, Uncle Kiskiviko. You're here early today. I'll take my leave now." They greeted each other from a distance, exchanging pleasantries before parting ways. This afternoon, as the faculty of Beijing Film Academy returned to work, the couple needed to submit their off-campus accommodation request. Denied. The instructor returned their application, insisting they complete their military training credits before coming to her. As Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian exited the academy, each clutching a camouflage uniform, they felt a sense of disarray in the wind. They would have to participate in military training with the freshmen. So embarrassing. Who are the new students this year? Jiang Sheng pondered. The most famous one should be Wang Junkai, came the reply. Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with delight, and she suddenly felt that participating in military training alongside the freshmen might not be such a bad experience after all. With a light-hearted bounce in her step, she cheerfully hummed the tune of Left Hand, Right Hand, a slow motion. Her melodious voice filled the air. On the way home, Jiang Sheng contemplated with a fierce determination that once they arrived, he would undoubtedly demonstrate the prowess of his left and right hands to her. As they entered the two-bedroom apartment, he exclaimed, "Hey, be gentle." Jiang Sheng closed the door behind them, swiftly lifting Xiao Tian onto the storage cabinet in the entryway. He adeptly removed her bag and skillfully unfastened her inner top while she wore a t-shirt, playfully questioning, "Is it still slow motion? I was wrong, oh no. That tickles." Xiao Tian did not resist. Instead, she eagerly raised her hands to assist Jiang Sheng. Suddenly, a series of abrupt coughs interrupted their intimate exchange, causing the couple to freeze mid-kiss, as if jolted by an electric shock. Their necks stiffened as they turned towards the source of the sound. The first thing they noticed was a loungewear set adorned with a watermelon pattern. As they looked up, they saw the owner of the outfit, arms crossed, wearing an expression of bemusement. Zhou Yi managed to muster a half-smile, biting her cheek as she remarked, "Should I leave then?" "Oh." Xiao Tian gasped, forcefully swatting Jiang Sheng's large hand away from her t-shirt, leaping down from the cabinet. She kicked Jiang Sheng's ankle with a blush creeping across her face, hastily retrieving her fallen blue lace inner top and darting into the bathroom. Jiang Sheng turned away, adjusting his posture and chuckling awkwardly, saying, "You're back. Easy. Why didn't you give us a heads up so we could pick you up from the airport? Please, make yourself at home. Isn't this my house?" Zhou thought, yet she replied, "All right, I'll make myself comfortable." Zhou had also arrived that morning, and upon entering the password to unlock the door, she found herself utterly speechless at the chaotic scene before her. The living room was a complete disaster. The presence of a throw pillow on the dining table was just the beginning. Snack wrappers littered the floor. Remnants of half-eaten peanut butter cookies and crumbs from potato chips scattered about. What embarrassed her further was the sight of an opened but missing package of 001 on the sofa, while the garbage bin nearby exuded an unpleasant odor. Zhou dared not imagine the unspeakable events that had transpired in this home within a mere week. Regret washed over her for agreeing to cohabit with Xiao Tian. As Jiang Sheng hurriedly collected the last few pieces of 001 from the coffee table, whistling nonchalantly, Zhou felt a surge of indignation. Did he think her a fool? With a furrowed brow, she called out, "Tian Shiwei, come out here. Coming. Xiao Tian burst from the bathroom, pulling a bag of peanut butter cookies from her pocket. She tore open the packaging and offered one to Zhou Yi, exclaiming here, "Don't be angry. These cookies are delightful. You must try one." Chapter 50. Military Training and Father's Bed. Zhou Yi savored piece after piece of peanut butter cookies, her anger gradually dissipating, and she abandoned the thought of moving out. However, she firmly instructed Jiang Sheng that if he wished to go on dates in the future, he was to bring Xiao Tian back to his own home. After all, the soundproofing of their rental was rather mediocre, and she had no desire to subject her ears to unnecessary torment. Her request was entirely reasonable and received unanimous approval. When Zhou Yi learned that Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian had a complete military training credits before being allowed to stay off campus, she laughed heartily, teasing them that they deserved it and should earn those credits diligently. Upon the start of the academic year, Jiang Sheng witnessed the fervor of fan culture among girls. TF boys were truly sensational. On the day of registration, dedicated fans even chased them into the campus. While they did not invade the boys' dormitory, a group of girls managed to infiltrate the opening ceremony, only to be caught by security, leaving the three-worded younger brother in an awkward predicament. As military training commenced, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian were assigned to the 17th Performing Arts class, boarding a bus alongside their junior classmates to report to the training base. This year's cohort had few standout students. The boys were decent, including TF's Wang Junkai and his teammate Guo Zifen. Among the girls, Zhang Jingyi was particularly remarkable, with her strikingly recognizable features. She could easily catch 1's eye even in a crowd of beauties. With the support of Chun Kuan and Sun Jia in the future, her star path appeared exceedingly bright. Jiang Sheng reflected silently. Fortunately, I'm also a resourceful individual. I neither envy nor resent her. Just as he was admiring the beautiful girls, a chilling voice suddenly reached his ears. Is she pretty? The child has decent looks. While she may be attractive, she pales in comparison to my Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's mischievous dimples returned to their usual state as she squeezed some excess sunscreen onto Jiang Sheng's palm. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze and reminded her, "We should hurry back, otherwise, the instructor will be furious." Xiao Tian handed him the freshly opened sunscreen and turned to flash a sweet, signature smile at the leading instructor, effectively extinguishing his rising ire. She then obediently returned to the girls' formation. It must be said that instructors are generally more lenient towards beautiful girls. Had Jiang Sheng attempted to blend into the girls' team, he would have likely faced punishment long ago. Under the scorching sun, Jiang Sheng's year-late military training began. Perhaps due to his remarkable presence inciting jealousy, he was specifically selected by the instructor to join the armory training team, indulging in the thrill of handling real firearms. During the military training, the most vexing issue was undoubtedly the scramble for food. With 8 individuals seated at each table, standing silently with hands clasped behind their backs, they waited eagerly for the instructor's whistle, their eyes fixated on the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Jiang Sheng discreetly issued a command. When the whistle blows, Shao Kai and Zifen, you two go for the buns, while the rest of us will grab the vegetables and meat. Understood, Brother Sheng. As soon as the whistle sounded, the hungry wolves were unleashed. Damn it, Jiang Sheng. Don't block my way to the food. In this training base, it matters not whether you are a celebrity. Reserve and politeness hold no value here. The utmost priority is to fill one's belly. Those with a thin skin shall go hungry. Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian truly exemplified the remarkable talents that have emerged from Longshan prison. In the male and female contingents, they were the first to indulge in a meal. Each held a steamed bun in their mouths, exchanging a thumbs up from a distance. As night fell, the boys' dormitory was allotted merely 1 hour for bathing. Given the communal shower, the young men, burdened by their idol-like personas, were excessively bashful, each one fidgeting and steadfastly refusing to disrobe. With no mobile phones or cameras in sight, what was there to fear? Jiang Sheng took the lead, seizing a towel and soap, and, clad only in his shorts, made his way directly to the bathhouse on the first floor. The others exchanged glances, each assessing the other's resolve. With newfound determination, Shao Kai stripped off his Beijing Film Academy shirt, revealing his lean physique, and shouted, "Brother Sheng, I'm joining you." Having bathed together and faced challenges side by side, the bond among the brothers grew significantly closer after a single night. Shao Kai had a penchant for sunscreen, consuming an entire bottle roughly every 2 days. The small shop at the training base had sold out of sunscreen, leaving Shao Kai to rely on his roommate's supply during the final days. "Brother Sheng, share some with me. You can see how dark I've become," he lamented. Jiang Sheng was still using the sunscreen that Xiao Tian had given him on the first day, and it too was nearing its end. With a clever glint in his eye, he decided to seize the opportunity. 3 group signatures, 3 individual signatures. Deal. Have you come up with a 16-character slogan that the instructor previously asked you to think about? I shall ponder further. On the final day of military training, a parade was held. Announcer, approaching us now is the performance squad of the 2nd Company. 2nd Company, 2nd Company. Vanquish the 1st Company, the 3rd and 4th Companies. All companies. The leaders seated high upon the platform are left in embarrassment, covering their foreheads in dismay. Whose brilliant mind conceived such a slogan? After the conclusion of military training, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian, having endured the painful price of sunburn, successfully obtained the permission for overnight outings from their instructor. Upon returning home, they carelessly tossed their suitcases aside and simultaneously collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. They vowed never to bask in the sun again this summer. Agreed. Sitting in the middle of the sofa, with a facial mask adorning her face and half a watermelon in hand, Zhouya, wearing an expression of helplessness, exclaimed, "Did we not agree that you wouldn't come over for a date?" "I am merely returning Shimei," Jiang Sheng remarked, as he rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a photograph, casually tossing it aside. "Ah, it is the TF boys." May I take a moment to rest before departing? Please allow me. I shall go and slice some watermelon for the esteemed Sir Jiang. As the new semester commenced, the official Penguin account announced on Weibo in September that Jiang Sheng would portray the character Fan Xian in Qing Yunyan. Upon this revelation, a torrent of criticism erupted online. Some felt the casting did not align with the original narrative, while others deemed the actor's fame insufficient. And there were accusations labeling Jiang Sheng as merely a favored resource. Nevertheless, Jiang Sheng remained composed, brushing off the negative remarks with a smile. The disparaging comments had no discernible effect on him. He continued to attend school diligently each day, delighting in cheerful outings, and occasionally participating in business events or posing for magazine photoshoots on weekends. During this period, he also received the joyous news regarding the little broken ball. Guo fans successfully persuaded the captain of the Chinese team to join their group. Simultaneously, Sheng Jiang welcomed the third signed artist, Zhou Yi. Originally, President Su had intended to sign a male artist from Shansheng to maintain the company's balance of yin and yang. However, Qiangzi, with his prominent brows and large eyes, secretly signed with another company behind the scenes. Thus, the plan was temporarily shelved. Su Wenfang paid special attention to Zhou Yi, arranging for her to take on a role immediately after signing. Company resources were likewise directed toward her. A professional makeup and styling team was hired at a high salary, and a dedicated management team was established to oversee her future planning, business collaborations, execution of affairs, and promotional activities, more diligently than for her own children. As for why Zhou Yi was able to shoot dramas while still attending school, Su Wenfang unyieldingly declared, "I never agreed with the school about prohibiting Zhou Yi from taking on roles." This infuriated Hu Dideo to no end. As the weather transitioned from warm to cool, in a two-bedroom apartment, a young couple sat side by side on the sofa. Xiao Yan's weight had increased from 81 pounds to 94, and her once delicate features had transformed back into the adorable visage of a glutinous rice dumpling. Anyone who saw her would be unable to resist the temptation to pinch her cheeks. "Oh no, don't pinch." Xiao Yan swatted away Jiang Sheng's large hand. Her gaze fixated on the script on the coffee table, her tightly pressed lips twitching to the left and then to the right, her face a portrait of inner turmoil. With limited funds, Sheng Jiang had upcoming promotional work for Skyscraper and The Silent Truth to undertake. Su Wenfang did not intend to initiate any self-produced projects again until she received returns. Therefore, she selected several scripts for Xiao Tian to choose from, and whatever remained would be handed over to the casting company. The roles in these scripts were minor, typically small characters beyond the 4th or 5th tier, perfectly suited for Xiao Tian to hone her acting skills during the brief winter break. The 3 scripts included The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Yang Buhui, Golden Eyes, Qin Xianbing, and No If It Is Not, Sheng Hualan. Having consecutively acted in 2 modern dramas, Tian Shiwei promptly eliminated Golden Eyes. She desired to perform in an action scene, but was reluctant to part with the high production value of a palace drama, vacillating back and forth. Xiao Tian called out for Doryman, Jiang Sheng. "Help me decide." Jiang Sheng understood that among these 3 scripts, only No If It Is Not had truly made a splash. Although Sheng Hualan was not a leading role, it could allow Xiao Tian to become familiar to the audience, which was a commendable option. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber had been done to death and would hardly generate any excitement. If you want to perform action scenes, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Jiang Sheng advised. Xiao Tian found this reasoning persuasive, picked up the script for No If It Is Not, and boastfully declared, "I shall venture to Hengdian." Having made her selection, it was time to sleep. With a delicate exclamation, the script fell to the floor. Jiang Sheng picked up Xiao Tian in his arms and headed toward the bedroom. In his embrace, her pale legs swung in the air, and her small hands playfully pinched him. Jiang Sheng hissed in surprise as he entered the master bedroom, forcefully kicking the door shut with his heel. With a resounding thud, the door closed. The bed in the rented room is a double bed that Master Jiang had transported from afar at great expense. It does not creak or groan. In this relatively soundproof dwelling, the only sound that pierces the silence is the chirping of sparrows, their melodies lingering in the air. Chapter 51. the rose pavilion as dawn broke. The feeble light of morning struggled to penetrate the blackout curtains of the bedroom. The room remained shrouded in dimness. The alarm clock had yet to sound, yet Jiang Sheng's biological clock had already kicked into gear. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the peacefully sleeping Xiao Tian beside him. She lay with her head resting on his arm, her breath soft and rhythmic, lost in a deep slumber. Jiang Sheng carefully withdrew his arm, moving with utmost caution so as not to disturb the girl in her dreams. With each inch he pulled away, he paused momentarily, feeling the coolness of his arm gradually warm back to life. At last managing to extricate his arm, he gently lifted Xiao Tian's head, adjusting the pillow to a more comfortable position so she could rest soundly. He then quietly donned his sleepwear and tiptoed out of the bedroom. Recently, his friend had been away on a film shoot, leaving Xiao Tian feeling lonely in the capital, so she had come to seek his company. This arrangement seemed perfectly reasonable. Staying for a while could hardly be deemed cohabitation. As for Xiao Tian's complaint about him stealing the covers, that was sheer nonsense. She simply had a habit of tossing and turning in her sleep, often dragging the blanket with her. To remedy this, Jiang Sheng had specially ordered an oversized duvet, allowing both of them to frolic under the covers without exposing any limbs. After a quick wash, Jiang Sheng entered the kitchen, placing whole wheat bread into the toaster with a satisfying click before preparing 5 fried eggs and some bacon. He tore open a carton of whole milk, pouring 2 glasses with a rhythmic thud. With breakfast ready, he adhered to his usual routine and walked to the bathroom doorframe, standing before the giraffe-shaped height chart to measure his height. Jiang Sheng's eyes widened as he beheld the measurement indicated on the chart, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He measured again. Ha ha! A fit of almost manic laughter erupted within the room, echoing towards the master bedroom. The sudden outburst startled Xiao Tian from her dreams, her wide eyes flickering with a hint of alarm. Recognizing the laughter as Jiang Sheng's, she sensed something peculiar about it, a blend of hysteria and fervor that showed no signs of abating. Immediately, she sprang from the bed, hastily putting on her sleepwear, neglecting her slippers in her urgency to dash out of the room. "Jiang Sheng, what's wrong? Don't scare me," she exclaimed, just as she exited the bedroom. Jiang Sheng swept her up in a tight embrace. "I'm 180 centimeters tall," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "Really? I knew you could do it." Upon hearing the good news, Xiao Tian's anxious heart settled. No wonder he was laughing so wildly. She understood well that the number 180 held significant weight for Jiang Sheng. With this mental hurdle now overcome, she felt genuine happiness for her boyfriend. A radiant smile spreading across her face, her dimples filled with relief. Transforming his elation into strength, Jiang Sheng lifted Xiao Tian high, gripping her thighs as he spun her around in circles. "Haha, I'm so dizzy, let me go, Jiang Sheng." Ouch! A cry of pain followed, joy turning to mischief. As fate would have it, Xiao Tian accidentally collided with the cartoon giraffe-shaped measuring board, sending it soaring to the floor 3 meters away. Jiang Sheng, startled, immediately halted his twirling steps, his gaze filled with concern and worry as if silently inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Xiao Tian, with a reassuring smile, replied that it was nothing, as the foam board was harmless. Jiang Sheng, without a word, enveloped her in a gentle embrace and made his way back to the bedroom, determined to meticulously inspect her for any injuries. Ding! In the kitchen, the toaster released golden brown bread, wafting the delightful aroma of wheat. Yet it remained unattended for an extended period. In the underground garage, Yi Zi, seated in the chauffeur-driven car, spotted the young couple emerging from the same elevator once again. With a resigned sigh, she mused to herself about their youthful indiscretion, hoping they would not bring about any calamity. As the two entered the vehicle, Yi Zi remarked, "Young master and young mistress, you're half an hour late." Tian Shiwei offered an apology, playfully pinching Jiang Sheng's waist with her small hand. Her cherubic face slightly puffed up, her big eyes brimming with reproach. "It's all your fault for making us late." Jiang Sheng had initially managed the timing well, but he had not anticipated that Xiao Tian would take a leisurely 40 minutes in the shower, refusing to emerge despite his urgings. He resigned himself to her complaints, thinking, "Blame me if you must. Ah, you too. Let us hope the sponsors are not displeased." Yeezy signaled the driver to depart. Their destination was the renowned fashion customization company in the capital, Rose Pavilion. Just days prior, Sheng Jiang had received an invitation to the Kiwi Scream Night. The awards ceremony required a red carpet appearance, necessitating borrowed attire. Unfortunately, Sheng Jiang's fashion resources were sorely lacking, despite Su Wenfeng's desperate attempts to leverage connections. No mid to high-end brand was willing to sponsor garments that wouldn't diminish their prestige. Ultimately, it was Jiang Sheng who stepped in, facilitating the connection with Guopei's Rose Pavilion, securing sponsorship for 2 exquisite dresses. Perhaps Xiao Tian had washed herself clean and fragrant in preparation for fitting the garments. The chauffeur-driven car, under Lao Chen's exceptional driving skills, arrived at Rose Pavilion just 5 minutes later than scheduled. Upon entering the boutique, Yeezy repeatedly apologized and presented the meticulously prepared gifts, believing that even a small token could express their respect. "Come with me," she instructed. The staff member responsible for reception accepted the valuable gifts, their expression softening slightly, though dissatisfaction lingered in their heart. How dare these young stars arrive late? Did they not understand the prestige of Rose Pavilion? This was the nation's premier haute couture company, catering daily to either the wealthiest magnates or the most illustrious celebrities. Every host gown for the Spring Festival Gala was crafted by their hands. At each major awards ceremony, the dazzling top-tier stars clamored to wear their creations, often through connections and humble requests. Yet today, who was Rose Pavilion receiving? Merely 2 unknown, 18-line minor celebrities. The receptionist, with chin held high and an air of arrogance, nearly elevated their gaze to the heavens. The attendant's demeanor exuded an inexplicable familiarity for Jiang Sheng, reminiscent of encounters with sales associates while purchasing luxurious handbags. Those salespeople, possessing commendable physical attributes, found themselves enveloped in an opulent work environment, frequently engaging with affluent clientele. Over time, this interaction cultivated an air of superiority among them, which became particularly pronounced when faced with customers they deemed less prestigious. Each one behaved as though the establishment were their own. Jiang Sheng harbored a significant aversion to the attendant's attitude. However, acknowledging his own tardiness and buoyed by a splendid mood stemming from his height surpassing 180 centimeters, he chose to remain silent. Yeezy, bearing numerous gift bags, distributed presents to everyone she encountered. A young couple followed the attendant into the fitting room. Upon entering, they were greeted by an array of exquisite gowns, meticulously displayed in glass cabinets, shimmering under the soft illumination. Xiao Tian gasped, her large, grape-like eyes sparkling with wonder and admiration. "Humph." The haughty attendant, noticing only one stylist in the expansive fitting area, could not suppress a disdainful snort, secretly thinking that such treatment was befitting of a minor celebrity. "Apologies for the wait," she said. "Not at all," the stylist replied coolly, her eyes scanning the pair like radar, promptly issuing commands to her assistant to retrieve garments, prioritizing the female for fittings. The adage clothes make the man prove true. As the fitting room curtain drew back, the previously unassuming neighbor transformed into a regal princess. "Jiang Sheng, look!" Tian Shiwei exclaimed, twirling to showcase herself. The attendant's expression immediately soured, warning, "Hey, don't move around carelessly. You'll be liable for any damage." Chastised, Xiao Tian stuck out her tongue, refraining from further exuberance. Observing this, Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow, offering compliments to Xiao Tian's beauty. But before he could voice his dissatisfaction with the attendant's demeanor, she audaciously pressed further. Picking up a sequin from the carpet, she confrontationally declared, "Look at what you've done. Our designer Guo meticulously adorned this gown with 333 pieces of blue crystals, and you carelessly discarded it. Do you have any idea how complicated the restoration process is? A minor celebrity with no worldly experience, truly ungrateful." The increasingly harsh words caused Tian Shiwei's gaze to grow progressively frosty. Despite her usual sweet and harmless appearance, she was no longer the girl who had been ostracized in training classes. Now, those who dared to provoke her would face her retaliation. Her small fists clenched tightly. Just as a tempest was about to erupt, a sturdy arm shielded her, standing resolutely in front of her. Chapter 52. The wealthy woman number 5 in public settings. It is imperative for artists to uphold their image. One must never act impulsively and resort to violence in response to a few insulting words from another. With cameras capturing every moment, should one dare to strike, the repercussions would be immediate and publicly exposed. In a society governed by law, reason must prevail. Jiang Sheng stood protectively in front of Xiao Tian, his expression stern. The individual referred to as Ms. Guopei was, after all, a top designer in the industry, renowned for her exquisite sequin craftsmanship. The mere act of my girlfriend turning slightly could dislodge the meticulously placed sequins designed by Ms. Guo. I find it hard to believe such a claim, yet you assert it with such certainty. If that is the case, does it not render your company's craftsmanship utterly worthless in your eyes? This heavy accusation left the receptionist momentarily speechless. Typically, even the most prominent stars greeted Ms. Guo with smiles, yet a mere minor celebrity like you dares to show disdain? The receptionist, brimming with indignation and pride, thrust a blue crystal sequin towards Jiang Sheng, exclaiming, "You insignificant little stars, lacking in fame, yet brimming with arrogance. The facts are clear. The damage is done. Pay up immediately, and have your manager come here to apologize." Jiang Sheng was bewildered. The individual who insulted him expected a profit from the situation? Such a scenario was utterly absurd. Unable to contain his sarcasm, he remarked, "Sister, while your looks may not be appealing, your ambitions certainly are lofty." "What did you say?" The receptionist, accustomed to compliments from the female stars she interacted with, felt her fragile ego ignite at Jiang Sheng's bluntness. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she erupted in fury, aiming the crystal sequin directly at Jiang Sheng's eyes. Jiang Sheng regarded the approaching sequin with calm detachment, convinced that she would not dare to cause actual harm. However, Xiao Tian, sensing the urgency, swiftly seized the receptionist's wrist, gripping it tightly and coldly demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" The stylist, who had been a silent observer, contemplated intervening but was distracted by the sight of a figure striding confidently toward the fitting room. The figure exuded an air of regal authority, and the stylist instantly recognized it as their boss, Guopei. A surge of anticipation washed over him, prompting him to abandon thoughts of mediation. This promised to be a spectacle, as the gown in question was one of the boss's earlier masterpieces. Two young stars were about to face the consequences. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor grew increasingly pronounced. Ms. Guopei, founder of the Rose Pavilion, entered the hall accompanied by Yi Zi. Her gaze swept across the scene, fixing on the three individuals in confrontation, her expression hardening. "What is happening here?" The receptionist, startled by the voice, trembled and quickly withdrew her arm, rushing to her boss's side to embellish the narrative. Her account was distinctly biased, insisting that the young stars were heedless and had ruined the gown meticulously crafted by their esteemed boss. However, before she could finish her tale, a resounding slap echoed through the room, landing squarely on the receptionist's face, leaving a vivid red mark in its wake. The stylist was left dumbfounded. The unfolding events were entirely unexpected. The receptionist, clutching her flushed cheeks, wore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom why the boss would reprimand her for a mere C-list celebrity. Guopei cast a cold glance at the receptionist and commanded, "I want to see your resignation letter in half an hour." The receptionist's eyes widened in shock. After 7 years of dedicated service at Rose Pavilion, she could not comprehend why the boss would dismiss her for an insignificant star. "Well, just give me 10 minutes. Realizing her boss's resolve was firm, she stomped her foot in frustration, resigning herself to the situation. With her head held high, she prepared to leave. "Did I permit you to leave?" "Apologize to the client." Guopei's voice resonated once more. The receptionist cursed her luck under her breath. Although she was unaware of the background of the two young celebrities, she understood that crossing Guopei was a perilous misstep. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, lowering her once proud head. "I apologize. My earlier attitude was inappropriate," she uttered begrudgingly. "I do not accept that," Xiao Tian retorted defiantly. Had the confrontation been merely verbal, she might have endured it. But the memory of the other party attempting to poke Jiang Sheng's eye with sequins ignited an indomitable fury within her, compelling her to seek retribution. You have 9 minutes left, Guopei reminded, her gaze fixed on the Patek Philippe adorning her wrist, showing no inclination to rescue her long-serving employee. The receptionist bit her lip, her proud soul wrestling with the reality of the situation. After 7 years of flattery from countless stars and luminaries, her self-esteem was teetering on the brink of collapse. She knew that offending Guopei would obliterate the connections she had painstakingly cultivated over the years, leaving her with no choice but to return humbly to her hometown. Driven by self-interest, her knees buckled, and she began to descend. Just as her knees were about to touch the ground, Jiang Sheng wrapped one arm around Xiao Tian's slender waist, exerting a gentle force that caused the more than 300 blue sequins on her gown to jingle, lifting her out of the receptionist's kneeling range. Thud! The sound of the receptionist's knees hitting the ground echoed afterward. Jiang Sheng tenderly brushed a stray hair from Xiao Tian's temple, locking eyes with her as he softly stated, "It's fine. I wouldn't want you to suffer a premature fate because of this old woman." "All right, I'll follow your lead," Xiao Tian replied, her voice imbued with affection. Meanwhile, the receptionist, already on the ground, felt her heart race furiously. Had her kneeling been in vain? "You have 8 minutes left." Guopei's demonic whisper reached her ears once more, compelling her to rise and pen her resignation letter. Guopei picked up 2 fallen blue crystal sequins and approached Xiao Tian, her authoritative demeanor softening as she spoke kindly. "I apologize, Xiao Tian. This dress is an old creation of mine, and it's where it has caused you unnecessary trouble." With that, she instructed the stylist, "Please take Miss Tian to select a gown she fancies." The stylist, who had been quietly observing the spectacle, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing those words. Even the most prominent stars, upon arriving at the Rose Pavilion, find themselves devoid of the privilege to select their own gowns. How could Mr. Guo place such significance on these 2 fledgling celebrities? The stylist, recalling how she had carelessly chosen a suit for Jiang Sheng, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Standing before the clothing rack, she shielded the suit from view with her body and cautiously inquired, "Teacher Jiang, would you like me to assist you in selecting an outfit that aligns with your preferences?" Mr. Guo waved her off, stating, "You continue with your tasks. I'll take him." The audacity of the boss, personally styling the attire for a minor celebrity, was unprecedented. Even hosts of the Spring Festival Gala do not receive such treatment. The stylist's mind was in turmoil, her heart racing with anxiety, fervently hoping that Jiang Sheng would refrain from whispering her shortcomings to the boss. Fearful and helpless, she resolved to showcase her true skills, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to serving Xiao Tian. "Teacher Tian, this way please," she said, her demeanor now respectful, a stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. Xiao Tian glanced at the middle-aged, unretouched Mr. Guo and felt a sense of reassurance, following the stylist. "Come along with me, Mr. Guo said, swaying gracefully as he led Jiang Sheng toward the men's section, casually remarking, "For a first offline meetup, I never expected the stock market guru to be so youthful and handsome. It's truly baffling how such a prodigy in finance has wandered into the entertainment industry." In Mr. Guo's view, Jiang Sheng, who had previously been the mastermind behind products, was now willingly stepping into the spotlight, becoming a commodity for public consumption, a veritable deviation from his true path. "Please respect the group leader's personal choices," Jiang Sheng replied. "Had my company possessed suitable fashion resources, I wouldn't have taken this detour, inconveniencing you." "Inconveniencing? This is but a trifling matter. From now on, you can entrust all your company's artist attire to the Rose Pavilion, Mr. Guo whispered flirtatiously in Jiang Sheng's ear, suggesting, "Since I've assisted you with such a significant favor, how about dinner tonight? Perhaps even an overnight stay?" "I am already in a relationship," Jiang Sheng replied, "and I do not seek to encroach upon your girlfriend's position." "Don't worry. The entertainment industry is already tainted by people like you," he chuckled. Recently, Su Wenfang was overwhelmed by a sudden stroke of good fortune, unable to extricate herself from the joy enveloping her. Just the day before, Sheng Jiang had received a call from Gucci inviting Tian Shimei to be their spokesperson. Before her excitement could stabilize, she was met with an email from Louis Vuitton inviting Jiang Sheng to represent them. The entire company was in a state of fervor. What was happening? Su Wenfeng prided herself on her son and Xiao Tian's boundless potential, believing their future paths would undoubtedly shine bright. Optimistic as she was, her mind remained clear, and she possessed a lucid understanding of the company's standing. Currently, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian had merely gained recognition from a web drama and performed commendably in a minor role in a televised idol drama. In the industry, they could at best be classified as third-tier artists. They had yet to solidify their foothold in the entertainment realm. How could such significant opportunities suddenly materialize? Upon further verification, both prospects were indeed authentic. Logically speaking, which luxury brand would choose a spokesperson other than top-tier stars or rising young talents? Ginger may not be able to withstand this. Mr. Su, regarding these two endorsement deals, shall we proceed? Once the meat is delivered to our mouths, can we let it slip away? Absolutely. Su Wenfeng decisively resolved to expand the public relations team in preparation for the potential storm of public opinion and the retaliatory strikes from envious competitors. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Sheng learned of the luxury endorsement news through his mother. He took out his phone, opened a group chat with merely 5 participants, and initiated a private conversation with one of them. Participant 1. Did you orchestrate the endorsement? Participant 5. Is the little stock god blaming me for acting on my own? I merely wish to create some opportunities for offline meetings with my younger brother. Participant 5. Poor little cat. JPG, Jiang Sheng marveled internally. Is this the prowess of the first Asian and the only domestic member invited to the prestigious Paris Haute Couture Federation? Indeed, it is terrifying, evoking a gasp of astonishment. However, we are over 50. Could we refrain from sending such cutesy images? A shiver ran down Jiang Sheng's spine. He certainly did not wish to owe this elder sister a favor. Participant 1. Thank you. I will recommend a quality stock to you shortly. Participant 5. The little stock god is being rather condescending. I merely wish to repay the dividends I have enjoyed from my younger brother over the past 2 years. Participant 1. 2 shares. Participant 5. Love you. JPG Chapter 53 The Best Gift on Saturday, October 14, 2017. A few unoccupied students from a 16th class of the Beijing Film Academy gathered in a nearby karaoke room to celebrate their classmate Tian Shiwei's 20th birthday. The room was adorned with flowers, balloons, and streamers, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. The classmates surrounded the birthday girl, clapping and singing, "Happy birthday to you." After the song concluded, the birthday girl extinguished the candles shaped like the number 20. As the classmates watched her cut the cake, their eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to partake in a cake ambush. However, the vigilant gaze of Jiang Sheng deterred some mischievous souls from launching their creamy assault on Tian. Everyone politely shared the cake, ensuring not a morsel was wasted. Or so it seemed. While Tian managed to evade the cream onslaught, it was Jiang, the protector, who bore the brunt of the attack. With cream bombs in hand, the classmates playfully smeared them all over Jiang's face. Wiping the cream from his mouth, he exclaimed, "You truly are a bunch of rascals." Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the smiling Tian, her dimples accentuating her playful demeanor. As she held the cake aloft, "Wait, you two?" Jiang had barely finished his sentence when, with a resounding slap, a cream cake landed squarely on his face. The birthday festivities commenced with joyful songs and culminated in a raucous chorus of "Unforgettable Tonight." As the evening drew to a close, everyone bid each other drunken farewells, returning to their respective homes. No gifts were exchanged, as Tian had requested her classmates simply to attend without bringing presents. While the classmates adhered to this guideline, Jiang, as her boyfriend, felt compelled to make a gesture. Yet, the task of selecting a gift proved to be quite daunting. Should he present a ring? In a moment of impulsiveness, he had secretly purchased a pair of diamond-studded couple rings. However, upon reflection, he deemed the gift too significant and lacking in subtlety, fearing it might impose a psychological burden on Tian. Thus, he resolved to wait until she was older and more mature, hoping for a more suitable occasion to present them. He had already gifted her necklaces and bracelets. The crystal pendant from their first anniversary was treasured by Tian. Though various brands had sent her countless expensive necklaces, she had never adorned herself with them. In her eyes, nothing could replace that anniversary necklace, aside from filming and magazine shoots. Where she was sometimes obliged to remove it for styling purposes, Tian rarely took it off, whether attending interviews or participating in variety shows. The crystal pendant was always prominently displayed on her chest. Numerous screenshots of the pendant circulated online, with fans daily discussing its significance in dedicated forums. Should he consider cosmetics or perfume? Absolutely not. For a star, skincare and beauty products were in abundance. Various brands, eager to collaborate with artists, generously provided boxes upon boxes of beauty supplies, all stacked in Jiang's storage, rendering Tian far from lacking. What about shoes? Xiao Tian harbors a distinct aversion to high-heeled shoes, favoring instead the comfort of flat sneakers in her daily life. The trendy footwear brand endorsed by Jiang Sheng has thus become her preferred choice. Initially, Xiao Tian would actively purchase shoes from this brand. However, upon noticing that Xiao Tian consistently wore their shoes in paparazzi photos, the brand representatives were delighted. Was it akin to hiring two spokespeople for the price of one? Consequently, whenever the brand dispatched new products, they would meticulously prepare pairs in sizes 43 and 38, accommodating both genders, ideal for young couples. As for handmade gifts, keychains, handprint paintings, plush toys, phone cases, DIY projects had always been the couple's favorite date activity, and they had explored nearly every conceivable handcrafted gift. Thus, this option proved unsuitable. In desperation, Jiang Sheng sought assistance from his dormitory mates, who, unfortunately, offered misguided suggestions filled with crude humor. One bold friend suggested, gift her a child. Jiang Sheng swiftly retaliated with a playful DDT to restore order. Among the few not single, Lu Feng proudly produced a Polaroid camera, boasting, "This was a gift from my girlfriend." Jiang Sheng blinked in surprise and revealed a matching Polaroid camera that Xiao Tian had gifted him for his birthday earlier that year, even sharing the same color scheme. The two exchanged a silent, incredulous glance before discreetly stowing away their cameras. Perhaps a bag? Jiang Sheng suggested. Don't all girls love bags? Indeed, it was a commendable choice. The poorly branded bag that Xiao Tian carried daily no longer suited her current stature. Jiang Sheng, upon receiving this insight, felt a swell of emotion and promptly raced to a high-end boutique. Following the sales assistant's recommendation, he ordered the latest luxury bag. However, fate had a cruel twist in store. Xiao Tian was selected by Gucci, with her endorsement announcement imminent. Flaunting another brand-S bag at such a pivotal moment would be a significant faux pas for the stakeholders involved. Gazing at his newly acquired luxury bag, Jiang Sheng fell into a prolonged silence. Let all be destroyed, he sighed, ultimately gifting the exquisitely packaged luxury bag to Su Wenfeng. The delighted mother, upon receiving the gift, praised her son's filial piety and immediately requested 50 million yuan to cover the public relations deficit. Jiang Sheng faced not only the loss of the bag, but also a monetary setback. Enough is enough. So you think you're Gucci, huh? I'll buy a bag for you before Xiao Tian's endorsement is announced. No chance for you to receive a gift. As the young couple returned to their home, Xiao Tian, slightly inebriated, discarded her sneakers, tiptoed to peck Jiang Sheng on the cheek, and sweetly announced, "I'm off to take a shower now." Jiang Sheng replied affirmatively, stowing away their shoes in the cabinet, before surreptitiously retrieving the Gucci gift box hidden behind the sofa, planning to present it to Xiao Tian as a birthday surprise once she emerged from the shower. Xiao Tian's bathing routine, however, was a grand affair. "Game on," Jiang Sheng declared, preparing for a 35-minute battle, during which he lost a star. As he reported a teammate's antics amid the shower, sounds echoing from the bathroom, he called out, "What stage are you at?" Typically responsive, Xiao Tian remained oddly silent this time. Could it be that my skills in delivering lines have diminished? Jiang Sheng pondered silently, raising his voice to inquire once more. The only response he received was the sound of the shower. An unsettling sensation surged within him. Frowning deeply, Jiang Sheng promptly rose and strode to the bathroom door, knocking lightly before declaring, "If you remain silent, I shall enter." Without hesitation, he turned the handle and pushed the door open. The sight before him caused Jiang Sheng's pupils to contract sharply, and his heart raced. In the cramped shower stall, Xiao Tian leaned weakly against the wall, having collapsed onto the floor. The relentless spray from the shower head mercilessly disheveled her neatly arranged bun, causing her long, dark tresses to cascade over her face. Her large eyes, hidden amidst the strands, were tightly shut, and she remained utterly still, seemingly unconscious. "Shi Wei!" Jiang Sheng exclaimed in alarm, rushing into the shower without a second thought, allowing the water to drench his clothes and soak his hair. The water streamed down his bangs, cascading into his eyes and sliding down his prominent nose, blurring the line between tears and shower water. His sturdy arms shielded her from the spray as he pushed aside her wet hair, revealing her delicate, slightly pale visage. Gently tapping her, he trembled as he called, "Tian Shi Wei, please don't frighten me." His anxious gaze scanned her condition, and he noticed her chest still rising and falling faintly. She was breathing. Was it a case of low blood pressure induced by bathing after drinking? Jiang Sheng hypothesized quickly, swiftly scooping her up in his arms and rushing out of the bathroom, laying her down on the sofa in the living room. The water from both of them soaked the couch, dampening the exquisite gift box containing a Gucci bag on the coffee table. In the midst of late autumn, the community had yet to turn on the heating. The stark temperature difference between the bathroom and living room sent a chill through Jiang Sheng. In his panic, he realized Xiao Tian needed warmth. He dashed back into the bathroom to retrieve a bath towel, carefully drying her off, then fetched a quilt prepared for winter to cover her. Xiao Tian's breathing was faint as a whisper. Jiang Sheng cleared the water from her mouth, took a deep breath, and leaned down to kiss her gently, his mind devoid of any distractions, solely wishing for her safety. After several breaths, she coughed softly. Xiao Tian awoke, slowly opening her eyes to behold a face that was half filled with concern and half with relief, glistening with moisture. A droplet of water fell from Jiang Sheng's face, landing precisely at the corner of her eye. Xiao Tian stifled the instinct to blink, wanting to etch this moment of Jiang Sheng into her memory forever. The invincible Jiang Sheng was crying for her. "Shi Wei, do you feel any discomfort?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. "I'm fine, really." Xiao Tian replied with a radiant smile, assuring him of her well-being. "I just fainted suddenly in the bathroom and didn't have time to call for you. I'm sorry for making you worry." As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the exquisite gift box on the coffee table, now dampened by water. Xiao Tian recognized it as Jiang Sheng's birthday gift for her. While cleaning in the afternoon, she stumbled upon a hidden surprise and, unable to resist, discreetly opened it. Inside, not only were there gifts, but also a handwritten note. In this digital age, how quaint to still find a handwritten letter. Little Tian couldn't help but internally scoff. Yet her heart brimmed with sweetness as she carefully restored the gift box to its original position, feigning ignorance of its discovery. Casually, she lifted a corner of the quilt and gently wiped Jiang Sheng's face, apologizing, "I'm so sorry for getting your thoughtful gifts all wet." Jiang Sheng shook his head, turned around, retrieved the gift box, and with a smile that returned to his face, said, "I pondered for quite some time, unsure of what to present you. Before Gucci gets to you for the ad shoot, I thought I'd give you a bag. In any case, happy birthday, Tian Shi Wei. You silly, as long as it's from you, I would cherish anything," little Tian said, extending her delicate fingers to tenderly wipe away the traces of tears from Jiang Sheng's eyes. And with deep affection, she added, "Your tears are the most precious gift I have received in these 20 years. Chapter 54. The battlefield of a mother is not tears, but bathwater. You say so, it is," Xiao Tian remarked with a teasing smile. Noticing that Jiang Sheng was merely putting on a brave front, while secretly feeling warmth from his stubbornness, Jiang Sheng observed the gradual return of color to Xiao Tian's face. Yet his heart remained burdened with unease. Worries and regrets loomed large. What if this fainting spell left her with lingering health issues? They must visit the hospital for a thorough examination, despite Xiao Tian's repeated assertions of her well-being, and her childlike display of her biceps to proclaim her health. Exaggerating that she could defeat 3 Jiang Shengs in a single blow, it ultimately failed to deter Jiang Sheng from his relentless insistence on dressing her properly. Xiao Tian, left with no choice, complied obediently. Dressed and ready, they headed straight for the hospital. They underwent every possible examination, and the doctor, clad in a white coat, scrutinized the results with certainty, declaring There are no blockages. The blood vessels are highly elastic. She is in excellent health. This young lady could easily live to 88. Upon hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Jiang Sheng's anxious heart finally found solace. Emerging from the consultation room, he received a call from Wang Ziki. The latter began with a crude exclamation, "Damn, Lao Jiang, you are truly incredible. You really brought a child into this world? What nonsense!" Jiang Sheng was bewildered by the disjointed remarks. "It's a birthday gift. I just mentioned it casually, and you actually went ahead and did it. I am impressed. When you two get married, you must have me as your best man." Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's phone chimed with a video call from Zhou Yi, who was far away in Hengdian. On the screen, Zhou Yi wore an expression of exasperation, scolding, Look, I've barely left home, and you've already gone and caused a commotion." Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Weibo Entertainment Hot Search Rankings. Second, Tian Shiwei suspected of being pregnant. Sixth, Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei spotted at the hospital late at night. It remains a mystery which unscrupulous individuals stealthily captured their entrance into the hospital and sold the photo to paparazzi. Although both wore masks, the conspicuous ginger logo on the mask, coupled with Xiao Tian's remarkably distinctive large eyes and Jiang Sheng's partially visible face, rendered their identities unmistakable. The paparazzi, true to their journalistic training, knew that the allure of a budding starlet's health drama far surpassed that of mere pregnancy news. With a sensational theme and photographic evidence, the topic swiftly entered the public consciousness. Spectators awakened from their slumber, while fans of the couple reveled in delight. Leopard cut. Only born. I, Lu Bo, vow to champion the couple of beauty. Reject industrial false sweetness. May the real-life couple endure forever. I can now proudly say that I have watched someone grow step by step. Even some imaginative individuals have created a fan-made video, intertwining segments from the beginning and the summer solstice titled From Meeting on the Bus to Stepping into the Wedding Hall. Naturally, within the vast expanse of Weibo, there exist some unsavory voices, such as those moral guardians criticizing lapses in personal conduct. However, these remarks were swiftly drowned out amidst the overwhelming discussions and need not be enumerated. Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian sat on a bench in the hospital corridor, with the incessant ringing of mobile phones surrounding them. There were calls expressing concern for health, inquiries about the facts, congratulatory messages, and even unsolicited red envelopes being sent, with some suggesting names for the child's milk name. "Old Jiang, I intend to be the child's godfather," shouted Xiangzi over the phone. "I want to hold my grandchild." Master Jiang was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a relative's call, still in a daze, yet already enveloped in the joy of becoming a grandfather. "Which hospital?" Su Wenfang succinctly demanded the location. Jiang Sheng explained one by one, his patience wearing thin. With familiar friends, he grew weary of elaborate explanations and bluntly stated, "It's false." "No, wait for clarification." "Jiang Sheng, take this call," Xiao Tian said in dialect, handing over the phone with a hint of a helpless smile. "Who is it? Such a big deal? They don't believe your words?" "It's my old man." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Sheng's pupils constricted sharply, his posture straightened, and he took the phone, clearing his throat to say, "Uncle, let me explain. When winter break comes, you must come to my home." "All right," Tian's father replied briskly before hanging up. At that moment, Jiang Sheng knew, without even turning on his phone's camera, that his expression was likely far from favorable. Ginger Media was ablaze with activity. Su Wenfang had urgently summoned all PR department employees back to the company from their slumber to assist in damage control for the two young troublemakers. Yezi had sent the young couple home and immediately reported the situation to the company via WeChat, informing Su of the reality. There is no pregnancy. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Wenfang's eyes upon reading the message. Perhaps she had genuinely hoped to embrace a grandchild sooner rather than later. "Su, both brand representatives have responded. The endorsement plan remains unchanged," and they said, "Congratulations, Su." "Congratulations for what?" "Prepare to refute the rumors." Su Wenfang retorted with irritation, glancing at her watch and announcing, "Seizing the momentum, we will advance the plan. It is now October 14th, 5 p.m. From this moment on, everyone will officially receive triple pay. Once the clarification announcement is issued, procure water for the event. officially announced the endorsement. The battle unique to Su Wenfeng had commenced. Previously, she had secured $50 million in funding from Jiang Sheng, expanded the PR team, and hired a cadre of assistants. She understood well that Ginger's artists securing high-end endorsements were mismatched, inevitably inviting a wave of backlash from first-tier artists, their agencies, and fans. Su Wenfeng would not remain passive. She chose to initiate a proactive battle, igniting the customary public relations war in the entertainment industry. Half an hour later, on the main battlefield of Weibo, the entertainment trending list quietly transformed anew. Louis Vuitton Group has extended an invitation to Mr. Jiang Sheng. We warmly welcome Ms. Tian Shiwei to the Gucci family. In a mere 5 minutes, there were thousands of comments and countless likes. The flood of praise dominated the prominent positions. Ordinary users scrolling through Weibo, upon encountering the front rows filled with accolades and blessings, felt little inclination to delve deeper for any potentially negative remarks. Jiang Sheng's midnight offensive caught various factions off guard, leaving his adversaries unable to mount an effective counterattack. The surging undercurrents resembled moles, startled and scrambling. Su Wenfeng stood guard at the entrance, wielding a heavy hammer. Anyone daring to show their face would be met with a swift blow. XXX, resourceful individuals have ruined a household. Report. In an instant, the hired commenters rallied, and a torrent of reports surged towards the platform. The system automatically detected an exponential increase in reports, triggering its mechanisms, causing negative comments to swiftly vanish. Those that were derogatory and vile found their accounts erased. Louis Vuitton has lost its sight as soon as this topic emerged. Su Wenfeng immediately dispatched personnel to conduct a keyword sweep. Upon discovering any new negative discussions, they promptly organized a wave of positive comments. The brand has found an image that aligns with its essence. He truly deserves it. With a surge of favorable remarks, likes poured in within 10 seconds, pushing the positive comments to the forefront. The negative sentiments were soon overwhelmed by this deluge of commendations, fading into oblivion. While the mother battled through the night, her son was also engaged in his own struggle. Tomorrow was Sunday, a day free from work, pure bliss. The phone was set to do not disturb, the bedroom illuminated brightly, and hormones surged restlessly. In this life-and-death experience, he realized she was indispensable. 2 trails of tears affirmed her belief in the worthy companion she had encountered. Tonight, Jiang Sheng finally understood the profound difference between 001 and 0. Chapter 55. The triviality of bathing after drinking the following day. The sun shone brightly, its rays penetrating through even the thickest blackout curtains. The bedroom gradually became illuminated, with the oversized quilt on the bed forming an irregular elliptical silhouette. The young couple lay entwined in slumber, enjoying a particularly sweet sleep. Jiang Sheng's biological clock seemed to have temporarily ceased functioning as he slept deeply, his breaths long and steady, a clear indication of the fatigue he had endured the previous night. It was Xiaotian who awoke first, letting out a soft hum imbued with a hint of laziness as she slowly extricated her delicate arm from the warmth of the covers. Without opening her eyes, her fair arm, as if guided by its own memory, skillfully reached for the bedside table, deftly locating the tissue box. She withdrew a tissue, dabbing at the corners of her eyes, her eyelids gradually lifting to reveal a pair of large, spring-like eyes, their dark depths still reflecting the lingering affection and tenderness of the previous night. Xiaotian gently tilted her head, subtly tugging at the robust arm resting beneath her, her movements tender and unhurried, lest she disturb her beloved in his dreams. Feeling the chill of her hand, she instinctively enveloped it in her embrace. Using her own warmth to soothe him, pondering to herself, Jiang Sheng must wake with numb hands every morning. Perhaps it's best to just use a pillow from now on. As the coolness in her arms slowly faded, Xiaotian turned onto her side. Gazing at Jiang Sheng's sleeping visage, a smile unconsciously blossoming on her lips. Even after such exhaustion last night, he didn't tease nor, "What a good boy he is." Xiaotian always found something commendable in Jiang Sheng, and her gaze fell upon his long, thick eyelashes, prompting her to embark on a whimsical counting game. She counted from 1 to 39. Wait, what was that number again? Her train of thought disrupted, she felt neither frustration nor boredom. Instead, relishing the tranquility of their shared world, and began counting anew. Time slipped by unnoticed until the lashes before her fluttered slightly. The counting game paused once more. But Xiao Tian felt no irritation. Instead, a radiant smile spread across her face, warm as the rising sun, as she welcomed her own handsome prince back to consciousness. Good afternoon, Jiang Sheng. Is it already noon? Jiang Sheng's voice was thick with sleepiness. As he opened one eye, a smile gracing his lips. He reached beneath the covers to touch his slightly concave abdomen, adding, "You must be starving. I'll go make lunch." Xiao Tian extracted a tissue and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. "Let us rest a bit longer. It's already past 2. Save some room in your stomach for a hearty meal later." "All right, tonight I'll treat her generously." Since there was no immediate rush to eat, an afternoon kiss was undoubtedly in order. "How annoying. Jiang Sheng, stop tickling me, you pest." The infidelity scandal had passed for nearly half a year. Meng Zi felt that the storm had subsided and presumed no one was paying attention to their movements anymore. Thus, 2 weeks prior, she had arranged to meet with Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian for a meal as an apology. Little did she expect that on the day of the meeting, they would once again find themselves trending on social media. These two truly could not remain low-key. Sister Ming sat alone in a private room of a hot pot restaurant, her pink, sequin nails gliding across the phone screen as she perused the plethora of glowing reviews under the endorsement topic. Marveling inwardly, how much must these armies of online commentators cost? It is no wonder that a company run by a doting mother is so willing to invest heavily in promoting her son. The resources are indeed impressive, with even high-end endorsements being announced in pairs. Today, while listening to her manager's idle chatter, Sister Ming learned that several entertainment companies and management teams were quite envious and had expressed dissatisfaction regarding the sudden endorsements. Rumor has it that a few teams within the industry have even formed a group to give a newcomer a taste of their own medicine. Fame brings with it much controversy. Ding ding. The door of the private room slowly opened, the bell hanging from it chiming melodiously. Sister Ming turned her head, revealing a warm smile, and waved. "Little fatty, Xiao Tian, come, take a seat." Considering the couple's rising popularity, she was concerned about being photographed by outsiders and creating negative headlines, so she had sent her manager, Han Ming, to greet them at the door. After exchanging pleasantries, the couple sat side by side as customary. Sister Ming pushed the menu toward them, encouraging them to order freely. "Choose whatever you like. I will eat whatever you pick." As the two diligently marked their selections, seemingly oblivious to her presence, Sister Ming cleared her throat and asked, "Aren't you curious about what I like to eat?" Han Ming tapped the table, reminding her, "Don't act up." Sister Ming chuckled lightly, assuring them, "It's all good. We're friends." Without looking up, Jiang Sheng continued to mark the menu, stating, "I remember Sister Ming is allergic to beef, seafood, and garlic. Do you have any recent dietary restrictions?" Little fatty remembers quite well. Sister Ming's voice carried a hint of joy from being noticed, and she added, "I've been adjusting my diet lately. The doctor advised me to avoid chicken. Then I will order you more pork, accompanied mainly by vegetables." All right. Xiao Tian glanced at the menu, thinking to herself that her choices could very well send Sister Ming to the ICU, lamenting how unfortunate it was that Sister Ming couldn't indulge in all the delicious food. Lost in her thoughts, her large eyes suddenly squinted into a narrow slit, her cheeks puffing slightly as she gently kicked Jiang Sheng's calf under the table, as if to scold him. "How come you remember Sister Ming's restrictions so well, you sly Jiang Sheng?" After they placed their orders, the four of them chatted and drank for a while, the broth bubbling away, yet the dishes had yet to arrive. Sister Ming instructed her manager to follow up. As she heard Han Ming's footsteps fade away, she warned, "Little fatty, I've heard a rumor that someone is planning to undermine your company. You should advise President Su to be cautious." Jiang Sheng, having anticipated this news, nodded nonchalantly and raised his glass, saying, "Sister Ming is so righteous." Amid the clinking of glasses, the dishes finally arrived. Sister Ming watched in astonishment as a stream of carts laden with meat were wheeled into the room, exclaiming, "Aren't you afraid of overindulging? I'm not just treating you to this meal. If you want to feast, you can always come back." The couple giggled, with Jiang Sheng replying. For this meal with Sister Ming, we have saved up our appetites all day. After a satisfying meal and drinks, the young couple returned home. Xiaodian, reeking of alcohol, casually tossed her shoes aside and, on tiptoes, planted a forceful kiss on Jiang Sheng's cheek. I'm off to take a shower, she declared. This sequence felt strikingly familiar to Jiang Sheng, who realized it had transpired just the previous day. He swiftly grasped Xiaoyan's arm, pulling her back into his embrace, saying, You'll be dizzy again soon. Let us wait until you sober up. Xiaodian wrapped her arms around Jiang Sheng's waist, playfully protesting, It's all right. If I feel unwell, I'll just call out for you, okay? But I didn't hear you scream for help yesterday, he teased. Oomph. The scent of hot pot is overwhelming. Let me just wash up quickly. Jiang Sheng's eyes sparkled mischievously, a sly grin spreading across his face. Washing is fine, but only if I can supervise. Xiaodian's cheeks flushed a deeper shade than the wine, and she playfully pinched his side, feigning annoyance. Is that your idea of supervision? I would feel too embarrassed to confront your thoughts. Chuckling, Jiang Sheng took her hand, and they both entered the bathroom. Moments later, ouch, that's hot. Xiaodian exclaimed. Is the water too hot? Jiang Sheng replied nonchalantly, It's just fine. After a while, she asked, What are you holding? A bath scrub, he responded. Come here. I'll help you. Bathing customs varied greatly. In the north, a thorough wash could take all day, while in the south, a simple shower sufficed. In their mountainous city, bathing practices differed, as not everyone adhered to the northern way. Xiaodian, a girl who cherished cleanliness, had never visited a bathhouse or experienced a scrubbing service. And as she watched layer after layer of dead skin shed from her body, her eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though her 20 years of bathing had been in vain. The next day, after school on Monday, Xiaodian flung off her shoes and, barefoot, dashed to the kitchen. She retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator, popped it open, and took a gentle sip. Jiang Sheng, I'm drinking. Chapter 56. The kind-hearted Jiang in Tongliang, a wave of public discourse ignited by a first-tier celebrity endorsing high-end luxury brands has gradually gained momentum online. Fans of first- and second-tier artists have long harbored grievances regarding the incongruity between their status and endorsement opportunities. These sentiments, once provoked, became a sharp sword wielded by others, frequently directed towards Jiang. The fervent discussions among fans were further fueled by the discreet machinations of competitors, launching relentless assaults against Jiang Media and its affiliated artists. Wei Wenfeng, undeterred by the costs, valiantly fought against various factions, battling for days to carve a path through the tumult. Although the cacophony online seemed to subside, it had not truly vanished. The malevolent puppeteers lurking in the shadows extended their reach into the offline world. In a mountain town of Tongliang, a small yellow car came to a gentle stop outside a modest supermarket. Master Jiang alighted from the vehicle, adjusting his sunglasses as he made his way toward the store. The brief walk from the car to the supermarket was met with enthusiastic greetings from townsfolk. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Master Jiang. Finished work? Jiang, have you eaten? My wife made some oil splash noodles. Care for taste? Accustomed to the warmth of his fellow villagers, Jiang responded to each greeting, either politely declining, suggesting a future meeting, or inquiring about their elderly relative's health. What should have been a few steps turned into several minutes, all thanks to the countless promissory notes accumulated at home. In this small town, crossing just 2 streets could lead to encountering relatives. The renown of Jiang, the benevolent, spread from one villager to another, until everyone knew of this generous benefactor in Tongliang. Whenever a family faced an insurmountable challenge, they would invariably seek Jiang's assistance. Among those seeking help, there were inevitably some with ulterior motives. Master Jiang, even when confronted with deceit, would take the time to investigate personally. If the circumstances proved genuinely dire, he would extend his hand. However, should he encounter deceitful individuals, he would not be easily duped, nor would he offer them a kind countenance. Borrowing and repaying is not difficult. If you have no intention of repaying, then there shall be no next time. Xiang, grab a pack of lihua. Upon entering the supermarket, Jiang prepared to scan his phone for payment, only to be repeatedly pushed away by the shopkeeper. After a brief exchange of playful resistance, Jiang remarked, "Business is business. How can I let you incur a loss? It would be better to invite me for a drink next time. Having successfully completed his transaction, Jiang inquired with concern, "Has your sister-in-law's son been feeling better?" The shopkeeper, with hands clasped and a grateful expression, replied, "Thanks to Brother Jiang's blessings. My uncle's surgery is complete. In a month, he should be able to walk again. As for the payment, no rush. As long as we are alive, there's hope. It's all good news. I'll be sure to treat you to a drink next time." With that, Jiang picked up a cigarette and turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly grasped by the shopkeeper. "Is there something else?" Jiang inquired. "Yang Yi." Today, several groups of individuals were stealthily inquiring about the Jiang family and your relatives, and, judging by their accents, they are not mere passers-by. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I shall disclose nothing. I have already received reports from 7 or 8 friends regarding this matter today. Master Jiang smiled lightly, stepping out of the supermarket and leaning against the door of a yellow bicycle. With a casual gesture, he opened a cigarette box, lit one, and took a deep drag. Disaster is upon us. Who would have thought? There are countless pairs of watchful eyes and attentive ears from the Jiang family scattered throughout the neighborhood. Master Jiang retrieved his phone and called his wife. "Dear, listen to me. A storm is brewing." The jungle that Master Jiang had previously cultivated successfully withstood the initial wave of assault from the unseen puppet master. Alas, in this world, there are ultimately no secrets that remain undisclosed. Human nature is intricate, and Su Wenfeng understands that there is no mouth that can be pried open with mere gold. However, the time gained by successfully repelling the first wave of attack is sufficient for Jiang to prepare for what lies ahead. "If you dare to strike, I shall fight to the end." At the end of October, on an ostensibly calm day, undercurrents in unnoticed corners opened their gaping jaws, revealing vicious fangs, ready to strike at Jiang's jugular once more. Ginger Media, the story behind Su Wenfeng's journey from bank clerk to media company owner. Face swap, Jiang Sheng's original appearance revealed. Little delinquent, Tian Shiwei's dark past laid bare. Boom, boom, boom. Under the meticulous orchestration of the puppet master, these 3 trending topics ignited Weibo, drawing widespread attention and fervent discussion. In a modest 2-bedroom apartment, the 3 young ginger siblings sat side by side on the sofa. Just returned from Hongyan, Zhou scrolled through Weibo's top 50 trending topics. Yet her name was nowhere to be found. "What about me? What about me?" Zhou exclaimed anxiously. Jiang Sheng swiftly delivered a chop to Zhou Ye's forehead, retorting in exasperation, "You think you can ride the wave of popularity too? Are you mad with desire for fame?" Rubink had fordehat, Zoya poted in Gudiavanje. How dare they treat a small star so dismissively? "Just wait until I shine and blind them all. Afterward," she cheerfully suggested, "since there are 3 trending topics, let us each indulge in one rumor. Let me see how Jiang the hero underwent a transformation." Clicking on the face swap topic, the informant shared a set of 9 images showcasing Jiang Sheng during his middle school years, graduation photos, class reunion snapshots, and summer camp group pictures. To ensure that netizens would recognize the subject, the informant thoughtfully circled the protagonist in red. Among these was a photo of Jiang Sheng at his heaviest, standing 170 centimeters tall and weighing 170 kilograms, a quintessential square-shaped youth, captured from an unflattering angle that even revealed his nostrils. It was evident that the informant had spent a considerable sum acquiring these images, and only the most carefully selected had made the cut. Ha ha ha! Upon witnessing the unflattering photos, Zhou erupted into fits of laughter, diligently enlarging each image with a red circle before presenting her phone to Jiang Sheng for comparison. After scrutinizing all the photographs, she remarked, "It seems every chubby individual harbors untapped potential." There was no response. Observing the solemn expressions of the two, Zhou gently patted their backs in an attempt to uplift their spirits. "Hey, why so serious? Didn't you know you would be exposed in advance? Smile a little." Such words flowed easily from her lips. Jiang Sheng was not a saint. How could he remain unaffected upon seeing his childhood awkward photos subjected to public ridicule? As for Xiao Tian, she noticed Jiang Sheng was perusing Tian Shiwei's embarrassing past. Her round, glutinous face was taut with tension as she anxiously watched Jiang Sheng. She thought to herself, If Jiang Sheng dared to show even a hint of disdain, she would unleash the ferocity of her two prominent canines upon him. In truth, Jiang Sheng was well aware of and had even seen Xiao Tian's so-called dark history, which primarily consisted of distorted facts. Since his return to the second year of high school, under his effective intervention, Xiao Tian's environment had significantly improved, resulting in a reduction of such scandalous tales. The current expos merely highlighted instances of Xiao Tian being harassed by boys from outside the school during her middle and high school years, as well as her acts of resistance against such harassment. The additional details pertain to events that occurred after Jiang Sheng joined the training class. The orchestrators had gone to great lengths, even unearthing information about their training school. However, no classmates were willing to give interviews, rendering the expos largely innocuous. One wondered if the students were deterred by the videos Jiang Sheng possessed. In truth, Jiang Sheng had already deleted those incriminating videos as agreed upon. Following the conclusion of the arts examination, it appeared the classmates were hesitant to gamble on the nature of humanity. Jiang Sheng mused, unable to stifle a chuckle. "Hey, Jiang Sheng, what are you laughing at?" Xiao Tian, feeling particularly sensitive, like a startled kitten, pointed at the barrage of expos information on her phone and insisted. "These students from other schools insist on blocking me at the school gate. I can't control that. They are utterly bothersome. Who want to date them? Moreover, ever since I entered the second year, these outsiders have vanished. It's so unfair. I'm not laughing at you." Jiang Sheng enveloped Xiao Tian in an embrace, affectionately nuzzling her cheek, murmuring reassurances about the fabrications, suggesting they should disregard it all. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking to herself, "If you want to look, I will." She clicked on the expos regarding Su Wenfang. After a mere glance, the corners of her mouth that had been lifted in amusement promptly fell, trembling as she remarked, "Isn't this a bit serious for Aunt Fong?" Chapter 57. Assistance from Wealthy Benefactor No. 3. The whistleblower traveled to Tongliang specifically to interview an individual who claimed to be a cousin of the bank president, referred to as Huang Mao. In an effort to underscore the authenticity of the interview, the video was presented without any pixelation. Huang Mao, in the interview, asserted with conviction that the bank president and Su Wenfang were engaged in an inappropriate relationship, narrating the story with such vividness that it seemed as though he had been hiding beneath the president's bed at the time of the events. Reporter, can you ensure the accuracy of your claims? Huang Mao, if you don't believe me, then tell me this. How could a bank employee earning a salary of $5,000 a month resign to run a company in the capital and promote his son to stardom? Where did all that money and connections come from? Go on, enlighten us. The whistleblower then visited various literary publishers and the renowned online literary haven, Jinjiang and Yuan Group, conducting covert investigations. He alleged that Shengjiang was engaging in malicious competitive practices regarding film and television copyrights. In his revelations, he meticulously outlined that since 2014, Shengjiang had acquired the adaptation rights for a total of 127 literary, film, and gaming works. He made a point to emphasize that the number of IP copyrights owned by Shengjiang far surpassed that of any other media or entertainment company. Additionally, the whistleblower compiled statistics on the works purchased by Shengjiang from 2014 to 2017, detailing how they profited immensely through secondary transactions, gifts, sales, and the relinquishment of partial rights. The whistleblower further delved into Su Wenfang's financial accounts, focusing on her trading activities over the past 6 months. He highlighted several instances of abnormal stock trading details that coincided with trading timeframes, volumes, and price fluctuations. The staggering profits generated from these transactions shocked the entire internet and ignited envy among countless investors. Investor, I invested in that stock. I lost money, and it's all Su Wenfang's fault. The whistleblower concentrated his attacks on Su Wenfang, seemingly aiming to topple Shengjiang Media in a single blow, intending for the company and its promoted artists to vanish from the industry entirely. These 3 revelations ignited fervent discussions among the public. Under the instigation of the puppeteer behind the scenes, online criticism of Shengjiang swept across all social platforms. Keyboard warriors and self-righteous moralists expressed their outrage, vehemently condemning Shengjiang's alleged wrongdoings and clamoring for a ban. Should any of these allegations be substantiated, Su Wenfang would undoubtedly face dire legal consequences. In the industry, it is a common occurrence to witness the downfall of the once prominent, as the masses are quick to believe slanderous claims. The internet was soon inundated with malicious comments and relentless rumors. The towering edifice of Shengjiang began to tremble precariously. It was considered an act of kindness for passers-by not to lend a push. Those who remained rational, refraining from participating in the discussions or hastily choosing sides, were deemed merciful, just as countless netizens rallied against Shengjiang with unrelenting vitriol. One individual emerged resolutely in support of Shengjiang. This individual was none other than the illustrious young Master Wang Xikong, known as the disciplinary inspector of the entertainment circle. Young Master Wang is known for his succinct speech and straightforward, often aggressive demeanor. He launched into a tirade, expressing his disdain, a bunch of foolish dogs afflicted with envy, endlessly whining. Do you even realize the money they accumulate is 1,000 times cleaner than the coins you scrounge in the gutter? His words were quite harsh. Within an hour, young Master Wang unleashed over 30 posts on Weibo, vehemently denouncing the schemers behind the scenes while engaging in heated exchanges with netizens. This left Su Wenfang perplexed. Do we know each other? Why is this individual defending me? Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng, seated on the toilet, opened the chat notification that had popped up on his phone. User 3, it's been 2 years. Finally figured out the identity of the stock god. Guya, don't panic. Watch me take down this bunch of foul fools. The misunderstanding was apparent. Jiang Sheng had been trading stocks using his mother's account. Upon seeing the leaked stock trading information, User 3 mistakenly assumed they had identified the group leader and chose to reveal their identity. User 1, be careful with your words. I have a plan. User 3, just watch. Sujia. 12 hours marked the time the scandal lingered atop Weibo's trending topics, as young Master Wang tirelessly lambasted various keyboard warriors. With his vigorous support, discussion surrounding Ginger nearly swept the Weibo hot search rankings. The uproar escalated to the point of attracting the attention of relevant authorities. Senior executives at Weibo proactively contacted Su Wenfang to offer assistance in dampening the heat surrounding the Ginger issue using conciliatory measures. No need, Su Wenfang decisively replied. Please convey to Mr. Chow that I, Su Wenfang, have a clear conscience. The public sentiment can be resolved within a day, after which the entire Ginger company will fully cooperate with the leadership's investigation. The optimal moment to address a public relations crisis is to swiftly present compelling evidence to affirm one's innocence before the incident fades from public scrutiny. It must be executed efficiently and effectively, allowing no room for error. After hearing Master Zhang's report, Su Wenfang resolved to implement a saturation response strategy. Uncertain of where the enemy's attacks might land, she decided to fortify her defenses and activate all crisis management protocols. Once everything was in place, Su Wenfang couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the leaked information. Is this all they've got? The implicated bank president, upon seeing the trending topic, was furious. Who the hell do you think you are? You've tangled with the Jiang family, and now I'm caught in the crossfire. What if Su is enraged and transfers all her and her son S account funds? What'll I do then? You little wretch, get lost. This president, who had held power for 55 years, mobilized all his connections, determined to unearth the truth behind the scandal and provide an explanation to Su. Simultaneously, residents from the small town who had benefited from Master Zhang's kindness began to take action. Some voiced their support for the Jiang family online, while others approached television stations to recount the family's good deeds. Additionally, many volunteered to join the search for the perpetrator. Amidst the overwhelming search by the masses, Huang Mao was swiftly apprehended. I recognize him. This fellow is nothing but a despicable gambler. After failing to borrow money from Master Jiang, he harbored malicious intent for revenge. Did he not? Scoundrel! Beat him up. Amidst the overwhelming wrath of the populace, Huang Mao cowered in a corner, trembling with fear, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. He endured a barrage of kicks before being escorted away by the authorities for questioning. Shortly thereafter, an official announcement was released. In stark blue lettering on a white background, it addressed the allegations of embezzlement involving the mistress of a bank president circulating on the internet. Upon investigation, It was revealed that on October 24th, 2017, at approximately 2 p.m., Wang, male, 32 years old, approached Li, male, 27 years old, for an interview. During this encounter, both parties engaged in the malicious dissemination of false information, violating the law, which resulted in administrative detention for the two individuals. Once the official statement was made public, the topic of the mistress swiftly vanished from the trending charts. Wang's company hastily issued a statement, filled with apologies and attempts to deflect blame, ultimately terminating the employment of the so-called temporary worker, journalist Wang. Yet, the netizens who had rallied against the situation remained undeterred, proclaiming, "Do not panic." Su Wenfang bears two grand titles atop her head. The notion of monopolizing film and television copyrights is utterly preposterous. The informant is merely engaging in baseless accusations. Ginger possesses a far greater number of copyrights than other companies, primarily because others are unwilling to invest their resources. In the realm of copyright transactions, it has always been the case that the highest bidder prevails. How can one possibly claim that this constitutes a monopoly? Major publishing houses, such as Jiang Sheng and Yuan, promptly stepped forward to defend the generous client, Shengjiang. Companies that had previously engaged in secondary copyright transactions, as if prearranged, simultaneously issued statements declaring that their agreements with Shengjiang regarding copyright acquisition were within the bounds of normal business practices. Nevertheless, netizens remained resolute, proclaiming, "No worries." There remains the matter of malicious manipulation of stock prices. Su Wenfang will undoubtedly evade accountability this time. Yongxin Securities has taken the initiative to respond. Following a report, it has come to our attention that an employee, identified as a certain individual, has engaged in the act of selling user information. We have promptly referred this matter to the relevant authorities for further action. The Securities Regulatory Commission has swiftly followed up, confirming that Ms. Su Wenfang is not implicated in any violations regarding trading. However, upon clarification, netizens have unearthed discrepancies, raising questions about the situation. This seems incongruous. The revelations emerged only yesterday. Yet the Securities Regulatory Commission has swiftly issued a formal document, which is entirely inconsistent with standard procedural practices. Pray tell, are you in collusion with the ginger merchants? The public opinion has just begun to ferment when the Securities Regulatory Commission promptly issued a statement. Ms. Su Wenfang submitted a self-examination application to our department 10 days ago in accordance with relevant securities regulations. Attached, power of attorney. Only then did the netizens come to a sudden realization. Oh, being used as a pawn, the mastermind lurking behind the scenes has now become flustered. Su Wenfang's response was remarkably swift. Since I cannot topple Ginger, I shall intensify my efforts to tarnish the reputation of your artist. Chapter 58. An unexpected victory upon the release of the clarification announcement. Young Master Wang was relentless in his triumph. Are you dumbfounded? A bunch of foolish idiots. Among you envious dogs, I recall one named Wu, who was eager to flaunt his association with LV, aspiring to become the first Asian spokesperson. Yet, it was effortless for Jiang Sheng to seize that title. You, a sycophant of foreign brands, have resorted to biting indiscriminately. Oh, now I remember. You are nothing but a foreign mutt. Hurry back to your doghouse. Young Master Wang mercilessly targeted individuals by name. The shadowy puppeteer behind the scenes cursed his misfortune for misjudging the target of his attack, and had no choice but to redirect his efforts. Purchasing black market information and subtly inciting netizens to unleash slander against Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei. The netizens, previously used as pawns, had learned their lesson and opted to observe rather than engage. Some, feeling exploited, even turned against the instigators of the commotion. Now, the undercurrents stirring trouble online were like a ship without sails, gradually losing momentum. Yet, the puppeteer was not inclined to relent. The situation had spiraled out of control, and the troublemakers, gritting their teeth, intended to escalate matters further by releasing every unflattering photo of Jiang Sheng they possessed and amplifying the damaging rumors about Tian Shiwei. Su Wenfang chuckled upon seeing a fresh batch of her son's unflattering photos online. Oh, you want to share pictures? Very well. Do you have more than I do? She retrieved the family album, compiling photos of her son from ages 1 to 20, and crafted a video showcasing Jiang Sheng's transformation over the years, which she then disseminated across the internet. Once the video was released, Jiang Sheng's cherubic appearance during his childhood attracted a plethora of admiring mothers. Even Tian Shiwei was so enchanted that she changed her phone's wallpaper to a photo of 3-year-old Jiang Sheng. The old photographs revealed that Jiang Sheng's features were entirely natural, devoid of any signs of cosmetic alteration. However, he had struggled with weight from the age of 10 until he was 16. In his sophomore year, he underwent orthodontic treatment, discarded his glasses, and gradually slimmed down, ultimately becoming the young man he is today. Many dentists seized upon this surge of interest, stepping forward to confirm that Jiang Sheng's dental corrections could indeed result in slight changes to his jawline, while simultaneously launching advertisements to attract new clients. Thus, the rumors of a face swap began to unravel. Having dealt with the slander against Jiang Sheng, Su Wenfang took it upon herself to address the scandal surrounding Tian Shiwei's tumultuous school years. She dispatched someone back to the same school to locate the former student who had persistently harassed Xiao Tian at the school gate, urging him to clarify the truth. In a 2-bedroom apartment, Jiang Sheng, Xiao Tian, and Zhou Ye remained seated on the sofa, their attention riveted on the tablet resting on the coffee table, which was playing the recent clarification video from the official Jiang Sheng account. Xiao Tian, seated in the middle, furrowed her brow, gazing at the refined, bespectacled youth on the screen. For a moment, she struggled to reconcile this image with her memories of the spirited young man she once knew, and silently speculated. Could this be an actor that Aunt Fong hired? As the bespectacled youth grinned widely at the camera, revealing his signature rodent-like front teeth, Xiao Tian finally set aside her doubts, recognizing that the young man on the screen was indeed the same mischievous rogue who had frequently blocked her path at the school gate years ago. Tian Shiwei, are you watching? The bespectacled young man spoke with a humble demeanor, a bashful smile gracing his face as he said, I wish to apologize for my irrational actions back then. My recklessness caused you a great deal of unnecessary trouble, and I would like to extend my belated apologies. With that, he bowed deeply and, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head before continuing, Classmate Tian, I must tell you, I am now in a relationship with Feng Xian, the girl who once took a swing at you. At that moment, Zhou Yi pressed pause, her face alight with curiosity as she asked, Who is Feng Xian? Xiao Tian wrinkled her nose in disdain, pointing at the bespectacled youth on the screen, explaining, There was a girl named Feng Xian who had a crush on him and thought I was the one who interfered in their romance. I remember it was right when our sophomore year began. Feng Xian, unable to contain her anger, sought me out at the school gate for a fight. But I didn't back down. I fought back as well. A true heroine. Zhou Yi chuckled and resumed the video. Hee. The bespectacled youth smiled shyly and continued. If it weren't for Jiang Sheng's assistance, I would have nearly missed out on my true love. Upon seeing you two together online, I sincerely felt happy for you. It's a delight to see 2 stars emerge from our hometown, and I am proud of you both. I wish you and Jiang Sheng a bright future in your careers. Feng Xian and I will be cheering for you from the screen. I hope we can all strive to be our best selves under the same sky. With the video coming to an end, Xiao Tian turned to Jiang Sheng with a puzzled expression, her large eyes brimming with questions. How are you involved in all this? Jiang Sheng maintained a calm demeanor as he explained, In our sophomore year, I noticed this guy frequently bothering you at the school gate, so I lent a helping hand. Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, Xiao Tian felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Overwhelmed by gratitude, she unreservedly flung herself into Jiang Sheng's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, her small face pressed against his sturdy chest as she playfully whined. Jiang Sheng had never mentioned this matter before. It dawned on her that she had always had a guardian angel by her side, silently watching over her. Wait a minute. Sophomore year. Xiao Tan lifted her round, glued in his face, her delicate brows furrowing in mock anger as she interrogated, you sly Jiang Sheng. So you had ulterior motives all along. You deliberately chose the same training institution for art examination preparation, didn't you? We were both at the same high school. Why did you wait until the training class to greet me? Why didn't you come and find me sooner? Jiang Sheng gently stroked Xiao Tian's hair, smiling without a word, thinking to himself, "Silly girl, I've been searching for you for a long, long time. What's a year of sophomore year in comparison?" Seated nearby, Zhou Yi observed this pair, completely oblivious to her presence as they flirted and exchanged sweet nothings, suddenly feeling rather superfluous. I'll just go home and avoid this." Zhou Yi rolled her eyes dramatically and stood up. Before leaving, she glanced back at the two individuals entwined in their intimacy, shaking her head in resignation with a sigh. It seemed that she would be spending the night alone in an empty room. Despite the clarifying statement issued by Shang Jiang, the malicious rumors targeting Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian continued to pervade the internet. The unseen puppeteers behind the scenes seemed unwilling to concede that their meticulously devised plan could be so easily unraveled by Su Wenfeng, persistently launching a campaign of public opinion. Until an event occurred that took everyone by surprise. The abruptness of this incident was akin to the industry's astonishment when a certain celebrity became a household name due to a mere flatulence. Master Jiang rose to fame. A good man among Liang, Jiang Qiming ascended to the trending topics on Weibo, not merely within the entertainment category, but prominently on the main list. Su Wenfeng swore to the heavens that she had not purchased the trending spot. Who would frivolously spend money to promote their husband? That would be sheer extravagance. The entire affair began when someone approached the Mountain City television station, recounting the benevolent deeds of the Jiang family. The narrator meticulously detailed the contributions Master Jiang had silently made for the people of Liang over the past year, embellishing the tale along the way. The city's television station, perhaps seeking to capitalize on the rising popularity of Sheng Jiang, reported the story extensively. The report stated that Master Jiang remained true to his original intentions. Despite his son becoming a celebrity, he still dedicated himself to driving every day, serving as a paragon for the local taxi drivers. It also noted his frugality, stating that even though his wife earned a substantial income, he refrained from enhancing their living conditions, remaining in their old neighborhood, wholly concerned for the people of Liang, alleviating their woes. Master Jiang felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this. Earlier in the year, after a family meeting, the three of them unanimously decided to purchase a new home. And after careful selection, Master Jiang paid in full for a newly opened standalone villa. Who wouldn't want to live in a grand house? Yet the developers were still constructing it. They couldn't move in just yet. Subsequent reports continued to flow in. A citizen called the hotline, recounting how this very Master Jiang had driven her to the hospital just in time for her delivery, saving both her and her child's lives. The situation had been so urgent that she hadn't even been able to pay the fare, hoping the television station could provide a means of contact. Her family of 9 wished to visit and express their gratitude, especially for the triplets. Master Jiang scratched his head in confusion, wondering if this was true. The hotline was still ringing, with a charitable organization claiming that during the flu outbreak in the south earlier this year, Master Jiang had donated a batch of masks, sparing countless citizens from suffering. No way. Master Jiang was bewildered. His son had acquired a nearly bankrupt mask factory just before the new year. The factory was burdened with unsellable old masks, and Jiang Sheng found their quality unsatisfactory, subsequently establishing a new production line for medical masks. The old masks occupied valuable warehouse space, and the accountant concluded that renting additional storage for new products was unfeasible. As a result, the only option left was to donate the unsellable products. The calls kept pouring in, and Master Jiang's deeds reached the promotional units of Mountain City, where he was unwittingly elevated as a model citizen. It was all a misunderstanding. These were acts of pure intention. Master Jiang inexplicably ascended the podium, receiving a certificate personally bestowed by the leaders, shaking hands and standing side by side with them. As the camera readied to capture the moment, Master Jiang flashed a smile. Click! The photograph of Master Jiang receiving the award, along with a meticulously polished article about his good deeds, ascended to trending status. This turn of events sent the orchestrators behind the scenes into a frenzy as they envisioned a grand spectacle unfolding. It turned out that the Jiang family held such formidable influence. A headline proclaiming a good person among Liang, Jiang Qiming instilled fear in the masterminds and those clandestinely scheming. compelling them to withdraw from the online discourse, resulting in a resounding defeat. Ultimately, the side of Ginger emerged triumphant. In an unexpected manner, Master Zhang's long-held desire to craft a golden legacy for his son was realized much sooner than anticipated. Chapter 59, A Lifetime, a Thought. A person Ginger had triumphantly secured her position within the industry, successfully averting numerous future complications. As the victor, she reaped her well-deserved spoils, a series of commercial endorsements. Renowned brands inundated her with collaboration proposals, leaving Shui Wenfeng in a state of exuberance, overwhelmed by the plethora of choices. On the last weekend of November, the young couple journeyed to the bustling metropolis to partake in an advertising shoot. The jasmine green tea product under the Kong Shifu brand had consistently embraced a theme of romance in its promotional endeavors. The popular couple, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian, chosen by the client, were set to film a micro-movie for the upcoming Valentine's Day, embodying the romantic theme. The script, titled A Lifetime, a Thought, a Person, wove a narrative that traversed both the Republican era and modern times, recounting the poignant love story of the protagonists across lifetimes. At the Chengdu Film and Television Base, amidst the European-style courtyard and the church studio, the command action echoed as Jiang Sheng entered his professional demeanor. Adorned with a cap and clad in a gray suit, he transformed into a musician from the tumultuous Republican era. With purposeful strides, he entered the church, poised to perform piano melodies to soothe the wounded souls of orphaned children seeking refuge from the ravages of war. In his role as a volunteer, the affluent young lady Xiao Tian prepared a cup of jasmine tea for him, softly remarking, "Mr. Li, this tea is a special gift from my hometown. Do give it a taste." The tea offered a delicate fragrance of jasmine. Upon reciting the advertisement's lines, the narrative unfolded. Day after day, Jiang Sheng returned to the church to serenade the children, always finding a steaming cup of jasmine tea awaiting him on the piano. Each time he glanced back, he would catch a glimpse of a pair of shy, darting eyes, brimming with unspoken affection, hidden behind the window. The two protagonists could not help but smile, their burgeoning feelings silently conveyed. "Cut! That subtle glance was splendid. Moving on." The director bellowed, "Is the piano stand ready?" "Director, the stand-in's flight has been delayed. They might not arrive today." "Blast! Do you think this is child's play?" The director, already fraught with tight schedules, erupted in frustration, berating the casting director before turning to the crew, inquiring who among them could play the piano. Among the gathered artistic professionals, many could indeed play. Yet the aesthetics of their hands were paramount for casting. Some had hands that were short and stubby, others bore calluses, while some were plump and lacked any elegance. Failing to meet the director's discerning eye. Get out. None of you are suitable." The director waved dismissively, his gaze falling upon Jiang Sheng's long, slender fingers, suddenly igniting with inspiration. "Jiang, can you play the piano? Just a semblance will suffice. We can dub over it later." "I have never played, but I can learn quickly," Jiang Sheng replied with alacrity. "Learn quickly? We don't have that luxury of time." The director murmured to himself, contemplating that even if it were merely for show, it ought to possess an appearance of authenticity. Having an amateur fill-in would undoubtedly yield a lamentable performance. The final product could potentially tarnish the project's reputation. "Director, I'll learn quickly. It won't take much time," someone interjected. "Fine, you there. Go instruct teacher Jiang." Since the lead had been secured, the director nonchalantly assigned someone to educate Jiang Sheng. However, he harbored little hope for Jiang Sheng's progress and was contemplating reaching out to a friend from a local music academy to send over a piano student to save the day. As the director exited the studio and gazed through the window, he beheld Jiang Sheng's clumsy and ungraceful posture at the piano, eliciting a derisive snicker. As expected, "This will not do," he thought, promptly retrieving his phone to call for assistance. "Hey, Lao Zhang, could you do me a favor?" "Oh, you have a concert today? All right, best of luck. I'll inquire elsewhere." Unfortunately, he encountered various music academies engaged in competitions. The director clicked his tongue, his fingers swiping rapidly across the phone screen, searching through his contacts for someone who could assist, while the intermittent notes of Jasmine Flower echoed in the studio, provoking an inexplicable irritation within him. Eureka! The director dialed a number saved as Teacher Sun from the Magical City Music Institution, saying, "Hello, is this Teacher Sun? Good day. I'm currently filming an advertisement at Che Dun and require a close-up of someone playing the piano. Would you have time to lend a hand?" "Of course. There will be compensation." "How much?" 30,000. "Come on, my friend. Are you extorting me?" The voice on the other end of the line adamantly justified the reasonableness of their fee. This fool must be blinded by greed, the director thought, weighing his options on whether to endure being a naive patron just this once. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that the piano notes in the studio had transformed into a smooth, flowing melody, instinctively attributing this improvement to that person having taught Jiang Sheng once more. "I knew it. Mastery of the piano cannot be achieved overnight." The director slowly raised his head, his gaze through the window revealing a scene that left him astounded. The one at the piano was none other than Jiang Sheng himself. The expressions of both he and that person mirrored each other, their faces illuminated with incredulous astonishment, as if two reflections in a mirror. Only Xiao Tian stood beside them, seemingly unfazed, her delicate visage radiating pride and admiration for Jiang Sheng. In a mere 5 minutes, Jiang Sheng's hand positioning and technique, to the untrained eye, appeared flawless. The melody he produced was seamless and fluid, far from that of a novice. Had the director not witnessed Jiang Sheng's earlier awkwardness, he might have suspected that Jiang Sheng had been playfully deceiving him. "Damn, he is handsome. His girlfriend is beautiful. He gets paid a date every day, and he is incredibly talented. How is one to compete with that?" As they were all quite familiar with one another, he decided to lower his fee to 27,000, conceding to the person on the line who perhaps also heard the change in the music. "Go to hell, you stupid fool," the director snapped, hanging up the call and promptly blocking the individual's contact information. Returning to the studio, the director, after listening to a rendition of Jasmine Flower, applauded Jiang Sheng enthusiastically, feeling immensely gratified. He sincerely remarked, "Teacher Jiang, you are a genius. No wonder you scored 700 in the entrance exam for Beijing Film Academy. I truly admire you." "Actually, it was 699. Jiang Sheng replied with a warm smile, his tone as unassuming as ever. "I've always been quick to learn." Embarrassed, he thought to himself that his friend had finally come to believe it. Once the close-up of the piano was completed, filming continued. Amidst the turmoil of war, the male and female leads, who shared mutual affections, were forcibly separated, as if destined to be apart forever. As time flowed into the modern era, Jiang Sheng returned to the church, caressing the old piano, his expression momentarily startled, as if recalling memories from a past life. He picked up a nearby cup of jasmine tea, sipping it lightly, reminiscent of the jasmine tea she once brewed for him. Outside, the sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed. In his ears lingered a call from 70 years ago. "Mr. Li has arrived? Would you like something to drink? Come, let us get a close-up of the male lead." At the director's command, the cinematographer directed the camera towards Jiang Sheng's face. In the silence, Jiang Sheng's gaze reflected restraint, nostalgia, deep affection, and a sense of relief at the prospect of encountering her once more in this life. All emotions were conveyed without utterance. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, following the art examination, Xiao Tian arrived in this vibrant urban landscape once again. After finishing work, she yearned to stroll around the Shanghai Theater Academy, to observe and take in the surroundings. As she linked her arm with Jiang Sheng, they wandered along the stone-paved paths of the campus, admiring the quaint teaching buildings. She remarked, "Jiang Sheng, I ranked second nationally in the entrance exam for the academy. If I hadn't met you, I might have been studying here. Indeed, I have successfully won over the campus beauty," he chuckled. But she is hardly a campus beauty," Xiao Tian exclaimed. Suddenly, her steps faltered, her face flushing with embarrassment. "What's wrong? Jiang Sheng, I think I might have an issue." Jiang Sheng glanced behind her and noticed a conspicuous stain of crimson on the crotch of her white pants. It was a clear sign of her monthly cycle, which occasionally arrived unexpectedly. "Oh no, my relative arrived a few days early," Xiao Tian lamented. Jiang Sheng quickly removed his jacket, tying the sleeves around her waist to shield her from embarrassment, while he stopped passing classmates to inquire about the nearest restroom. Once he received directions, the young couple hurried into the service area on the first floor of the library. Jiang Sheng escorted Xiao Tian into the ladies' restroom, calling out, "Wait here. I'll go buy some sanitary pads." "Don't be so loud." Xiao Tian's voice was filled with discomfort from within the restroom. When Jiang Sheng returned, holding the sanitary pads, he was surprised to find Xiao Tian standing at the restroom entrance, chatting and laughing with a girl sporting a ponytail. "Why are you out here?" "Jiang Sheng, come here quickly." Xiao Tian affectionately linked her arm with his and introduced, "This is classmate Xiao Lu. She overheard us and kindly gave me a pad in my time of need." As Jiang Sheng took in the girl's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback, lingering for 2 seconds before clearing his throat awkwardly and saying, "Thank you, classmate. You're welcome. I must return the books, so I shan't disturb the two illustrious stars on their date. Farewell." The two young ladies waved goodbye. Jiang Sheng watched as the ponytail grew increasingly distant and couldn't help but call out, "Thank you, Xiao Lu. You're welcome." Xiao Lu turned back, waving once more. Jiang Sheng held tightly onto Xiao Tian's delicate hand, watching as Xiao Lu entered the elevator. "Thank you for loving her in a past life. In this life, it is my turn." Chapter 60, A Night of Screams at the Kiwi Showcase, December 2nd, Workers' Gymnasium, Capital City. Backstage at the Kiwi Scream Night, a constellation of stars gathered, illuminating the venue with their brilliance. Jiang Sheng observed the seasoned veterans in the entertainment industry before her, their faces adorned with amiable smiles, extending warmth to everyone they encountered, referring to one another as teacher. Although the scene appeared harmonious, Jiang Sheng was acutely aware of the hidden machinations of their management, teams, and fans who had, to varying degrees, conspired against her. "Little Jiang, we should collaborate in the future," a senior said with a beaming smile, but little did anyone know whether that smile concealed benevolence or malice. "Absolutely," Jiang Sheng replied, returning the smile. "Tian Shimei, I adore you. May we take a photo together?" Another female star approached enthusiastically, her demeanor excessively warm, leaving one to wonder if her team would later retouch the photos of little Tian. After the photograph was taken, the star's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the plunging neckline of Tian's gown. One could only speculate if she silently cursed her as a little wench. Jiang Sheng rubbed her temples, striving to dispel such dark thoughts from her mind. Tian, displaying concern, grasped Jiang Sheng's wrist and asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Jiang Sheng smiled and shook her head, gently patting the back of Tian's hand to indicate she was fine. For the upcoming red carpet segment, Tian donned a pink V-neck gown sponsored by Gucci, the hem swaying gracefully. Underneath, she wore 10-centimeter stiletto heels, her height rivaling Jiang Sheng's. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng was clad from head to toe in Louis Vuitton, his bespoke black suit adorned with dragon motifs, accentuating his tall, slender figure. His polished black shoes gleamed, and a double-circle silver ring adorned his long finger, exuding the refined aura of a young aristocrat. Before long, staff members approached to inform them that they would be appearing behind Jiang Sheng and Li Landy as the third group to walk the red carpet. The sequence of appearances was determined by one's standing in the industry. The lesser-known were granted precedence. Jiang Sheng whispered to Tian, "Let us aim to move a few spots back each time we attend." "Sounds good." Tian nodded in agreement. As they noticed staff waving to them, Tian naturally linked her arm with Jiang Sheng's. They exchanged a smile and confidently strode toward the red carpet. This was the couple's first attendance at an award ceremony, yet they displayed no signs of trepidation. With each other's company, they felt an inexplicable sense of assurance. Upon reaching the end of the red carpet, they listened to the host's extravagant praises and signed their names on the autograph wall. Subsequently, they moved to the center, hand in hand, facing the multitude of cameras, ready to embrace the media's flashing lights. The bright flashes persisted. Fortunately, they had practiced desensitization to the flashes beforehand, managing their expressions flawlessly, posing intimately for the cameras. "May the two of you proceed to the inner venue," the host urged, eventually prompting them to depart. The fashion showcase by Gucci and Louis Vuitton has met expectations. Before proceeding to the main event, Both must return to the backstage lounge to change from their formal attire into garments sponsored by Rose Pavilion. In the midst of a hurried dash, Xiaoyan's previously brisk pace suddenly falters. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Due to the pressing time constraints. Jiang Sheng pays little heed. Upon returning to the lounge, with the assistance of the makeup team, he changes his outfit. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sheng's suit transitions from pure black to a deep navy. The double-circle silver ring on his index finger has vanished, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses adorns his face, exuding an air of aristocracy. Xiaoyan's long hair, which was previously styled up, cascades down, partially obscuring her delicate features. Her expression, once vibrant and sweet, now transforms into that of a cold and alluring femme fatale. Dressed in a sleek black gown with a daring slit, she confidently showcases her décolletage. The left side of her skirt is slit, subtly revealing her elegantly proportioned legs, which sway enticingly with each step, her fair skin glowing within the fabric. On her feet are black strappy heels, elevating her stature while accentuating her dainty toes. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng notices a slight redness and swelling around Xiaoyan's left ankle. It becomes clear that her earlier pause was due to a misstep. As Jiang Sheng bends down to assess her injury, Xiaoyan instinctively raises her arm to halt him. While she appreciates his concern, she understands that their work takes precedence. Don't wrinkle the dress, she insists, proving her resilience by taking 2 steps forward. However, as she turns her back to Jiang Sheng, a pained expression briefly crosses her face. When she turns back, her demeanor is once again lighthearted as she waves, saying, "Let's go, Jiang Sheng. We're off to collect our award." Within the lively venue of the Scream Night Gala, fans eagerly await their idols, brandishing an array of supportive placards. With the entrance of each star, raucous cheers erupt. Xiaoyan, upon hearing her name, she raises her fair neck, shielding her eyes with her hand as she scans the audience. After a thorough search, upon spotting her and Jiang Sheng's names, she raises her hand and waves energetically, prompting even more fervent cheers from the crowd. The couple occupies a table in the corner of the 3rd row, seated alongside Jiang Sheng and Li Landy. Originally, Kiwi had extended invitations to the entire cast of the beginning drama, but the 3 senior figures from Beijing Film Academy had prior commitments and politely declined. Xin Kan, in particular, was forthright in his refusal, having recently completed post-production for The Silent Truth, which is now under review. He successfully secured the names of the actors for Zhu Chaoyang and Yin Liang from Jiang Sheng. Following a rehearsal, he was thoroughly pleased and is currently engrossed in the meticulous preparations for the Project Bad Kid, leaving him little time for other matters. Jiang Sheng and Xiaoyan take their seats hand in hand. The 4 exchange greetings, acknowledging one another, yet remain strangers at heart. Xiaoyan sought to maintain an aloof demeanor in her elegant ensemble, refraining from conversing with Jiang Sheng, lest her composure be compromised. Without Xiaoyan serving as a social lubricant, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward until Jiang Sheng initiated a light exchange, slightly alleviating the tension. Li Landy, a vivacious young lady, remained reticent and did not take the initiative to speak. Zhang Xin Sheng, an enigmatic character, had a penchant for sharing perplexing dry humor. Observing the bemusement of those around him, he insisted on elaborating, only to lapse back into silence after a brief bout of laughter, diligently crafting new forms of dry wit to share once more. As the red carpet event concluded and the stars took their seats, Li Yong ascended the stage to commence the hosting duties, liberating the trio from the barrage of dry humor. The theatrical segment, Best Newcomer, Li Yitong, Tian Shiwei, Jiang Sheng. Li Yong announced the names of 7 individuals. To their astonishment, the first award of the evening encompassed 4 members from their table. Xiao Tian discreetly extricated her left foot from beneath the tablecloth, revealing an ankle that had swollen significantly more than before. Does it hurt? Not at all. Let us go. Jiang Sheng extended his arm, offering support to Xiao Tian. Together, they ascended the steps to the stage, where Jiang Sheng noticed beads of perspiration forming on Xiao Tian's forehead. With each step taken on her left foot, more droplets emerged. It must have been quite painful. The 7 newcomers took their positions at the center of the stage, their faces reflecting a medley of apprehension, tension and excitement as they prepare to receive their inaugural accolade in their artistic careers. Only Jiang Sheng's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Tian's now more swollen ankle. Sensing his attention, Xiao Tian quickly nudged his arm with her elbow, her large, grape-like eyes conveying a hint of reproach, as if to say, "Focus on your work." One by one, the seven received their awards, sharing their acceptance speeches in order of seniority. Jiang Sheng was the final recipient. Accepting the microphone from Xiao Tian, he sincerely expressed gratitude to the organizers for their invitation and recognition, as well as to the efforts of the beginning team. Then he shifted his tone. "I must apologize in advance to the host, esteemed guests, and all the audience members for taking up half a minute of your time on stage." With that, he handed the trophy and microphone to the bewildered Jiang Sheng. On the grand stage, under the spotlight, Jiang Sheng raised his prominent hand to his collar, unfastening the first button of his suit. Chapter 61. Fear of causing you pain. Before the host could recover from Jiang Sheng's sudden action, he had already begun to unbutton his suit jacket. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in confusion, utterly perplexed by his intentions. The remaining 5 award recipients on stage exchanged glances, contemplating the unexpected turn of events after the awards had concluded. The audience, filled with celebrities, exhibited a mix of astonishment, surprise, and bewilderment, questioning the motives of this young man. In the audience, female fans erupted into waves of ecstatic screams at Jiang Sheng's provocative unbuttoning. The camera crew, sensing a sensational story unfolding, instinctively focused their lenses on Jiang Sheng. Was he about to perform? "Please maintain decorum. We can still accept a display within 30 seconds. Li Yong, renowned for his eloquence, swiftly regained control of the situation following a brief moment of silence on stage. Jiang Sheng cast a gaze filled with remorse towards the host, unfastening every button of his suit and gracefully draping it over Tian Shiwei's shoulders. In a hushed tone only she could hear, he commanded, "Tighten the jacket. Keep your legs together." Xiao Tian harbored absolute trust in Jiang Sheng, fully aware that he would never act to harm her. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively closed her left leg, exposed by the slit in her skirt. In the next instant, she felt herself lifted effortlessly into a princess, carried by Jiang Sheng, as they began to walk towards the audience. A fleeting look of panic crossed Xiao Tian's face as she tightened the jacket to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions from the deep V neckline. Her doe-like eyes gazed at Jiang Sheng's resolute jawline, then met his determined gaze behind his golden-rimmed glasses. Thump, thump, thump. Xiao Tian's heart raced, more fervently than during their previous encounter, her breaths becoming labored and her palms damp with perspiration, as if a heart attack were imminent. She felt like a cherished wife, held possessively in Jiang Sheng's embrace. The awareness of industry peers, seniors, and millions of online viewers observing them heightened her embarrassment, bringing a flush to her ears and a heat to her cheeks. Unable to resist the urge to kiss Jiang Sheng's face, she pressed her cheek against his shoulder, savoring this moment of exclusive tenderness. As Jiang Sheng took a few steps forward, the other award recipients finally snapped back to reality, realizing it was time to exit the stage. The 5 hurriedly followed suit, with Li Yitong rushing ahead to assist Xiao Tian in adjusting her skirt, ensuring modesty was preserved. The fans in the audience witnessed this rare and enchanting scene, their screams growing increasingly deafening. The expressions of the celebrities below varied widely, some sporting amused smiles while others remained perplexed. The diligent camera crew, under the director's guidance, split their tasks, focusing their lenses on capturing intimate close-ups of the leading couple. Understanding the narrative power of visuals, the cameraman thoughtfully provided a close-up shot of Xiao Tian's swollen left ankle, offering context to the audience. The remaining cameras began to capture the entire scene, rapidly switching angles to record every celebrity's reaction. Thanks to Jiang Sheng, a display of affectionate embraces unfolded before the audience, eliciting a wave of cheers that matched the excitement of the night. Leon was still on standby, ready to assist. The gala had not yet concluded, and departure was not permitted. Jiang Sheng gently returned to the round table, cradling Xiao Tian in his arms, and carefully placed her in her seat. He then summoned a nearby staff member to inquire if an emergency medical kit was available. Meanwhile, The gala's most expensive filming equipment was repositioned. Both stars and fans turned their attention to this previously inconspicuous corner, transformed into the focal point by Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian's actions. "Jiang Sheng, what are you doing?" Xiao Tian playfully scolded, her tone more teasing than reproachful, her suppressed smile betraying the authoritative demeanor she had tried to maintain. "You twisted your ankle. Going down the stairs will only worsen it. I merely wish to spare you further pain." Hearing this, Xiao Tian lowered her head, her hair cascading to conceal her flushed earlobes, fingers nervously twisting together as she internally chastised. "You audacious Jiang Sheng! How dare you utter such embarrassing words in front of so many people and the camera?" "Teacher Jiang, the medical kit." A staff member rushed over, breathless, handing him a Red Cross kit with blue straps. "Thank you." Jiang Sheng accepted the kit, extracting a canister of Yunnan Baiyao spray. Kneeling carefully, he unfastened the black-strapped high heel from Xiao Tian's left foot, gently cradling her exquisitely sculpted foot in his hands. He raised the spray and said, "Bear with it." As the spray made contact with her swollen ankle, a sharp pain shot through, causing Xiao Tian to bite her lip and furrow her brow. Yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Having him by her side was truly a blessing. As photographs and videos from the night of cheers rapidly flooded Weibo, the online community erupted, and the viewership of the gala's live broadcast surged dramatically. Jiang Sheng disrobes on stage. Present at the scene, I nearly fainted. I thought the handsome guy would continue to undress. What a tease. Jiang Sheng's sexual tension is off the charts. Yet alas, he is already taken. Jiang Sheng Princess carries Xiao Tian off stage. "Even with thousands watching, I shall protect you. Her eyes only reflect you. Your heart belongs solely to her." What does that leave me? Jiang Sheng is such a gentleman. Xiao Tian is so fortunate. Li Yitong is incredibly gentle, not wanting you to suffer any longer. Does anyone understand? To prevent my girlfriend from exposing herself, he undresses under the gaze of thousands. No. Now millions know. Who is this perfect man dating? Turns out it's you, Xiao Tian. Directors, what are you waiting for? Hurry and pass the script. XX celebrity expressions. Who will save Yonga? He looks so helpless. No one is paying attention to the main stage anymore. Award presenter. The situation unfolded too suddenly. Where should I go? What should I do? A certain celebrity appeared astonished, remarking on the passage of time and his inability to comprehend the amusements of the younger generation. Another celebrity, wearing a delighted smile, expressed her excitement over a budding romance, already contemplating the size of the red envelope she would gift. Simultaneously, on Weibo, discussion surrounding the pairing of Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian flourished, giving rise to a new trending topic, Tian Sheng couple, following the popular defensive lover and visual couple. It must be said, the creativity of netizens knows no bounds. At the gala, Zhang Xinqing and Li Landi sat uneasily, acutely aware of the multitude of gazes and cameras directed at them, feeling rather superfluous, even contemplating that they ought to hide beneath the table. Xiao Tian's carefully curated mature persona crumbled after receiving an award. She reverted to her lively self, earnestly enjoying the evening's performances. Whenever something amusing occurred, she would whisper to Jiang Sheng, their laughter ringing sweetly, a testament to their affection. Their interactions were captured by the photographers, satisfying the curiosity of numerous online spectators. Following the event, staff promptly presented a cane, which drew criticism from netizens for lacking sensitivity. Why not let her be carried instead? Well done, you little rascal. On the journey home, Jiang Sheng received a comforting phone call from his mother. Su Wenfang first inquired about Xiao Tian's injury before shifting to discuss work. I recently sold the adaptation rights for a project titled Honey, Glazed Squid to Waste. That project is now in motion, and tonight the producer, having noticed the trending topic, specifically requested for you two to star. Since reaping the benefits of copyright, Su Wenfang had been impulsively acquiring IP rights, much to Jiang Sheng's chagrin. Fortunately, she had not incurred any losses, so it was best to let her proceed. However, Jiang Sheng was perplexed by the quality of honey glazed squid. He had never heard of it and promptly declined, stating, with the winter break approaching, "I still have to film celebrating the years, which will take at least 6 months. Xiao Tian will also be joining the crew. We simply do not have the time. They are quite sincere. They can wait for us, Su Wenfeng insisted. Wace is offering a substantial fee, and you two are being considered for lead roles. This project is said to be personally adapted by the original author of Honey Glazed Squid. You should take a look at the original work. Goodbye. Jiang Sheng gazed at his phone, offering a wry smile. It appeared he was destined to star in a subpar drama. Chapter 62. The daily life of 3 on the 2nd is the Night of Screams. And on the 3rd, it will be the Penguin Starry Night Gala. Following a night of trending discussions, the organizer of the Starry Night Gala was filled with regret, wishing to chastise himself for his poor decisions. The Penguin platform has not yet released the works of Jiang Sheng and Tian Shimei. Since there are no works, there can be no awards. Thus, the organizer decided not to invite the young couple to the gala. After all, as a prestigious entity, Penguin certainly could not showcase a clip from the beginning at its own event. What a disgrace. Consequently, on the evening of the 2nd, the beloved couple once again made headlines. The topic of Tian Sheng soared to new heights. The event organizer was plagued with frustration, lamenting the absence of a Best Couple award for the Starry Night Gala. Seizing the momentum of the trending topic, the organizer shamelessly extended an invitation to Jiang Sheng. Typically, the platform would send out invitations well in advance of the event, allowing artist teams ample time for sponsorship negotiations, gown preparations, and photo shoots. However, Penguin could only provide Jiang Sheng with half a day's notice, a rather hasty arrangement. Moreover, Tian Shimei had suffered a soft tissue injury to her left ankle, necessitating 2 weeks of rest, rendering her unable to walk the red carpet. Xiao Wenfeng. Next time for sure. On the 3rd, a Sunday, in a 2-bedroom apartment, female perspective. Xiaotian, dressed in loose loungewear, her face devoid of makeup, lacked the dazzling beauty of the previous night's gala, yet exuded an undeniable youthful innocence. Her bandaged left foot lay carelessly on the coffee table as she lounged lazily on the soft sofa, scrolling through Weibo. Upon seeing a news article about the XGO youth group attending the Starry Night Gala, she immediately pouted her rosy lips, expressing regret. Today, there is Xiao Zhan at the gala. Alas, I miss my idol. Zhou approached with a kettle of hot water, gently tapping Xiaotian's forehead with her finger, laughing as she said, "You, with a boyfriend already, still pine for other men. ISNT being a fan different? What do you think?" Jiang classmate who adores Lu Tianchen. Ah, yes. In the kitchen, Jiang Sheng was busily transferring dishes from the restaurant into plates, balancing sweet and sour ribs in one hand and Kung Pao chicken in the other. He held a plate of pine nut corn with his fingers, heading towards the living room, brushing past Zhou Yi who was coming to serve food. The scene was harmonious, reminiscent of a family of 3. When Zhou Yi returned from the kitchen, she placed 3 bowls of rice on the coffee table and inquired, "Only 3 dishes today?" 4. Ribs, chicken, corn. Jiang Sheng pointed to the dishes and then indicated the little foot adorned with a bandage on the coffee table, jesting, "And my main dish, the exquisite foot. So ridiculous." Zhou Yi scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. "Get lost." Xiaotian feigned annoyance, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Slowly, she removed Jiang Sheng's late-night snack from the coffee table, and with a gentle motion, she picked up the bowl of rice that had been peeking above the others. However, before she could grasp her chopsticks, Jiang Sheng snatched the bowl from her hands. "Eat less staple food. You can't exercise for the next 2 weeks. The shaping instructor specifically instructed me to monitor your food intake." Xiaotian has a hearty appetite, yet she does not gain weight indiscriminately. Her seemingly slender frame is, in fact, a testament to the results of rigorous daily exercise. Generally, she does not favor traditional fitness routines, opting instead to play basketball and tennis with Jiang Sheng. However, having sprained her ankle, she is unable to play during the day, and even with Jiang Sheng's assistance at night, her movements only yield minimal calorie expenditure. Currently weighing 95 kg, she must strictly regulate her diet over the next 2 weeks in preparation for filming next month. Jiang Sheng handed Xiaotian a bowl, remarking, "Look how disciplined that girl is. She only picks out the cucumbers from the Kung Pao chicken. I can't help it. I'll be filming again next week," Xiaotian replied. Zhou let out a resigned sigh, scooping a generous spoonful of vegetables, closing her eyes to envision a mouthful of delectable delicacies. After wrapping up a public relations battle, Su Wenfang fervently sought out jobs for Xiao Tian. The company intends for her to progress steadily, gradually building experience. Zhou Xiaotian impressively secured a role as a supporting character in a small production. What a pity. The world has lost a resourceful talent. Jiang Sheng muttered to himself, deciding to add a vegetarian dish to Xiaotian's dinner. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng noticed 2 pairs of chopsticks in his bowl. Squinting, he cast a mischievous glance at the owner of the second pair. Xiaotian was caught red-handed, defiantly refusing to comply, her large, watery eyes gazing pleadingly at Jiang Sheng, while her hands continued to scoop rice, persistently committing her act of transgression, occasionally offering him a piece of pork rib as a bribe. Jiang Sheng was charmed by her adorableness, allowing the culprit to proceed unhindered. You might as well indulge her. Zhou Xiaotian shook her head in exasperation. After dinner, the 3 engaged in their customary game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would wash the dishes. Paper, rock. Xiaotian, looking at her uncooperative fist, did not resort to trickery. She picked up the utensils and hopped into the kitchen on one leg, dutifully washing the dishes. Jiang Sheng, far from feeling pity, teased her. Consider it a way to burn off the calories from that rice you devoured. How about a long-awaited game of Ludo? Zhou suggested. Xiaotian immediately responded. I want a yellow piece. To reward Xiaotian for her diligent dishwashing, neither of them chose the yellow piece's nemesis, the green piece. The game board was laid out on the coffee table, and once Xiaotian returned, the 3 settled down on the floor, unable to cross her legs. Xiaotian stretched out her left leg, resting her foot on Jiang Sheng's lap. Jiang Sheng took the red pieces, while Xiaotian used the blue ones. The dice were rolled to commence the game. The designated number to take off was 6. Without rolling a 6, the pieces could not advance. Just as Xiaotian was about to land on one of her pieces, Xiaotian's piece remained stagnant on the runway, unable to move. Shall we add another takeoff number? Xiaotian thought she had an advantage and might as well give her friend a chance. No way. I refuse to believe my luck is this poor. Stubbornly, Xiaotian stuck to her guns, maintaining the 6, and after 3 more rounds, she finally succeeded in launching her first piece. Ha ha, Jiang Daxia, I'm going to crash into you. The red and blue flags are sworn enemies, and after 3 rounds of maneuvering, Zhou Ye's aircraft collided with Jiang Sheng's flag, which was already advancing on the runway, sending it back to the starting point. It must be said that engaging in games with acquaintances brings immense joy to the body and spirit. Even the slightest misstep can lead to playful banter among the 3, causing them to laugh until they hiccup. The tricolor pieces on the board resemble a tripartite stalemate. Whenever one gains an advantage, the other 2 will deliberately target that player, restraining one another. You've flown ahead of me, then I shall cling to your tail, refusing to relent until I crash you. If the die rolls exceed my count, then I shall choose to remain still and pursue other flags. This mode of play is undoubtedly detrimental to others while offering no benefit to oneself. Jiang Sheng found herself utterly vexed by her friend's coordinated offensive and defensive strategies, ultimately having 2 flags sent back to the starting point 3 times. At the end of the day, it was merely a game of chance. Zhou Ye, initially at a disadvantage, skillfully navigated in the final rounds, evading the couple's onslaught and guiding her 4th flag to the finish line, thus clinching victory. Ha, I've won. I've won, Yezi exclaimed, gleefully spinning in place. You foolish Jiang Sheng. You should have flown the 2nd piece, leaving the 1st in place to wait for Yezi to surpass you before seizing the opportunity to crash her. Xiaotian interjected, hands on her hips, fuming as she recapped the game. Jiang Sheng grasped Xiaotian's fair little leg, pulling her into an embrace, reminiscent of a tug-of-war. Humph, kissing won't help? I'm angry now. Oh no, don't scratch me with your stubble, it tickles. Hee hee hee, how annoying Yezi is watching. The victor's smile gradually faded from Zhou Ye's face as she observed the 2 entangled in their own world, contemplating. Perhaps winning this game is not all that essential. Chapter 63. Meeting the parents in the aftermath of the thrilling night filled with screams, Ginger experienced an explosive surge in work invitations, benefiting from the waves of popularity. Tian Shiwei, despite her foot injury, only took a week off. By the 2nd week, just as her ankle's bandage was removed and the swelling had yet to fully subside. She was dispatched by Su Wenfeng for work once more, juggling business meetings and magazine shoots, leaving her utterly occupied. Naturally, Jiang Sheng could not escape the relentless demands of his mother. During class hours at school, as soon as the bell rang, he and Tian Shiwei were whisked away by the company amidst the incessant nagging of Hudadeo. Occasionally, when significant tasks arose, they had to request half a day's leave from their counselor. On January 10th of the following year, Jiang Sheng received an invitation from the Blue Channel to participate in the first episode of the third season of Ace vs. Ace. Backstage, he encountered a figure who ignited an intense loathing within him. Dr. Zhai, the instigator of the Peking University thesis debacle. This man, lacking notable achievements in the academic realm, yet having made a peculiar contribution to it, single-handedly reduced the thesis plagiarism rate from 20 to 5. His infamous declaration, "What is CNKI?" left graduates of 2019 in despair and made many celebrities hesitant to utter obscure terms. As a student from the class of 2016, Jiang Sheng was one of the victims during that tumultuous period at Peking University. Recalling his graduation days in 2020, he remembered being nearly driven to the brink by his advisor, staying up late every night, pondering how to ensure his thesis would pass the blind review. During those 2 years, the fees for plagiarism checks had soared tenfold. Is there something on my face? Zhai Tianlin felt uneasy under Jiang Sheng's scrutinizing gaze. He thought to himself that since this young man was currently in the limelight, it would be wise not to press too hard. Otherwise, with his notorious temper, he might retort, "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Jiang Sheng extended his finger and lightly touched his upper lip, inquiring, "Did you intentionally get that mole?" "Look at how you speak, young man," Zhai replied, slightly bemused. At that moment, Shun Tung, also backstage, chimed in cheerfully, "I've seen people with teardrop moles and beauty spots, but never someone who voluntarily gets a mole." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhai Tianlin, not offended, clarified that the mole on his upper lip was indeed a sign of good fortune. Good fortune? Then brace yourself to welcome it. Jiang Sheng suppressed the urge to ask, "Are you aware of CNKI?" No one could avoid the impending downfall. The thesis dilemma posed no challenge for Jiang Sheng. However, there was one matter that weighed heavily on his mind. He was soon to meet Xiao Tian's parents. In mid-January, as universities began to break for the winter holidays, Jiang Sheng and Tian Shiwei concluded their second-year coursework and boarded a flight home, heading toward a rendezvous with Tian's father. The new house purchased by Xiao Tian for her parents was already handed over and was currently being renovated, while the family of 4 still resided in their old home. A sleek black SUV parked outside an aged residential building in Tuqiao Town. As the door swung open, a white sneaker emerged first, followed by a pair of long, slender legs encased in fitted jeans. Xiao Tian gracefully descended, tucking away the crystal pendant shaped like the number 2 that had been swaying at her chest. Jiang Sheng swiftly exited the vehicle, adjusting his gray knitted hat adorned with holes, and stammered, "Is this appearance acceptable?" Having spent 2 years together, it was the first time Xiao Tian witnessed Jiang Sheng's anxious demeanor. She immediately responded with a radiant smile, hoping to ease his nerves. "You look incredibly handsome. Do not fret. I am here to protect you." Xiao Tian linked her arm with Jiang Sheng's, and, just as she was about to step into the building, they heard Yezi's voice from the car calling out, "Hey, aren't you going to take the welcome gifts?" "Oh, right." Jiang Sheng hurried to the trunk, retrieving an assortment of gifts, and walked side by side with Xiao Tian into the entrance. At the Tian household, Mama Tian was diligently polishing the furniture with a cloth, meticulously ensuring every corner was dust-free, fearful of leaving a bad impression on Jiang Sheng. Catching a glimpse of the melon seed shells discarded carelessly by Papa Tian, she immediately scolded him. "If you keep being so careless, I might just lose my temper. Enough with the snacking. Clean up that gloomy face of yours before the child arrives." Having repeated herself several times, she was well aware of his habits. Upon hearing the sound of the door unlocking, the couple hurried to welcome their guests. "Mom and Dad, we're back. Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Upon seeing Tian's parents, Jiang Sheng felt as though someone had stepped on his tail, entering a heightened state of alertness, exuberantly presenting the gifts. I heard from Xiao Tian that Annie has been suffering from neck pain lately, so I thought it might be the pillow. I took the liberty of selecting 2 well-reviewed ergonomic pillows, hoping to improve your sleep quality. Is Xiaoyi not home today? I brought her some toys and a few extracurricular books, though I'm unsure if she'll like them. Uncle, I also prepared some tea and beverages. Mama Tian beamed with a smile, graciously responding, "You're always welcome." It was evident that Jiang Sheng was eager to demonstrate his sincerity. Through his nervous and anxious gaze, coupled with his rapid-fire dialogue, as if rehearsed, Mama Tian could discern the significance of her daughter in his heart. In 2 words, he values her. Furthermore, the Jiang family is renowned for their kindness. Jiang Sheng not only possesses striking looks, but also bears responsibility and dotes on their daughter, making him a prime candidate for a son-in-law. The mother-in-law became increasingly satisfied with her son-in-law. Papa Tan, however, was somewhat different, although he did not wear a stern expression. He scrutinized Jiang Sheng with a discerning gaze. As monetary wealth ceased to be the sole criterion for marriage, Jiang Sheng's attitude towards their daughter became pivotal in determining if he was worthy of lifelong commitment. Upon learning of his daughter's relationship with Jiang Sheng, Papa Tian was particularly incensed. What had become of his daughter? Was she reduced to a mother buying toys for her son? Had he known of their relationship earlier, he would have never consented to her signing a contract with Ginger. But now, the die was cast, and the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract was beyond his means. He could only hope his daughter would not be harmed. Since the airing of the beginning, Papa Tian had embarked on an intense journey of online exploration. Approaching 50, he gradually navigated his way into the fan club of Xiao Tian on Weibo, thus becoming a member of the Daddy fans. Under the guidance of the group leader, he diligently supported Xiao Tian by liking posts, leaving comments, and countering detractors. Though his voice was not loud, every word resonated with sincerity. Each day at home, he scoured news about his daughter, finding that, on average, 7 out of 10 topics were related to Jiang Sheng. Scandals surrounding love affairs, the couple's good looks, and rumors of infidelity buzzed incessantly. A public kiss? Tian Dad bore it. Suspicions of pregnancy? Even though it was later confirmed to be false news. The timing, 10 o'clock at night, was telling. The 2 had appeared together at the hospital late at night. What did that imply? Had the 2 children already been cohabitating? The mere thought of this possibility drove Tian Dad to the brink of despair. In that moment, he resolved to meet Jiang Sheng. Yet, he could not disrupt the children's schooling, so he decided to wait until the winter break. Afterward, many events unfolded concerning Ginger, Jiang Sheng, and his daughter, both good and bad. Upon discovering the negative press about his daughter, Tian Dad's blood pressure spiked. He learned through the news that his precious girl had often been cornered by delinquents at school and had even endured physical violence. Overwhelmed with regret, he desperately typed messages defending his daughter, only to realize that his solitary voice could hardly stir any waves online, leaving him to silently observe his daughter ensnared in turmoil. The impotence of being a father unable to assist his daughter plagued him with sleepless nights. Fortunately, the scandal lasted only a day. The following day, Tian Dad saw news of Jiang Sheng driving away the troublemakers during school hours, which enhanced his favorable impression of this prospective son-in-law. Then came the fateful night of the awards ceremony. Upon hearing that his daughter would be taking the stage to receive an award, he immediately summoned relatives and friends to watch the live broadcast together. The television screen showcased a dazzling array of stars, and his relatives marveled at their stunning figures and beauty, exclaiming how successful his niece had become, until he spotted his daughter making her entrance. The warmth of his smile instantly faded. Indeed, his daughter was beautiful on screen, yet her attire was quite revealing, exposing her shoulders, legs, and plunging neckline. Wasn't he a bit too much? Holding traditional views, Tian Dad had no concept of dressing freedom. He could only think that if she were his own, he would never permit his daughter-in-law to dress in such a manner in public. With this perspective, his favorable impression of the prospective son-in-law plummeted. Chapter 64. The son-in-law enters as they traverse the red carpet. Mr. Tian noticed that his daughter's gown at the gala was rather revealing. Despite the compliments showered upon her by relatives, praising her beauty, his mood remained dismal. A mere 10 minutes into the event, the first award was announced. and the name Tian Shiwei echoed through the hall. Relatives erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming that their niece was destined for greatness, that she would soon be famous, and that her fiancé was exceptionally handsome, showcasing her discerning taste. Mr. Tian merely scoffed, his dissatisfaction palpable. Upon the stage, the glamorous award recipients stood in a neat line, gazing ahead, yet Jiang Sheng continuously bowed his head. What was he looking at? The director, following Jiang Sheng's line of sight, zoomed in on his daughter's left ankle. It turned out she had twisted her foot. The broadcast, magnified on the 50-inch screen, made it evident that her ankle was swollen like a steamed bun. How much pain must she be enduring? Soon, she would have to descend the stairs, placing even greater strain on her injured ankle. Mr. Tian's heart tightened with concern for his precious daughter. Yet what could he do? This was her profession, her battlefield. Now that she stood in the fray, she must grit her teeth and persevere. Mr. Tian, filled with apprehension for his daughter, also noticed Jiang Sheng's concerned expression. His future son-in-law genuinely cared for her. This thought lightened Mr. Tian's spirits somewhat as he silently awaited his daughter's first accolade as an actress. He also wished to express gratitude to his parents, who had steadfastly supported him over the years. Upon hearing his daughter's acceptance speech, Mr. Tian smiled with pride, while Mrs. Tian discreetly wiped away her tears. Relatives continued to praise. Our niece is so considerate. Soon you shall enjoy the fruits of her labor. Finally, it was Jiang Sheng's turn to speak, leaving the relatives puzzled. What is your son-in-law apologizing for? They wondered. What on earth is he doing taking off his jacket? Soon, Jiang Sheng provided clarity, saying, Our dear niece is fortunate to have someone to carry her even with her injury. Oh my, your family has truly found a good son-in-law, they marveled. As Jiang Sheng draped his jacket over Tian Shiwei and cradled her in his arms while descending the stage, Mr. Tian felt an indescribable surge of emotion. If it had been him, he would never have been able to lower himself to such an act. Yet Jiang Sheng, unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon him, acted with unwavering devotion to his beloved. In that moment, Mr. Tian experienced an epiphany. Following the broadcast's lead, he observed Jiang Sheng's attentive care for his daughter from the audience below, and his expression finally brightened, returning to normal as a smile, befitting a father-in-law, graced his lips. After bidding farewell to relatives, Mr. Tian retrieved his phone, pride swelling within him as he commented under the trending topic, Jiang Sheng carries Tian Shiwei off the stage. This is my son-in-law. Upon returning home, Mr. Tian scrutinized Jiang Sheng's attire, accepting the tea and wine he had brought. With a grin, he remarked, wearing a tattered hat in this heat, hurry and take it off. As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of slippers from his shoe cabinet and tossed them at Jiang Sheng's feet. Yesterday, upon hearing of your arrival, I specifically asked your aunt to purchase a new pair for you at the supermarket. Please try them on and see if they fit. Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised by his uncle's warm hospitality. The weight on his shoulders lifted significantly, and the forced smile on his face transformed into a sincere expression of joy. He complied, removing his hat and changing his shoes. Tian Shiwei took the knitted cap Jiang Sheng had just removed, puffing up her cheeks, and indignantly exclaimed, Old man, what do you mean by worn-out hat? This is something I knitted for Jiang Sheng. Tian Dad seemed to hear an astonishing tale, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? You knitted this? Goodness, I, as a father for 20 years, have never received such treatment as your boyfriend in just 2 years. Tian Xia huffed, I was originally planning to knit one for you, but now that's off the table. Tian Dad, feeling hurt, snatched the knitted cap from his daughter's hands and tried it on. Upon seeing this, Tian Xia became displeased, exclaiming, You've stretched the hat. I'll go buy you a new one. Your son-in-law's head is really small. Tian Dad chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the slippers Jiang Sheng had just put on and asked, Do they fit? You can wear them from now on. Upon hearing that there would be future visits, Jiang Sheng felt a complete sense of relief and proactively engaged Tian Dad in conversation about the new house renovations. As noon approached, Tian Mom emerged from the kitchen with the pre-prepared meals, beckoning the two men. Come, let us eat and chat. Tian Dad produced a half-empty bottle of Jiannan Chun and proposed, Kid, care for a sip? Old man, Jiang Sheng has work this afternoon. Tian Xia defended him. However, with Tian Dad already raising his glass, it seemed inappropriate to refuse. Jiang Sheng gently squeezed his small hand, saying, "It's all right, it's all right. A couple of shots with Uncle is no problem. All right then, let us keep it moderate." As the exquisite dishes paired with wine flowed, 2 shots quickly turned into more. With Tian Dad's average tolerance for alcohol, during a toast he discovered that Jiang Sheng's birthday was in July and immediately exclaimed, "That means you'll reach the legal marriage age in a year and a half." Dad, Tian Xia, who had not touched a drop of alcohol, blushed deeper than those who had been drinking. How absurdly silly her father could be. Tian Mom confiscated their wine glasses, adding, "Little Jiang, don't listen to your uncle-less nonsense. You should focus on your studies first." Was she implying that once he graduated, he could come to propose? Jiang Sheng's heart brimmed with joy. He praised Auntie's culinary skills, disregarding his figure management, and dug into his meal with enthusiasm. Amidst their laughter, the doorbell rang. Who could be at this hour? Tian Mom grumbled as she rose to answer the door. "Sister, is brother-in-law home?" A somewhat plump, middle-aged woman entered, presumably a close relative of Tian Mom, followed by a young boy who, despite possessing handsome features, appeared slouched and lacking vitality. At noon, crabs were steamed, and I present them to you. The woman entered the house, adeptly changing into her slippers. Just as she began speaking, her gaze fell upon Xiao Tian and Jiang Sheng at the dining table, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. With an exclamation of surprise, she clapped her thigh and exclaimed, "The big star has returned home." Fourth aunt, Xiao Tian greeted, and Jiang Sheng followed suit with a call of his own. Xiao Jiang is truly handsome, even more so than on television. What kind of parents must have given birth to such a remarkable child? Fourth aunt's voice rose with excitement, and she nudged the young boy beside her with her elbow. "Call everyone. Third aunt, third uncle, Mei Mei, and brother-in-law." Jiang Sheng inexplicably found the child much more agreeable. Come, let us eat crabs, freshly cooked and delectable." Fourth aunt had brought an enameled pot, placing it on the dining table. She selected the 2 largest crabs and placed them into the bowls of Xiao Tian and Jiang Sheng. Tian Ma added 2 more sets of chopsticks and bowls, exchanging a glance with Tian Ba, both appearing somewhat uneasy. Over the past year, numerous relatives had visited the Tian family seeking favors for employment, and Tian Ma had deftly deflected them all. Only fourth aunt, undeterred, firmly believed her son could also become a star. Now that she had encountered Jiang Sheng, it was inevitable that, after Jiang Sheng began eating the crab, fourth aunt seamlessly shifted the conversation to her own son. "Xiao Jiang, this younger brother of yours just graduated last year from a 2-2 program. The school was supposed to guarantee job placements." "Enough," Tian Ma interjected with visible displeasure, interrupting fourth aunt. "If there is nothing else, shall we go downstairs for a few rounds of mahjong?" Chapter 65. An assistant arrives as the fourth aunt spoke. She was abruptly interrupted by Aunt Tian, her gaze towards her filled with both grievance and reproach. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly became tense, and Jiang Sheng keenly observed the surroundings. Both Uncle Tian and Aunt Tian wore displeased expressions. Xiao Tian furrowed her brow slightly, her demeanor one of helplessness, and she even winked at Jiang Sheng. Meanwhile, Wei Guangming, the subject of the fourth aunt's conversation, had his head bowed so low it nearly touched the table, seemingly embarrassed by his mother's behavior, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground if circumstances allowed. A revelation struck Jiang Sheng. The fourth aunt intended to stage a recruitment for her son to boldly venture into the entertainment industry. He empathized with the awkwardness felt by Uncle and Aunt Tian while also understanding the fourth aunt's aspiration for her son to achieve greatness. In a fleeting moment of thought, he turned away Guangming and inquired, "What major are you studying in the 2-2 program?" "Programming," Wei Guangming replied faintly, his words muddled. So, it is an esports major." Jiang Sheng extracted a crab from the pot, peeling its meat while cheerfully exclaiming, "This is splendid." The fourth aunt arrived just in time. The 3 parents looked on in confusion. Xiao Tian, noticing Jiang Sheng's actions with the crab, inferred his intention. He was planning to align with the fourth aunt's wishes and set up a job for his cousin. Under the table, Xiao Tian discreetly withdrew her foot from her slipper and gently nudged Jiang Sheng's calf, signaling him not to feel obligated to undertake something he was reluctant to do. Jiang Sheng responded with a wink, feeding the freshly peeled crab meat into Xiao Tian's mouth, then continued, "Uncle and Aunt, you might not be aware, but during my previous stint in a film crew, my assistants were all temporarily borrowed from the company. My mother has always expressed distrust towards strangers and has never arranged for a long-term assistant for me. Now, with Guangming being a relative, surely my mother cannot refuse any longer." He scooped a spoonful of crab roe, blocking Xiao Tian's attempt to speak, and added, "If the fourth aunt doesn't mind, let Guangming assist me." "An assistant?" The fourth aunt appeared somewhat dissatisfied. "Nephew-in-law, considering our family's relationship, can't your younger brother become a star?" "Fourth aunt." Aunt Tian slammed the table in anger, while Uncle Tian's face darkened, his sobriety returning. Wei Guangming buried his head even lower. Jiang Sheng continued to smile amiably. "Fourth aunt, since my brother has not received formal training, let him accompany me for a while to broaden his horizons and learn on set. As for whether he can become a star, we can reassess that in a few years." Indeed, my nephew-in-law speaks wisely." The fourth aunt beamed, poking her son. "You should hurry and thank your brother-in-law." "Thank you, brother-in-law." After the meal, Jiang Sheng announced that he would be departing for Qian province that afternoon, prompting the fourth aunt to hurriedly take her son home to pack. Once they departed, Aunt Tian wore an expression of guilt, sighing, "Xiao Jiang, look at the mess this has caused, alas." Jiang Sheng quickly reassured her, "Aunt, I assure you, I have never had a long-term assistant. You can ask Shiwei if you wish. Moreover, being an assistant is not an easy job. If my brother performs poorly, I will certainly return him. At that time, I would need you to help shield the fourth aunt. It would be best to return it tomorrow." The family of four burst into hearty laughter as Mother Tian busied herself with the kitchen waste. Father Tian held back Jiang Sheng, preventing him from offering assistance. The two men settled back on the sofa, engaging in a deep conversation. Little Tian nestled beside Jiang Sheng, her small hands flitting about as she peeled pistachios and walnuts, selecting the plumpest morsels to feed Jiang Sheng while discarding the shriveled remnants to the elder. During their idle chatter, Father Tian learned that the two revealing evening gowns worn on the night of screams were chosen by little Tian herself, which ignited a furious response from him. He admonished his daughter sternly and urged Jiang Sheng to oversee her choices to prevent her from wearing whatever she fancied. Little Tian, unjustly reprimanded, puffed up her cheeks in indignation, resembling a pouting pufferfish, and ceased offering the shriveled fruit to the elder. Jiang Sheng empathized with the traditional parental concerns while also understanding the young lady's yearning for beautiful attire. After a moment of contemplation, he chose his words carefully and spoke slowly. "Uncle, Shiwei is not a canary confined to a cage, but rather a kingfisher capable of soaring freely through the skies." Implying, "Dear uncle, your daughter is an independent individual, and I possess neither the authority nor the desire to interfere with her personal preferences." He continued, "Beautiful garments, akin to the allure of emeralds, can be enchanting but may also invite troubles. Rest assured, I shall be the guardian beside the kingfisher, not the elderly gentleman parading a birdcage in the park, boasting about his pet canary. Old Tian, it would be prudent to refrain from imposing your antiquated notions upon a youth." Mother Tian emerged from the kitchen, supporting Jiang Sheng's sentiments. Little Tian nodded in agreement, her large eyes shimmering with emotion as she gazed intently at Jiang Sheng, filled with affection. "You speak too much. I shall not mention it further. Is that satisfactory?" Father Tian, not oblivious to the underlying meaning in Jiang Sheng's words, felt an increase in his fondness for his son-in-law. When Aunt Four returned with her son, Jiang Sheng glanced at the time and announced, "Uncle and Aunt, we must leave to catch our flight. Will you be able to return for the new year?" "Certainly. We will definitely come to pay our New Year's visit. I'll prepare a generous red envelope for you." The three parents escorted the children to the car, watching as the headlights disappeared into the distance. Aunt Four suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "I forgot to ask how much you earn in a month." Father Tian, uninterested, turned to head home. Aunt Four hurried after him, inquiring, "Hey, does your nephew have 5 insurances and 1 fund?" Inside the chauffeur-driven vehicle, Jiang Sheng introduced Wei Guangming to his team members, instructing Yi Zi to book him a plane ticket. He added, "Brother Wang, I've found you a disciple. Please lend him your guidance." Jiang Sheng was addressing a temporary assistant sent by Su Wenfang. Although termed temporary, Brother Wang accompanied Jiang Sheng in every production he joined. Only when Jiang Sheng was without work did he return to the company. Having spent time together intermittently, they had naturally grown familiar with one another. Brother Wang, with his round eyes, scrutinized Wei Guangming, noticing the boy's shyness and reluctance to meet anyone's gaze, revealing a hint of insecurity. With a first impression formed, Brother Wang candidly remarked, "TSK, still one who can't produce a fart after half a day's effort. It will be quite a challenge to teach him." Rubbing his chin, he sought confirmation from Xiao Tian. "Teacher Xiao Tian, shall I proceed without reservation?" Given the connection of someone with influence, Brother Wang feared offending Tian Shiwei. After all, she was the leading figure and cherished darling of the Ginger realm. "Do not hold back," Xiao Tian replied, although Brother Wang remained uncertain about the weight this brother held in her esteem. Hesitating on the intensity of the training, Jiang Sheng interjected, "Brother Wang, allow me to demonstrate. From now on, you shall follow my lead." With that, Jiang Sheng moved to the front row, requesting Wei Guangming's phone, inquiring, "How much did your mother give you before you left? Cash or transfer?" 2,000 via WeChat. "Do you have any money left in your card?" "No." "What is the password?" 327788. "Have you obtained your driver's license?" "Yes." Wei Guangming pulled a brand new driver's license from his jacket pocket to show Jiang Sheng. He was straightforward in his responses. Jiang Sheng transferred all the money from Wei Guangming's WeChat to his own account. While fiddling with the phone, he declared, "From today onward, I am your boss, and, secondarily, your brother-in-law." Jiang Sheng pointed to Brother Wang, saying, "This is Wang Yuliang, your direct superior and also your mentor. Once you enter this industry, the first rule is to learn to keep your mouth shut and know when to speak. On set, any irrelevant content must be kept confidential, and any unrelated information should be actively avoided. The only words you should utter pertain to work." Jiang Sheng allowed him a moment to digest this, then asked, "Has the flight for Yezi been booked?" Yezi nodded. "We are not on the same flight." "Isn't that just splendid?" Jiang Sheng instructed Lao Chun to pull over, then requested 300 yuan bills from Yezi, placing the money and phone into Wei Guangming's hands. He opened the car door, gesturing outside, "This is your travel fare. I have sent you the flight details and final destination. Before 10 tonight, find a way to locate me." 19-year-old Wei Guangming was shaken to his core, casting a helpless glance at Xiao Tian, only to find his cousin resting with her eyes closed, paying him no mind. Jiang Sheng continued, "Once you get out, you can call your mother to complain, or you can confront the challenges like a man and find me using the location information." Wei Guangming lowered his head, standing silently by the roadside, clutching the meager 300 yuan in his phone, saying, "Brother-in-law, you haven't returned my ID yet. No luggage required. That's a plus." At least it showed he wouldn't be running to his aunt to complain. Jiang Sheng revealed a devilish smile. "Not giving it back, but I can't pick up my ticket without my ID. Figure out yourself, inquire, learn. This is your first lesson in the working world. Learn to speak up." With a harsh clang, the car door shut mercilessly. Wei Guangming watched as the van's taillights gradually merged into the flow of traffic, growing distant until they vanished from sight, leaving no room for retreat. Chapter 66. Script Reading. The Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, Teacher Jiang, is quite perceptive. The occupants of the vehicle showered praises. Yet only Xiao Tian wore a face of concern. Jiang Sheng settled into the back seat, clasping her small hand within his palm, gently patting her for comfort, saying, "I have installed a location tracker on my younger brother's phone. Given his current mental state, that phone will undoubtedly be his last lifeline. He will cling to it tightly, and he certainly won't go missing." However, Xiao Tian interjected, 300, is that too much?" Jiang Sheng was rendered speechless, inwardly lamenting. "So you are worried about giving away too much money? Are you two truly related by blood?" Upon their arrival at the airport, Xiao Tian reluctantly embraced Jiang Sheng to bid farewell. The team divided into two groups, each heading towards different business lounges. One group flew east to Hengdian, while the other journeyed north to Qinzhou. At the Qinhan Film and Television City, where the cast of Joy of Life was lodged, Director Sun Hao planned to commence filming on the 31st and had notified all principal creators a fortnight in advance to attend the script reading. Jiang Sheng hurriedly arrived, walking into the conference room to find that most attendees had already gathered. Inside, the chairs and tables were arranged into a vast circular meeting table. At the head, the seasoned actors, led by Chun Daoming, took their seats. In the center sat the main creative team, guided by director Sun Hao. At the lower end, the young actors appeared somewhat anxious, overshadowed by the formidable presence of their seniors. Surrounding them were members of the photography, movement, costume, and lighting teams. Is Master Xiao Fan here? As the director spoke, nearly 100 pairs of eyes turned in unison. Jiang Sheng, faced with this assembly, felt none of the anxiety he experienced in the presence of Tian's father. Instead, he was filled with confidence in embodying the role of Master Xiao Fan. He greeted the esteemed seniors and colleagues with a smile, then took his designated seat marked with his nameplate, opening the script to study it intently. The Qinhan Film and Television City served as the primary filming location for the Kingdom of Qing in Joy of Life. The actors involved in the relevant scenes entered one after another, while some minor characters and those not featured in the Kingdom of Qing, such as the female lead's friend Yu Linger and characters from Beiki like Haidang Duo and Yin Bingyun, had not received invitations to this reading. Finally, when the actor portraying the Crown Prince of Qing entered the conference room, occupying the last available seat, the room was filled to capacity. Director Sun Hao initiated the proceedings. Addressing the attendees, "Shall we begin, esteemed colleagues?" The script reading serves as a process of secondary creation for the screenplay. Actors can rehearse their lines in advance, deeply exploring their characters' emotions and shaping their identities. Directors and their guiding instructors can also derive inspiration for filming from this session. However, some actors are not particularly fond of this rehearsal format. They believe that excessive emotional investment beforehand may hinder future performances. When it comes to the script reading, they often recite their lines perfunctorily. Let's start with Jiang Sheng for the second episode. Beginning with a departure from Danzhou, the director suggested, intentionally allowing Jiang Sheng to set the tone for this reading. After all, he is the male lead. It is essential to take the lead and set an example. All right then, Jiang Sheng, understanding the essence of the scene, quickly found the corresponding lines, and his handsome visage instantly transformed into one marked by both streetwise charm and aloof pride. Fan Xian, the solitary transmigrator, resembled a lone vessel adrift in a tempest. He harbored kindness while simultaneously ensuring that his fragile boat would not be capsized by the tumultuous waves, enabling him to carry others along. Jiang Sheng seized upon this pivotal trait, commanding the character's presence with vigor, thus breathing life into the persona and releasing the lines with a rich emotional resonance. Once the emotions were in place, the dialogue flowed effortlessly, and the character of Fan Xian sprang vividly to life before the eyes of the entire cast. In just 3 lines, the previously languid Chun Daoming straightened his back. His once dull eyes regained their luster, and he regarded Jiang Sheng with admiration, silently acknowledging, "This young fellow possesses considerable talent." With the younger generation showcasing their true abilities, the seasoned veterans could no longer afford to be complacent. The veteran actors rallied their spirits, and even those younger actors who had intended to take it easy found themselves invigorated. Thus, the script reading commenced on a promising note. The performers excelled, and the creative team was equally energized, with inspiration for filming bubbling forth. They fervently debated how to shoot this scene, how to lay the track for the moving shots, and how to arrange the lighting. As dinner time approached, they shared a simple meal in the conference room. At 8:30, Jiang Sheng received a WeChat message from Wang Gu. "Wei Guangming has arrived." Jiang Sheng replied, "I leave him in your hands," and did not pursue the matter further. At 9:30, Xiao Tian announced, "I've finished work." At 10, Su Wenfang added, "Work's done. Remember to call me back." By 11, the script reading concluded. Upon returning to his room, and after a refreshing shower, Jiang Sheng initiated a video call to Xiao Tian. As soon as the call connected, a cherubic face resembling a glutinous rice ball appeared on the screen. Jiang Sheng felt a surge of energy, as if he had been plugged into a fast charger, rapidly replenishing the emotional energy he had expended during the reading. "Did you miss me?" he inquired. Despite only half a day apart, Xiao Tian eagerly replied, I did. I did. How does it feel to be in the costume drama crew on your first day? I haven't fully immersed myself yet. The director has asked me to study etiquette for a week before officially joining the group. Tian Shiwei shared her experiences and observations from a set, recounting the rigor of the etiquette teacher and lamenting the challenges faced by noble ladies and gentlemen of ancient times. Jiang Sheng listened attentively, occasionally responding with laughter or voicing differing opinions, which incited Xiao Tian to grumble. Damn you, Jiang Sheng. Just wait. I will. Cough, cough. Noticing Jiang Sheng's hoarse voice, Xiao Tian expressed concern, saying, I placed some throat lozenges in the net pocket of your suitcase. Remember to take them. Otherwise, with the amount of dialogue you have, your voice will be hoarse before filming even begins. Where exactly? In the lower compartment of the net pocket, next to the toiletry bag. Jiang Sheng jumped off the bed, following Xiao Tian's guidance to rummage through his belongings until he found a box of throat lozenges. He promptly consumed one, savoring the refreshing sensation that spread throughout his mouth, warming his heart and soothing his entire being. It felt truly wonderful to be cared for. Jiang Sheng's expression suddenly froze as he asked, Do you not care about your brother's recent circumstances? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about him. Xiao Tian chuckled softly, recalling how he had previously inquired about collecting tickets without an ID, to which she had not responded. Oh, it's already 11:30. Has Guangming found you? Yes, he has. Jiang Sheng recounted the day's experiences of Wei Guangming, as relayed by Brother Wang. To Xiao Tian, Wei Guangming first arrived at the airport by taxi. This timid boy, embarking on his inaugural flight, mustered the courage to solicit help from a stranger and obtained a temporary ID using his driver's license. Upon landing in the unfamiliar city of Qianzhou, he utilized GPS to select the most economical transport option. By the time he reached the hotel, he had only 137 yuan left. After listening to her cousin's ordeal, Xiao Tian reflected, indeed, they provided too much money. Poor child. As midnight approached, Jiang Sheng remarked, President Su asked me to return her call after I finish work. So I must hang up now. Good night, then. Have you forgotten something? Mua, mua, mua. After exchanging good night kisses, Jiang Sheng called his mother. When the call connected, there was no customary pleasantries between mother and son. They delved straight into work matters. At the beginning of 2016, Yang Xia from Pengpai Media approached Su Wenfang, expressing interest in acquiring the film adaptation rights for Mo Dao Zushi from Jiang Sheng. However, Mo Dao Zushi was an intellectual property that Jiang Sheng held in high regard. Su Wenfang refrained from making any unilateral decisions and first sought Jiang Sheng's opinion. When Jiang Sheng declined to sell, she turned down Yang Xia's acquisition request. As of today, Yang Xia, without holding the rights, had taken the liberty to adapt the initial 60 chapters of Mo Dao Zushi. She approached Su Wenfang once more, presenting a meticulously crafted half-script and sincerely proposing that Jiang Sheng could select the actors from their roster, asserting that he was perfectly suited for the role of Lan Wangji. Act in a damn adaptation? Jiang Sheng shuddered at the thought and promptly declined, stating, I cannot take on that role. Mo Dao Zushi is a high-quality project that we must retain for ourselves. If Yang Xia is truly sincere, she should consider switching over to us. I would not mind entrusting the entire project to her. Chapter 67. I am a pure love advocate upon hearing that transitioning to Shengjiang would allow her to take over the project of Mo Dao Zushi. Yang Xia was overjoyed. Without a moment's hesitation, she penned her resignation letter that very night, returned home to pack her belongings, and prepared to report to Shengjiang. The following morning, Jiang Sheng was bewildered to discover his mother's message, feeling even more dazed than upon waking. As he regained his composure, he couldn't help but lament the fierce devotion of fans, which was indeed formidable, reflecting on the fact that she had dedicated 1.5 years of her spare time, without compensation or filming permits, to adapt a work she cherished. One could not help but admire such tenacity. So, let her continue to shine and thrive. The only regret Jiang Sheng harbored was that Yang Xia hadn't completed her adaptation of Mo Dao Zushi before seeking out Su Wenfang, which would mean Shengjiang would have to provide her with an additional half-year salary. How infuriating! Jiang Sheng silently complained as he downed the remainder of his preserved egg and lean meat congee in a few quick gulps, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and casually picked up the script for Qing Yunyan before leaving his room, making his way to the conference room alone. Lacking an assistant, he found himself devoid of conversation, as Brother Wang had taken Wei Guangming to experience life on other sets in Qinhan Film City after delivering breakfast early in the morning. This left him utterly solitary. Jiang Sheng observed the other actors in his group, each surrounded by at least 3 assistants, some clearing the path ahead, others carrying bags, and some holding umbrellas, resembling the aristocracy of ancient palaces, as if they were about to establish a harem in the entertainment industry. No, wait. It seemed that a certain model-turned-artist had indeed ventured to open a harem in the entertainment world. A figure flickered in Jiang Sheng's mind, yet he felt no envy whatsoever. Truly, he was a steadfast advocate of pure love. He scoffed at the fickle behaviors of disloyal men, dismissing them entirely. As he stepped into the elevator, he spotted a female actress surrounded by her assistants and immediately greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, chicken leg girl." Li covered her mouth in a light laugh, responding, "Good morning. Little fan, you internet sensation. Do you not need to attend the gala tonight?" She referred to the Weibo Night Awards ceremony being held in the capital that day. As a frequent guest on trending lists, Jiang Sheng indeed received an invitation from Weibo, which he graciously declined. The reason was twofold. Firstly, as the male lead of Qing Yunyan, his absence would halt the reading sessions for an entire day, severely impacting the work progress. Secondly, he simply didn't wish to face the backlash. The memorable scenes of Xiao Sun's explosive AoE moments were better suited for the big stars to handle. Silently critiquing the situation in his mind, Jiang Sheng replied, "Do you expect the entire crew to wait for just me? I certainly do not possess such audacity." "Then your girlfriend will have to walk the red carpet all alone," she remarked. "She has just joined the crew and will not be attending this time." "Wow, your schedules are so tight," Li expressed with envy, thinking to herself, this young couple had publicly announced their romantic relationship even before their debut. Their first project was a hit drama, and their subsequent series also achieved great success. These 2 popular dramas had firmly redirected their careers back on track, which had initially veered off due to their relationship. As their fame escalated, they adeptly refined their male and female fan base, seamlessly attracting advertisements, gracing magazine covers, and securing high-end endorsements. Observing their flourishing careers was a sight to behold. Recently, after a reading session, Li Si engaged with several leading actors and the creative team, profoundly appreciating the exceptional talent of this elite production crew. She harbored a premonition that this project, Qing Yunyan, was poised for monumental success. This new colleague was not merely a resourceful figure. More significantly, the discerning eye behind Jiang Sheng's script selection was remarkably astute. Li Si mused to herself that had she not recently signed with a new agency, she would have contemplated a leap to align with the formidable talents behind Jiang Sheng. "Achoo!" Jiang Sheng sneezed. "Is Lord Fan unwell?" "No, it's nothing." Jiang Sheng rubbed his nose, thinking it must be that Xiao Tian was once again pondering over him. Ding! The elevator reached their floor, and the 2 exited, making their way to the conference room. Inside, the attendees had yet to assemble. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng and Li Si arrive together, director Sun couldn't resist teasing about the lead characters. He chuckled, mentioning that, as per tradition, to swiftly break the ice and enhance rapport between the leads, filming intimate scenes is usually prioritized. Unfortunately, the picturesque location for the kissing scenes, the canola flower fields in Luping, Dianzhu, would not reach its peak beauty until March, necessitating a postponement of the shooting. Director Sun further jested with Jiang Sheng, reminding him to inform his girlfriend in advance, then playfully inquired if she would be upset upon learning. The group of men shared hearty laughter, leaving Li Si rather embarrassed. Jiang Sheng silently chastised these old hands for their mischief. The kissing scene was merely a professional requirement, devoid of any ulterior motives. After all, he considered himself an advocate of pure love. On January 25th, all principal creators of Qing Yunyan flew to the capital, hosting a grand launch event at the Peninsula Hotel. During an interview, Kata unabashedly praised Jiang Sheng as his first choice for Fan Xian. Amidst the pleasantries, Zhang Riyun echoed similar sentiments. Chen Daoming expressed his intention to regard Jiang Sheng as his own son, emphasizing that only by accurately portraying the relationships between characters could the drama achieve true success. Jiang Sheng, unfazed, promptly called out Dad, while secretly pondering whether this elder had taken a liking to him. During the reading session, the elder had imposed rigorous standards upon him, and now that Jiang Sheng had met his expectations, it seemed he was intentionally taking advantage of the situation. A reporter inquired whether Jiang Sheng was confident in embodying the role of a young master fan. How could he possibly say no? After all, he had signed a contract for 3 seasons. On January 31st, before dawn broke, Jiang Sheng rose early. Under the meticulous care of the hairstylist, he donned a long hairpiece that conformed snugly to his scalp. The hairstylist revealed that this piece was valued at a staggering $150,000, and as long as he did not sweat, the adhesive would remain intact, rendering the wig virtually indistinguishable. Upon arriving at the ceremony for the commencement of filming, Jiang Sheng nearly found himself encumbered with a bill of $150,000. As the van reached the set, he alighted, ready to commence work. Wei Guangming, dutifully following, attempted to shield Jiang Sheng from the sun with an umbrella. However, as the umbrella unfurled, it inadvertently struck Jiang Sheng on the head, nearly dislodging his wig. "Are you all right, brother-in-law?" Wei Guangming exclaimed, startled, causing him to drop the umbrella. Jiang Sheng deftly sidestepped the flying umbrella, his heart racing as he patted his wig and remarked, "I think I shall handle the umbrella myself." No, allow me," Wei Guangming insisted. Brother Wang said, "This is my responsibility. Please, let me take care of it." Jiang Sheng insisted, personally holding the umbrella for his assistant. Yet, after only a few steps, he abruptly halted. "Cousin, may we discuss the matter of you continuously stepping on my shoes? While these shoes may not be expensive, it is rather intolerable for you to trample on them at every turn. Brother-in-law, I'm merely trying to protect you." Brother Wang mentioned that there might be some overzealous fans on set. Jiang Sheng sighed in resignation, gently pushing Wei Guangming aside and proceeding toward the ceremony. Today's filming schedule involved a scene depicting Lord Fan's arrival in the capital. Present at the site were only Tian Yu, portraying Wang Qinian, and Wang Yang, who played Tung Zijing, accompanying Jiang Sheng and the production team for the ceremony. Together, they unveiled the red cloth, offered incense to the heavens, and posed for commemorative photographs. Thus, the grand narrative of our celebrating the years officially commenced. The first scene began filming. The crew enlisted 200 extras, along with 20 vehicles, meticulously orchestrating a magnificent procession into the capital. Wang Qinian halted the main character's carriage at the city gates. This map intricately delineates the splendid sights of the capital. It may prove useful for a young gentleman visiting for the first time. A mere 2 taels of silver, undoubtedly, the first male supporting character of celebrating the years, embodying the comedic spirit. With close-ups and mid-shots, Tian Yu's performance flowed effortlessly, reaching a level of mastery. Jiang Sheng watched intently as the portrayal of avarice unfolded before him, feeling compelled to exclaim, "Teacher Wang, are you truly alive?" Chapter 68. Xiaotian's Nightmare in the Stillness of the Night. At the hotel where the crew of Know-It-All was staying, Xiaotian lay in her single-occupancy room, tossing and turning with her Huawei phone clutched in her hands, murmuring incessantly, "Where is that scoundrel, Jiang Sheng? Why hasn't he called to say goodnight yet?" Ding! The work-specific Apple phone beside her first chimed with a message notification. Xiaotian halted her restless movements and reached for the phone, only to find her previously cheerful countenance immediately clouded with displeasure, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. "Xiaotian, during the brief shooting period on set, let me accompany you, shall I?" The sender followed up with another message. "I don't mind being the third party." Suppressing her internal revulsion, Xiaotian shot back a curt "get lost," and promptly blocked all means of communication with this individual. The source of the harassing messages was a male actor who had joined the crew at the same time as Xiaotian. After an etiquette class, a senior colleague organized a gathering to which Xiaotian was invited. At the dining table, a dozen colleagues exchanged contact information. Since then, This individual had inundated Xiaotian with messages. Initially, his tone was polite, and out of courtesy, she would respond. However, just a few days ago, this wealthy second-generation actor began flaunting his affluence, sending Xiaotian images of luxury cars and high-end watches. As she gazed at those pictures, she found herself puzzled, thinking that a mere fluctuation in Jiang Sheng's financial account could easily procure everything depicted in those photos. She could not fathom what he was so proud of. Out of camaraderie, Xiaotian replied with a smiley emoji and chose to ignore him thereafter. Until tonight, when he fully revealed his true colors. How vile! Such a plethora of despicable individuals exists. During her half-month at the Know-It-All crew, Xiaotian had encountered numerous bizarre tales and scandals, completely reshaping her understanding of relationships. She realized that many of her colleagues held severely distorted views on love. Among the crew, there were couples cohabiting temporarily, engaging in fleeting romances during production, only to part ways after filming, remaining strangers thereafter. There were also relationships founded solely on physical desires, improper exchanges of resources, and the emotional dependency associated with keeping trophy partners. Each revelation left Xiaotian astounded. At 20 years old, she had always believed that all couples interacted as she and Jiang Sheng did. But she was mistaken, profoundly so. It turned out that not every boyfriend would voluntarily share what he had for lunch with his girlfriend. Not every boyfriend would patiently listen to his girlfriend's grievances. Not every boyfriend would allow his girlfriend to admire other male celebrities. Those seasoned actors would dictate their partner's preferences, forbidding certain behaviors or attire. And if their partners dared to resist, they would resort to harsh words. Should they be caught reveling in debauchery, they would weave clumsy excuses, spewing lies about business engagements necessary for work. Yet, even when surrounded by the laughter of women in nightclubs, they would shamelessly attempt to justify their actions. It was then that Xiaotian recognized that Jiang Sheng was truly a rare gem, a boyfriend found once in a million. No, rather, a boyfriend found once in a billion. Upon realizing this, Xiaotian often encountered seniors who wished to connect with Jiang Sheng through her. She merely offered perfunctory verbal responses while inwardly thinking, "I shall not introduce you." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her Huawei phone designed for love vibrated with an incoming call. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng's video invitation, Xiaotian's face instantly brightened, and she promptly answered the call. The screen displayed a visage she longed for day and night. "Did you miss me today?" "Indeed, I did." Xiaotian responded with the exuberance of sunshine, only to wrinkle her nose playfully, chiding, "Why did you call so late today?" Jiang Sheng, adopting a serious tone, replied, "I must report the true situation to the leadership. Please do not be angry." Xiaotian, playing along, raised her chin slightly and declared, "This leader is always magnanimous. Proceed with your report." Jiang Sheng continued, "After work tonight, around 9:50 p.m., a female extra unexpectedly knocked on my door, dressed provocatively and speaking frivolously, attempting to coerce me into an intimate exchange." "What did you say?" Xiaotian's eyes widened, her voice rising 2 octaves. "Fear not, my leader," Jiang Sheng assured her. I, with unwavering loyalty, naturally turned her away. Subsequently, I explained her improper intentions to the crew, which caused a delay in our video meeting. Xiaotian clenched her fists tightly, her palms slick with sweat, urgently inquiring, "Who exactly are you talking about?" Although unfamiliar with the name Jiang Sheng mentioned, Xiaotian silently etched it into her memory, recognizing the allure of this brazen temptress. Recalling her own similar harassment that evening, Xiaotian contemplated confiding in Jiang Sheng. Yet, as she opened her mouth, hesitation gripped her. Knowing Jiang Sheng's character, he would undoubtedly rush over at midnight to confront the individual. To avoid unnecessary complications, Xiaotian opted to conceal the truth. The following day, as Xiaotian finished her makeup, she encountered the male actor who had harassed her. "Teacher Xiao, I sincerely apologize. Yesterday, after drinking with colleagues and playing truth or dare, I sent you those messages. It was presumptuous of me." Xiaotian maintained a frosty demeanor, refusing to look at him, and plainly stated, "There is no need for an explanation. We have no scenes together and likely will have no future interactions. Let's leave this matter behind. Could I trouble you, Teacher Xiao, To add my contact information again? He asked. With a cold huff, she replied, no need. I do not add male colleagues lacking discretion to my friend list. In a public space, with at least 7 or 8 pairs of eyes upon them. Xiao Tian showed no consideration for him. The wealthy young actor's expression darkened immensely, but he refrained from confronting Xiao Tian directly, choosing instead to leave in silence. Yizi privately lamented, regardless of how he has offended you, can we not speak properly in public? Xiao Tian pouted, my kindness is limited. It is reserved for but one person. Yizi Sikit. The rivalry among public figures is typically played out before the public eye. 2 days later, a torrent of vitriol targeting Xiao Tian surged across the internet. The term calculating woman Tian Shiwei ascended to the trending searches. The articles broadly suggested that Tian Shiwei had ascended to prominence through the Jiang family, leveraging her emotions and physicality to garner resources, and that once she gained notoriety, she would undoubtedly abandon Jiang and seek new beginnings. Upon the emergence of this trending topic, Su Wenfang immediately reached out with a phone call, inquiring, darling, have you offended anyone recently? Xiao Tian candidly recounted the situation, quietly perusing the articles on the trending list, and succumbed to a prolonged silence. The following day, Su took decisive action. The scandal involving a wealthy second-generation male actor burst into the public eye. A deluge of scandalous photographs swirled, striking hard, leading to his immediate expulsion from the production. That night, in a solitary hotel room, Xiao Tian lay flat on her bed, enveloped in slumber. In her dreams, her eyelids fluttered rapidly, her brow furrowed deeply, her lips pressed tightly together, and beads of perspiration dotted her forehead as her head tossed restlessly upon the pillow, seemingly resisting something insidious. No, 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 please. The relentless nightmare culminated in a piercing scream. She abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, her newly opened eyes brimming with terror. Xiao Tian had just endured a harrowing nightmare. In her dream, Jiang Sheng was engulfed in flames. She desperately ran towards him, yearning to rescue him, yet an insurmountable distance forever separated them. She could only watch, helpless, as Jiang Sheng found himself cornered, until the blazing beams above finally crashed down upon him. Chapter 69. No more words, ha. Xiao Tian sat on her bed, gasping for breath as her heartbeat gradually steadied, slowly regaining her composure after the fright. She picked up her phone from the bedside and glanced at the time. 3:42 a.m. It was far too late. She suppressed the impulse to call Jiang Sheng for comfort, unwilling to disturb his rest due to her fleeting weakness and jeopardize his performance the following day. Instead, Xiao Tian opened the pinned chat on WeChat, replaying Jiang Sheng's previous voice messages over and over. Those familiar and reassuring voices served as a balm, gradually healing the wounds inflicted by her nightmares. Xiao Tian reclined once more on her bed, yet she dared not close her eyes again. She feared that if she did, she might once again witness the terrifying scene of Jiang Sheng perishing in flames. The voice messages continued to play. Die, Jiang Sheng. Just try saying another word. Hearing her slightly annoyed voice, Xiao Tian couldn't help but pout, suddenly realizing how excessive she had been in the past. Why did she always precede her beloved Jiang Sheng with the word die? She vowed never to utter such a word again. Time ticked away, and Xiao Tian lay quietly, repeatedly listening to Jiang Sheng's affectionate messages until it was 6 in the morning. Time to get ready. Xiao Tian rose from her bed and sent Jiang Sheng a cheerful good morning voice message. Who has this little lazy pig still in bed? A certain clever, adorable, and exceptionally beautiful lady has already started her day. At 7 o'clock, Jiang Sheng listened to Xiao Tian's energetic voice message, filled with enthusiasm, and sat up from his bed, meticulously checking the day's announcements sent by Wei Guangming. Time to get to work. At the Qinhan Film City, the Daqing Palace filming location, Chun Daoming entered the imperial study with his hands clasped behind his back. His keen, imperial gaze scanned the room, finally resting upon Jiang Sheng. He held a favorable impression of Jiang Sheng. Professionally, Jiang Sheng possessed a solid foundation in dialogue and commendable acting skills, While there was room for improvement in his physical performance, he surpassed many of his peers significantly. In terms of demeanor, Jiang Sheng lacked the petulance of a young heartthrob, the arrogance of a star, and did not exhibit any resentment while waiting for co-actors who were late to the set. Recently, a particularly striking supporting actress had been persistently harassing Jiang Sheng at night. After being warned, she failed to amend her behavior and was subsequently reported by Jiang Sheng under his real name. Remarkably, at such a young age, he could withstand such advances. Truly a gem nurtured by the Beijing Film Academy, embodying both virtue and skill. As Chun Daoming approached, he noticed Jiang Sheng murmuring into his phone, his childish charm evident in his voice. This boy's speaking skills are remarkable. Even his whispers are clear, Chun Daoming thought with admiration, straining to listen. Xiaowei, tomorrow's Valentine's Day schedule is rather tight. I might not be able to pick you up from Hongyan. Sis, didn't you already ask the director for half a day off? Little one, you don't understand. I want to surprise your sister. Hey, don't you dare spill the beans. Oh, I got it. So, he was indeed a romantic at heart. Chun Daoming smiled faintly and patted Jiang Sheng's shoulder. Teacher Chun. Jiang Sheng greeted politely. Well, let us get started, Chun Daoming commanded. Action. This scene marks Fan Xian's first audience with Emperor Qing. The emperor paced behind the bookshelf, filled with anticipation yet slightly nervous, surveying Fan Xian much like Chun Daoming had previously observed Jiang Sheng. Look at our child. How handsome he is. On February 14th, at Hongyan Film City, during a night shoot, the crew of No et al. Utilized a crane to hoist a massive chandelier, creating a lighting effect akin to that of the sun, illuminating the entire Qingming riverside landscape. The Valentine's Day of 2018 closely followed New Year's Eve, and most of the leading actors in No et al. Had returned home early to celebrate the holiday. While the performers could take a break, the crew could not afford such luxury. A single day of stoppage could result in a financial loss of millions. Thus, the director retained a few lesser-known actors to fulfill the filming tasks during the festive period. For instance, Xiao Tian had only managed to secure a 2-day holiday on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year. The even less prominent guest actors were unable to return home for the holiday, let alone the crew members. Wife, happy Valentine's Day. Thank you, dear. I love you the most. A beautiful female guest actor received flowers from her boyfriend, her face alight with joy. At that moment, she felt like the leading lady of the entire set, convinced that every crew member was casting envious glances in her direction. Excuse me, everyone. The stagehand pushed a small cart through the space between them. The female guest rolled her eyes, silently cursing the stagehand for lacking sensitivity, destined to remain single. To alleviate the awkwardness, her colleagues chimed in with remarks of envy. I'm really envious of you. Oh, it's just 33 roses, she replied, her tone somewhat pretentious. Bathed in the admiration of others, she continued, my husband is always low-key, unlike some people who flaunt their relationships online while no one visits them on set. Someone replied candidly, I heard Teacher Jiang is filming too. He probably doesn't have time. Another seized the opportunity to chime in sharply, if you ask me, that couple lacks the necessary connections. If they truly had a background, why aren't they working in the same production? Look at our Ying Jie and Feng Ge. They work together every day. Another echoed the sentiment. Exactly. I think that Tian, just as people say online, is ambitious, desperately climbing the social ladder. But I doubt Jiang Sheng truly values her. He merely assigns her a small role to appease her. Once he tires of her, she'll surely be cast aside. Someone added, I agree. On Valentine's Day, there's no sign of Teacher Jiang visiting the set. He must be thoroughly fed up with her by now. Clearing her throat, the female guest thought to herself how venomous these women's words could be. She had merely initiated a conversation, yet these envious souls, seizing the absence of Tian, seemed eager to drive her to despair. Just as she was about to conclude the topic, the assistant director suddenly shouted, Teacher Jiang Sheng is visiting the set. Coffee for everyone. Red envelopes are being distributed. Wishing you all a happy new year in advance. Everyone get to share. Don't crowd. The loudspeaker blared, resonating throughout the entire filming location. A group of women fell silent, their eyes lifted in anticipation. There stood Jiang Sheng, cradling a stack of red envelopes. distributing them to everyone while cheerfully exclaiming, "Happy New Year! Please take good care of my little Tian." Silence reigned as the prevailing mood of the evening. The women maintained an eerie stillness. As Jiang Sheng approached, the crowd instantly donned cheerful expressions, eagerly welcoming him with remarks like, "Teacher Xiao Jiang, I am your fan. Can we take a picture together?" At that moment, the director, Zhang Kai, strode over, warmly embracing Jiang Sheng's shoulders and inquiring, "Zheng Wu is currently preparing a period drama. Once you finish filming Qing Yunyan, would you be interested in lending a hand?" Jiang Sheng candidly replied, "Unfortunately, my schedule is already booked with a project alongside Xiao Tian in the second half of the year." The onlookers awkwardly adjusted their hair, while the crowd continued to surround Jiang Sheng as he moved away. Left behind, a female extra glanced at the red envelope and rose bouquet in her hands, then directed her gaze toward Jiang Sheng's assistant, who was holding a lavish bouquet of 99 pink roses. In a fit of frustration, she hurled her bouquet at her boyfriend. Visiting the set. How infuriating. Just look at them, distributing red envelopes and coffee. Her boyfriend was left speechless, caught off guard. What level are you on? You expect the same treatment as them? Chapter 70. A minor affair on Valentine's Day in the parking area of the filming set of No If. A dozen RVs are lined up in an orderly fashion. At the far end, one RV emanates a warm glow from its windows, adorned with the words for ginger artists spray-painted on its side. Inside, the elegantly attired Tian Shiwei sits on a sofa, her flowing hair meticulously arranged into a traditional updo, embellished with silver floral hairpins and red jade earrings. Without bangs, her full forehead adds an air of dignity, enhancing her graceful demeanor in the refined attire. At this moment, she is engrossed in her script, repeatedly reciting a particular line, deeply contemplating the nuances of the dialogue. Suddenly, a commotion outside catches her attention. "What's happening out there?" she murmurs softly, too absorbed in her script to glance out the window. "I'll go take a look," Yezi says before leaving the RV. Minutes later, the door creaks open again. Is something wrong? Tian Shiwei still does not lift her gaze, but hears footsteps approaching. She shifts her focus to the ground, where a pair of striking black and yellow sneakers comes into view. These are not Yezi's shoes, yet she recognizes their owner. Jiang Sheng. A radiant smile blooms on her face, restoring the youthful playfulness that her makeup had momentarily concealed. She promptly tosses her script aside and raises her head, first noticing a bouquet of pink roses. Behind the flowers stands her long-missed boyfriend, who wears a mischievous grin and exclaims, "Happy Valentine's Day." Tian Shiwei is momentarily speechless as she accepts the bouquet and gently places it on the table, responding with a warm embrace, inhaling the scent of Jiang Sheng, while her playful pout conveys her discontent. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come? I was just teasing you." "Silly girl," Jiang Sheng replies, wary of disturbing her carefully styled hair. He refrains from tousling her hair, instead wrapping his outstretched arm gently around her slender waist. Tian Shiwei rises on her toes, resting her chin on Jiang Sheng's shoulder, her red lips parting to reveal a charming smile. Only a toothy grin is fit for a trickster. "Ouch, don't bite my neck." After Jiang Sheng promises there will be no next time, she finally relaxes and steps back from his embrace. She picks up her bouquet from the table, burying her face in the petals, reveling in the fragrance of the roses. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and her face puffs up as her wide eyes scrutinize Jiang Sheng. "Has that flamboyant vixen bothered you again?" Gently, Jiang Sheng pinches her puffed cheek, playfully squishing her glossy red lips into a tiny pout. The response is a close approach of his face, the bouquet slipping from their feet, scattering pink petals around them. Tian Shiwei clings tightly to Jiang Sheng, as if wishing to envelop him within her heart, her silver teeth parting as she breathes out the most fervent confessions long held within. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of frozen leaves tapping against the car door shattered the silence within the vehicle, where only heavy breaths could be heard. "Little ancestors, the assistant director is calling for you." Jiang Sheng responded for the busy Xiao Tian. 5 minutes, no, 2 minutes. Just wait 2 more minutes. A few moments later, Xiao Tian, with a throat lozenge in her mouth, rushed back to the set, found the makeup artist, and exclaimed, "Teacher, teacher, could you please touch up my lip makeup?" The makeup artist approached and gasped, "Goodness, there is hardly any base left. What delicacies has Jiang Sheng been sneaking to you? Why haven't you shared with the sisters?" The night shoot persisted until 4 in the morning. The actors removed their makeup and prepared to go home for the new year, while the relentless crew remained in Hongdian to film scenes with extras and minor roles, awaiting the return of the leads on the second day of the new year. At 6 in the morning, a young couple emerged from the hotel after a shower and boarded a vehicle bound for the airport. The van glided along the asphalt roads of the mountain city. In the back seat, Xiao Tian rested her head on Jiang Sheng's shoulder, her eyes gently closed, breathing evenly. Lost in a deep slumber, unbeknownst to her, in the realm of dreams, something troubled her. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, and soft groans of distress escaped her lips. Moments later, her tightly shut eyelids flew open, her dark eyes revealing boundless terror and confusion. Had she experienced a nightmare? Dreams are often inversions of reality, she mused. Realizing there was still a distance to home, she decided to sleep a little longer. Embracing Jiang Sheng's waist, she continued to rest her head on his shoulder, though her eyes dared not close again. Breathing in the scent uniquely belonging to Jiang Sheng, the fear within her began to dissipate. Her icy little hands gradually warmed with his body heat, and the turmoil in her gaze finally subsided. The van entered the quaint town of Tujiao. Jiang Sheng first ensured Wei Guangming returned home safely before stepping through the door of the Tian family to extend New Year greetings to Uncle and Aunt Tian. The elderly couple, beaming with joy, presented him with a large red envelope and treated him to lunch. As he was about to leave, Xiao Tian caught up, slipping on her coat as she said, "Mom, Dad, I'm going to pay New Year respects to Uncle Jiang and Aunt Fong." Uncle and Aunt Tian exchanged glances, their expressions awkward, yet saying nothing more. In societal norms regarding marriage, regardless of gender, the party entering the other S family often faces more scrutiny. Jiang Sheng noticed the couple S reaction and surmised they likely wished for Xiao Tian not to appear too eager, lest she be subjected to the teasing of Jiang family relatives. Since he was present, they felt hesitant to intervene. After a moment's thought, Jiang Sheng playfully pinched Xiao Tian's nose and said, "It's not convenient at home right now. Let us just do a video call with my mom to extend our New Year wishes." "Not convenient? Well, all right then," Xiao Tian replied, a look of regret crossing her face as she pouted. "But you must take the gifts I bought for Uncle and Aunt with you." The parents of the Tian family exchanged smiles. What a considerate son-in-law. Indeed, circumstances at the Jiang household were not ideal. As the new year approached, the townspeople were lining up to settle their accounts with Master Jiang. As Jiang Sheng ascended to the second floor, he was greeted by the sight of a group of unfamiliar faces, each bearing gifts for the new year, neatly lined up on the right side of the staircase. They had thoughtfully left a passage for the residents to navigate the stairs. Within the crowd, there were men and women, young and old alike. Each person occupied a single step, queuing in an orderly manner while engaging in friendly conversations. Upon reaching the third floor, an elderly woman in the line, noticing the gifts Jiang Sheng carried, mistakenly assumed he was there to repay a debt. "Children, no cutting in line. Debts must be settled one at a time." "Andy, I'm just heading home," Jiang Sheng replied. Someone recognized his voice and called out warmly, "Oh my, the big star has returned. Sheng, I'm the child of your maternal uncle's sister. Remember the times we set off firecrackers together as kids?" Jiang Sheng, removing his mask, greeted everyone politely, taking photos and signing autographs with his relatives. The journey from the third to the fifth floor took a full 15 minutes. On the far left of the fifth floor hallway, the door of the Jiang family stood wide open. A small table was placed at the entrance, adorned with a cash-counting machine and several stacks of IOUs. Su Wenfang sat vigilantly at the door, returning to her old profession, meticulously counting money, balancing accounts, and destroying the IOUs without lifting her head. When someone offered a gift, she graciously declined, saying, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I cannot accept gifts. There is simply no room for them in the house." "Next, please." "Mom, let me in," Jiang Sheng asked. Su Wenfang raised her head, rubbed her temples, and vacated her spot, saying, "Go play on the computer." Upon entering the living room, Jiang Sheng was met with stacks of red bills neatly arranged against the wall, amounting to at least 3 million. In the kitchen, various gift boxes overflowed, leaving little space to maneuver. After half a year apart, Master Jiang appeared radiant, seated on the sofa, responding to WeChat messages one after another. Old Jiang, I received the money. I'll definitely tear the IOUs to shreds. Rest assured, I'll send you a photo shortly. Auntie, there's nothing to worry about. Let us just enjoy the new year. Health is the most important thing. We'll discuss the money later. Upon seeing his son return, he merely waved. Jiang Sheng glanced at the framed photographs of his father with leaders from the mountain city, along with honor certificates stamped with bright red seals, and silently retreated to his room. By the time dinner was served, the queue for debt repayment had finally dispersed, leaving behind a thick stack of IOUs that were likely to become uncollectible. At the dining table, Master Jiang's phone screen incessantly flashed with WeChat notifications. Jiang Sheng's Weibo account was similarly inundated, with private messages piling up beyond comprehension. It's utterly exhausting. Jiang Sheng empathized, suggesting, Dad, if it becomes too much, why not come to the capital with us next year for some peace? Su Wenfang scoffed. Your father is enjoying himself. Master Jiang chuckled, resting his arm on the back of his chair, his face beaming with joy. At this point, my reputation has become quite renowned. Why don't we expand our charitable endeavors and establish a charity foundation? What do you think? Bang! The chopsticks of the two women struck the table simultaneously, causing all the dishes to tremble. If you dare to do that, I'll disown you as my father. If you dare to do that, we'll get a divorce. Chapter 71. Has a fire broken out? The Jiang family united, extinguishing the small blaze ignited by Master Jiang's ambitions. Although the task remained unfulfilled, Master Jiang was undaunted, determined to stay in Tongliang, managing the mask factory while fervently pursuing his charitable endeavors. The trio celebrated a harmonious reunion during the Spring Festival, with Su Wenfang unusually refraining from discussing work-related matters. Even when Xiao Tian called to wish them well via video, she merely engaged in casual conversation. Upon hearing that Jiang Sheng had actually visited the girl's parents, Master Jiang was overjoyed. Once the video call ended, he eagerly inquired, When did you arrange to meet her family? We must secure the marriage. He was already envisioning a future filled with grandchildren. Su Wenfang did not respond directly, only stating that the children were still young and should concentrate on their studies and careers. By the second day of the new year, the family dispersed once more. Congratulations, Teacher Xiao Tian. The filming is wrapped. In mid-March, Xiao Tian received a bouquet from the director, marking the conclusion of her work with the know-it-all crew. After returning her costume, she headed to the makeup room to remove her makeup, playfully asking Yizi if she could indulge in a 2-day respite before returning to school. Just then, she overheard hushed voices in the corridor. Hey, did you hear? There's a fire at the Qinhan Film City. Is that true? Why would I lie? My master is in Doyun. They say someone has died in the fire. Alas, another production is doomed. The conversation echoed through the corridor, draining the color from Tian Shiwei's face. She abruptly stood from her place at the vanity, disregarding the astonished expressions of the makeup artist and Yizi, and dashed outside in a frenzy. Who just mentioned the fire at Qinhan Film City? Xiao Tian demanded, but the corridor was met with silence. She questioned everyone she encountered. Was it you? Was it you? Her inquiries yielded no answers, and, as she muttered to herself, she was convinced this had to be fake news, yet she persisted in searching for the source of the rumor. Yizi rushed after her, disregarding the bewildered staff, pulling Xiao Tian into a secluded corner, shaking her shoulders in concern. Xiao Tian, what is suddenly wrong with you? Xiao Tian's lips trembled, her large, grape-like eyes glistening with unshed tears. Today marked the 6th time she had dreamt of Jiang Sheng engulfed in flames. After waking from the nightmare, she had remained silent, bearing the weight of her haunting visions alone. Jiang Sheng said dreams are often the opposite of reality, she whispered as the tears in her eyes evaporated in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the vibrant glimmer in her gaze dulled, her dark pupils now deep and devoid of emotion, as if all negativity had dissipated from her heart, plunging her into an eerie state of calm. Xiao Tian did not answer Yizi's question. Under Yizi's bewildered gaze, she returned to the makeup room, retrieved her phone, and first attempted to call Jiang Sheng via WeChat. No answer. She then tried reaching Wei Guangming through voice call, to no avail. Next, she dialed their mobile numbers. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Xiao Tian's expression remained impassive as she redialed Su Wenfeng's number. Hello, Aunt Feng. Is Jiang Sheng filming in Douyin? Are you certain? All right, I understand. It's nothing, Aunt Feng. I was just inquiring. After hanging up, Tian Shiwei spoke in a flat tone, instructing Sister Yezi, book 2 plane tickets to Douyin. I need to find Jiang Sheng. What? Yezi was taken aback, grappling with whether to report Xiao Tian's unusual demeanor to the company. However, Xiao Tian's penetrating black eyes coldly regarded Yezi, her voice devoid of inflection as she stated, Sister Yezi, regarding the fire in Douyin, no one dared to come forward to acknowledge it, so it must certainly be false. Since it is merely a rumor, there is no need for Aunt Feng to worry. It is just that I do not know why Jiang Sheng's phone is unreachable. Surely must be fine, yet I must go to the scene to confirm with my own eyes. What fire? Douyin caught fire? I haven't heard anything. Yezi was filled with questions. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at Xiao Tian's resolute expression, eventually acquiescing with a nod. The two promptly took action, returning to the hotel to pack their belongings. En route to the airport, Xiao Tian maintained a rhythm of dialing Jiang Sheng's number every 5 minutes. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. The number you... Xiao Tian's face still betrayed no emotion, yet she dared not call Jiang Sheng again. The emotionless voice message, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable, sounded to her like a death knell for Jiang Sheng, filling her with disdain. While en route to the airport, Yezi leveraged all her connections within the industry to ascertain whether the Qinhan film and television city had indeed caught fire. The answer was negative. Moreover, she learned from colleagues the reason Jiang Sheng's phone was unreachable. It turned out that this morning, the Qin Yunyan crew had relocated to the rapeseed fields in Ginju for filming. The entire crew was likely on the plane, catching up on sleep. It would be surprising if the phone were to connect. Jiang Sheng was safe. Yezi hurriedly relayed this good news to Xiao Tian, assuring her with her integrity that what she said was indeed the truth. Xiao Tian checked the chat logs on Yezi's phone. Letting out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. The dullness in her eyes, akin to a descent into an abyss, rekindled with vitality. And her expression shifted as she muttered, It turns out someone has been spreading rumors. While Xiao Tian was now at ease, Yezi's heart grew heavy. Previously, she had not heard anyone in the corridor discussing the topic of the fire at Qinhan Film and Television City, while Xiao Tian adamantly claimed she had. This indicated Xiao Tian had perhaps experienced auditory hallucinations. Yezi's eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and she hurriedly inquired whether Xiao Tian had encountered any distressing matters in recent days. Under Yezi's persistent questioning, Xiao Tian finally recounted the frequent nightmares that had plagued her over the past 2 months. Seeing the worry etched on Yezi's face, Xiao Tian mustered a faint smile, reassuring her, I'm fine, Sister Yezi. As long as Jiang Sheng is safe, I'm at ease. Let us return to Beijing. Yezi fell silent, engaging in a lengthy conversation via WeChat with a friend who was a psychological counselor. When she finally closed the chat window, she expressed but a single sentence. No longer returning to Beijing, we shall seek out Jiang Sheng. In March, the fields of rapeseed in Luoping, Yunnan, are ablaze with golden blossoms, their vast expanse exuding a rich and intoxicating fragrance that uplifts the spirit. However, the overwhelming scent of the flowers cannot ease Jiang Sheng's troubled mind. He paces amidst the blooms, raising and lowering his phone in a quandary over how to inform Xiao Tian about the impending kiss scene. The soul kiss scene and the silent truth have been excised, yet joy of life leaves him no such discretion. Jiang Sheng. A familiar call reaches his ears, momentarily startling him. How could Xiao Tian possibly be here? Am I merely imagining this? Turning towards the source of the voice, he glimpses Xiao Tian on the other side of the flower sea, her long legs clad in denim, her fair arms swinging as she rushes toward him. For reasons unknown, Xiao Tian's face is streaked with tears, cascading from her eyes like a broken bead curtain, scattering in the breeze. What has caused her to cry? Jiang Sheng's heart races as he hastens toward her. In an instant, their paths converge, and Xiao Tian throws herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to his waist. Her tears pour forth like a torrent, her sobs echoing the mournful lament of a bird in distress. The relentless nightmares have tormented Xiao Tian. For the past fortnight, she has struggled to find rest. With each closing of her eyes, visions of Jiang Sheng perishing in a fiery inferno haunt her. Night after night, she endures her terror, praying for the nightmares to cease, wishing instead that she herself were the one engulfed in flames, rather than Jiang Sheng. Upon hearing the news of a fire in Doyun that morning, she seemingly collapsed in a facade of calm. It was only upon arriving at this flower field and seeing Jiang Sheng safe before her that she could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within her. Tears streamed uncontrollably as she wailed, "Jiang Sheng! Oh, Jiang Sheng!" Gently patting Xiao Tian's back, Jiang Sheng muses inwardly. Could that rascal Wei Guangming have secretly informed her about my kiss scene? Chapter 72. Little Tian has something to say about the kissing scene. The crew members adjusting the filming equipment were collectively bewildered upon witnessing the scene of Xiao Fan's official girlfriend bursting into tears at the shooting location. Having just arrived at the flower field, Li Qi blinked innocently, executed a perfect turn, and fled the scene without a backward glance. What was happening? Director Sun Hao approached to inquire about the situation. Jiang Sheng, with an awkward smile, gently patted the back of the sobbing Xiao Tian in his arms, explaining, "The kissing scene wasn't reported in advance and has been discovered." Just then, the crying abruptly ceased. Xiao Tian released her arms from around Jiang Sheng's waist, took 2 steps back, her large red eyes filled with panic. "Are you going to film a kissing scene?" "Huh? Jiang Sheng, noticing Xiao Tian's bewildered expression, realized he might have misunderstood and could only awkwardly admit, "Yes. I was just worrying about how to tell you this. And I didn't expect you to show up so suddenly." Sun Hao's mind raced as he sought to counsel the young couple, urging them to take it lightly. For intimate scenes are a facet of an actor's profession that they must eventually confront, learning to distinguish between life and their roles. Before he could articulate his thoughts, however, Xiao Tian spoke first. "I'm sorry, director. I've delayed your work." Xiao Tian bowed deeply, noticing the curious gazes of the surrounding crew members. Shyly stomping her foot, she hurriedly clarified, "I'm not crying because of the kissing scene." Jiang Sheng's heart tightened as he reached up to wipe away the remnants of tears from Xiao Tian's eyes, his voice unconsciously tinged with a chill as he pressed. "Has someone bullied you?" "No, not at all. That's impossible." If she hadn't suffered a great injustice, why would she fly all this way to find him? Jiang Sheng, don't let your imagination run wild. With so many people around, Xiao Tian felt too shy to admit that her tears stemmed from a series of recent nightmares. The thought of it spreading was mortifying. Seeing her stammer, Jiang Sheng wondered if the one who had bullied her was a significant figure. At that moment, he lost all desire to continue filming, intending to leave the set to confront this imagined adversary. As he loosened his belt, he asked in a low voice, "Where's Yi? Tell her to come here and speak with me." Yi went to buy coffee for the crew. Xiao Tian tightly grasped Jiang Sheng's wrist, halting his actions, and implored, "Really, no one has bullied me. Once your work is done, I will explain everything, all right? Don't delay the filming." "Really? Really?" Gradually calming down, Jiang Sheng called for the costume designer to dry his outfit and resumed his preparations. Xiao Tian bowed once more to the crew members, apologizing for the disruption, promising to treat the teachers to coffee later, and then gathered her courage to knock on the door of Li Qi's trailer. Creak. The door was opened by Li Qi's accompanying agent. "Ah, Teacher Tian, is there something you need?" Unbeknownst to him, his voice trembled slightly, as he mistakenly believed that Xiao Tian had stormed onto the set to prevent Jiang Sheng from filming a kiss scene with his own artist. Given the current circumstances, it seemed inevitable that a dramatic confrontation would ensue, perhaps hair-pulling, slapping, and a physical tussle for affection. What a twisted persona of a lovesick girl. It was merely a kiss scene. It couldn't possibly warrant such an extreme reaction, could it? All the actors were young, and it was only a matter of time before they would have to film such scenes. This was merely a performance, devoid of genuine emotions, and certainly not worthy of causing a scene on set. The agent's mind raced with various dramatic scenarios as he positioned himself at the door. determined to prevent Xiao Tian from entering the trailer. Xiao Tian offered an awkward smile, attempting to clarify, Teacher Li, please do not misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble over Jiang Sheng's kiss scene. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your work. As a fellow actor, Xiao Tian empathized with Li's uncomfortable situation. Fearing that her presence might hinder the other's performance, she hastily added, You two go ahead and kiss. Please do not mind me. I am wholeheartedly supportive of your work. Cough, cough. Old G, please let teacher Xiao Tian in, came Li's voice from within the trailer. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, the agent realized that the dramatic scene he had concocted in his mind would not unfold, and he finally relaxed, stepping aside. Xiao Tian entered the trailer and was greeted by the sight of Jiang Sheng's female lead, who was munching on spicy strips. Her small mouth was slick with oil, her cheeks flushed, and she was puffing out air, evidently struggling with the spice. Li, with half a spicy strip in her mouth, pulled another from the snack bag, waved it in front of Xiao Tian, and asked Xiao Tian, Would you like one? Wei Long, a popular brand. Sure, Xiao Tian replied, graciously accepting the spicy strip and sitting beside her, slowly placing it into her mouth and chewing. It's numbing. Now everything feels numb, Li hissed as she inhaled sharply. When we film the kiss scene later, I certainly won't feel a thing. Xiao Tian felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, Sister Li. Actually, I know, I misunderstood. Li interrupted her with a laugh. But now that I've eaten, my mouth is completely numb. It will take a while to recover. So you'll have to bear with Jiang Sheng, as I currently have the taste of spicy strips in my mouth. Unperturbed, Xiao Tian continued to chew on the spicy strip, muttering, Jiang Sheng can still handle the spice. Li lightly covered her spicy-flavored lips and remarked, Wow, what a tantalizing description. The kiss scene in Joy of Life hasn't reached the level of eating yet. She then suggested, in the future, if you find yourself in an unavoidable kiss scene and fear that Jiang Sheng might get jealous, you could secretly eat spicy strips or mustard beforehand. It may be a bit torturous for your co-actor, but at least you can find some solace. Just then, Xiao Tian uttered a statement that left Li utterly astounded. I won't accept any roles that involve kiss scenes with other male actors, Xiao Tian declared with unwavering conviction. Her tone suggesting sincerity. My leading man is only Jiang Sheng. Upon hearing this, Li exchanged astonished glances with her agent, both eyes wide with surprise. At their age, actresses are precisely at the stage of venturing into the realm of idol dramas. Abstaining from intimate scenes will be tantamount to diminishing one's stature. Is there a future to forsake? Xiao Tian's words struck Li Qi's heart like a jolt of electricity, causing her to nearly drop the spicy strips in her hand. And she couldn't help but advise, do not let love cloud your judgment, dear sister. I am quite clear-headed, Qi Jie, Xiao Tian replied, her gaze resolute and her words ringing with conviction. From the moment I began filming my first project with Jiang Sheng, I made this decision. This winter vacation, I had 5 scripts to choose from, including 2 web dramas offering lead and supporting roles, but both contained kissing scenes, which I declined. How many actresses would fiercely compete for the lead in a web drama? To think that Tian Shiwei would refuse a role simply to avoid intimate scenes. 2 refusals at once. Li Qi was so astonished that she could hardly feel her lips, turning to gaze intently at Xiao Tian's large eyes. The online buzz claimed that Xiao Tian's eyes radiated ambition. Seeing it firsthand, it was evident they were indeed filled with aspirations. However, unexpectedly, her ambition was not directed toward her career, but rather an infinite yearning for the beauty of love. Ginger had emerged remarkably in the industry, and in just 3 years since its establishment, it had navigated little deviation, growing stronger by the day. Jiang Sheng, as the son of Su Wenfang, was indeed a golden son-in-law. Yet, the human heart is inscrutable. Li Qi sighed softly, feeling it was inappropriate to say too much upon their first meeting. But she couldn't resist advising once more Xiao Tian this is quite the gamble. Aren't you worried that a man might change his heart? Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Tian responded candidly, I cannot speak for others, but Jiang Sheng certainly will not. Many people online doubt us, but I will use my future to prove them all wrong. Li Qi ceased her attempts to persuade her. Having devoured half a pack of Wei Long, the two continued their whispered conversations in the car until the assistant director knocked on the door, calling for the actors to enter. They exchanged contact information, and as Li Qi escorted Xiao Tian to the car door, she smiled and said, "Xiao Tian, when the die is cast, I hope you emerge victorious." Xiao Tian caught sight of Jiang Sheng pacing nearby, hesitant to approach, and a bright smile blossomed on her face, her dimples brimming with confidence. "Sister Qi, the gamble you spoke of will have no losers." With that, she bounced away toward Jiang Sheng. Li Qi watched Xiao Tian's retreating figure, her eyes growing moist with nostalgia. She recalled her own past, when she encountered her own precious gem during her debut. In her youth, she too had loved someone without reservation. There was a time when Li Qi, like the present Xiao Tian, openly interacted with her beloved on Weibo. Yet ultimately, she lost her precious gem. As memories flooded back, Li Qi's eyes glistened, and taking a deep breath, she turned back to the car. "Phone." She extended her palm to her manager. Old G paused, clutching his bulging pockets, and hesitantly remarked this. "Doesn't tea seem quite right, does it? If you don't give it to me, I might just take it." Li Zi faina danger. "Oh, you're so soft-hearted." Old G shook his head helplessly and obediently handed over his phone. Li Ji skillfully unlocked it, deleted the recording that the agent had secretly made, and said, "Some emotions are indeed worthy of our blessings." Through the car window, Li Ji gazed at the young couple in the distance, inexplicably entwined once more, and a smile of relief graced his lips. "Ah, woman, your heart is too tender. Consider it a way to compensate for your past regrets." Chapter 73. Regarding the little matter of my love for you, Li Qin returned to the set, her demeanor exuding a sense of ease and comfort, completely unfazed by the presence of Xiao Tian overseeing the intimate scenes. Jiang Sheng could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "What did she say to you?" "Don't concern yourself with the whispers exchanged between girls. However, Xiao Tian did mention that if you flub a single take, you shall be subjected to kneeling by the keyboard for half an hour." Li Qian teased, holding a sprig of yellow flowers, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Should I deliberately make a few mistakes then, Master Fan?" Jiang Sheng felt as though he was facing a formidable adversary. The soul-kissing scene in the entire series, Qin Yunyan, was divided into 3 segments: a forehead kiss, a fleeting peck, and the climactic embrace amidst the flower field. Each segment required close-ups as well as wide and medium shots. Despite the multitude of cameras, the actors had to repeat the sequences numerous times. In the end, Director Sun, ever the perfectionist, insisted on an aerial shot captured by drone. After the lengthy shoot, Jiang Sheng's lips tingled and swelled. He had flubbed a total of 5 times. During the filming, Xiao Tian had hidden behind a monitor, experiencing the peculiar sensation of witnessing an NTR moment firsthand. Only returning to the hotel once all the kissing scenes had concluded. As she departed, she bestowed upon Jiang Sheng a radiant smile. Yet he could not shake the feeling of a chilling breeze against the nape of his neck. The scenes in the flower field were all filmed at sunrise, and once the sun dipped below the horizon, the crew wrapped up for the day. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Sheng braced himself for Xiao Tian's jealousy amidst the playful jests of his colleagues. "Jiang Laoshe, could you come here for a moment?" Yizi called out to him from the hotel lobby. The two retreated to a secluded corner, where Yizi began to recount Xiao Tian's recent circumstances, causing Jiang Sheng's brow to furrow deeper. "Hearing voices? Is that true? Are you certain?" Yizi nodded earnestly. Although it was reported that no fire occurred, Xiao Tian still believes it to be a malicious rumor. In truth, both the makeup artist and I were in the makeup room and did not hear any conversations regarding a fire in the corridor. I consulted a professional psychologist who concluded that Xiao Tian's condition stems from prolonged nightmares and excessive mental stress, which has adversely affected her sleep quality, leading to auditory hallucinations. The consultant suggested that having her stay close to you for a while would help. As long as she feels reassured by your well-being, her nightmares should dissipate. That is why I impulsively brought her to find you today. Jiang Sheng felt a sense of unease wash over him, hesitating to ask, "Is that reliable? Should we take Xiao Tian for a professional examination?" Yizi shook her head. "It's best not to. We wouldn't want to impose any psychological burden on her. Just be cautious not to let anything slip when you return later." In the hotel room, Xiao Tian had loosely gathered her hair into a bun, clad in a blue floral pajama set, reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a paperback edition of Sweet and Sour Squid. Suddenly, the sound of a card swipe echoed in her ears, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps. Xiao Tian snapped the book shut with a decisive clap, lifting her delicate foot to press against Jiang Sheng's chest as he lunged towards her. With a hint of disdain, she commanded, "Go take a shower." I refused to be enveloped in the scent of another woman. When Jiang Sheng emerged donned in a bathrobe, Xiao Tian instructed him to take a seat. "Xiao Tian has taken the stand," she proclaimed, listing an array of accusations regarding today's kissing scene. There were charges such as the crime of beguiled gazes, unclean hands and feet, and an insatiable aftertaste. Jiang Sheng fervently defended himself against each accusation, exclaiming, "I am but an innocent. It is impossible to have any lingering taste. That is merely a scripted design, a method of expressing character emotions. There is not an ounce of genuine sentiment in my performance." "Very well. This charge is dismissed," Xiao Tian conceded. With her arms crossed, she racked her brain to concoct further accusations, only to be met with Jiang Sheng's rebuttals each time. Finally, when her creativity ran dry, she extended a hand and declared, "Regardless, you flubbed 5 takes, which is tantamount to kissing Sister Xian 5 times for nothing. Now, what shall we do?" Jiang Sheng surveyed the room, noticing the absence of a keyboard, and mused that perhaps he need not kneel after all. He played along with the act, saying, "I am willing to submit to all of Xiao Tian's punishments." Xiao Tian beckoned him to sit at the edge of the bed, then seized the collar of his bathrobe, tossing him onto the bed and straddling him. She then retrieved a row of meticulously prepared 001s from the bedside drawer, 5 in total. Placing the array of 001s on Jiang Sheng's chest, she stipulated, "You shan't sleep tonight. Is such a delightful fate in store? Then please, Xiao Tian, punish me without restraint." Jiang Sheng sprawled out, resembling a fish upon a chopping board, surrendering to her whims. As darkness gradually enveloped the room, Xiao Tian, her voice husky, revised the terms of punishment. It was to be 5 from Jiang Sheng, now exchanged for 5 from her. No, it seemed she had more than 5. Jiang Sheng pondered this and decided not to dwell on it. He tucked away the remaining 2001s, playfully poking Xiao Tian's nose, saying, "You, my dear," clumsy yet playful. The lingering affection in Xiao Tian's gaze had not yet faded. She struggled to regulate her breath as Jiang Sheng's teasing reached her ears. With great effort, she raised her small fist, landing soft punches against him. The impact was more playful than painful, clearly lacking strength. Jiang Sheng chuckled triumphantly, wiping the sweat from both their brows with the blanket before jumping off the bed and sweeping Xiao Tian into his arms. The humidity in this room is overwhelming. Thankfully, the production team provided me with a suite, allowing for a change of scenery. In another bedroom, the new bedding felt too cool, and Xiao Tian shivered, clinging tightly to Jiang Sheng for warmth. "I heard from Yezi that you had a nightmare?" "Yes, indeed." Xiao Tian began to recount the terror and grievances brought on by her nightmares over the past 2 months, sharing the bizarre love stories she had heard on the set of Knowing, and inquiring whether that vulgar temptress had returned to harass him. Jiang Sheng replied that the troublesome actress had subsequently bothered someone else, but the outcome was dire. The room's soundproofing was inadequate, leading to a formal complaint from the neighboring room, and ultimately, both she and the implicated staff were dismissed by Director Sunday. Jiang Sheng pondered silently the reasons behind Xiaoyan's recurring nightmares. He believed it stemmed from Xiaoyan's profound sense of insecurity, which triggered a series of cascading reactions: nightmares, insomnia, and hallucinations. Jiang Sheng felt a sense of helplessness regarding this situation. I am truly exceptional. This is not mere self-importance. I am merely accentuated by my peers." Within the Know Thyself production team, Xiao Tian witnessed countless distorted romantic relationships and encountered various nefarious individuals, which further highlighted Jiang Sheng's rare qualities. During the Joy of Life filming, there was even a female guest who proactively approached him. Despite Xiaoyan's firm belief that Jiang Sheng would not air, her uncontrolled subconscious gradually formed a notion that Jiang Sheng is highly sought after, instilling a sense of crisis within her. It was imperative to cultivate a sense of security for the young woman. Jiang Sheng contemplated a solution and suddenly realized that he had never uttered the 3 words, "I love you," to Xiao Tian. "Shime, huh? I love you. Why so sudden? I love you. I love you. I love you. I know. I know. I know." "No, you do not." Jiang Sheng tightly embraced the girl in his arms, pouring forth his affection. "Shime, once you were to me like a beautifully framed business card, the first impression evoking delight. However, when I held that card, stripping away its ornate embellishments and deceptive prefixes, only the name Tian Shime remained. I suddenly realized this card is impervious to cuts, immune to water, and unscathed by fire. It dawned upon me that I love not just your splendid exterior, but also your resilience, your indomitable spirit, and the unwavering soul encased within your form, as radiant as the sun with an everlasting vitality." "Ah, Jiang Sheng, how sentimental you are." Xiao Tian pressed her flushed cheeks against Jiang Sheng's chest, nuzzling against him, seemingly wishing to transfer her joy and shyness into his heart, so he might appreciate her emotions. Unfortunately, it did not quite work. Xiao Tian puffed out her cheeks, feeling that Jiang Sheng had cunningly preempted her declaration of love. She must reclaim the moment. Without needing to ponder her words, Xiao Tian expressed her heartfelt sentiments directly. "Jiang Sheng, you are my 4 seasons. The spring breeze is you, the summer rain is you, the autumn mist is you, and the winter snow is you. Throughout the 365 days of the year, even when you are not by my side, whenever I close my eyes, I see only you. Jiang Sheng, I love you dearly, always a little more than you love me. Very well, this round is yours to win." As night deepened, Xiao Tian nestled into her lover's gentle embrace, her eyes softly closing, her brows unfurling, and her lips curving into a smile, as if confiding to her beloved that she was immersed in a sweet dream. Jiang Sheng's heart settled, and he too slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 74. Venda Vitral's Investimente. How delightful! At the break of dawn the following day, Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian appeared hand in hand on set, eliciting delighted smiles from the crew, while actors from other productions discreetly formed temporary couples. The illustrious Xiao Fan proudly brought his girlfriend into the studio, unabashedly displaying their affection before the cameras of fans and photographers. His legitimate girlfriend, Tian Shiwei, had even forged a close friendship with Li Wei, Jiang Sheng's on-screen partner. The 3 of them shared laughter and camaraderie, creating a scene that could provoke envy. On the 3rd day of the couple's routine on set, Xiao Tian's sleep quality notably improved, awakening to find her partner absent. She hurriedly adorned herself with makeup and rushed to the filming location, where she engaged in card games and conversation with Li Wei. In the midst of their enjoyment, Sun Hao enlisted her as a background actor. Although there was no remuneration, he treated Xiao Tian to a meal. The assistant director personally handed Sun Hao's phone to Xiao Tian, saying, "The crew is too busy to order food, so feel free to choose whatever you like. The director will take care of the payment, so don't hold back." Upon retrieving his phone and reviewing the takeout bill, Sun Hao lamented, "This girl certainly has an appetite." With 6 dishes and a soup, Xiao Tian devoured more than half by herself, prompting Li Wei to exclaim in astonishment that Xiao Tian was perfect for a culinary-themed role. Jiang Sheng felt a wave of relief, thinking that Xiao Tian's improved sleep had also rejuvenated her appetite, bringing her consumption back to about 70% of her usual level. On the 4th day of their couple's routine, Jiang Sheng, whose scenes did not require his presence that day, took his team members out for an escape room adventure. The room was pitch black, and the startling atmosphere sent the group into a frenzy of excitement, filled with screams. Boldly, Xiao Tian led the charge through each challenge, shielding Jiang Sheng and successfully guiding a group of inept men to victory. On the 5th day, a video of Jiang Sheng and Xiao Tian on a date made its way to trending topics. In the afternoon, Su Wenfang summoned Xiao Tian back to the company with a phone call. "Skipping school for romance, are we? If you don't intend to return to your studies, then you must come to work." Yizi took Xiao Tian around various productions for auditions, ultimately securing her the role of the 2nd female lead, Zhang Nianji, in The Crane Calls and Hooting. Jiang Sheng learned that the director had initially intended for Xiao Tian to audition for the lead role, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she was ultimately cast as the 2nd lead. The 2nd lead is just fine. Consider it an opportunity for experience, he thought. This character had limited screen time, as Xiao Tian would support Li Yitong and filming would not commence until May. The crane calls in Huading was a major project with a shooting schedule of at least 6 months, while A Little Sweet was set to begin in August. There is only a 2-month gap between the two productions, prompting Jiang Sheng to proactively negotiate with the production companies. After some discussions, it was agreed that Xiao Tian scenes would be concentrated in June and July, thus avoiding any scheduling conflicts. That evening, the young couple engaged in a video chat where they discussed the situation. Xiao Tian remarked, "I can't join the set for another month. I must report back to school. Otherwise, Hu Dideo will be furious. Where are you filming?" In Xiangshan, came the reply. Jiang Sheng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that the crew of Celebrating Yunyan had also moved to Xiangshan in May. In the Qinhan Film City, at the break of dawn, the crew draped thick blackout curtains over all the light-emitting doors and windows of the set, completely obstructing the daylight to create a nighttime scene. As the sun set, the crew removed the curtains, yet the indoor filming continued unabated. Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never to return? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow? The cinematographer held his breath, fully focused on capturing the iconic moment of Lord Fan reciting poetry while drinking. Jiang Sheng stood at the center of the lens, his enunciation powerful and resonant, his emotions fervent and spirited, his movements elegant and unrestrained. One shot after another, he either drank, danced, or played the zither, effortlessly reciting Tang and song poetry, leaving the supporting actors utterly speechless. He relished the opportunity to shine in such a scene. "I'm tipsy and want to sleep. You may leave. Leave. To hell with it." Lord Fan collapsed to the ground, while Zhuang Mo Han fell unconscious, bleeding. Cut. That's a wrap. The applause erupted throughout the set. Chun Daoming, seated on the imperial steps, wore an expression of admiration, secretly praising the young actor whose performance flowed as smoothly as the wine in his cup. Perfectly balanced, not a drop out of place. Indeed, quite remarkable. Jiang Sheng basked in the exhilaration reminiscent of Zhuge Liang vanquishing Wang Lang, feeling utterly refreshed, lying on the floor, reluctant to rise. "Brother-in-law, your phone has been ringing incessantly. Should you return the call?" Jiang Sheng took the phone handed to him by Wei Guangming and, upon glancing at the caller ID, was taken aback. 13 missed calls, all from the same person, Guo Fan. Since 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he called every half hour. What could be so urgent? Jiang Sheng quickly returned the call. After just 2 rings, the call connected. "What's the matter, Director Guo? Aren't you usually glued to the computer working on post-production? How do you have time to call me?" Guo Fan exhaled a puff of smoke and cursed. "Don't even mention it. Vanda Sudani Vitedru Fungi." I was caught completely off guard. How can I afford post-production now? Damn it. I was aiming for a summer release, but now that S out the window. This group of bastards has ruined everything. Summer release? Dream on. The primary audience during summer is students. While the market is lively, their overall spending power can't compare to that of the Spring Festival. Moreover, the competition in the summer of 2018 is incredibly fierce. With films like Dying to Survive and Hello, Mr. Billionaire, we must avoid the limelight. Jiang Sheng staunchly advocated for a Spring Festival release. During the Spring Festival, audiences often attend movies as families, generating a demand for viewing that far exceeds other periods. Though the competition during the Spring Festival is fierce, who were the competitors for the Spring Festival of 2019? Movies such as Crazy Alien, Fast Life, and The New King of Comedy may indeed be commendable, yet when compared to Dying to Survive and The Warring States, the disparity in quality becomes glaringly apparent. Jiang Sheng, possessing a divine perspective, would never allow The Wandering Earth to premiere during the summer of 2018, especially considering his financial involvement. After all, one cannot turn a blind eye to monetary matters. As Jiang Sheng rose from the ground and made his way to the dressing room, he remarked, "If we're withdrawing, then so be it. Go find the funds. If you truly cannot, I shall cover the shortfall." Guo Fan responded, "Aren't you acquainted with Wanda? Please inquire about this situation. It is inconceivable that such a substantial investment could simply be retracted. How could I possibly have any connection with Wanda? We are worlds apart." Jiang Sheng retorted, "Come on, my friend. When that ginger was being lambasted online, didn't young Master Wang step in to defend you? He spent an entire day and night countering the netizens. I thought your relationship was rather special. Guo Fan continued. I even checked with Su, and he said he didn't know you. So I thought I'd ask you. Oh, I see. Jiang Sheng suddenly recalled the connection. I will inquire about it, but do not hold out too much hope. After ending the call, Jiang Sheng sat before the makeup mirror, requesting the stylist to assist him in removing his headpiece while simultaneously locating number 3 in their chat group to privately inquire about the withdrawal of funds. Number 3, surprised by the direct message from the group leader, responded with Sister Fong, appearing somewhat taken aback. Typically, his defiant demeanor in front of the camera vanished in the presence of the group leader. Apologies for the wait, Sister Fong. I just inquired. And those fools have already invested the money into other projects. They currently lack any excess funds, he conveyed. Understood. I shall recommend a quality fund to you shortly. Reply number 1. That would be quite embarrassing. I haven't been able to contribute significantly, number 3 admitted. Once the Wandering Earth is released, I will need your assistance regarding the screening arrangements. Consider this in advance on your compensation, number 1 stated. Absolutely, Sister Fong. I will certainly do my utmost to assist. Number 3 affirmed. Chapter 75. Confrontation on the platform. When difficulties arise, seek out Captain Guo from the Chinese team. This was the suggestion offered by Jiang Sheng to Guo Fan. He understood that it was essential for Guo Fan to persuade Wu Jing to invest the 60 million. Only by ensuring that Wu Jing profits from this film could there be motivation to produce a sequel. Deceit alone could not sustain their camaraderie. Whistling a tune, Jiang Sheng returned to the hotel and encountered his on-screen brother, Guo Qilin, in the corridor. With a youthful visage, Guo Qilin was, in fact, born in 1996, making him a year older than Jiang Sheng. What are you up to, brother? Guo Qilin inquired. I'm just going door to door, gathering people for a game of cards. Are you joining? As he spoke, he mimicked the gesture of playing Pai Jiu. One was a master of dialogue, the other a performer of comic sketches. Their awkward terms of endearment rolled off their tongues effortlessly. Better late than never. Let us go. Along their way, they stumbled upon 2 colleagues who had just finished filming, Lu Shanshan, portraying the second prince, and Jia Jinghui, playing Guo Baokuan. Jiang Sheng promptly invited them to join the gathering. When calling out to them, he not only announced their full names, but also included their character titles, concluding with respectful honorifics. Guo Qilin couldn't help but roll his eyes, teasing, there's not enough room at the table for so many. Under the tutelage of Qiange, one never lets words fall to the ground. The 4 of them gathered around the card table, shuffling the cards with a flourish. Jia Jinghui glanced at the unopened suitcase on the floor and asked, Did Teacher Qilin just arrive? Indeed. I flew over right after my performance. Tomorrow, we'll be filming at Fan S residence, so I wanted to get the feel of the game for a smoother transition into character. At the card table, the 2 young masters from the Fan family addressed each other as brothers. Lu Shanshan, overwhelmed, couldn't resist commenting, Aren't you too embarrassed? Not at all. The game had stakes. The player with the highest hand was obliged to send 100 red envelopes in the crew group chat, while those intentionally avoiding winning had to double that amount. Such was the audacity of the game. The brothers were determined to minimize their hands, eager to experience every card in a single round of mahjong. After 5 rounds, a video call from Xiao Tian interrupted. Jiang Sheng propped the phone on the card table, instantly adding an external advisor. Play 3 of kind. Why are you discarding a character card? Such a splendid pure hand. Jiang Sheng explained the rules to Xiao Tian, who then adjusted her strategy. Brother Qilin only needs 1 pair. Don't discard any character cards. Yay! Another false win. After 3 more rounds, the sweet exchanges between the young couple became unbearable for the 3 brothers, prompting Guo Qilin to chastise himself. Why did I even invite him? The crew of Qin Yunyan had constructed 3 large sets in the Qinhan Film and Television City, designated for filming scenes of the Fan residence, the Imperial Study, and the prosecutor's office. Today, they were shooting at the Fan residence. Teacher Gao Shuguang, playing Fan Jian, particularly enjoyed acting alongside Jiang Sheng. This young actor is remarkable. He captures emotions effortlessly, maintains steady movements, and navigates through scenes without a hitch. The performance unfolds in a sequential manner, with the conclusion of work often occurring earlier than that of others. Director Sun finds great satisfaction in the shooting. Whenever Jiang Sheng takes the stage for a solo act or engages with seasoned actors, the script for that day invariably expands by a page. Even when Director Sun raises the standards for filming, Jiang Sheng effortlessly meets the demands, achieving remarkable efficiency. When the production team arrives to assess the filming progress, they are taken aback, initially suspecting that Sun Hao is being lackadaisical. However, upon investigation, they discover that young Jiang is indeed a commendable actor, producing significantly fewer unusable takes than his peers, and with modest remuneration, he is sure to be sought after for future projects. After completing several takes for Fan Fu's scenes, the crew prepares to relocate. Guo Qilin, sitting forlornly on the threshold, feels a sense of grievance as he warms his hands. He is convinced that there's a disparity in treatment among the cast. The way they gaze at Jiang Sheng is almost adoring, while their expressions towards him are often marked with impatience, and he fears he might receive some reprimands. Not far away, in the cool pavilion of small courtyard, Jiang Sheng and Song Yi engage in casual conversation. Song Yi remarks, "Yesterday, while scrolling through my phone, I noticed your new drama is set to premiere. Another mystery?" Jiang Sheng replies, "Indeed. It was rather sudden. Silent Truth was originally slated for a Q3 release. However, upon seeing that Skyscraper had been scheduled for May by the Penguin platform, our producers hastily advanced our premiere date to compete. With the two major platforms gearing up for a showdown, I find myself in the delightful position of reaping the benefits without having to worry about promotional efforts." Intrigued by this insider information, Song Yi's eyes sparkle with curiosity as she playfully teases, "So, you'll be going head-to-head with teacher Xiao Tian, vying for supremacy? This is a battle that could determine the family throne." Jiang Sheng chuckles helplessly, "Please do not stoke the flames. As a man from Sichuan and Chongqing, I humbly consider myself in the subordinate position. It is a matter of respecting one's wife." With this, Jiang Sheng resolves to approach the director ahead of time to ensure that the promotional schedule is secured, preventing any last-minute chaos for the crew. He steps over the threshold where Guo Qilin is seated and finds Sun Hao, saying, "Director, I have a sudden project coming up with Penguin and need to request a leave to assist with promotions." "What day?" Sun Hao inquires. "Starting from Labor Day, it will last at least a week." "All right, I will arrange it." Guo Qilin, eavesdropping, contemplates, so, requesting